Synopsis. After an unexpected death, a portion of individuals is selected to enter the world of Skynet, compelled to engage in a battle of wits against malevolent spirits. Within a game, upon entering the instance, the system kindly bestows upon Xiao Muyu a lowly possession charm. However, before she could even grasp its significance, it was stealthily taken by the beguiling Shen Qingqiu. It turns out that what I believed to be my approach was merely your repeated advances. Chapter 1. Omen. The early autumn sky was as clear as crystal, the air fresh and crisp, with the sun generously casting its warm rays, enveloping those who ventured outside in a delicate veil of light. The consecutive days of splendid weather breathed a newfound vitality into this otherwise dreary and monotonous city. After a brief pause, Xiao Muyu turned to glance at her phone on the table, where the latest notification revealed a message from the company's deputy director, Lu Yongqiang. Your resignation report has been approved. I have arranged for your belongings to be collected. If you do not retrieve them today, they will likely be discarded. Additionally, I will request the disbursement of your remaining bonus. Please cooperate with the handover. It is in everyone's best interest. With a fleeting scan, Xiao Muyu silenced her phone. It was merely a buggy little program. How laboriously they must have toiled, so eager to dispose of her once her utility had waned. A blue progress bar flashed on the computer screen, rapidly loading as the code danced with frenetic energy. Ignoring it, Xiao Muyu slung a small bag over her shoulder, donned a black baseball cap, and stepped out the door. The moment the door clicked shut, the progress bar, previously at 60%, flickered violently. The thrumming code ceased abruptly, and a red box began to switch rapidly, lines of code automatically replacing themselves to generate entirely new sequences. Finally, with a metallic chime, the code was wholly replaced, and the progress bar surged to 100%. Amidst the rhythmic tapping of keys, the screen displayed a series of messages: detecting target, downloading files, extracting, locking onto target. In the next instant, the keystroke ceased, and 2 lines of crimson text flashed ominously. Countdown. 30:00 minutes. The countdown mechanism had commenced. The blood-red numerals, dominating the screen, ticked down second by second, resembling blood threatening to overflow the confines of the display, a sight both alarming and captivating. Xiao Muyu remained blissfully unaware of this unfolding drama. All she knew was that in 15 minutes, the program they had forcibly commandeered would completely collapse. As for the company's possessions, she had no further need of them. It was Friday at this hour. She would typically be at work, but now that was no longer required. Thus, she could venture to that place she would usually only visit after 6 on Fridays. Xiao Muyu had traversed this route countless times, so she timed her arrival perfectly at the bus stop for the 520 route. On a weekday at 9:30 in the morning, the bus was sparsely populated. Standing at the rear, she maintained a distance of nearly 1.5 meters from the passengers ahead. Once they boarded, she stepped forward decisively, catching the driver's eye momentarily. With fewer than 10 passengers aboard, and nearing the final stop, there were ample empty seats, enough for each individual to occupy an entire row. Xiao Muyu glanced around, adjusted her cap, and quietly made her way to the last row, where she settled into a corner seat, turning her gaze out the window, her expression devoid of emotion, appearing numb and indifferent. This bus, imbued with a sense of romantic significance, had a theatrically arranged route that seemed to encapsulate the myriad joys and sorrows of life. The 520 bus commenced its journey from the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital, passing by kindergartens, elementary schools, high schools, and nursing homes, with the final destination being a cemetery. Riding the bus felt akin to traversing the entirety of one's life. Xiao Muyu had long since lost any sentiment of public lamentation. She stared silently out the window, her eyes hollow, merely awaiting the arrival of the final stop. She was quite familiar with the bus route. The scenery passing by was a repetition she had witnessed innumerable times, monotonous and devoid of novelty. At the next intersection, they would pass a fast food restaurant, its garbage bins permanently positioned between 2 camphor trees, perfectly placed. Then, they would glide past a billboard adorned with a giant portrait of a glamorous actress, her smile sweet and inviting. Indeed, there was no discernible change, as if the scene were a product of programming. Xiao Muyu furrowed her brows, an inexplicable thought surfacing in her mind. At that moment, the bus made a stop. She turned her attention to the front door, intently watching as 3 individuals boarded, 2 men and a woman. The bus driver's finger hovered over the button, ready to close the door. Xiao Muyu's expression flickered with a moment of anguish before she shut her eyes and murmured softly, 2 more people, one holding a child, will argue with the driver, fighting for the steering wheel. Visions flitted through her mind like shadows, rendering her slightly dizzy, and she instinctively grasped the nearby handrail. Her whispered words went unnoticed, yet as the bus doors sealed and the vehicle lurched forward, a man outside shouted loudly. After the bus had traveled a mere few meters, the driver slammed on the brakes. The woman clutching the child stumbled unsteadily, settling 2 rows in front of Xiao Muyu, panting heavily, clearly fatigued. The man, however, did not approach instead. He spoke with evident irritation. Are you blind or deaf? Didn't you see there were still people trying to board? My wife is holding a child. Do you have no decency? Rushing to your own demise. His tone was abrasive, his demeanor provocative, even pointing a finger at the driver's nose. The driver, equally short-tempered, grew stern, raising his voice in response. If you utter one more word, do you think this bus is yours? Another bus will arrive shortly if you're in such a hurry. It seems you're the one rushing to your own demise. This outburst ignited the tension. The man's eyes bulged, his features contorting with rage, his language increasingly foul, and his gestures escalating in aggression. The driver, too, became incensed, initially retaliating verbally, but showing no intent to decelerate. Instead, he deliberately accelerated, turning sharply to jettison the man aside. The passengers gasped, witnessing the bus veer off its intended path, now headed directly toward a tunnel. Driver, calm down. Hurry and stop. We need to call the police. As soon as the words left her mouth, the man leapt up, lunging for the steering wheel. The bus swerved violently, the speed causing it to rock uncontrollably. Stop immediately if you wish to live. We're going to crash into the tunnel. A clear, cool female voice rang out amidst the chaos as she surged forward from the back row. But in the tumultuous bus, standing was a challenge, let alone walking. The driver, seemingly under some spell, had no intention of slowing down. Xiao Muyu was flung forward, colliding with the woman holding the child, who began to wail in terror. Xiao Muyu glanced at the distraught woman pleading with her husband, grimacing in pain from the impact, gritting her teeth as she attempted to rise and intervene against the reckless man. Yet, as she took a step, her expression shifted abruptly. The entire bus erupted in terrified cries. Xiao Muyu's pupils constricted as she watched the bus hurtle into the tunnel, the cold, hard tunnel walls rapidly approaching in her line of sight. A deafening crash reverberated in her ears. Shattered glass scattered everywhere, her vision twisted and spun, and in the blink of an eye, everything fell into darkness as her consciousness was dragged into the abyss. Time passed, though how long she could not tell. When Xiao Muyu regained her senses, she opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in profound darkness, devoid of any light. The pain in her body was not overwhelming, which stirred an oddly peculiar sensation within her. The last memory remained vivid. It was a miracle that she had survived such a violent impact, yet her body felt no severe pain. Moreover, it was broad daylight. Even crashing into a tunnel could not render it this dark. What was even more unsettling was the eerie silence surrounding her. Here, there is neither light nor sound. The cries and clamor that ought to exist are absent. Even the sound of breath is nowhere to be heard. The darkness envelopes Xiao Muyu like a thick, suffocating blanket, and even the usually composed and seemingly indifferent Xiao Muyu finds her heartbeat quickening in this bizarre situation. Struggling to rise, she perceives nothing within the vehicle, relying solely on her instincts to navigate the surroundings. Her phone, having been flung from her pocket, is lost to her sight. The vehicle must have overturned, the space contorted and distorted. She recalls that during the incident, she had moved to the center of the cabin, bending her body to grasp objects within the car to ascertain her position. Her fingers find the shattered window, the jagged glass cutting into her hand, yet it provides her with the knowledge of an escape route. She endures the pain and hastily wipes her hands on her clothes, striving to suppress the horrific imagery before her. Having failed to find another exit or any signs of life, she repeatedly encounters objects with a twisted and unnaturally soft texture. Imagination fills the void left by sensory deprivation at this moment. Xiao Muyu vividly conjures the hellish scene within the bus, the shattered and contorted interior, the overturned seats, and the remnants of dismembered bodies. Disregarding the absurdity of her current circumstances, she grits her teeth and kicks through a pane of glass, cautiously crawling out from the wreckage. She refuses to remain inside the vehicle. As her feet touch solid ground, the suffocating sensation dissipates, akin to the release of fingers that had gripped her throat. However, her alert mind, tinged with unease, makes her acutely aware of the dire predicament she faces. It appears that everyone inside the vehicle has perished, and her current location is undoubtedly not the site of the bus accident. With no rescue in sight and no light to guide her, the disjointed images that had flashed through her mind aboard the bus lead her to understand that her worldview is on the brink of collapse. And contemplating this, an unexpected smile crosses her lips. She realizes she is indeed an anomaly. Were she a normal person, facing the death of those around her, she would likely be overwhelmed with despair. Yet here she stands, just as her mother had remarked, evidently devoid of much humanity. She has foreseen her own demise yet lacks the power to alter it. This is hardly an auspicious sign. Although Xiao Muyu does not possess a fervent desire to cling to life, she is unwilling to meet her end in a strange and inexplicable manner. With her only remaining backpack slung over her shoulder, she adjusts the hatch she managed to grasp in the darkness, standing amidst this boundless void. Tentatively, she extends her limbs to explore her environment, only to discover, to her dismay, that she remains within the tunnel. Since it is a tunnel, there must be an exit. The endless darkness on either side suggests she is far from it. Reluctant to approach the bus again, Xiao Muyu turns and begins to walk along the tunnel wall, step by step, moving forward. This moment. Countdown. 5:20. Chapter 2. The Human Skin Manor, Part 1. Xiao Muyu was unaware of how long she had been walking. It felt as though the tunnel had no end. In truth, it had not been long, yet the boundless darkness and the oppressive silence rendered time excruciatingly slow. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared before her. A tiny beacon at the end of the darkness, signifying that light would ultimately dispel the shadows. Although Xiao Muyu gazed at it, she was uncertain whether she should feel joy so soon. Nonetheless, she had no other choice but to proceed forward. Upon reaching the exit, she encountered an arched doorway. The backlight obscured her view of the world outside, and her heartbeat quickened to an alarming degree amidst the dazzling brightness. She squinted, shielding her eyes with her hand, and stepped into the light. A mere few steps transported her from one world to another, shattering Xiao Muyu's existence as she knew it. As the blinding light faded, Xiao Muyu slowly lowered her hand and opened her eyes. She stood alone at the mouth of the tunnel, motionless, resembling a statue that had lost its soul. The world before her was not the terrifying scene she had envisioned. Instead, it left her in a state of bewilderment. An endless expanse of void stretched before her. A stark white landscape devoid of any life save for her own, where nothing existed but emptiness. The blinding light at the tunnel's entrance had merely revealed a fraction of this vast, white realm. Regaining her composure from the shock, Xiao Muyu surveyed her surroundings, turning to gaze back at the tunnel entrance, lost in thought. After a moment, she took a step forward, then 2, 3, her pace quickening. The white ground beneath her feet rippled with her movements, resembling the surface of disturbed water. Yet, the tunnel entrance, which should have been merely 3 steps away, remained elusive. With each step she took, it seemed to recede further from her grasp. This realization caused Xiao Muyu to press her lips together tightly, her brow furrowing involuntarily. A flicker of unease and tension crossing her face, though she endeavored to maintain her composure. There was no turning back. It was impossible for her to have been inexplicably cast into such a bizarre place. Where was this place, and was she truly alive? Before she could catch her breath, a cold, mechanical female voice resonated. Countdown complete. System files loading, 3050. A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Muyu's pale face as she stared at the transparent display screen before her, where the progress bar fluctuated rapidly, soon reaching 90, 95, 99, 100. When the progress reached its zenith, the incessant clicking of mechanical gears filled her ears, and the metallic voice spoke again. File loading complete. Scene loading, successful. Welcome to this world. Congratulations, you have been chosen to enter the Skynet world. Xiao Muyu stood momentarily stunned, realizing that she had indeed encountered a supernatural event, and that she was likely in grave danger from a vehicle incident. However, she furrowed her brow, feeling no gratitude for this opportunity. Nor did she find it a cause for celebration. Should you refuse or fail, you will remain trapped in the game world, living a fate worse than death. To remain here, who knows what manner of world this is? She was not fervently passionate about living, yet she had no desire for self-torture. Xiao Muyu was somewhat exasperated. This bewildering place had afforded her no choice whatsoever. It seemed you had no intention of granting me options, so why pose so many pointless inquiries? She coldly remarked, having grasped the situation, though she had yet to fully comprehend this so-called Sky Network realm. Nevertheless, she had attained a semblance of calm. The voice fell silent for a moment before continuing. Players, please take your positions. The game commences. With those words, the ground trembled violently, and the void before her appeared to be swept away by a fierce wind, ripples undulating and receding into the distance. Hills and mounds rose abruptly from the earth, and flora sprouted forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, instantaneously enveloping the area around her. The trees emerged with remarkable speed, compelling Xiao Muyu to dodge continuously. A moment's distraction could lead to an unceremonious encounter at the tree. This round's players were chosen for the supernatural world, where the impossible would become possible. Please cast aside all notions of dispelling superstitions and embrace the virtues of scientific belief. Trust in the supernatural, and you shall attain immortality. The previously mechanical voice suddenly transformed into that of a sweet-voiced girl, and the abrupt change in tone made Xiao Muyu's lips twitch involuntarily. Abandoning superstitions? What nonsense! Welcome, player, to Instance 001. I am the referee for this match, and the instance has been activated. Please pay close attention to every word and sentence in the displayed game guide. The rules and gameplay are contained therein. Adhere to the hidden rules of the game. Any oversight or mishearing could lead to dire consequences. The voice of referee number 1 was sweet and melodic, yet her final statement resonated with an eerie undertone, especially in light of this being a supernatural world. After delivering her message, referee number 1 fell silent. Xiao Muyu tentatively inquired, "Where can I find the game rules?" Within the forest, a narrow path emerged, overgrown yet hinting at past footfalls. She cautiously ventured along the trail. As soon as she took a step, a transparent display screen materialized before her, revealing illuminated text. After reading, the words swiftly vanished, leaving no further information. She replayed the phrases in her mind and glanced up at the sun, now tilting toward the west. The sun dispels darkness, a veil for lurking dangers. Did this imply that once the sun set, this place would become perilous? Uncertain if her conjecture held merit, she acknowledged that the sun was indeed nearing the horizon, with perhaps no more than 2 hours of daylight remaining. Therefore, she quickened her pace, just as a chime echoed in her mind. A line of text appeared. "The novice gift pack has been delivered. Please check." As she walked, she pressed the acceptance button, revealing an inventory akin to that of a game, containing 2 items. The first slot held an outfit, while the second housed a small silver token. Upon clicking it, a description materialized, with a striking character type prominently displayed on the silver token. Amulet. Rarity B. Method of acquisition. Randomly awarded to novice players with decent luck, unbound. Item description. An unremarkable talisman, evidently crafted for novice players embarking on their initial quests, to enhance the gaming experience and prevent immediate demise upon arrival. It offers a singular moment of protection for its bearer, valid for a duration of 24 hours. Note: this item is disposable. Once utilized, it becomes obsolete. Thus, one must exercise caution regarding the timing of its use. The mere 24-hour efficacy, coupled with the denigrating term novice, led Xiao Muyu to perceive this world as rather frivolous. The term novice is minimally harmful, yet profoundly insulting. Despite her exasperation, the reality was stark. She was in disarray and needed a change of attire upon reaching her destination. After clicking to claim her reward, the clothing and talisman materialized in her hands. Stowing the garments in her backpack and securing the talisman, Xiao Muyu hastened her pace. With no guidance at her disposal and no further prompts to rely upon, she understood she must seek new clues. Exiting the thicket after several minutes, she found herself facing desolate mountains, a narrow path winding visibly along the hillside, its destination uncertain. Without hesitation, she pressed onward. This path ascended the mountain, obscuring her view, making it impossible to discern whether any structures lay above. A glance downward revealed only barren wilderness devoid of human presence, while the sun began its descent toward the treetops of the western hills. Time was fleeting for Xiao Muyu. The sun's retreat cast elongated shadows, creeping ominously closer behind her. Given this, descending further appeared perilous, compelling her to quicken her pace. The urgency of her journey engendered a heightened sense of anxiety, particularly as daylight became the very essence she was racing against. Merely keeping her eyes open, she could feel an acute sense of urgency, akin to a sword poised above her head, the inner turmoil palpable. No matter how composed Xiao Muyu attempted to remain, she was unwilling to confront failure within this so-called supernatural quest. Human calmness is rooted in 2 facets, indifference and self-assurance. At this juncture, after 27 years of existence, Xiao Muyu found herself stripped of both qualities, her composure shattered. Anxiety gripped her heartbeat quickened, her thoughts consumed by the need to move forward. A gust of wind swept through, causing the foliage behind her to sway violently, creating a loud rustling sound. Chapter 3. The Human Skin Manor, Part 2. Gazing at the disturbed underbrush, Xiao Muyu held her breath, for the unknown is invariably the most terrifying. Within this supernatural realm, she remained oblivious to its true implications. What is the game? What are the rules? How does one conclude it? After an interminable wait, the trembling branches fell silent, and no fearsome creature emerged, as if a mere harmless animal had passed by. Yet, Xiao Muyu noted that throughout her journey, despite traversing numerous wooded areas, there had been not a single chirp from a bird. Observing the stillness, she finally exhaled the breath she had been holding and turned to continue her journey. But in that fleeting moment of turning, calamity struck. With a whoosh, a wooden stick swept through the air, and she had no time to react. Instinctively raising her hand and crouching low, a dull thud echoed as the stick struck her arm, the pain rendering it nearly numb. Before she could react, another blow swung towards her. Fortunately, Xiao Muyu was agile and rolled away just in time. Now she saw the situation clearly. There were two individuals approaching. Damn it. How did they react so quickly? She needed to act fast. One of them hissed a low curse, and they swiftly flanked her, blocking her escape route and lunging forward. Caught off guard by their agility, Xiao Muyu barely had time to respond before they brought her crashing to the ground, restraining her limbs. With her arms and legs immobilized, she caught sight of a round head looming close. With a fierce thrust, she slammed her forehead into the bridge of his nose, causing him to howl in pain and loosen his grip. Seizing the moment, Xiao Muyu swiftly withdrew her left leg, twisting her body with remarkable flexibility and delivering a sweeping kick to the other man's cheekbone. The impact contorted his face as he clutched his mouth, feeling as though his teeth had been loosened. This counterattack left both men dazed, yet they were resilient. Despite the agony, they gritted their teeth and continued their assault, their weapons descending mercilessly. No matter how fierce Xiao Muyu was, she was outnumbered, and given their strength, especially with the advantage of weapons, her situation was dire. When a sharp wooden stake pressed against her throat, she had no choice but to surrender, pinned to the ground by the two men. One was slender as a reed, while the other was short and stout, resembling a ball. Apparently reluctant to reveal their identities, they sported comically absurd masks, leaving only their eyes and mouths visible. "Who are you? What do you want?" Xiao Muyu inquired, her gaze unwavering despite her predicament. Unlike the usual panic and fear seen in others, her eyes remained clear and resolute. The two exchanged surprised glances at her demeanor. The stout man shifted his rotund body and spoke in a hushed voice. "Aren't you a newbie?" The mention of newbie piqued Xiao Muyu's interest. Were these two also players? The slender man shot his companion a glare, reprimanding him for his careless words, then turned his cold gaze back to her. "If you don't want to die here, you'd best cooperate," he warned, before yanking open her backpack and dumping its contents out. Inside were only clothes, a power bank, a data cable, a water bottle, a deck of playing cards, paper money, and paper-made dice. Upon seeing these items, the man recoiled as if burned, his voice quivering. "What kind of nonsense is this? Are you here to make offerings?" This woman was somewhat peculiar. How could she bring such things? The slender man slapped his companion, then tightened his grip on the sharpened stick, his voice taking on a menacing tone. "Get your talisman out now. Otherwise, I'll send you on your way and you won't need it anymore." The image of the novice talisman suddenly flashed in Xiao Muyu's mind. Did being unbound mean it could be taken? She had almost confirmed her suspicions. These individuals were indeed players. However, it was evident that they were aware of the protective talismans that new arrivals possessed, as indicated by the fat man's inadvertent slip of the tongue. They were not novices. This dungeon accommodated other players, and it seemed that players could engage in conflict amongst themselves. This was significant information. "What talisman?" Xiao Muyu inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. The gaunt man's demeanor clearly revealed his impatience. "Do not feign ignorance. You know precisely what I mean. Except for a select few unfortunate souls, nearly everyone possesses one. I advise you to hand it over obediently. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your clothing. You cannot possibly hide it within your abdomen. Such a beautiful girl like you, once undressed, I cannot guarantee I will not lose control and do something else." Xiao Muyu's expression shifted, her disdain for such threats and insults, which transcended mere gender, palpable. It was utterly revolting. The figure that had been observing from the tree let out a disdainful snort upon hearing his words, the playful smile at the corners of her lips morphing into a cold sneer. Just as Xiao Muyu, humiliated, prepared to acquiesce and retrieve the hidden talisman, a flicker of triumph appeared in the man's eyes. Just as he reached out to take it, a dagger suddenly sliced through the air from the left rear, piercing his hand and embedding itself into the ground. The intimidation was no less significant than their earlier ambush on Xiao Muyu. Who? The two men, their nerves taut, quickly turned to locate the source. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Muyu evaded the wooden spike that threatened her and swiftly retreated to stand. As she regained her footing, she witnessed a figure descend rapidly from the tree, grasping a nearby branch and swinging to land before them. Utilizing the momentum from the leap, she kicked both men to the ground, causing them to tumble clumsily several times. The newcomer, agile as a cat, rolled on the ground to dissipate the force of the landing and promptly stood up, nonchalantly retrieving the dagger, weighing it in her hand. She then turned to the two terrified men, a charming smile illuminating her face. "Gentlemen, it seems you do not know how to cherish a lady." As they scrambled to their feet, astonishment mingled with admiration in their eyes, and they exchanged a glance. It was evident that they regarded the unexpected woman with a degree of apprehension. Xiao Muyu regarded her savior with surprise. The woman stood at least 7 meters tall, with long legs and a slender waist, clad in black trousers and combat boots. The tightly cinched belt accentuated her delicate figure. She wore a fitted black tank top, and her chestnut curls were casually tied back, her skin radiant. This ensemble was sharp and stylish, yet her alluring curves and long, straight legs were undeniably captivating. However, the two men found no time to appreciate her beauty. They were loath to let their prize slip away. Gritting their teeth, they muttered, "We do not need to clash over a mere novice. You ought to understand that sometimes they can be a burden." I have taken a liking to this novice. Do you have any say in the matter? Moreover, if one has fallen to the point of relying on a novice's talisman for protection, who is truly the burden? This is quite the embarrassment. Xiao Muyu initially intended to compliment the beauty of her words. However, considering that the clumsy individual was none other than herself, she hesitated to extend such praise. Casting a glance at the woman, she noticed the weapons they bore, yet she afforded them no more than a fleeting look, her smile only growing more radiant. As the wooden stick swung toward her, she deftly evaded it, seemingly nonchalant as she executed a swift kick to the taller man's knee. With precision and ferocity, he let out a pained wail and collapsed to the ground. A hint of cruelty danced across her smile as she unhesitatingly seized his hair, yanking it back with force. The man cried out, and even Xiao Muyu felt a twinge of sympathy. The force of her pull contorted his gaunt face, and in a fluid motion, she flipped over him, delivering a beautifully executed spinning kick that struck the hefty man squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Just 2 moves, utterly decisive. Today, in a generous mood, she declared, "Now be off with you, lest you offend my eyes." She blinked playfully, her expression whimsical yet. To the two men, she appeared as a demon. They scrambled to their feet, terror etched upon their faces, abandoning all dignity as they scurried away. This scenario was simply toxic. Every woman encountered was more eccentric than the last, more challenging than a ghost, leaving no mercy in their wake. After dealing with the two men, the woman turned, tilting her head to appraise Xiao Muyu, a newfound sincerity glimmering in her eyes, or perhaps a hint of amusement. Unaccustomed to such scrutiny, Xiao Muyu averted her gaze slightly, murmuring, "Thank you for coming to my aid. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have transpired." At her words, the woman's smile brightened further. She stepped closer to Xiao Muyu, raising her hand toward her face. Reflexively, Xiao Muyu turned her head to avoid the gesture, but the woman's hand paused beside her cheek before continuing its ascent without a care. After brushing off the dust from her clothing with a casual grace, the woman leaned in and said, "You needn't thank me. I find you quite endearing and cannot bear to see you bullied. While they show no compassion, I am quite empathetic." Xiao Muyu was uncomfortable with the proximity of this stranger, especially with such frivolous words being exchanged. Her brows furrowed in a subtle display of restraint, her eyes reflecting skepticism towards the woman's words. Amused by her expression, the woman laughed, her charming demeanor radiating warmth. "Alas, you cannot linger here for long. The sun is setting. As I mentioned, I have taken quite a liking to you, and I hope to see you again. My name is Shen Qingqiu. Do not forget it. Farewell." With an oddly enigmatic expression, she cast a flirtatious glance back at Xiao Muyu before vanishing once more into the thicket, disappearing with an uncanny swiftness. Shen Qingqiu? Her name seemed incongruous with her character. Why had this woman introduced herself so inexplicably? Xiao Muyu felt an inexplicable sense of danger surrounding her. Glancing toward the west, she noted the sun nearing the horizon. Indeed, her time was limited. With her hand tucked into her pocket, preparing to set off, Xiao Muyu's expression froze, her fingers momentarily pausing before she swiftly began to search. Ultimately, after thoroughly exploring the pockets of her garments, she withdrew her hand with a cold demeanor. The protective talisman that had been there moments ago was now absent. As for its whereabouts, Xiao Muyu had a clear idea in her mind, though she found herself at a loss for words. Given Shen Qingqiu's prowess and the conversation she had with the man who had ambushed her, it was evident that Shen Qingqiu was no novice. She had no need for a mere talisman like hers. Moreover, from their brief encounter, Xiao Muyu discerned that Shen Qingqiu would likely dismiss a talisman capable of withstanding only a single attack. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that it had been taken intentionally. Only moments ago, she had indignantly criticized those two individuals for snatching talismans, yet now, they had surreptitiously stolen her own. At present, this scenario involved more than just herself. It suggested that there were multiple homes, and she pondered whether she would cross paths with Shen Qingqiu and those two men again. Despite her mind being filled with questions, Xiao Muyu had no choice but to momentarily cease her ruminations, for contemplation would only divert her attention. The loss of her talisman heightened her peril, signifying a loss of margin for error. If she could not find refuge, her fate would be precarious. The sun had begun to merge with the distant mountains, and the twilight glow bathed the clouds on the horizon in a golden hue. As time flowed on, the golden light transitioned into a deep orange, with dark branches resembling an oil painting, evoking a profound and enchanting atmosphere. However, the sunset, typically worthy of pause and admiration, now served as a harbinger of doom. Its allure only intensified the lurking danger. The sun softened completely, its orange orb graciously allowing mortals to gaze upon it, yet Xiao Muyu dared not linger her gaze. She had yet to spot any shelter, and the setting sun over the western mountains would not pause for anyone, swiftly sinking below the horizon. The sunlight receded like a tide, as if expelled by encroaching darkness, and dusk began to surge uncontrollably. Xiao Muyu almost immediately sensed a chilling presence approaching from behind. Within mere moments, the sky darkened astonishingly. The surrounding flora transitioned from a gentle sway to a frantic rustling, the sound encroaching from all directions, yet aside from the wind. Nothing was visible. The hairs on her arms stood on end, and a chill enveloped her. Xiao Muyu began to run and finally, at the summit of a mountain, she spotted a house emerging in front of the treetops at the foot of the hill. The dwelling lay to the west, encircled by the last remnants of twilight that cast a fleeting shadow around it, the light visibly retreating. From the mountaintop, she gauged the distance with her gaze. It was too far. Just then, a cry shattered the stillness, piercing the air with a chilling and jarring resonance, akin to a beast howling nearby, causing Xiao Muyu to stumble, nearly losing her footing. A wolf. Yet, as she hurriedly turned to investigate the source of the sound, the dim shadows revealed nothing. The wind intensified, striking her face with increasing force. The descent from the mountain was steep and rugged, compelling Xiao Muyu to focus intently on her feet. In her concentration, she failed to notice that not only was she fleeing, but a multitude of others were racing from every direction towards the same destination, as if something sinister was pursuing them. The primal howls echoed in the wind, fluctuating in proximity, yet growing increasingly deafening, overwhelming the atmosphere. She felt encircled by a pack of beasts, even though her peripheral vision revealed nothing. Suddenly, in the shadows behind her, 2 or 3 entities resembling colossal bats swooped through the dimness, their speed akin to lightning, rendering them indistinguishable. It was they who emitted the frantic cries, yearning to pounce yet hesitating in the presence of light. The prey was tantalizingly close, yet their inability to strike only intensified their frenzy, writhing together in a chaotic tangle. Xiao Muyu caught sight of them, casting a hurried glance backward. These ghastly creatures appeared thin, reminiscent of kites, yet possessed a supple and resilient texture, pale yellow and soft to the touch. As they lunged, they extended long, slender arms, their outlines oddly reminiscent of human form. They were alarmingly close. The gusts they stirred carried a nauseatingly sour odor, akin to something that had decayed and dried. With her keen sense of smell, she discerned a faint hint of musk amidst the overpowering stench, which only served to heighten the grotesqueness of the situation. She sensed their relentless pursuit drawing nearer. The cacophony of wind and howls intertwined, cascading down upon her, summoning every ounce of strength. She disregarded the risk of falling and hurtled down the mountainside, her muscles taut with exertion and anxiety, yet she could not relent. At last, she reached level ground and beheld others as unfortunate as herself. Sweat streamed down her face, droplets clinging to her lashes, blurring her vision. Yet, through the haze, she discerned figures gathered at the doorway, fervently shouting and waving their arms. Help! Help! She heard the anguished cries of her kind, laden with terror. To her left and slightly behind, a woman, face awash with fear, stumbled in a desperate sprint, yet she could not continue, reaching out with despair, seemingly hoping that those nearby, or perhaps those still several hundred meters away, could lend her a hand. In the blink of an eye, she was ensnared by that entity and enveloped entirely. Then, the upper half of the creature rose, emitting a laugh, human-like in its timbre. A shiver coursed through Xiao Muyu, and she shut her eyes, continuing to run. She remained oblivious to the woman's fate, but the chilling screams suggested grim prospects. In that moment, her mind was solely fixated on the encroaching house. She could already hear the shouts of the crowd at the entrance. Hurry! Faster! 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Her lungs felt as though they might burst, her throat parched and fiery, the metallic tang of blood erupting with her rapid breaths, her ears ringing. Someone dashed inside, collapsing instantly, dragged into safety, while others continued to fall. Just 10 meters from the house, the creature's tendrils suddenly ensnared Xiao Muyu's left arm. She seemed utterly drained of strength, collapsing heavily to the ground and rolling a few times due to the speed of her fall. Hee hee. Xiao Muyu once again heard its laughter, innocent and joyous. The sunlight had vanished from the entrance of the three-story building, and all those who had fled inside, gripped by fear, cowered within. They gazed at the fallen Xiao Muyu with expressions rich in complexity: fear, relief, regret, sympathy, and even indifference. Xiao Muyu herself was bewildered at how, in such a critical moment, she could discern so many emotions from a crowd. As if she had always had a penchant for observing the myriad expressions on faces confronting various predicaments, which she found particularly captivating and profound, something she herself lacked. She reached out, determined to make one last attempt, grasping at the tendril with all her might. The sensation was chillingly delicate, soft and oddly unsettling, sending a tremor through her heart. Furthermore, upon contact, a searing pain radiated through her palm, as if hooks were burrowing into her flesh, compelling her to release her grip. The entity entwined with it laughed even more joyfully, and as Xiao Muyu looked up, she saw the thing it was ensnared with begin to rise. Just as it prepared to lift its upper body, a familiar dagger struck decisively against the arm that ensnared it.
Ah!
It let out a scream. Then, a slender figure darted swiftly into Xiao Muyu's view, roughly seizing her clothing and dragging her away at a breakneck speed, before forcefully tossing her into the room. The heartbeat, now palpable, transformed into two, and Xiao Muyu felt her entire body go limp. Witnessing her prey escape, the ghastly entity let out an even more piercing cry. Xiao Muyu, devoid of strength, was fortunate that the few individuals at the door still possessed a semblance of humanity, catching her before she could crash to the ground like a discarded sack. This allowed her a moment to glance at the person who had saved her, though she already had an inkling of who it was. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise upon seeing Shen Qingqiu, as Shen Qingqiu slowed momentarily to throw her inside. The creatures behind them immediately closed in. In this moment of relative safety and proximity, the terrified onlookers finally beheld the true visage of the entity. The gruesome texture, along with the 5 twisted, skinless fingers that floated grotesquely from what could only be described as an arm, was laid bare before them. The thin layer bore several hollow cavities, distinctly resembling human features, with an enormous mouth that emitted excited shrieks, as if laughing at the prospect of another prey. Some of the more faint-hearted individuals trembled and collapsed to the ground, while a man who had narrowly escaped stammered incoherently, pointing at the creature. Skin, skin, human skin. As if responding to his words, a flailing piece of human skin unfurled its crumpled face, grinning at him. My goodness! The reaction was akin to a bomb detonating in the crowd, and even Xiao Muyu felt her heart constrict. No wonder it had such a peculiar texture. The entity in flight, in search of prey, was nothing but faces of human skin. At that moment, the expressions of those who had sought refuge shifted dramatically, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Human skin? How many skins must there be? Shen Qingqiu was utterly unfazed by the terrifying discovery. With a dagger as sharp as a blade of iron, she wielded it with precision, ensuring that no one could draw near. In a decisive moment, she charged forward. While everyone else recoiled from the door, fearing it might swallow them whole, Xiao Muyu stepped outside to extend her hand to Shen Qingqiu. A smirk played on Shen Qingqiu's lips as she firmly grasped Xiao Muyu's hand, using the momentum to leap into the room. However, Xiao Muyu's expression shifted dramatically. In that final heartbeat, a piece of human skin, unwilling to relent, clung to Shen Qingqiu as she entered the room, sending the occupants into a frenzy of terror and flight. She had brought the human skin inside. The grotesque visage wrapped itself around Shen Qingqiu from behind, pressing against her. Its 3 hollow eyes grotesquely contorting into a grin, only to twist in agony the moment they crossed the threshold. Within mere seconds, the human skin began to emit wisps of white smoke, as if the very air inside the room could sear it. The once arrogant entity writhed and leaped towards the door in an unhinged escape. The scene was bizarre beyond comprehension, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers, who had never witnessed such a macabre spectacle. Shen Qingqiu's face betrayed a flicker of surprise, quickly morphing into laughter. It was undeniably entertaining. Just as Xiao Muyu pinned it down, the face of the human skin suddenly twisted towards her, its surface rippling. Mouth agape to reveal a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, while its eyes and nostrils distorted grotesquely. At that moment, it faced Xiao Muyu, mere inches apart. The stench of decay and musk nearly made her retch. Yet, it could advance no further, for Shen Qingqiu struck like the wind, delivering a decisive kick that crushed its face beneath her foot. Then, with both hands and feet, she pinned it down mercilessly. The human skin screamed in agony, a sound that sent chills through the hearts of the onlookers. A group of men and women huddled together, transfixed by the sight of the 2 women trampling the horrifying entity, watching as it writhed and struggled until its cries faded into silence, leaving it motionless, exuding a noxious, white smoke. Xiao Muyu exhaled in relief and immediately withdrew her foot, her gaze falling upon the human skin. She noticed what appeared to be a line across it, yet the sight was utterly repulsive, prompting her to frown and step back, her foot trembling imperceptibly. Moments later, she turned her head, and the group recoiled in fear, seemingly more terrified of her and Shen Qingqiu than of the human skin itself. Shen Qingqiu paid them no mind, retrieving her dagger to inspect it before finding a scrap of cloth to wipe it clean. Outside, the human skin, unwilling to retreat, howled in frustration around the house. The group, having narrowly escaped, found their legs quaking from the haunting cries. The two women before them exuded an aura of terror that rendered them speechless, leaving an eerie silence hanging in the air. Shen Qingqiu appeared fatigued, choosing to sit idly on a bench, lazily observing Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu, having endured a harrowing battle for survival, now found herself utterly exhausted. She glanced at Shen Qingqiu and, dragging her heavy legs, approached her to murmur a heartfelt thank you. The sincerity of her gratitude was palpable, yet her eyes betrayed a lack of true conviction. Shen Qingqiu, well aware of the underlying reason, responded with a smile, "No need for thanks, as I mentioned. I hope we shall meet again." Their conversation unfolded in a world oblivious to their surroundings, signifying their humanity amidst the tension. Aside from two men who shifted uncomfortably, the others scrutinized them intently. Among them, a young girl with a neat ponytail whispered, "Is it dead?" Her inquiry shifted everyone's focus to the crumpled, wrinkled human skin that lay in a heap, clearly still haunted by the recent ordeal. Initially reluctant to speak, Xiao Muyu felt compelled as Shen Qingqiu remained steadfastly silent. With no alternative, she merely nodded. Some braver souls among the group cautiously approached, one man clad in a black leather jacket poking the skin with a stick. Unlike its previously vibrant and flexible form, the skin now appeared desiccated, as though it had withered away. Indeed, it was lifeless. "It's dead. Thankfully, those things dared not enter," the man, appearing to be in his 30s, remarked with an unusual calmness, a stark contrast to the pallor and panic etched on the faces of others. His words resonated deeply, causing many to lower their heads in despair. The girl who had first spoken also hung her head, lost in thought, as the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy once more. After a prolonged silence, the girl broke it again, asserting, "We can't just sit here waiting. It brought us here for a reason. This house seems substantial. Should we not search for clues or see if others are present?" A despondent bald man retorted, "If there were others here, do you think they would still be human?" The girl's expression faltered. But the man in the leather jacket interjected, "I believe the young lady has a point. When I rushed in, I noticed this house is quite tall, with 3 floors. While people are one matter, there may be other things here. Especially as night approaches, we might not have electricity. If not, we must find some means of illumination. For it would be both inconvenient and unsafe otherwise." This sentiment garnered unanimous agreement from the group, prompting the bald man to scoff, but remain silent. Xiao Muyu listened to their discussions, casting another glance at Shen Qingqiu, her mind swirling with confusion. There were countless uncertainties weighing on her. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she recognized that the immediate priority was to navigate through the present crisis. The intentions of Shen Qingqiu and the bizarre visions preceding the incident could wait until they were safe. As the group began to form into pairs for the search, no one dared to approach the two women. Hesitantly, the man in the leather jacket asked, "Would you two like to join us?" Shen Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, clearly resolved to accompany Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu was on the verge of acquiescence, standing near the entrance alongside Shen Qingqiu, with the staircase to her left. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her left shoulder, as if someone had placed a hand upon her. However, everyone was positioned in front of her, and Shen Qingqiu stood to her right. Who, then, did this hand belong to? She slowly turned her gaze to the left, discovering a gnarled, branch-like hand resting on her shoulder, its shriveled skin resembling that which envelopes skeletal remains. Xiao Muyu's complexion shifted slightly, while Shen Qingqiu's previously languid demeanor abruptly transformed into one of vigilance, her narrowed eyes scrutinizing the space behind Xiao Muyu. The face before them bore skin that hung loosely, akin to parched tree bark, with murky eyes whose pupils were diminutive and surrounded by an abundance of sclera, rendering it exceedingly unsettling. This sudden, silent apparition caused the already terrified group to nearly break down in tears, with a young couple almost collapsing into each other's arms in despair. "What is all this commotion?" The sunken mouth of the face articulated, emitting a low, gravelly voice. At that moment, Shen Qingqiu seized Xiao Muyu, who, startled, lost her balance and fell into Shen Qingqiu's embrace. Rising swiftly, she glanced at the woman's enigmatic expression, her brow furrowed as she fixated on the old crone, uncertain whether she was human or a specter. None of the assembled crowd had noticed the presence of another in the room. They were oblivious to how she had materialized behind Xiao Muyu. In such a desolate, eerie place, the likelihood of this elderly woman being a ghost was alarmingly high. Disturbing my tranquility, how tiresome you all are. Who are you? And what permits you to intrude upon my abode? She inquired, her beady eyes gliding over the face of the woman who had cried out the loudest, causing the middle-aged woman to instinctively retract her neck. Her gaze then settled on Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu, closest to her. I am addressing you, she insisted. Xiao Muyu forced a smile, her natural reticence having been tested repeatedly. Forgive us, dear matron. We were pursued by a horde of entities and had nowhere else to seek refuge but within your home. As soon as she uttered her explanation, Xiao Muyu noted a tremor in the old woman's body at the mention of the entities. And the terror that had once inspired fear on others' faces now appeared to be laced with genuine fright. Have you seen those people? The group of players quickly concluded that this elderly woman was indeed human and likely the first NPC they had encountered in this enigmatic game world. Before anyone else could respond, the old woman, having spotted the discarded human skin on the ground, trembled as she approached it with unsteady, shuffling steps, yet moved with surprising swiftness. She crouched down to inspect the skin closely, her eyes igniting with a fervor akin to a candle's flame suddenly flaring in the wind, inducing a palpable fear that rendered the onlookers mute. Xiao Muyu, observing the strange old woman, spoke softly. It was I. Simultaneously, she glanced at Shen Qingqiu, who shrugged nonchalantly. Thus, Xiao Muyu added, and this young lady as well. In the midst of the crowd, several murmurs arose, as the man in the jacket and the earlier girl displayed a sense of urgency. In the face of uncertainty regarding friend or foe, it was indeed unwise to make such a hasty admission. As expected, the elderly woman fixated her gaze upon the two, her expression peculiar. Observing this, Xiao Muyu discreetly glanced at Shen Qingqiu, who remained composed. However, in the next moment, the elderly woman trembled and knelt before them, crying out in despair, her tears flowing freely as she implored, after all these years, finally, there are individuals who can contend with those creatures. I beseech you, dear ladies, show mercy and extend your hand to aid this old woman. Life has become unbearably difficult. Simultaneously, a line of text materialized before the onlookers. Storyline initiated. Main quest, the elderly woman in the mountains. Task 1. Understand the elderly woman's plight and assist her in overcoming her difficulties. Task 2. Survive for 72 hours. Difficulty level, a time limit, 72 hours. But that was not the end of it. Following this, a long-absent voice announcement suddenly echoed. Congratulations, players Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu, for achieving the first kill in the side quest Human Skin Villa. Reward points, 10. Shen Qingqiu appeared somewhat taken aback. She glanced at Xiao Muyu, her expression revealing a hint of intrigue. Subsequently, a panel appeared before her, displaying a section dedicated to points, which altered her demeanor subtly. The crowd exchanged perplexed glances, questioning the sudden shift in events. However, the announcement continued without affording them time to ponder. At this juncture, how can one still resort to such antiquated references? Is this an English listening exercise? Surely it wouldn't be broadcasting in English? Suddenly, a feeble voice emerged from the crowd, causing a collective shiver of apprehension. In the year 2060, amidst the height of technological advancement, language barriers were virtually non-existent, and portable translation devices were highly refined. Few among them could claim proficiency in English, especially since they were mostly mediocre students. Hello, everyone. Curse your ill-fated tongue. This is indeed English. What madness is this? I refuse to play any longer. Upon hearing the opening, a chill swept through the crowd, with some on the verge of despair. Silence. Pay attention to the questions. Shen Qingqiu, who had thus far remained silent, coldly reprimanded, her gaze as frigid as ice. Successfully silencing them. The game will last 72 hours, and the storyline quests have commenced. The emotionless voice delivered a series of heavily mechanical English phrases, then stuttered like a scratched record before resuming in Chinese. During the completion of tasks, you may randomly trigger storylines and achieve milestones or score points. The system will allocate points based on your contributions. Those who finish with 60 points or more will succeed. Those with fewer than 60 points, or who perish during the tasks, will be deemed failures. The outcome of this round's failure, to become a part of the human skins outside. Xiao Muyu distinctly heard a collective sigh of relief from a group of people. This system is truly malevolent. It seems reminiscent of a certain individual. She cast a glance at Shen Qingqiu, who, curiously, remained remarkably composed, as if she found nothing amiss. The countdown read, 71, 59, 59. Chapter 6, The Human Skin Manor, Part 5. It is imperative to note that the scoring points and subplot development require players to explore independently. Although this is a supernatural side quest, everything adheres to logic. A sharp mind is an invaluable asset, applicable in any context. As the countdown neared its conclusion, the emotionless machine-like system audaciously unleashed a wave of mockery. The moment the sound ceased, the scoreboards materialized before everyone. There were a total of 12 individuals present. Among them, for bore a score of 0, the man in the jacket had 1 point displayed on his panel, while the girl who initially posed a question had 2 points. And, astonishingly, for others had secured 5 points. Xiao Muyu glanced at Shen Qingqiu, who also had 5 points. She was taken aback. They had just achieved a milestone together, which should have awarded them 10 points. As soon as the scores were revealed, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Among the young couple, the bespectacled boy, Xiao Sun, spoke in panic. Both of them had been docked 5 points. It was utterly intolerable to have points deducted before the game even commenced. Xiao Muyu surveyed the individuals who had lost points, as well as Shen Qingqiu. It was evident that those with negative scores had suffered injuries, much like herself, evidently rushing in at the last moment. As for Shen Qingqiu, she fixed her gaze upon the other's face, then scanned her thoroughly, perhaps grasping the reason behind this. Your protective talismans have been used up, she remarked nonchalantly, returning her attention to the elderly lady at her feet. Following the activation of the plot, the NPC elder remained in a kneeling position. Tears clinging to her face yet unfallen, the system must have just paused her. Xiao Muyu's words served as a reminder to the crowd. At that moment, 2 men, one tall and the other short, exchanged anxious glances and inched closer together. But why do they have points? Others turned their attention to the girl with the ponytail and the man in the jacket. The system had already stated that scoring points required personal exploration. Thus the reasons for point deductions and additions were indeed urgent matters for everyone to clarify. Brother, and you, young lady, have you performed any special actions? Is there an explanation for your points? The crowd began to chatter animatedly. The man in the jacket and the girl appeared somewhat perplexed, yet they did not withhold, carefully recounting their words and actions. As they immersed themselves in discussion, Shen Qingqiu leaned closer to Xiao Muyu and whispered, "You seem rather uninterested? Have you figured everything out?" Xiao Muyu cast a sidelong glance at her. "I am listening. I cannot ascertain the reasons for their scores, but I am very much aware of why you only have 5 points. If it were not for you, I would not dare to draw that conclusion." She had also sustained injuries, ensnared by human skin. Had Shen Qingqiu not taken her protective talisman, it would have surely activated at that moment. As Shen Qingqiu, like those pursued by others, lost 5 points, it became evident that the experiences of the players at the game's inception were largely consistent. The limited opportunities for scoring or deducting points underscored the significance of this coincidence. It appeared that her talisman had indeed served its purpose. Shen Qingqiu, contemplative, remarked, "Does this mean I have assisted you? Otherwise, those 5 points would undoubtedly have been deducted from your score. Moreover, I ultimately saved you, which should settle the debt for taking your talisman, don't you think?" Xiao Muyu pressed her lips together. While the logic was sound, the inexplicable turmoil caused by Shen Qingqiu made it difficult to maintain her composure.
"Do you dislike me?"
Shen Qingqiu, self-aware, inquired. Xiao Muyu, maintaining a neutral expression, replied, "No, thank you for saving me." Regardless of the circumstances, Shen Qingqiu's willingness to risk herself for her was indeed astonishing. "That's good to hear, Xiao Muyu, isn't it? I knew you wouldn't harbor any ill feelings towards me. After all, our names complement each other quite nicely. Amidst the gentle evening rain, a refreshing autumn breeze, how poetic." It seems this woman is not only capable but also cultured. Observing her expression, Shen Qingqiu secretly smiled, grateful for the presence of someone amusing in this mundane world.
Meanwhile,
the others had nearly concluded their discussions. The consensus was that the girl named Cui Xiaoxian had been the first to suggest searching the house for others, with the jacket-clad Lu Wei being the first to agree, earning a point. Though it was somewhat absurd, it was the most reasonable course of action. The bald man, known as Baozi, showed signs of regret upon hearing this. Following some exchanges, the group introduced themselves. Among the 12 individuals, including Xiao Muyu and her friends, there were 5 women and 7 men. Familiar faces emerged, such as the young couple and the 2 men, one tall and one short, who had remained silent thus far. As they were to spend the next 3 days together, mutual understanding was essential. Although Xiao Muyu had not engaged in the conversation, she had been keenly observing them from the sidelines. Despite the 2 men having obscured their faces, their physical disparities were too pronounced for Xiao Muyu to overlook upon entering, though she chose to feign ignorance. "Did you notice anything?" Shen Qingqiu remained somewhat detached from the group. Nonetheless, she could sense Xiao Muyu's thoughts and actions with remarkable clarity. Shaking her head, Xiao Muyu addressed the group. Time is of the essence. Let us continue with the storyline. Although the two had not participated in the dialogue, they were aware of the names of the others due to system announcements. At that moment, Lu Wei had taken on the role of leader within the group. Yet he recognized that both Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu were somewhat out of sync with the others. Nevertheless, he acknowledged their uniqueness and asked, "Might I inquire which of you is Shen Qingqiu, and which is Xiao Muyu?" As the countdown on the panel approached its conclusion, Xiao Muyu pressed continue, prompting the previously paused elderly woman to finally stir. She extended her hand to assist the elderly man, expressing their eagerness to help, yet uncertain about the circumstances. "Could you enlighten us about what transpired here? Where did those human skins come from?" The crowd nodded in unison, their eyes fixed intently on the old woman. Upon mentioning the matter, the elderly lady appeared utterly terrified, trembling as she said, "This tale is rather lengthy. Please, follow me to the second floor, where we may converse in comfort." The house was remarkably dilapidated. The first floor hall was cluttered with debris, furniture askew. As the group ascended to the second floor, they had to navigate around fallen pottery and scattered items. Xiao Muyu followed behind, climbing the creaking wooden staircase that groaned underfoot, instilling a sense of caution. Observing her surroundings, she lightly brushed her hand against the railing, only to find it dusty. They finally reached the second floor, which was a stark contrast to the first. Though still somewhat aged, it was relatively clean and orderly, with decent furnishings indicating that the elderly woman resided there regularly. This three-story residence was quite spacious, featuring a broad hall adorned with a large table at its center, illuminated by a dim chandelier that flickered ominously, likely due to outdated wiring. Shen Qingqiu lagged at the rear, choosing not to engage with anyone, yet aware that to survive, one must not be foolish or careless. Before she could fully survey the surroundings, the elderly woman had already ushered everyone to take their seats. Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu observed that there were 12 chairs arranged around the table, with the elderly woman seated in the center, leaving only one vacant seat. While both Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu remained standing, the elderly lady seemed to notice this discrepancy, her murky gaze sweeping across the faces of the guests before breaking into a smile that struck Xiao Muyu as peculiar, particularly when directed at her. Then, in a hoarse voice, she remarked, "It appears we are one chair short. The number of guests exceeds my expectations. You too shall have to make do." Her tone carried an unsettling undertone. Shen Qingqiu glanced at the empty seat, which was the fifth from the left, then surveyed the surrounding decor. The walls were adorned with numerous paintings, the most captivating being a depiction of a gentle, smiling woman, Leonardo da Vinci's renowned masterpiece, the Mona Lisa. She counted a total of 11 paintings. "We appreciate your hospitality. We shall remain standing to listen," Xiao Muyu interjected. "Please, Miss Xiao, do come and sit." "I am fine standing," Lu Wei offered, rising to make room for the two ladies. Xiao Muyu was reluctant to waste time on such formalities and was about to intervene when the elderly woman interjected. "You two slender young ladies can squeeze into that larger chair. It would be best to sit comfortably while I share my tale." She gestured toward the chair beside her, which had been occupied by a visibly anxious middle-aged woman, Yu Qiaolian. The woman seemed intimidated by the elderly lady, and upon being scrutinized, she stammered and quickly vacated her seat, leaving Xiao Muyu no opportunity to protest. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu's face lost its languid expression as she lifted her foot and proceeded towards the old woman, who had evidently resolved not to speak until everyone was seated. With a gentle tug on Xiao Muyu's sleeve, she whispered something as she passed by. Xiao Muyu, still bearing the scars inflicted by that person, went slightly from the pole. Yet it jolted her into awareness. Although she was reluctant to sit beside Shen Qingqiu, she recognized the old woman's determination and curled her body away, attempting to distance herself as much as possible. Meanwhile, the old woman had begun recounting her tale. According to her, she had married into this place over 50 years ago, and the house belonged to her husband's family. After her marriage, she bore a daughter, and life was relatively stable. At that time, the village was home to many families, all sharing the same surname. However, everything changed one fateful night 18 years ago when a family of 5 was brutally slain, meeting a tragic end. As she spoke, her voice fell to a whisper, her features contorted, as if recalling a horrific memory. The room fell silent, everyone holding their breath. And she continued in a chilling tone. "Those 5 individuals were flayed, their skins hung gruesomely at the entrance, dripping blood, a sight that was truly horrifying." Her wide, terrified eyes fixated on the eaves outside the second-floor window, as if those very skins still dangled there. Since ascending to the second floor, Shen Qingqiu's expression had not softened. Her brow furrowed slightly as she stared intently at the old woman. Flayed? How grotesquely depraved. Perhaps feeling a semblance of safety, the group gradually regained their courage. and a young boy named Su ran, around 16 or 17, could not contain himself and interjected. The old woman shot a glance at the boy and, trembling, replied, "Who could argue otherwise? This atrocity has instilled fear in our hearts, yet the villagers, for reasons unknown, dared not pursue the investigation and simply buried that family in silence." However, on the 7th night after their burial, those returning late witnessed the 5 skins breaking free from their graves, transforming into the entities that now roam outside. A collective shiver ran through the crowd, and Lu Wei, his expression grave, queried, "Shouldn't there only be 5 skins?" The old woman lifted her drooping eyelids. "Haven't you noticed that there is no one left in this village?" Chapter 7. The Skinning Manor, Part 6. The old woman raised her eyelids once more. "Haven't you realized there is no one here?" After saying this, her gaze became fixed and vacant as she stared outside. The occupants of the room could not help but follow her gaze to the window, where the night had grown dense and indistinct. Only shadows of black trees swaying in the breeze could be discerned, occasionally interrupted by a piercing scream that sent chills down their spines. "Then why are you the only one left?" Shen Qingqiu suddenly spoke, her enchanting eyes now deep and calm, unwaveringly fixed on the old woman. Not just her, but the others also regarded her with the same curiosity. The old woman looked back at them, her murky eyes reflecting confusion, and tears began to well again. "Our village is cursed. We have committed too many sins. They were all killed by human skins, becoming one of them, oblivious to everything, leaving only me to bear these sins. Trapped here in a state of neither living nor dead, forever unable to escape." Unable to escape? Are you saying you are trapped here? How do you survive? Because of the scoring mechanism, no one wishes to miss the opportunity to uncover crucial information. Whenever a problem arises, they immediately inquire. "That murderer cursed our village. It is our fault. We bullied her. That family are not human. They did not regard her as one. We are all murderers, and we deserve this." She was a bit agitated, shaking her head as she repeatedly uttered "deserve it," her eyes filled with hatred when mentioning that family. The crowd exchanged glances. The old woman's words seemed irrational, yet they could not formulate further questions. The so-called person who cursed the village was not elaborated upon by the grandmother, as if the pain was too profound for her to revisit. It appeared she was intentionally concealing many matters, which left them in a difficult position. "So, we can only go out during the day? We are not from here. Can we leave?" murmured the bald leopard, and those nearby. After speaking, she earnestly looked at Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. "You two ladies possess the ability to slay that thing. You must help me escape this hellish existence." The grandmother seemed unfazed by their silence, rising to say, "You must be hungry. I will prepare some food for you. You can stay here tonight. The 2nd and 3rd floors have a total of 8 rooms. You may choose as you please. However, do not enter the locked rooms, for even if you hide inside, it will not save you." Her last few words were grave and low, her gaze chilling, somewhat frightening. As they watched the old woman descend the stairs, the group began to discuss animatedly. According to what this old woman said, "Our task is to understand what she has endured and then help her resolve this curse to complete the quest, correct?" "Yes, it should be so," Lu Wei replied solemnly, nodding. "But we have understood her story. Why hasn't the score changed?"
Quick Xiao asked in confusion.
As soon as she spoke, everyone paused, and the score updated. It now displayed, discovered key NPC and listened to her account, 5 points. This score seemed rather too easy, yet simultaneously insufficient. With only 72 hours remaining, if they rested at night, they would have a maximum of just over 60 hours left. When would they accumulate 60 points? Thinking of the 10 points that Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu had, they were all envious, regretting not having eliminated a few human skins earlier, uncertain if killing human skins would yield points later on. With the old woman absent, no one wished to wait idly. They deliberated sending one person to keep watch over her, lest she tamper with the food, while the others searched the rooms. However, many had reservations after all. This was the only NPC in the quest, and the sole safe haven. It was unlikely there were no other clues. Yet, some scoring opportunities were collective, while others, judging by the points earned by Xiao Muyu, Shen Qingqiu, and initially Lu Wei and Cui Xiaoxian, likely favored those who discovered them first. And they feared being outpaced by others. Thus, those few who received 0 or negative scores predominantly focused their attention on Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu discerned their intentions, as they had already secured points. To them, the loss of opportunity seemed inconsequential. Just as Xiao Muyu was about to speak, the usually reticent Shen Qingqiu unexpectedly spoke up. "I will go." Xiao Muyu cast her a sidelong glance, but Shen Qingqiu displayed no extraneous emotion, uttering those 2 words before proceeding directly downstairs. The others exhaled in relief and hastened to attend to their own affairs. Xiao Muyu's expression turned contemplative, indicating that there were no leads to be found here. On one side of the hall was the Shitu Lanya restaurant, the very place where the table was set. It was positioned near the staircase, while the opposite side featured a small parlor. Those searching found a sewing machine there, surrounded by a multitude of fabrics and several partially completed garments, suggesting that the elderly woman often used this space for her sewing. The fabrics and clothing had indeed been rummaged through, confirming their identity as garments. Xiao Muyu approached the antiquated sewing machine, reaching out to touch the fabric nearby, which appeared to be coarse linen, rough in texture and unremarkable. Just as she was about to depart, a faint fragrance wafted to her nostrils, elusive and seemingly non-existent upon closer inspection. She inhaled again, finding it somewhat familiar yet indistinct and difficult to identify. She chose not to dwell on it further. After searching, they discovered 4 rooms on the second floor, one of which was locked. The signs indicated it was the elderly woman's bedroom. The other 3 rooms, astonishingly, were made up with beds, clearly prepared for guests to rest. Having searched all areas except for the elderly woman's room, they found nothing of substance. The layout of the 3rd floor was similar to that of the 2nd, also featuring a locked room, while the remaining 3 were bedrooms. Nothing particularly noteworthy was found elsewhere, but the 2 locked rooms piqued curiosity. If they were secured, it was likely that something of significant importance lay inside. Should we pry it open to take a look? Leopard inquired, somewhat agitated. However, the old woman had warned against entering locked rooms, cautioning that the girl with the bun among the couples had red eyes. Speaking in a voice so faint it was barely audible, clearly gripped by fear. The boy who had been holding her hand spoke cautiously. Xiao Tian is right. If what that old woman said is true, we would be courting disaster. Cui Xiaoxian glanced at Lu Wei and then appraised Xiao Muyu, having formed an assessment of those around her and eager to hear their opinions. Unfortunately, Xiao Muyu remained silent. Lu Wei, opting for caution, suggested, "It may be best not to take risks. This is only the first night, and we should not act impulsively." After speaking, he looked at those nearby and earnestly advised, "If we wish to survive and leave this place, we must cooperate with one another. Though it may be difficult to trust each other immediately, I hope we can refrain from acting independently and share any vital information we obtain, as strength lies in numbers. Accumulating 60 points is crucial, but surviving is paramount." Brother Liu is correct, Cui Xiaoxian concurred, and others echoed their agreement. After all, they had all been thrust unexpectedly into this world, and relying solely on oneself could very well lead to remaining trapped here. To bridge the gap between them, Lu Wei was the first to share the reason for his presence here, a sentiment that resonated with everyone, thereby opening the floodgates of conversation. Even the 2 silent men began to speak. The shorter one was named Chen Dong, while the taller was Chen Shi. Indeed, they were brothers. It was said that their vehicle had fallen into a river, leading them to discover their shared experience of arriving here after a car accident. "Miss Xiao, did you and Miss Shen also come here due to an accident?" Cui Xiaoxian inquired. Upon entering, Shen Qingqiu had rescued Xiao Muyu, which led everyone to assume they were old acquaintances, hence the question. Xiao Muyu hesitated for a moment before nodding, indicating that it was likely the case for all. At that moment, a voice echoed from the stairway, prompting Xiao Muyu to rise and welcome the newcomer. Shen Qingqiu appeared, carrying a large pot of soup that looked quite heavy, and Xiao Muyu quickly extended her hand to assist. However, Lu Wei darted forward, followed by Su Ran, who promptly remarked, "Let us men handle the heavy lifting." Xiao Muyu refrained from insisting, instead assisting the elderly woman by taking the items she was carrying and kindly saying, "Please take your time." The elderly woman glanced at her, and her slightly withered lips curled into a smile. "Thank you." Xiao Muyu said little as the group, preoccupied with their earlier search, finally realized they were waiting for the elderly woman to prepare their dinner and hurried to help bring the items over. The meal prepared by the elderly woman was quite meager, consisting solely of soup and a dark loaf of bread, which emitted an uninviting aroma. The bread was dense and hard, and the soup was unrecognizable, containing only a few floating vegetable leaves. Faced with such sparse fare, each person felt a sense of unease. Xiao Muyu was not particularly fussy. Her main concern was whether the food was even edible. She glanced at Shen Qingqiu, who, without needing to say a word, was met with the expectant gazes of the others. Yet, it was the elderly woman who seemed to perceive their apprehensions, her parched lips moving as she stated, "The food may be simple, but one must eat to survive, haha." Yet again, that smile and those words laced with an unusual undertone were quite vexing. Xiao Muyu recalled the initial reminder from the system to pay heed to every word and phrase, causing her to interpret even the most mundane statements as veiled threats. Just as she was about to begin eating, Shen Qingqiu calmly lifted her bowl and took a sip. With her leading the way, Lu Wei, Cui Xiaoxian, and the Chen brothers cautiously followed suit. However, upon tasting the soup, several nearly retched. It was truly dreadful, lacking any salt or sweetness. It bore a taste reminiscent of dishwater, making it exceedingly difficult to swallow. In contrast, Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu remained unfazed, leading the others to question whether they were consuming something different, given that all had drawn from the same pot. Chapter 8. The Human Skin Manor, Part 7. The unpalatable soup and the dry, hard bread made for a torturous meal, especially for those accustomed to a more refined palate. The young woman among the couple could no longer endure it, adamantly refusing to continue eating. The elderly woman appeared frail and aged, yet her pace at the dining table was surprisingly brisk. Unconcerned with whether others had finished their meals, she rose and declared, "I have eaten my fill. Being of advanced age, I can no longer endure, and I must retire for the evening. You all take your time. Only a full stomach will grant you a restful sleep." With that, she unsteadily made her way toward her room, which was locked on the second floor. It was peculiar for a solitary elder to keep her door locked at all times. Such an act seemed both impractical and unnecessary. After half an hour at the table, some had yet to finish their meals. A girl named Xiao Tian expressed her displeasure to her boyfriend. "This is utterly unpalatable. I cannot swallow it. I'll only eat a little and the rest I refuse." Her boyfriend, ever considerate, agreed. "All right, if you don't like it, we want to eat." Not just them, but another bespectacled gentleman, old Liao, along with Su Rand and a few others, had also left food uneaten. Lu Wei suggested they heed the elderly woman's advice to finish their meals, yet apart from Su Ran, who managed to choke down the last morsels, the other 5 seemed unconvinced. Ultimately, out of 13 dishes, 5 remained with leftovers. Xiao Muyu glanced at the 2 plates with the most food left uneaten, clearly indicating some had little desire to partake. "We are 12 individuals, occupying 6 rooms, likely 2 per room. Let us organize our accommodations. We shall certainly share a room. We just visited the first room on the left side of the second floor, and we will reside there," she stated. Xiao Tian, anxious about being separated, quickly interjected. With 5 women and 7 men, this arrangement seemed optimal. "Chun Shi and Chen Dong, you brothers will share a room. Su Rand and I will share one. Little Cui, you can share with Sister Yu, and Baozi with old Liao. Does that work?" Xiao Muyu furrowed her brow. It was peculiar that her arrangement with Shen Qingqiu was never mentioned, as if it were assumed she desired to share a room with her. Ultimately, no objections were raised, and everyone selected their rooms. As if predetermined, the room adjacent to the elderly woman's was allocated to Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu. The layout of the rooms was L-shaped. To the right was the elderly woman's room, to the left was Cui Xiaoshuan's, and directly facing the corridor was a young couple. "Miss Shen, Miss Xiao. Should anything arise tonight, feel free to call us. It is wise for everyone to keep an eye out for one another," Cui Xiaoxian remarked, demonstrating her cleverness and emotional intelligence. Xiao Muyu exchanged a glance with Yu Qiaolian and nodded. As she entered the room, she added, "Rest well tonight, but do not sleep too soundly." This statement drew a slight smile from Cui Xiaoxian. "Indeed, the same to you. Good night." Upon closing the door, the sounds from the adjoining room became faint yet discernible, revealing that the soundproofing in this place was surprisingly effective. To their astonishment, there was even a lamp in the room, a rarity indeed. Shen Qingqiu surveyed the dimly lit bedside lamp and shook her head. Xiao Muyu remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the solitary bed within the room. At that moment, Shen Qingqiu shed her usual aloof demeanor, leaning against the cabinet with her chin raised slightly. "Stop staring. There is but one bed. Miss Xiao, I trust you have no particular reservations? It appears you will have to endure sharing a bed with me tonight." Xiao Muyu cast a fleeting glance at her. Being women, there was no sense of grievance, merely an unease about sharing a bed with another. Shen Qingqiu subtly raised the corners of her lips and, feigning casualness, inquired, "Did you have any revelations when you unexpectedly reminded that young girl just now?" Xiao Muyu, without meeting her gaze, continued to tidy the bedding, responding indifferently, "It was merely a passing remark. We are all searching together, and any discoveries should be common knowledge." Shen Qingqiu stood by the window, gazing outside, shaking her head as she replied, "That may not necessarily be the case. A group of bewildered strangers, thrust together in a perilous game scenario, would hardly be foolish enough to reveal their secrets without reservation. Moreover, I sense you are different from them. Perhaps you could uncover something extraordinary, like someone exhibiting peculiar behavior." Xiao Muyu merely lifted her gaze to her, retorting, "Since you have already discerned this, is there a need to ask me? After all, you are not a novice like Chen Dong and Chen Shi, are you?" Shen Qingqiu scrutinized the individual before her, whose attire was still stained with blood and whose disheveled ponytail revealed a certain disarray, lending her an air of vulnerability. Xiao Muyu possessed striking and delicate features. Her small, refined nose stood proudly. Her lips were pale against her fair skin, exuding a tranquil yet compelling aura. However, her black eyes betrayed a hint of coldness, and more often than not, her expression remained inscrutable, reminiscent of the frost that blankets a winter morning, dazzling in the sunlight yet unmistakably frigid to the touch. Indeed, novices often succumb to panic and chaos upon entering a scenario, and without guidance, they might not survive even the first day. Consequently, it is common for those with prior experience to be included, as some familiarity is invariably advantageous. It seems this batch of novices is rather unfortunate, Xiao Muyu remarked bluntly, acknowledging Shen Qingqiu's assistance, yet not forgetting her actions. Shen Qingqiu could not help but chuckle. It appears you hold a grudge. However, you are correct, especially considering the numerous times you've been deceived. She frowned slightly, adding, to be honest, this is the first time I've encountered such an ill-fated novice scenario. Chun Shi and Chen Dong were not well-intentioned, failing to provide any hints during the initial discussions, while she, in her own manner, was disinclined to offer them assistance, perhaps even contemplating a mischievous prank. Xiao Muyu silently rolled her eyes, relieved that Shen Qingqiu possessed some self-awareness. I understand you are unsettled, and to express my sincerity, I am more than willing to share what I have observed. Among this group, certain individuals are behaving strangely, while novices are prone to impulsiveness and excessive fear. Having narrowly escaped the initial calamity, they should understand that scoring points is essential for survival, leaving no reason for silence. Oh, you mean Chen Dong and Chen Shi?
Xiao Muyu feigned ignorance.
They are wary of us, and since this is not their first experience, their reticence is understandable. However, the newcomer's silence raises concerns. Shen Qingqiu chose to remain oblivious, continuing her analysis without revealing her awareness. Furthermore, have you noticed the paintings hanging around the hall? Shen Qingqiu was indeed speaking earnestly. For Xiao Muyu, participating for the first time, communication was essential. In this game of mystery and deduction, the right mindset is paramount. There are 11 paintings, several of which are the works of Leonardo da Vinci. When Xiao Muyu was studying, she became acquainted with various renowned artworks, among which are the Mona Lisa and Da Vinci's self-portrait. In fact, all 11 paintings are by Da Vinci. The Mona Lisa, the self-portrait, the Adoration of the Magi, Bacchus, the Lady with an Ermine, and the Last Supper. Shen Qingqiu recited the names of Da Vinci's 11 paintings in one breath, prompting an expression of astonishment from Xiao Muyu. As a globally acclaimed painter, most people can recognize a few of Da Vinci's masterpieces. However, in such a setting, to name all 11 works is quite a feat, especially since many of them share similar themes of the Virgin Mary. Shen Qingqiu truly is impressive. Observing her expression, Shen Qingqiu continued with a smile, do not misunderstand. I am not trying to show off to relish your surprise. Xiao Muyu was about to roll her eyes when the other leaned closer, whispering, after listing those 11 names. Do you find anything peculiar? Xiao Muyu paused, contemplating. There is no Last Supper, right? Shen Qingqiu regarded her with a glimmer of admiration, saying, I knew you were clever. Da Vinci has numerous renowned paintings, yet the most famous ones are well known to all. The omission of the Last Supper among so many works cannot be mere coincidence. Moreover, with 12 disciples and 12 chairs at the table, one chair is missing tonight, and thus we are short one painting. The one missing should have been positioned directly behind the dining table. As she spoke, Shen Qingqiu gestured, and an image of the layout of the Shitu Lanya restaurant flashed through Xiao Muyu's mind. Her heart raced as she murmured, if we were to capture the scene of us seated here, it would resemble Da Vinci's The Last Supper. Although she had previously sensed something amiss with the missing chair, she had not contemplated this angle until Shen Qingqiu pointed it out, leaving her feeling a chill run down her spine. Is this The Last Supper? She instinctively inquired. The smile on Shen Qingqiu's face faded and she replied, I do not know, but for some, it probably is. Her voice lowered, carrying an eerie undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. Noticing Xiao Muyu's silence, she leaned closer, asking, what about that locked room? Do you not feel intrigued? Xiao Muyu remained noncommittal. Outside the window, the dim yellow light from the street lamps illuminated the darkness below, though she could not recall when they had been switched on. In the shadows that the light did not reach, the haunting presence of the tormented souls lingered. To feel intrigued requires the assurance of safety. There was no need to take risks on the first night, at least not for her, and she presumed not for Shen Qingqiu either. Shen Qingqiu leaned in closer, the two nearly shoulder to shoulder at the window. She tilted her head, comfortably familiar. Her slightly gray-hued eyes reflected Xiao Muyu's shadow, playfully alluring. How can you be so certain? She asked. Xiao Muyu, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall yet still a few centimeters shorter than Shen Qingqiu, lifted her gaze with a less than pleased expression and replied. We do not have another chance to lose 5 points. After speaking, She headed straight to the small compartment of the bedroom, casually taking the clothes provided by the system inside. Shen Qingqiu genuinely smiled, her brows and eyes curving in delight. This woman was indeed rather petty, still mocking her for having stolen her lowly protective charm. With a soft click of her tongue, she felt a tinge of regret. It truly was a waste. Although the charm lasted only 24 hours and deducted 5 points for each attack it resisted, it could protect one from death just once. Such a splendid opportunity. And tonight was bound to be lively. She reached into her pocket, opened her hand to glance at its contents, then glanced at the compartment before tightening her fist and quietly opening the door to slip out. Chapter 9, The Human Skin Manor, Part 8. After Xiao Muyu changed her clothes, she noticed Shen Qingqiu already sprawled on the bed, leisurely assessing her as she emerged. Xiao Muyu said nothing and lifted the covers to lie down on the edge of the bed. Sharing a bed with a stranger was indeed rather awkward. She kept her distance, leaving more than enough space on the modestly sized bed for both slender figures. It seemed inconceivable that, despite being in such a place, she should feel a sense of stability. This sense of grounding was not derived from safety, but from an undeniable reality. A stark contrast to the surreal existence she had previously endured in her former world. Her thoughts were chaotic, and as she tossed and turned, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Xiao Muyu couldn't help but blink her eyes open, shaking her head in an attempt to ward off the encroaching fatigue. Her life in the real world often required late nights and overtime, leading her to develop a habit of sleeping late, although she was unaware of the exact time. She shouldn't be this tired. Unaware of the strangeness of her condition, she increasingly fought against her drowsiness. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, she vaguely sensed a faint noise at the door. It was as if something lightly brushed against the door of their room, followed by a creaking sound as the door opened. Though she and Shen Qingqiu shared a blanket in this weather, it certainly shouldn't be cold. However, following that sound, she felt a chill creeping closer from the doorway. In her hazy state, she sensed a presence standing beside her bed, yet she couldn't open her eyes. Was it merely an illusion? As the door swung open, a shadowy figure glided over to the foot of her bed, pausing briefly before moving directly toward Xiao Muyu's side. It then leaned over, resembling a piece of paper bending down, and its voice, sharp and thin, beckoned. "Open your eyes and look at me." The voice was childlike, laden with a beguiling allure that made Xiao Muyu yearn to open her eyes. She felt a corner of the blanket lifted, a coolness brushing against her shoulder, and the familiar scent wafted to her nostrils. She was overwhelmingly drowsy. Despite the voice urging her to awaken, she was unable to glimpse what this apparition was. The only awareness she possessed warned her against opening her eyes, making her surrender to the sleepiness. Thus, the originally enticing voice grew more urgent. "Open your eyes and see me. Open your eyes. I want you to open your eyes. Please do open them." With a piercing wail, it gripped the quilt belonging to Xiao Muyu, tugging at it insistently. Yet, regardless of its relentless efforts, the two individuals on the bed remained utterly unresponsive, as if lifeless. The entity contorted, while outside, a tempest raged, causing the windows to rattle violently. Inside, the two slumbering figures remained oblivious, while the young couple across the room was utterly petrified. They had not been in a deep sleep. The moment the apparition began to call out, they awoke. Eventually, its cries grew frantic and chilling, incessantly burrowing into their ears. The girl trembled uncontrollably, and unable to endure any longer, she burst into tears, whispering in a quavering voice, "I'm scared." As she uttered those words, the haunting wails abruptly ceased, and the wind fell silent. The boy's face turned ashen, and he instinctively covered the girl's mouth. Alas, it was too late. With a resounding bang, their door was flung open, and the two trembling lovers, their eyes wide with terror, met the hollow gaze of a skinless figure. A scream pierced the night, filled with a fear so profound it seemed to rend the very fabric of reality, echoing throughout the house. "Run, Xiao Tian, run." The boy groaned in anguish, rolling on the floor, yet still urging the girl to flee. The individuals still asleep appeared deaf to the chaos, as cries for help and blood-curdling screams reverberated through the stillness of the night. Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from the third floor, and the ghastly entity, wrapped around the boy, lifted its blood-soaked visage, turning its empty features towards the third floor, where a semblance of innocent mirth twisted across its countenance before it darted upstairs. The girl beneath the bed, her face contorted in horror, fixed her bulging eyes on her boyfriend lying on the floor, her voice extinguished. The third floor erupted in a cacophony of struggle and shouts of fear, only to eventually succumb to silence. Those lost in slumber experienced a night of sweet dreams, while others were doomed to never awaken again. When the sunlight streamed through the window the following day, Xiao Muyu stirred from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, She quickly sat up, surveying her surroundings. Shen Qingqiu was already dressed, and as Xiao Muyu observed her, she sensed something amiss in Shen Qingqiu's complexion. Before she could inquire further, Shen Qingqiu's gaze fell upon the door, which was ajar, and she calmly stated, "Something came in last night?" Xiao Muyu furrowed her brow and nodded. "Yes, didn't you hear it?" Shen Qingqiu shook her head, her expression peculiar as she remarked, "You didn't sleep at all? It's not a good habit to neglect sleep when it's time to rest. You weren't forcing yourself to stay awake.
Were you?
Did you hear something?" Xiao Muyu bit her lip. "Well, that entity stood by my side last night, insisting that I open my eyes to see it. I was too exhausted and sensed something was off, so I ignored it. In its fury, it yanked at my quilt, wailing uncontrollably." Shen Qingqiu felt goosebumps rise at her composed recounting of the scene and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid?" Xiao Muyu cast a fleeting glance at her, questioning the utility of fear. "What good is it? Should I weep for you or for it?" For the first time, Shen Qingqiu felt a lump in her throat, realizing that this woman seemed oblivious to the fact that her life had nearly slipped away. Last night, 5 individuals had left their meals unfinished. Did that not imply that misfortune had already befallen someone? As Xiao Muyu came to this realization, she immediately inquired. Before Shen Qingqiu could respond, a panic scream from Cui Xiao Xian pierced the air, filled with terror. Shen Qingqiu exchanged a glance with Xiao Muyu, and only after the latter rushed out did she follow suit. Outside the door, Cui Xiao Xian and Yu Qiao Lian stood pale as ghosts, trembling uncontrollably before the entrance of the young couple's room, with Yu Qiao Lian clutching her face against the wall to avoid collapsing. The door swung open, and a trail of blood oozed from within, dripping ominously. As they approached to peer inside, Xiao Muyu froze momentarily before turning her head away, suppressing the urge to vomit. After a long pause, she furrowed her brow and cast a sidelong glance at the occupants within. The young man of the couple was covered in blood, his body rigid, while the floor bore chaotic bloodstains, remnants of his final struggles. The overwhelming stench of blood was nauseating, yet Shen Qingqiu remained composed. She merely frowned, glanced at the young man, pointed toward the girl curled beneath the bed, and shook her head, stating, "They are all dead." Cui Xiao Xian, being a girl and having never witnessed such a gruesome sight, trembled at Shen Qingqiu's words. Unable even to look, Shen Qingqiu quickly exited, avoiding further scrutiny of the horrific scene, and gravely remarked, "His skin has been flayed." The mere thought sent Cui Xiao Xian into a fit of retching, her body turning weak, while Yu Qiao Lian fainted outright, plunging them into further chaos. The residents of the 3rd floor, alerted by the commotion, gradually descended, yet none of the ordinary individuals could endure such a bloody tableau. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Shen Qingqiu discreetly picked something up and tucked it into her pocket, observing the grave-faced, silent Shen Qingqiu. When the old woman finally emerged, even the men in the crowd turned pale and dared not approach, leaving only Shen Qingqiu inside. Particularly, the Chen brothers, Chen Dong and Chen Shi, appeared ashen, trembling, their glances exchanged laden with fear, while the previously inconspicuous Lao Liao collapsed onto the ground. Upon seeing the chaos before her, the old woman's expression twisted into a snarl, and she hoarsely admonished the crowd, "Did someone dare to sneakily unlock the door?" The group exchanged incredulous glances, quickly scrutinizing one another, all shaking their heads in unison. Su Ran could not contain himself, exclaiming, "We slept soundly last night. How could we possibly have opened the door?" The others nodded in agreement, while Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu noted the Chen brothers, who averted their gazes in evident guilt. No one confessed, and the old woman's countenance darkened ominously, yet she refrained from further action, merely regarding the flayed body within with vacant eyes. "Your denial changes nothing. Whoever opened that door must pay the price. I warned you. I truly did, yet you chose not to heed my words. It will return. Even if you sleep soundly tonight, it will not spare you. Not only can you not aid me, but you are also doomed." Her voice resonated with despair, tinged with the faintest hint of tears. What could have possibly killed him? Was it the skin of a human? Lao Liao and the leopard awoke from their slumber, their minds clouded with terror. This deceased individual was one of their own. Who could say whether the next victim would be themselves? Yet, wasn't it said that human skin could not enter? How could this be? Lu Wei found himself grappling with confusion. The old woman's gaze locked onto her, her murky eyes now somewhat clearer. She murmured, "It was indeed impossible, but someone opened that door, granting that entity the opportunity. You ought to take care." The old woman seemed deeply disappointed, disregarding the gruesome scene within the room, and trembled her way downstairs. Xiao Muyu glanced out the window. The sunlight outside was bright, yet the lingering specters of human skin had vanished. Who could have opened the door? Even if the door was opened, Was it too much to expect a word of warning upon discovering something? Because of one person's reckless decision, everyone's lives now hung in the balance. Even if you gain something for yourself, if we don't unite to find a solution, none of us will last to see the third day. The leopard, fueled by anger, erupted in a furious shout at the group. However, no one dared to step forward at that moment. Admitting guilt would mean inviting blame from the others. Lu Wei understood the gravity of the situation. He raised his hand to calm the anxious crowd, then surveyed them. His voice steady. The most pressing matter is to ascertain whether it was indeed the skin of a human that killed Xiao Tian and the others. The implication of the old woman's words was that it was indeed human skin. The leopard remained frantic. Do you truly believe the words of that old woman? I can't shake the feeling that she is deliberately concealing something. Otherwise, she could have simply warned us yesterday about the dangers of opening that door. Instead of leaving us in suspense. The thought made Lu Wei grit his teeth in frustration. The leopard responded with a resentful grunt. Everyone was aware of who had opened the door. They also understood that there was no point in concealing the truth at such a critical juncture. Lives were at stake. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he cast a glance at several individuals in the crowd.
What do you mean by that?
Those who met his gaze frowned in discontent. It implies that the one who opened the door was confident in their safety, and they must have seized that opportunity. I trust you all understand what I mean. Moreover, it takes courage to investigate. Who among us would dare to spend half the night awake in this haunted place to open that forbidden door? Xiao Muyu knew that Cui Xiaoxian had already grasped the situation. Chapter 10, Human Skin Manner, 9. Chen Dong and Chen Shi found themselves under the scrutinizing gaze of Lu Wei, Cui Xiaoxian, and Su Ran, their faces turning pale. Chen Dong attempted to protest.
What do you mean by this?
Chen Shi, pulling him back, wore an expression of regret and remorse, admitting, it was us who opened it. The leopard's eyes widened in disbelief, and he cursed, damn it. Are you seeking death? I told you not to touch anything. Despite his regretful demeanor, Chen Shi stood his ground, shouting back defiantly as the leopard moved to strike. Are you claiming that none of the rest of you harbored such thoughts? My actions were for the best of everyone. I didn't want this to happen, but it was our only opportunity. He was not mistaken. Xiao Muyu suddenly interjected, momentarily catching the leopard off guard. Before he could utter another word, she cast a glance at Lu Wei and old Liao, suggesting, have you two considered opening that locked door? After all, the new adventurer's talisman is only effective for 24 hours. If unused, it will simply go to waste. Rather than waiting for an uncertain danger to strike, it is wiser to take the initiative. A specially locked room might very well conceal crucial clues. Taking a gamble is a natural human inclination. Unfortunately, her words eluded the understanding of the two men. Only 4 individuals possessed the talisman: Lu Wei, old Liao, and the Chen brothers, Chen Dong and Chen Shi. The brothers were astonished. They realized Xiao Muyu had recognized them and were taken aback that she would speak on their behalf. The leopard, known for his volatile temperament and somewhat simplistic mindset, grasped her intent, suppressing his anger as he retorted, very well, even if I concede that Miss Xiao has a point, what did you two discover upon entering the room? Are you denying it out of a desire to keep everything for yourselves? Chen Dong and Chen Shi exchanged glances of exasperation. If I were to claim that we do not admit to anything because we found nothing, would you believe us? Their words were met not only with skepticism from the leopard, but also from the others present. We are truly not lying. Last night, we stealthily opened the door and searched the room with a candle. The layout was quite similar to our own bedroom, except for a wooden box placed in the center of the table. When we opened the box, a gust of icy wind swept through the room, leaving us utterly terrified. Chen Dong recounted the previous night's events, trembling visibly, while Chen Shi's voice faltered, his complexion pale. This morning, we both had 5 points deducted. Had it not been for the talisman, we might have suffered a far worse fate. Lu Wei and the others felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that point deductions were not always made public. Had someone else also narrowly escaped calamity last night? I too had 5 points deducted, chimed in old Liao, who had been paralyzed with fear earlier. Xiao Muyu was not at all surprised. Those who had consumed their food the previous night had slept soundly, and as long as they avoided looking at the human skin, they would be safe. Old Liao had not finished his meal, whether intentional or accidental. Xiao Muyu chose not to dwell on it. However, she suspected that Chen Dong, Chen Shi, and Shen Qingqiu might have surmised that finishing their food was a means to remain awake, a realization that the young couple had unfortunately overlooked. She glanced at Shen Qingqiu, shut her eyes momentarily to suppress her nausea, and uttered once more, let's search again. She then ascended the stairs, the stench of blood overwhelming her senses. Are we not likely to encounter that human skin again? Cui Xiaoxian inquired anxiously. As Xiao Muyu lifted her foot to ascend, Shen Qingqiu immediately followed. turning to glance back at the others with a faint smile. Shen Qingqiu had typically kept her distance from them, and her smile, radiating beauty and an air of cold elegance, captivated the anxious hearts of those around her. Yet, as her crimson lips parted, her words jolted them from their reverie. I fear it may not be present. If it is, let us eliminate it. Xiao Muyu couldn't help but press her forehead in exasperation. What about this? Su Ran pointed towards the room that had claimed 2 lives. And the mood of the group plummeted to the depths. After a moment, Lue spoke up. Now everyone can leave. We should give these 2 a proper burial. Or it would be, he trailed off. There was no dissent among the group, and Lue, mustering his courage alongside Qingdong and a few other men, wrapped the ill-fated couple in sheets and took them out for burial. During the process, they discovered that although the girl's skin was intact, her blood had been completely drained. You knew they would die, didn't you? Xiao Muyu observed as they carried the 2 bodies away, instinctively twitching her nose and unable to restrain her curiosity. She asked Shen Qingqiu. A sardonic smile crept across Shen Qingqiu's lips. And what of it? Those who need to be admonished have been. One must take responsibility for their actions.
Indeed.
Lue had warned them the day before. Noting her silence, Shen Qingqiu casually remarked, Do you think I am cold-blooded? Cold-blooded, she had no right to accuse others. At the very least, she felt no surprise or sorrow at the demise of those 2. In fact, the first thought that crossed her mind upon seeing them was, as expected, those who leave things unfinished will encounter that person's skin. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they discovered that the room's lock had been left undone, likely due to the panic of the previous night. The room was indeed immaculate. Upon entering, they found a long table flanked by 2 rows of wooden cabinets. As the Churn brothers had mentioned, there was an open box on the table, but it was empty. The temperature inside was frigid and dim, as the curtains were drawn tightly. As Xiao Muyu entered, she was greeted by a faint aroma. This scent again. Pulling back the curtains, the group examined the box, which bore scattered bloodstains and some milky liquid that had already congealed. What lies within the box must be that person's skin. It has escaped now that you have opened it. Xiao Muyu's words sent a shiver down the spines of the Chen brothers. It has escaped. Where could it be now? Did it flee last night? Cui Xiaoxian felt a chill run through her. The group surrounded Xiao Muyu, scrutinizing the box, while Lue noticed Shen Qingqiu examining something around the room. He too began to search from the doorway. Does anyone else find this house excessively clean? Lue inquired after surveying the surroundings. It is indeed clean. But we cannot ascertain whether it is the game's design, or if someone has tidied up. Lao Liao finally chimed in. The old lady mentioned she had cleaned the guest room. Let us not forget how filthy the 1st floor was. Xiao Muyu's gaze followed Lue's bending motion towards the lower cabinets. Then, from beneath the cabinet, Lue kicked out a bowl. Shen Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, halting her actions. The bowl had a piece missing from its rim, its inner surface a dark red, and at the bottom lay a layer of thick, blood-red substance. Lue found the shards of the bowl and prodded them with his clothing. The contents had not yet solidified and were crimson. Is that blood?
Kui Xiaoxuan asked anxiously.
Lue nodded.
I
remember now. Last night, when we opened the box, we seemed to have brushed against something. We were too panicked to notice. It must have been this bowl, Jinshi recalled, hastily adding. Is this bowl placed beside the box? Lue murmured to himself. Xiao Muyu and Cui Xiaoxian simultaneously exclaimed. Could it be for feeding? She recalled that the blood of the 2 deceased had been completely drained. It must be that old woman who keeps human skin. The only living person here is that old crone. The leopard's expression was akin to witnessing a ghost. She even claimed to be cursed and tormented by those ghastly entities. She is undoubtedly an accomplice. Thus, she refrained from directly informing us about the presence of human skin, intending for us to fall into her trap and serve as delivery for these horrors. Su Ran, still youthful, quickly grasped the situation and began to voice his concerns. This is illogical. The main task indeed requires us to assist her in escaping. That cannot be false, yet she must be hiding something. Cui Xiaoxian immediately countered. At that moment, another sound erupted, and everyone noticed changes in their control panels. Task 1. Understand the old woman's plight. Progress. 40. Resolve the predicament. 5. Task 2. Survive for 72 hours. Progress. 20. Points are being calculated. Xiao Muyu observed her points column on the panel beginning to fluctuate. Discovering the peculiar human skin. 10 points. Discovering the old woman's breeding of human skin. 5 points. Thus, Xiao Muyu's total score had reached 30 points. The expressions on the others' faces varied between joy and despair. Brief exchanges revealed that their points differed. For instance, only those who had been awake and survived the previous night could earn the 10 points for discovering human skin, so Xiao Muyu, who had narrowly escaped danger, as well as Qingdong, Qinqi, and old Liao, who had not finished their dinner, each received 10 points. However, their protective charms had deducted 5 points, totaling a net gain of 5 points. The crucial evidence for uncovering the old woman's breeding of human skin was the discovery of the bowl that contained blood, which Lu Wei had found, earning him a direct addition of 10 points. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, Cui Xiao Xian, Xiao Muyu, and the leopard, who had engaged in reasoning and answering questions, each received 5 points. The others who had spoken, old Liao and Su Ran, were generously awarded 2 points. Thus, the only 2 individuals without any points were Shen Qingqiu and Yu Qiaolian, who remained silent and disheartened. Her plight was even more tragic, still at 0 points. Lu Wei glanced at Shen Qingqiu, his face reflecting a look of guilt. He had accompanied her in search. Yet he had stumbled upon an opportunity and garnered 15 points, while Shen Qingqiu, who was taciturn, earned nothing. Shen Qingqiu seemed unfazed, merely shrugging her shoulders at Xiao Muyu. As for Yu Qiaolian, everyone could only shake their heads in helplessness. Cui Xiao Xian, feeling a pang of sympathy, whispered, "Sister Qiaolian, you need to engage. At this rate, you hardly seem like a player, and the system will certainly not award you any points." Yu Qiaolian's somewhat dazed eyes flickered, and she slowly nodded, her gaze fixated on the blood bowl, nervously licking her lips. As for Shen Qingqiu, her demeanor was too aloof for Cui Xiao Xian to address directly. She merely exchanged a glance with Xiao Muyu. However, Xiao Muyu feigned ignorance, for despite having been here for only a day, she was acutely aware that the last person she needed to worry about was Shen Qingqiu. It was now 9:30 a.m., and 15 hours had elapsed since the game task commenced. Currently, the highest scorer was Xiao Muyu with 30 points, followed closely by Lu Wei with 21 points. The others had not exceeded 10 points, and Su Ran had only 2 points. The situation was dire. Upon seeing their scores, a myriad of emotions stirred within everyone. Su Ran endeavored to maintain his composure, yet his expression bore the strain of forced calmness. Anxiously, he inquired, "What constitutes the scoring criteria, and at what point is the accumulation of points determined? Does remaining silent equate to forfeiting points? In other words, if I am unable to derive a conclusion independently, can I still earn points by echoing others' assertions?" This indeed posed a significant dilemma. If one individual reacted too swiftly and divulged the answer, would not the rest be deprived of their due points? Chapter 11. The Human Skin Manor, Part 10. Lu Wei cast a glance at Shen Qingqiu, confident that she possessed the answer, yet her reluctance to articulate it resulted in her being overlooked for points. Consequently, when the group reached a consensus next time, it was hoped that opportunities for others to voice their thoughts would be afforded. This was a subtle jab at Xiao Muyu. They had come to realize that Xiao Muyu was indeed a formidable presence, while others risked their lives for the sake of a talisman or succumbed to fatal slumber. She emerged unscathed, claiming the full 10 points. "Let us venture outside," Lu Wei urged. "Certain matters can only be addressed in daylight, and we must locate that elderly lady for further inquiries." Lu Wei assumed the mantle of leadership. In truth, everyone was acutely aware that the 2 pillars of strength in this situation were Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. However, one was succinct in her speech, while the other chose to disregard the group entirely, making it impossible to elicit their participation. Thus, it fell to the relatively astute Lu Wei to take charge. Upon descending the stairs, they discovered the old woman on the 2nd floor, seated amidst a pile of burlap, diligently sewing. She offered no acknowledgement of their presence, but continued her work at the sewing machine. The group observed the bloodstains still visible in the room upstairs, while the old woman's quarters remained securely locked. With nimble feet, she operated the pedal, her needle darting swiftly across the fabric. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, she paused and turned to face him. With a radiant smile, she remarked, "Such a fair and delicate child, it would be a pity for you to perish." "Alas, dear child, I cannot assist you. You have erred." Su Ran, filled with trepidation, mustered a smile and replied, "Grandmother, surely you detest those human skins. You yearn to escape this unending torment, and your hopes rest upon us outsiders. Our demise serves you no benefit. Might you share some information?" The old woman ignored him, and Lu Wei shook his head at Su Ran, suggesting that matters were not so simple. "Grandmother," Su Ran continued, "you have stated that it would be a pity for a child like me to die. Thus, might you show us some compassion? Surely, you wish for those 2 young ladies to assist you in your plight? At least for their sake." The old woman cast a glance at Su Ran before lowering her gaze, a flicker of anguish surfacing in her eyes. Just as Su Ran was about to concede defeat, the old woman unexpectedly spoke, gazing at him with a distant look. "Had my grandson still been alive, he would be of your age now. Alas, to survive, you must find it first. Strike swiftly, for it cannot harm you during the day." Su Ran was taken aback, and at that moment, an announcement echoed. Congratulations to player Su Ran for unlocking a side quest. Find the killer's human skin. Reward, 10 points. Quest duration, 8 hours. Points reward. Simultaneously, everyone discovered an additional task on their panels. Is this even possible? The leopard man found it utterly unbelievable. Su Ran's fair complexion flushed crimson as he awkwardly gestured a peace sign, still too youthful to temper his emotions. What a fortunate young man, the leopard muttered. Meanwhile, the system announced once more. Attention players, this task will be conducted in the form of a quiz, with scores determined by your answers. From this moment forth, players are prohibited from plagiarizing or revealing answers. Violations will be deemed cheating, resulting in a score of 0 for both parties involved. In severe cases, participants may face immediate disqualification. The group, who had just been enveloped in surprise, instantly deflated. What a ridiculous rule. If one inadvertently divulged an answer, would that also be considered a breach? The short-statured Qindong could no longer contain himself. Could the two of them not share answers? Warning! Do not provoke the rules. Qindong exclaimed. What shall we do? This place is vast, and the human skin cannot appear during the day. If it fled last night, where can we search? With so many skins, who knows which one to pursue? Su Ran felt a pang of anxiety. The expressions of the others mirrored his disquiet. Seeing their despondency, Xiao Muyu suggested, the task is to find the killer's skin, but to complete it, one must answer questions. If we capture the skin, we can contemplate further. She intended to elaborate, but a yellow exclamation mark appeared on the side quest, prompting her to fall silent. Shen Qingqiu approached and whispered, sometimes, saying less is beneficial. Xiao Muyu remained noncommittal, yet her words hinted at the task's underlying significance. Momentlate. Cui Xiaoxian inhaled deeply and turned to enter the couple's room on the second floor. Lu Wei contemplated and followed suit. Others remained somewhat bewildered. The leopard scratched the back of his head in confusion. Are we not to search for those skins? The day has finally brightened, and once the sun sets, we cannot venture out. Well, let us take a look. Lao Yao sighed and joined them. Xiao Muyu refrained from following. She had already visited the crime scene while the bodies were being cleared. The traces left behind were quite evident, yet nothing particularly significant stood out. How could the skin disregard the room's protections? Was it because it had been raised here? The image of the blood-filled bowl resurfaced in her mind. The viscous blood still uncoagulated, suggesting it had been recently placed there. If so, whose blood was it? The old woman's? She observed the elderly weaver, her hands and feet agile, appearing uninjured. Xiao Muyu felt as though she had pierced through the fog, grasping an essential clue. No wonder it was a quiz, rather than a straightforward task. Yet, haste would be unwise. Game tasks are rarely simple. Since this side quest was assigned to everyone, it likely held critical importance. If they were to leave empty-handed, it could lead to task failure. With this in mind, she addressed Cui Xiaoxian and the others. The skin must have visited more than one room last night. Let us all investigate. No one voiced dissent, and the group methodically searched the 6 rooms upstairs and downstairs, finding nothing out of the ordinary. After the man skinned his victim, he was presumably hindered by 3 protective talismans, which likely resulted in some injuries. Thus he did not also remove the skin from the young girl. However, one might ponder, where did the skin of the deceased go? Xiao Muyu suddenly posed this question after her investigation, leaving the others momentarily speechless. Indeed, that little son is missing. Lao Yao struggled to remain composed as he uttered those 2 words, his legs trembling at the mere thought of it. Could it be that he was devoured on the spot? Lu Wei remarked, suppressing his nausea. The deceased villagers have all become skins, so it is likely he is no exception.
Xiao Xuan whispered.
What about those who did not manage to flee yesterday? Have they also transformed into such a fate? Yu Qiaolian finally spoke up, perhaps encouraged by Cui Xiaoxian's words, though her timid nature caused her to stutter. Indeed, we should investigate this further. We did not pay attention when we just stepped outside. Lu Wei's eyes brightened. But how does this relate to finding the skin? If there are no clues inside, could it be that the skin from last night stealthily escaped with its spoils? After stating her thoughts, Cui Xiaoxian kept her gaze fixed on Xiao Muyu, hoping to glean some response from her. Can the skin truly come and go as it pleases? If so, what is the reason? It cannot simply be because it was kept in the house. That reasoning is insufficient. Xiao Muyu murmured to herself before descending the stairs. It seemed her words were meant for her own contemplation. Disregarding whether others heard her, she continued down. Shen Qingqiu watched her retreating figure and smiled faintly. The sunlight outside was splendid, casting no shadows of peculiarity, save for the fresh grave in the woods by the house. A haunting reminder of the terror and peril that loomed over this place. As Shen Qingqiu surveyed the empty space before the house, She recalled that only 12 players had entered yesterday, with some having perished outside, never given the opportunity to officially commence the game. Lost in thought, a delicate hand suddenly appeared before her. Did you place this? Shen Qingqiu looked down to see a small twig in the palm of her hand, its end still bearing the marks of a recent break. She turned to Xiao Muyu, who reached out to take it, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Your observation is quite astute. I see you noticed this. Indeed, I placed it. Did you place one in every room? Shen Qingqiu nodded, watching the others as they emerged, and leaned closer to whisper in her ear. Are you curious about what I've discovered? With her hand hidden behind her back and her body slightly leaned forward, her smile was mischievous, exuding a charming demeanor, though Xiao Muyu found her somewhat irksome. In truth, you were not the first to discover the body, were you, Cui Xiao Xian? Xiao Muyu stated, her tone flat as though engaging in a mundane conversation. Shen Qingqiu did not deny it, appearing to invite her to continue. You rose quite early. Your blanket has already grown cold. Moreover, since you marked it, you should have gone to check sooner. I do not require you to divulge your findings, merely confirm whether my guesses are correct. After saying this, she leaned in to whisper a few words into her ear. Upon hearing, Shen Qingqiu's smile grew more pronounced. You are quite clever. That reassures me. And it is not in vain that I have exerted my efforts. After speaking, she reached into her pocket and lightly tossed a few branches of equal size onto the grass, as if they had never existed. Xiao Muyu had found her answer. Feeling reassured, while she could not disclose the answer, she could still flirt with the edges of the truth. However, it must be said that Shen Qingqiu was a person of meticulous thought and peculiar disposition. She outright refused to speak plainly and preferred to play riddles. What were the two of them secretly discussing? Hadn't they agreed not to reveal the answer? She could hardly contain herself and spoke up. The others, including Baozi, were also watching them. They had approached the individuals involved in yesterday's incident, leaving no trace behind. Now, they were utterly perplexed, feeling an increasing impatience as they observed Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu speaking in hushed tones, seemingly avoiding them. It was one thing to be aloof, but it was quite another to withhold information after promising to collaborate. Such self-serving behavior was deeply frustrating. She had already issued a warning, and the system had stipulated that they must not disclose the answer. It could be said that the two of them were nearly on the same page. If they revealed what they knew, it might very well be considered cheating. Although Cui Xiaoxian was equally curious, she felt content and sensed that Xiao Muyu, who was not particularly talkative, harbored no ill intentions, but merely exhibited a degree of coldness. You have no need for points. Naturally, you are more inclined to speak freely, remarked Baozi with a scoff, before summoning Lao Liao and Shindong, eager to search the vicinity. The skin-wearing figure must find a place to hide, and it surely would not be far away. Chapter 12, The Human Skin Manor, Part 11. Chen Shi's brothers harbored a lingering suspicion towards her and were discomforted by her clandestine conversation with Shen Qingqiu. Hearing her words, one scoffed. Those skin-wearers cannot emerge during the day. Miss Zhao's statement holds no significance. It would be better to share something substantial to assist everyone. Xiao Muyu observed the group, who had initially been inspecting their own wounds, cease their actions. She merely lowered her gaze and turned to walk towards the woods. She truly believes herself to be a deity, Chen Dong spat. Yet Cui Xiaoxian appeared contemplative, recognizing the lack of substance in the statement. It was indeed true that the skin-wearers were bloodthirsty. How had they detected the scent of blood? Blood? Suddenly, Cui Xiaoxian could not resist looking at Lu Wei, who returned her gaze with a similar expression of realization. Their eyes met, and they could not help but smile, their eyes lighting up with understanding. Su Ran was also astute. He immediately grasped the significance of their expressions and quickly deduced that Xiao Muyu's words held a deeper meaning. He stroked his chin, pondering the wounds and the bloodthirstiness of the skin-wearers. I know, he suddenly exclaimed, then dashed off, causing Lu Wei to chuckle. They had discussed that the skin-wearers could not withstand sunlight and thus could only be lurking in dark places, emerging only after sunset. Therefore, they must be hiding in a cave. The area surrounding the house was flat grassland and woods. Unless there were underground caverns, it was nearly impossible. Thus, their primary objective was the mountainous forest. Do you think we can find them? Shen Qingqiu asked, appearing relaxed as she observed Xiao Muyu walking and scanning the surroundings. We have underestimated the situation. This enclosed fortress is far larger than we imagined. Shen Qingqiu's eyes were imbued with a profound melancholy. Such a simplistic method, requiring little intellect, surely could not be the key to victory. The issue likely resided within that house. Who would harbor something intended to cause them harm within the very sanctuary that offers protection? Xiao Muyu gazed toward the chaotic realm beyond the mountains and exhaled deeply. She glanced westward, sensing the urgency of time. Did you not claim to be cold-blooded? If so, why burden yourself by reminding those individuals? Chen Dong and Chen Shi are hardly virtuous. Reflecting on past events, Shen Qingqiu suddenly spoke up. Xiao Muyu maintained an indifferent demeanor. This is but a game. What is the point of playing alone? Their survival brings me no loss. If they perish, it is simply fate. Why offer reminders? Perhaps it was because they had reached out to her yesterday. She wished to avoid excessive emotions and debts to others. Contemplating this, she could not help but cast a glance at Shen Qingqiu, who seemed perpetually adept at stirring her nerves. She wondered why so many were drawn to her. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the scene from the previous afternoon appeared poised to unfold once more, yet figures were already approaching in the twilight. In less than 10 minutes, everyone had arrived. The intensity of the prior day's events left no one lingering. So, does anyone have any leads? Lu Wei asked, beads of sweat dotting his forehead from their hurried trek. Unfortunately, the 4 teams had come up empty-handed. The vastness of this place made finding anything nearly impossible. Lu Wei felt a pang of disappointment as he glanced at the task panel. Only 30 minutes remained for the side quest. A gust of wind began to stir. Just as the others headed into the house, Xiao Muyu spoke up suddenly. Shadows surged from a distance like an encroaching tide, galloping forth like spectral warriors. They are coming. Shen Qingqiu murmured, her eyes, deep as the night sky, fixed intently on the encroaching shadows, her right hand resting on her waist as if poised for action. Xiao Muyu glanced at her hand and then bestowed upon the world her first smile since entering this realm, delicate as the final rays of sunlight at dusk. If they are indeed coming, shall we await their arrival? Shen Qingqiu, fixated on the smile gracing Xiao Muyu's lips, found it unexpectedly more radiant than the morning sun. Xiao Muyu's features were exquisitely defined, her visage originally exuding warmth akin to jade, yet she bore an essence of coolness, akin to soft ice, which rendered her striking beauty somewhat aloof and distant. However, that fleeting smile strangely tempered the sense of detachment, evoking a peculiar sensation within Shen Qingqiu. She returned a smile, imbued with genuine warmth, and decisively remarked, "This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Miss Shen, Miss Xiao, hurry inside. The creature is approaching." Lu Wei and the others had already retreated into the house, and seeing the two still lingering outside, he called out urgently. No sooner had his words left his lips than the last vestiges of sunlight vanished, and the chilling sound of a piercing scream echoed clearly. Xiao Muyu stepped back slowly, while Shen Qingqiu moved a few steps back, positioning herself just behind Xiao Muyu, merely a step away. In their line of sight, the figure of the creature surged forth like a flash of lightning, growing ever larger in Xiao Muyu's eyes. It was coming. Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. Have you both lost your minds? Lu Wei exclaimed, unable to contain his shock upon seeing the human skin. Are you ready? Shen Qingqiu tightened her grip. Xiao Muyu remained silent, and as the grotesque figure approached within 10 meters, she suddenly turned and sprinted towards the house. Given the creature's speed, she had no chance of escaping.
Ah!
Yu Qiao Lian gasped, covering her eyes in terror. The human skin was remarkably supple, despite Shen Qingqiu's blade, which could cut through iron. It failed to sever the skin, resulting in a moment of stalemate. The skin howled in desperation, attempting to envelop them completely. A fierce glint flashed in Shen Qingqiu's eyes as she gritted her teeth and rolled on the ground, clutching Xiao Muyu. With renewed strength, she struck down with her knife, and the skin, in a panic, tried to release its grip, but it was too late. Shen Qingqiu forcefully severed its hand, and a pungent mixture of musk and decay assaulted their senses. Xiao Muyu frowned and held her breath, yet she understood that they had succeeded. The human skin continued to surge forward, and although Xiao Muyu had sustained new injuries, she immediately rose to her feet upon hitting the ground. Shen Qingqiu moved with astonishing speed, resembling a live leopard. She tugged Xiao Muyu forward for a few steps and then pushed her with a sudden force, launching herself into the house in a perilous roll. Having learned from the previous day's encounter, the skin dared not pursue them inside, instead howling and shrieking around the house. The 8 individuals inside watched the reckless actions of the 2 women, their scalps tingling with fear. Su Ran felt his legs weaken and murmured, "You two are truly reckless. Have you gone mad? Do you intend to lure the skin in again? With scores this high, is such a gamble really necessary?" The leopard, both astonished and envious, made a few sarcastic remarks. He had ventured out today with Qingdong and Qinshi, and during their discussions, they had subtly hinted that Shen Qingqiu was not new to this game, further solidifying his belief that Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu were concealing clues. Otherwise, how could they achieve such extraordinary results on their first attempt? Shen Qingqiu suddenly lifted her gaze to him, yet she uttered not a word. However, her expression was terrifying, Not merely a facade of ferocity, but as if she had truly been steeped in a sea of blood, emanating a chilling bloodlust that made even the stout-hearted leopard shudder, rendering him speechless. The others, too, recognized the menace in her eyes, falling silent in trepidation. This woman. What was her origin? Such a gaze could only belong to one who had endured the crucible of bloodshed. Did we succeed? Xiao Muyu's face was pale. A fresh wound from the human skin marred her hand, and in her attempt to break in, Shen Qingqiu had not held back, resulting in numerous abrasions that throbbed painfully. Shen Qingqiu glanced at her blade, a milky substance clinging to it, repulsive in nature. She wiped it clean and nodded. Just then, the old crone, much like the previous night, descended the stairs with eerie silence. She peered outside, a strange smile flickering in her murky eyes. Night has fallen.
Haha.
Instantly, a sense of dread enveloped the group. With nightfall, the human skin could once more roam free, and according to the crone, what awaited them tonight? Shen Qingqiu cast a glance at the old woman, her tone frosty. It seems you do not feel tormented either. You appeared quite pleased when it committed murder. The old woman, taken aback by Shen Qingqiu's sudden retort, paused momentarily before her expression darkened. Youngster, mind your words. Disrespect towards the elderly invites retribution. Her demeanor was stern, radiating barely contained fury. Shen Qingqiu ignored her, merely glancing at Xiao Muyu's arm before urging her, let us ascend first. The old woman watched them depart, a sinister smile creeping across her face. Ignorant of the heavens and the earth, your days are numbered. It is not that we disrespected you. We merely spoke. Please do not be angered, old woman. Do not stoop to their level, Cui Xiao Xian interjected, furrowing her brow. Although Shen Qingqiu was not particularly likable, she was certainly preferable to the condescending Qin Dong and Qin Shi. Was this old hag truly capable of compassion? As Shen Qingqiu had remarked, she was merely an observer. With only 15 minutes remaining in the countdown, it was wise to contemplate their next course of action. Having said that, she too ascended the stairs. The others, upon hearing this, shifted their expressions, losing the resolve to continue speaking. In the hall from the previous day, which had originally been missing a chair, an additional seat now occupied the space. Observing the vacant position, Cui Xiao Xian and her companions felt an increasing heaviness in their hearts. Who would be absent tonight? The leopard fidgeted with his hands, having found no human skin and lacking any significant discoveries, leaving him at a loss for answers. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and in the clockless hall, one could almost hear the ticking of a pendulum. Tick, tick, ding. Suddenly, a noise startled the group lost in contemplation, prompting them to lower their heads to witness the countdown reach its conclusion. Task time has ended. All participants must commence answering questions with a limit of 3 minutes. Please adhere to examination regulations. Violators will be disqualified and expelled from the examination room. The timer begins now. Upon hearing the system's announcement, everyone beheld a box on their task panels. Chapter 13, The Human Skin Manner, Part 12. The moment they glimpsed the questions, several individuals were left bewildered, their faces pale as they exchanged glances with their companions. However, they either shared the same dazed expression or were fixated on the answer sheet, too engrossed to notice one another. Beep, beep, a warning rang out. No talking in the examination room. Again, the emotionless mechanical voice turned the hall into their examination venue. The leopard had no choice but to fall silent, while the Chen brothers remained indifferent to him, their heads bowed in concentrated focus on their answers. No one possessed certainty regarding the answers. Some were utterly clueless, and for a moment, they were at a complete loss for words. The countdown ticked ominously in their ears, acting like a death knell. In the blink of an eye, 40 seconds had passed, and without writing, they would forfeit their chance. With thoughts in disarray, everyone sprang into action. It was akin to a struggling student tackling essay questions, desperately scribbling down anything they deemed relevant, clinging to the hope that even the slightest connection would suffice. They recalled their teacher's earnest admonitions from long ago, since it was a proof question. Merely penning the process might earn them a few points for the steps taken. In comparison to Shen Qingqiu, Xiao Muyu exuded a much more composed demeanor. The expressions and pace of action among the 10 individuals present clearly illustrated the stark distinction between a top scholar and a struggling student. Only 1 minute remained. Glancing at the clock, they hastened to complete their answers, with the leopard's face flushed and beads of sweat forming on the brows of Lao Liao and his companions. Time slipped away, second by second, as if it were siphoning off the very air around them, creating an atmosphere so heavy it felt suffocating. Due to overwhelming anxiety, Cui Xiaoshuan's fingers began to tingle. Su Ran, a seasoned student accustomed to countless examinations, had never felt such intense pressure. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his heart raced as if it might burst. 10, 9, 8, 7. The final countdown reached its peak tension. Time us up. Stop writing. Su Ran let out a quivering moan, utterly drained, his fingers still twitching against his will. He had never faced such a nerve-wracking test in his life. With a mere 20 points at stake and only one day remaining, failure could doom their futures to a single day. The psychological strain was indescribable, akin to torture. Once the answering period concluded, the tension seemed to ease, and observing his peers in their states of disarray provoked a bemused smile. Yet, upon witnessing the performances of Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu, an unsettling feeling crept in. It is human nature to feel a twinge of discontent when confronted with the excellence of others. Next, the scores for this question would be revealed. The system's voice shattered the momentary calm, plunging the atmosphere back into a state of heightened anxiety. Lu Wei and the others held their breath, staring blankly ahead in anticipation. The top score was announced, and the system audibly gasped, causing hearts to race. Yes, it was Cui Xiaoxian. Everyone turned to her, their eyes reflecting a fleeting cocktail of astonishment, envy, and admiration. How could it not be Miss Xiao and her companions? They had truly been regarded as deities. But surely such outcomes could not be expected each time. And then there were Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. Before the shock could settle, the announcement struck with a resounding blow. 20 points, a perfect score. The mechanical voice, striving for inflection, sounded somewhat out of place. So, you found the human skin? Chen Dong and Chen Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Among the astonished crowd, one person, expressionless, bowed his head and clenched his fists tightly. The subsequent scores were presented promptly by the system, a ranking list materializing before all. Chen Dong and Chen Shi received 15 points, Lu Wei 14, Su Ran 12, Lao Liao 8, and the Leopard 4. Each individual noted the changes in their score panels. The question had been graded, and a scoring standard accompanied it. For instance, identifying the Last Supper, Judas the betrayer earned 3 points, while someone providing blood to nourish the human skin received 2 points. And finding the human skin within the room garnered 4 points, with Yu Qiaolian noted as peculiar for 2 points, among others. There were even detailed grading criteria. The leopard muttered in disbelief, suddenly freezing upon reading the last entry. The conclusion stated, the human skin was among the 10 individuals present, identified as Yu Qiaolian. He quickly looked up, only to find that the people who had been sitting beside him had all stood and begun to retreat, leaving him bewildered and seated in his chair. He suddenly turned to look at Yu Qiaolian, who, until that moment, had been meek and timid like a quail.
Now.
Her face bore a strange smile, her mouth twisted wider and wider. Behind her pale lips, a row of sharp, fine teeth suddenly bared themselves towards the leopard, causing his face to change in fright as he exclaimed, "Oh my!" He scrambled up from his chair and hurriedly retreated, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu had instinctively taken a step back when he approached. A hissing sound emanated from Yu Qiaolian, and they stared in horror as her skin appeared to inflate, as if blood and flesh were gradually peeling away. She is shedding skin. Cui Xiaoxuan's lips turned pale with terror. The moment she deduced that Yu Qiaolian was made of human skin, she was already horrified, keeping her distance from her all afternoon. However, witnessing her transformation into human skin still made her heart tremble. The visual impact struck at the very soul. Stop her. Shen Qingqiu leaped onto the table in a single bound, swinging a chair and bringing it down forcefully on Yu Qiaolian's head. The impact sent her crashing to the ground, swift and precise. For an ordinary person, this blow would surely have resulted in a bloody, unconscious state, yet Yu Qiaolian, with her head askew, continued to glare at Shen Qingqiu, struggling to rise. A chilling, sinister laugh escaped her lips, and in the next instant, the skin on her face peeled back from the place where her head had been struck, revealing a bloodied skull. The shock of this sight made Shen Qingqiu gasp, turning her head slightly in disdain, unable to bear the sight. Behind them, Su Ran and Cui Xiaoxian immediately retched, unable to look at her even once. Most of them were novices. Although they were aware of the supernatural nature of the scenario, they had never faced such a visceral shock. At this moment, they were not in a position to be afraid. Weren't they all on the verge of becoming this grotesque spectacle? Shen Qingqiu's voice was cold and stern as she furrowed her brow and kicked the repugnant head that protruded from the table back down to the ground. Just then, a piece of clothing fell from above. It was Xiao Muyu, who had flipped over the table. She snatched the jacket from the stunned Su Ran and wrapped it tightly around Yu Qiaolian's head. Then, with her right hand, she quickly wrapped the sleeves around her neck, twisting them twice, and with a firm stomp, she tightened her grip. The sinister laughter of the skin ceased abruptly, as if it had been choked. That should quell the fright. Hurry over, Shen Qingqiu urged. The other 7, still in shock, were left speechless. Wow, she's amazing. A true warrior. Shen Qingqiu couldn't help but want to give her a thumbs up. Xiao Muyu's action had effectively secured the human skin tightly around the neck, and Yu Qiaolian thrashed desperately. Her skin taut, and unable to break free. Xiao Muyu gritted her teeth, veins bulging in her arms, struggling to maintain her grip. Hurry, it's too strong. I can't hold on. Su ran, young yet always claiming to be a man, gritted his teeth and tore off the last piece of clothing he had, using it to bind Yu Qiaolian's legs, desperately securing her in place. Then everyone surged forward, some gripping hands, others stepping on backs, and still others tearing at clothing, effectively binding the person's skin to this lifeless body, rendering it inseparable. This skin, which had roamed freely in the dungeon, found itself, for the first time, utterly constrained, unable to unleash its potential while bound to a corpse. Beneath the hood, the skin, initially gasping and shrieking, ultimately descended into near sobs. Outside, the group of skins suddenly vanished without a trace, fleeing in unison. Witnessing Yao Qiaolian, nearly mummified, left everyone incredulous. Had they truly become this formidable? Su Ran stammered. Is this really enough? A cautious circle formed around the skin, exchanging glances, as if contemplating whether it might indeed suffice. Phew. Su Ran exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. Heart racing, I thought we were doomed. Thank goodness for Sister Xiao and Sister Shen. You both are truly extraordinary. I am immensely in awe. Shen Qingqiu's lips twitched slightly. It was best not to casually refer to her as sister. Su Ran chuckled, scratching his head. Only by calling you that can I express my admiration. Without you both, we would have been utterly lost. The leopard, recalling his own shameful display as a tall man reduced to that state by two women, felt his face flush, rendering him speechless. We owe it all to you two. We were quite unprepared, Lu Wei admitted, somewhat embarrassed. So, Miss Shen and Miss Xiao are not novices in this dungeon, are they? Chen Shi suddenly interjected. Shen Qingqiu shot him a glance, which he promptly avoided, stating, What I mean is, Miss Shen, you possess considerable experience. Many are encountering such events for the first time. Relying solely on you for survival, we hope you can extend your kindness. Apologies, but I am also a novice in this dungeon. Xiao Muyu certainly does not have more experience than you, she retorted. And you too, are you truly seeking trouble? The brothers Chen Dong and Chen Shi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they stammered. We meant no offense regarding whether this is your first time in the dungeon. Do you not have an inkling? She continued. She was unsure why Xiao Muyu chose not to expose them, but she felt it was not her concern. Each was entitled to their own schemes, but foolishness in her presence would not go unpunished. Brother Chen, are they not first-timers? Su Ran grasped Shen Qingqiu's implication, astonished. But they have protective talismans. Lao Yao reminded them. I may not be a novice, yet I too possess a protective talisman, Shen Qingqiu admitted with remarkable composure. How is that possible? That pathetic talisman is clearly stated to be available only to beginners. Where did you obtain yours, Sister Shen? Shen Qingqiu clapped her hands and gracefully seated herself on a nearby chair, glancing at her right hand, then tilting her chin toward Xiao Muyu, casually stating, I acquired it from her. The others in the room felt their foreheads pulse with disbelief. Such shamelessness delivered with such unapologetic bravado was truly astonishing. That talisman was a lifesaver, not merely a cabbage to be snatched away. Cui Xiaoxian and several others simultaneously turned their heads to fix their gaze on the expressionless and speechless Xiao Muyun, seemingly seeking confirmation. Xiao Muyun, with a wooden expression, nodded slightly. In truth, she longed to clarify that it was not theft but rather a covert act of pilfering. Yet truly, those devoid of shame are invincible in this world. Chapter 14, The Human Skin Manor, Part 13. The atmosphere on site began to grow peculiar, however. The concerned parties appeared remarkably composed. The thief exhibited audacity, while the victim remained unfazed, leading the onlookers to concoct an array of narratives. They observed Yu Qiaolian with grave expressions, perhaps comprising those who had failed to enter in time. Had they possessed a protective talisman, they might have had the opportunity to join Su Ran and his companions within. Chen Dong and Chen Shi sensed the unusual glances directed toward them and grew anxious. Shen Qingqiu, do not slander us. This protective talisman is ours. They protested. You and Xiao Muyun are merely echoing each other's baseless claims. Furthermore, if you truly stole her talisman, do you intend to rescue her after indulging yourself? Do you believe we are all fools? Whether they were astute or not was uncertain, but it was clear that you were not particularly clever. After speaking, Shen Qingqiu fell silent, observing the writhing human skin on the ground, seemingly disinclined to engage further. You. Even the question, answered correctly by Cui Xiaoxian, remained elusive. She had merely deduced it through the clues she discovered and the hints provided by Xiao Muyun and the others. Indeed, How did you arrive at that conclusion? Old Liao inquired, puzzled. All eyes turned to Xiao Muyu, who initially hesitated to speak, but, upon noting the group's expectation, glanced at Shen Qingqiu. The latter shrugged, gesturing for her to proceed. Typically, novice instances should not present excessive difficulty. Everyone was somewhat aware that Yu Qiaolian was amiss. Xiao Muyu continued, however, how could this peculiarity link her to being human skin? The leopard questioned curiously. Last night, do you recall where Yu Qiaolian sat? The fifth seat on the left, Su Ran remembered, noting that the empty seat was indeed the fifth on the left, where the old woman had directed Yu Qiaolian to sit, while Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu occupied her original position. And what about the paintings here? Are you familiar with them? Xiao Muyu pointed to the artwork adorning the hall's walls. Somewhat. They are likely all by Da Vinci, Cui Xiaoxian responded. Correct. All 11 pieces are his masterpieces, which means almost all of Da Vinci's renowned works are present here, yet conspicuously absent is one particularly famous painting. The Last Supper. Su Ran exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Indeed, even those with minimal art knowledge should recognize Da Vinci's The Last Supper. The painting depicts Jesus dining with the 12 disciples, during which he proclaims that one among them would betray him. 12 disciples? We just happen to be 12 individuals. Does this refer to us? Lu Wei felt a chill run down his spine. The coincidence was too uncanny. Precisely. And Judas, the betrayer of Jesus, occupies the fifth seat on the left. Do you comprehend now? Hence, the scoring criteria explicitly reference the Last Supper. Though this reasoning appears quite logical, it remains merely conjecture. How could it possibly be connected to Yu Qiaolian? The blood of the skin was found in the room on the third floor.
Xiao Muyu deeply.
There were no living beings present, and the blood had not entirely congealed since it was still fresh from the previous night, indicating that someone had fed it. Logically, the most likely candidate would be the old woman, yet upon closer inspection, the old woman bore no visible wounds. A bowl of blood could not be accounted for by merely a shallow scratch. Thus, the one who provided the blood must undoubtedly be among us. My suspicion of Yu Qiaolian was further reinforced by Miss Zhao's reminder. Since I shared a room with Yu Qiaolian, I noticed her injuries, but I nearly forgot about them due to her evasive responses. The thought of having shared the same bed with that skin made Cui Xiaoxian shudder involuntarily. Is it truly so? Lu Wei queried, puzzled. Did Miss Zhao and Miss Shen also notice her injuries? Upon her mention, both Su Ran and Cui Xiaoxian recalled that Yu Qiaolian had indeed made a certain gesture, though they had given it little thought. Was the disparity between individuals truly so vast? In reality, Xiao Muyu's keen observation stemmed from her personal habit of scrutinizing others' expressions. Moreover, everyone should remember having closed their doors while sleeping last night, right? Xiao Muyu surveyed the room and spoke in a subdued tone. The group nodded in agreement. In such a place, one would be inclined to seal the door shut. Surely no one would dare venture out alone at night, correct? After glancing at Shen Qingqiu, she continued, however, on that night, 5 out of the 7 rooms had been opened. Shen Qingqiu had discreetly placed an inconspicuous stick in each door crack last night and had checked on them this morning. She discovered that the rooms that had been opened belonged to Lao Liao, myself, Chen Dong, Chen Shi, the old woman, and Cui Xiaoxian. The only plausible explanation is that someone had emerged, fed the skin, and allowed it to attach itself to her. None had anticipated this twist. The way they regarded Shen Qingqiu shifted significantly. On that day, amidst a group of anxious individuals, no one had the foresight to consider such matters, let alone delve into this layer of complexity. Miss Shen's insight is truly commendable, Chen Shi murmured, biting his lip. Shen Qingqiu paid him no mind. In other words, she must have been ensnared by the skin before approaching the house. Yet, given the considerable distance, how could she have had the opportunity to enter? Thus, it seemed she was destined to be the offering from the moment she arrived. Shen Qingqiu added, causing the faces of the group to pale. Currently, Miss Zhao should have accumulated 50 points. With a few more key achievements, she could successfully complete the task. Chen Shi inhaled deeply, glancing around the others. How much further did each of them need to go? The crucial objective now was to locate the skin's hiding place and eliminate it, thereby liberating the old woman. This would mark the completion of their first task. There must still be additional points to earn, for otherwise, it was unlikely that many would survive to succeed. Lu Wei remained composed, recognizing that Xiao Muyu's current score of 50 points was extraordinarily impressive, largely due to her and Shen Qingqiu sharing vital information prior to the commencement of the task, as those discoveries had proven exceedingly challenging. You may recall the old crone's assertion that she was cursed. Such a malediction could not have arisen from thin air. To unravel this curse, one must ascertain its origins. Currently, the progress of understanding the old crone's plight stands at a mere 40%, and the knowledge amassed thus far is woefully inadequate. Xiao Muyu glanced at her task progress bar, which indicated a relentless countdown. 22, 28, 45 remained. We have just over 22 hours left. Shen Qingqiu surveyed the second-floor room where the crone resided, oblivious to the happenings around her. We have yet to enter her chamber, Xiao Muyu stated succinctly. Yet her meaning was unmistakable. Cui Xiaoxian hesitated, casting a glance at Lu Wei and the others, cautiously remarking, after entering the third-floor room, we encountered this entity. The crone is a pivotal NPC. She forbids our entry. What might transpire if we were to enter? As they deliberated, the old crone opened the door. She ambled over slowly, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. So, have you found the human skin? The crone showed little concern until her gaze fell upon the object on the floor. Her smile shattered like ice under hail, and after a pause, she exclaimed, You actually captured it? Shen Qingqiu lifted the corners of her mouth in a subtle smile, inclining her head in a slight nod towards the crone. She wore a camel-colored trench coat and black casual trousers, a rather ordinary ensemble. Yet, her beauty lent her every movement an air of elegance, laced with provocation, rendering her irresistibly charming. The crone fixed her gaze upon Shen Qingqiu, then chuckled dryly for a moment. Congratulations, you are indeed formidable. After a fleeting glance at the human skin, her expression conveyed a complexity of emotions. However, she refrained from elaborating on the matter of the skin, and instead languidly stated, Dinner is prepared. I am rather weary today, and shall not accompany you. Eat well and rest early. You should sleep soundly tonight. As she uttered these words, she regarded the group, her withered lips curving into an eerie smile. As she turned to retreat into her room, Xiao Muyu called out to her back, Grandmother, you mentioned that your village was cursed due to some transgression. Could you not elaborate on what was done? Xiao Muyu ceased her inquiries, realizing the crone would likely remain reticent. The human skin had not stirred since being bound, yet no one dared to lower their guard. Let us forego dinner today. We shall keep watch over the skin, ensuring it does not escape, Lu Wei declared gravely. If possible, they truly wished to eliminate it. Shen Qingqiu fixated on the skin. Recalling her previous attempts with a knife, while it could inflict wounds, it was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. With this thought, she crouched down, drawing her knife and approaching the human skin. Miss Shen, what are you planning to do? Chun Shi inquired, his tone tinged with wariness. Shen Qingqiu ignored him, wielding the knife with precision and decisively plunging it down. A portion of the skin that had been freed from its bindings was driven into the floor. The skin let out a sharp scream, struggling with increasing ferocity, though it appeared more enraged than pained. Cui Xiaoxian and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Milky liquid oozed from the wound, the stench mingling with a faint hint of musk re-emerging. The wound did not heal immediately. That milky liquid seeped out like its blood. It seemed our assumptions were not incorrect. It would bleed when injured. Shen Qingqiu directed this remark towards Xiao Muyu, who nodded in response. The others were perplexed, wanting to say something, but Shen Qingqiu interjected, Think carefully about how to deal with this human skin. It cannot remain. This rope cannot contain it. Once it breaks free, who knows what might ensue? A knife can wound it. Can it not be killed? Shen Qingqiu nodded. It is worth a try. She then swiftly drew her knife and struck again. The crowd gasped, realizing that this entity felt no pain. Once wounded, it would start to shed its skin from the injury. I fear I might not even manage to kill it before it escapes. After glancing at the wound, Shen Qingqiu ceased her actions. What shall we do? A group of individuals began to deliberate on how to eliminate the human skin. As an essential item in this scenario, the human skin found itself akin to a pig tied up, listening to others discuss its demise, an utterly indescribable feeling. After much deliberation, perhaps we should try fire. The human skin fears light, but does not shy away from flesh, nor does it fear the restrictions of this room. Let us use fire. A brief burn will reveal its efficacy. Xiao Muyu spoke lightly, as if the human skin were merely a piece of meat to be roasted. I concur, said Cui Xiaoxian, her eyes brightening. Without hesitation, she and Su Ran descended to seek fire. Chapter 15, The Human Skin Manor, Part 14. Night had completely fallen. Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu sat in silence, while the others felt an undeniable distance from these two women, seemingly unapproachable. Moreover, among a group of men, few were willing to admit they were overshadowed by these two strikingly beautiful women, resembling mere vases. The second floor fell into a heavy silence. At this moment, the human skin lay bound and discarded on the floor, with Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu flanking it. Lu Wei stared intently at the closed room of the elderly woman on the second floor, lost in thought, while the others were preoccupied with their own concerns. Xiao Muyu furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the elderly woman's chamber, where crucial information lay. However, their mission had another stipulation. They needed to survive for 72 hours, and only 21 hours remained. Suddenly, she sensed the musky fragrance intensifying at her nose, almost instinctively turning to glance at the human skin beside her. Just as her eyes narrowed at the sight, Shen Qingqiu's knife descended once more with lightning speed. The force was tremendous, driving the dagger deep into the ground, pinning the previously silent human skin, whose bindings had been rendered ineffective, down onto the floor. The ropes had snapped. Chen Dong let out a startled cry, his body reacting faster than his mouth as he dodged away. Not only him, but Chen Shi and several others also turned pale, their first instinct to flee. Among the 6 who had initially surrounded it, in the blink of an eye, only Lu Wei, who had taken a step, and Xiao Muyu remained, while Shen Qingqiu stood within a meter of the human skin. Freed from the weighty constraints of the past and armed with prior lessons, the human skin exhibited an unsettling agility. The thin epidermis tore open at the punctured entry made by the dagger, swiftly liberating itself from its shackles and soaring upward to the ceiling of the second floor. It harbored an intense loathing for Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu. As the tattered skin hung from the beam, its bloodied visage howling at the two. Below, Yu Qiaolian lay as a grotesque blur of flesh and blood, evoking a sense of dread that dissuaded any gaze upon her. As the human skin prepared to launch itself, Cui Shaoxian and Su Rand ascended the second floor with torches in hand. Upon hearing the skin's shrieks, they glanced upward and nearly tumbled back down the stairs. The skin was almost upon Shen Qingqiu and her companion when it abruptly veered. Xiao Muyu's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, "Be wary of the fire, evade." Her voice resonated with a penetrating authority that brooked no contradiction. In this bizarre setting, despite being momentarily dazed by the approaching skin, Su Rand instinctively obeyed Xiao Muyu's directive, gripping the torch and vaulting over the stair railing to land on the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Leaving the skin to miss its target, Su Rand trembled, yet the audacious maneuver left even Xiao Muyu momentarily taken aback. The skin, having missed, emitted a piercing wail as it clung to the beam above the 2nd floor staircase. In the brief span of moments, Shen Qingqiu had drawn her dagger, bracing herself against the table, and leaped over it. Her long legs propelled her onto the stair railing, launching her towards the skin with a speed that left onlookers astounded. Shen Qingqiu's prowess was astonishingly formidable. The skin, torn between hatred and fear of Shen Qingqiu, particularly regarding the dagger, found it incomprehensible that a mere human could pose a threat to a monster. It swiftly surveyed the scene, zeroing in on a singular target, Xiao Muyu. The skin glided through the air like a kite, extending itself to ensnare Xiao Muyu. Having encountered the skin's lethal tactics twice, Xiao Muyu was acutely aware of the hooks concealed beneath its surface and the razor-sharp teeth, excellent for flaying. With no weapon at her disposal, she could only evade. Without hesitation, she leaped beneath the table, rolling to a stand beside Shen Qingqiu. Though her trust in Shen Qingqiu was tenuous, it was her only option. "Are there any flammable materials like kerosene in the kitchen below?" Xiao Muyu inquired with urgency, her gaze fixed on the skin. Her question was directed not at Su Rand and the others, but at Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu cast her a sidelong glance, momentarily surprised. Suddenly, she seized Xiao Muyu and rolled aside just as the skin lunged at their position, shattering the stair railing. Shen Qingqiu spoke in a hushed tone, aware that the skin could comprehend their words. "You hold it off. Su Rand, safeguard your torch, otherwise, we are doomed." With that, she executed a somersault off the staircase. The skin sensed something amiss, yet Shen Qingqiu stood at the staircase's threshold, blocking its escape. Armed with only a dagger, she emanated an aura of invincibility. Unable to endure any longer, the skin abandoned its pursuit of her and instead targeted Lu Wei and several others, plunging the scene into chaos. Shen Qingqiu did not possess such noble intentions to safeguard each individual. Rather, she remained by Su Rand's side, observing the torch in his grasp. The human skin creature moved with remarkable speed, and when faced with a threat to their lives, Lu Wei and the others unleashed their utmost limits, darting around the room in a frantic escape. Shen Qingqiu was like a vengeful spirit. As soon as the creature drew near, she struck mercilessly with her blade. "Miss Shen, are you merely a spectator?" Chen Dong, short and corpulent, cried out hoarsely, having narrowly escaped the creature's grasp several times. Shen Qingqiu's demeanor remained cold. With the creature's speed, capturing them was a trivial endeavor. It was merely fishing, its aim solely on Su Rand. Once the flame in Su Rand's hand extinguished, they would all be doomed to a slow demise. Cui Shaoxian, the sole woman among them, possessed the least stamina, and though agile, she was beginning to falter. As expected, with Shen Qingqiu unmoved by the chaos, the creature lost its patience. Its tattered body, wounded by Shen Qingqiu's strikes, suddenly coiled like a spring and launched itself towards the crowd. Chen Dong and Qin Shi, who had been defending one another, now committed a grave error by becoming the creature's primary targets. When the creature ceased its taunts, their speed was woefully inadequate to evade it. As the creature descended upon Qin Shi, he instinctively shoved his brother Chen Dong away. Chen Dong, already exhausted and unsuspecting, found himself ensnared by the creature without any means to resist. The creature offered no reprieve. Almost instantaneously, Chen Dong's anguished screams reverberated throughout the hall. Blood gushed forth from beneath his stout body, cascading down as he writhed in agony, his skin peeling away like the ripe exterior of a peach, rendering the scene even more gruesome than its earlier shedding.
Ah! Ah!
Chen Dong howled, his voice a despairing wail, his short, stout arms reaching grotesquely towards Qin Shi, fingers grasping futilely as if to clutch him or plead for assistance. Lu Wei and the others turned pale, astonished by Qin Shi's ruthless betrayal. Shen Qingqiu shot her a glance, deftly snatching the wine jar from her hand before pivoting and hurling it away without hesitation, kicking it towards the creature. The jar soared through the air, striking Chen Dong's lifeless form with precision, unleashing a torrent of strong liquor that splattered across the ground. Though the creature had yet to complete its gruesome task, its retreat was swift, with only a portion of the liquor splashing upon it. Upon witnessing the wine spill, it emitted a shrill cry. Even though the onlookers could not comprehend its sounds, they sensed its exhilaration. Lu Wei and the others were instantly stricken with dread. It appeared that the creature indeed feared fire. However, with the jar destroyed, how could this makeshift torch truly vanquish it? Shen Qingqiu had been reckless. Believing itself to be safe, the creature spotted the reemergence of Xiao Muyu, and its lingering trepidation and hatred for her prompted it to lunge towards her without a moment's hesitation. "Miss Xiao!" Cui Xiaoxian let out a startled cry. Yet Xiao Muyu did not flinch. As the figure made its advance, she raised her hand, which had been hidden behind her back, and with a swift motion, a black coat unfurled and collided precisely with the oncoming threat. Meanwhile, less than 5 steps away, Shen Qingqiu seized the torch from Su Ran's grasp just as the figure let out a piercing scream. When Xiao Muyu's coat entangled the figure, the torch hurled by Shen Qingqiu arrived fortuitously, igniting the potent aged liquor and setting ablaze a fierce conflagration. Each movement required flawless execution. Even the slightest hesitation or misstep would lead to failure, yet their coordination was impeccable, a seamless partnership. The figure screamed with a horrific wail that seemed capable of piercing eardrums, but alas, no one granted it another chance. Xiao Muyu grabbed a chair that had been kicked over and pinned the figure to the ground. Su Ran's face was drenched in cold sweat, yet his mind was remarkably clear at that moment. He swiftly scattered all the hay that Xiao Muyu had left on the stairs, resulting in an explosive surge of flames. Xiao Muyu nearly had her hair singed by the fire, frowning as she leaned back and glanced at Su Ran. A group of onlookers watched as the figure gradually turned to char amidst its agonizing cries, finally sighing in relief as the flames extinguished into silence. Lu Wei felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chen Shi stood rigidly at the stairway, his eyes bloodshot and glistening with unshed tears before he suddenly fell to his knees, his head striking the ground heavily. Others dared not look at Chen Dong, but their gazes toward Chen Shi were tinged with a mix of apprehension and disdain, and no words of comfort were offered, for none were deemed necessary. Xiao Muyu, oblivious to the unfolding events, surmised something from the expressions of those around her and Chen Shi's demeanor. "Why did you choose to stand by when you had the ability to assist us?" Chen Shi lifted his head, his gaunt face streaked with tears and snot, each word painfully forced out. Shen Qingqiu, without even glancing at her, sheathed her dagger and replied coolly, "Having the ability does not equate to having the obligation. If brothers can send him to his demise, why should I save him?" While her statement held validity, others felt discomfort. Indeed, Qin Shi was despicable. Yet Shen Qingqiu had just stood idly by. It wasn't Sister Shen who stood by, I held the torch. Had she intervened, the figure would have easily extinguished the flames. And we would all have perished. Su Ran, not foolish, sought to prevent any misunderstanding regarding Shen Qingqiu. She shot him a glance and scoffed coldly. Relying on others in this place is merely courting death. Placing trust in them is equally fatal. He is a living testament to that. Xiao Muyu maintained her usual indifferent expression, yet upon hearing Shen Qingqiu's words, her gaze flickered momentarily, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Her eyes rested on the door of the old woman's room, which had cracked open only to shut swiftly. Xiao Muyu lowered her head to glance at Chen Dong, while Qin Shi remained motionless in his kneeling position, his facial muscles twitching, his eyes bloodshot with genuine sorrow and regret, devoid of pretense. Just a scoff. Xiao Muyu thought mockingly within herself. Human nature indeed is peculiar. What agony does one endure for their own choices? Such joys and sorrows cannot be exchanged. Hence Xiao Muyu turned and departed. As the two individuals departed, the remaining few hesitated, with only Lu Wei stepping forward to remove his coat, enduring the discomfort to drape it over Qindong before they all left, leaving only Qinxi alone, kneeling in the hall. Chapter 16, The Human Skin Villa, Part 15. When Xiao Muyu entered, Shen Qingqiu was already seated by the bedside, observing her. Xiao Muyu unbuttoned the cuffs of her shirt and rolled up her sleeves. The cold demeanor that Shen Qingqiu had just exhibited had softened, and she gazed intently at Xiao Muyu, then spoke. Has that coat seen its last days? Xiao Muyu was momentarily taken aback but nodded. Better than losing my life. Shen Qingqiu chuckled, and Xiao Muyu noted that Shen Qingqiu possessed a duality. When alone with her, she transformed into a captivating enchantress. How did you know I would cooperate with you? What if you had discarded that garment, and I failed to react, or had not intended to do so? Shen Qingqiu asked with genuine curiosity, though Xiao Muyu perceived a seriousness in her gaze. I did not have a choice at that moment. Besides, when you took that jar of liquor from my hands, were you not cooperating with me? I merely continued to align with your intentions, she replied with an air of nonchalance, as if it were the most ordinary matter. However, Shen Qingqiu's view of Xiao Muyu underwent a profound transformation. Previously, she had found Xiao Muyu intriguing and distinct, but their interactions deepened that sentiment. Upon seeing the items in Xiao Muyu's possession, it was less about deciphering her thoughts and more about a decision made from those very objects. Evidently, Xiao Muyu's subsequent actions resonated with that decision. It had been long since she encountered someone so in sync with her. Regrettably, a hint of wistfulness flickered in Shen Qingqiu's eyes, soon replaced by admiration and laughter. I seldom admire anyone, but you are one of the exceptions. Xiao Muyu offered no response, remaining noncommittal. With 20 hours remaining, you have already scored 50 points. Your score should be secure. However, to unravel the old woman's past and alleviate her plight, if we do not engage in other endeavors, it may be futile even if we had 3 more days. Shen Qingqiu implied. Both were perceptive individuals. Xiao Muyu's gaze drifted slightly, and she replied leisurely, if I were anxious about 50 points, surely others would be more desperate than us. The trail of human skin is elusive. Tomorrow is destined to yield nothing. Even if we manage to coast through, it does not change the fact that our score remains inadequate. And so? Shen Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, a trace of mischief in her tone. Why must I articulate it? You should be more aware of the situation than I. Tonight will be another sleepless night. Some matters should be entrusted to those who are suited to handle them. In doing so, we fulfill them and ourselves. Shen Qingqiu reclined, sighing. It has been 2 days. This cursed place lacks even a bathing facility. I am nearing the point of stinking.
Xiao Muyu post.
Pondering. If we succeed in this game, will we transition directly into the next? Shen Qingqiu smiled. Are you seeking my counsel on this matter? Xiao Muyu maintained a stoic expression. No, say what you wish. It matters not if you choose to remain silent.
Ah.
Is this what they term eating soft rice while hard at work? Shen Qingqiu teased, but Xiao Muyu merely pursed her lips, opting to ignore her. As the night deepened, even the desire to watch a performance necessitated a moment of rest to gather one's strength. She prepared to retire to bed, yet as she approached, her gaze lingered momentarily upon the marks on Shen Qingqiu's body. No wonder the scent lingered at her nose. Indeed, Shen Qingqiu was on the verge of becoming quite unpleasant. This fleeting pause was swiftly noticed by Shen Qingqiu, who cast a glance downwards before offering an apology devoid of any real remorse. I am truly sorry. My hands have been a bit too active, and it is inevitable that I have picked up a few traces. I am aware of your keen sense of smell, but given the circumstances, there is no opportunity for bathing or changing clothes, so I must ask for your understanding. There was no option to change, and one ought to remove their outer garments before lying down. Xiao Muyu, with her penchant for cleanliness, could only endure during this peculiar time. However, the sensation of human residue upon her skin while lying in bed was quite repulsive. Her fingers hovered over the button of her trousers, seemingly prepared to undress should Xiao Muyu nod in agreement. With a serious expression, Xiao Muyu scrutinized Shen Qingqiu for several seconds before choosing to turn away and ignore her. A light chuckle escaped Shen Qingqiu's nostrils, yet she refrained from removing her trousers. During such extraordinary times, swift responses to unforeseen circumstances were imperative. The house was enveloped in an eerie silence, and with both women preoccupied with their thoughts, slumber was unlikely to come early. Shen Qingqiu spoke softly. Do you not find this task somewhat peculiar? Xiao Muyu, shifting from her side to lie flat, replied, What is peculiar about it? She acknowledged Shen Qingqiu's sentiments. Was resolving the old woman's plight truly her own dilemma? In the dim light, Shen Qingqiu's eyes remained bright, yet her words carried a heavy undertone. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Muyu finally spoke. The predicament may indeed be genuine, but whether it is a self-imposed entrapment or an unavoidable confinement remains to be seen, depending on what they might uncover. Xiao Muyu's voice was cool and detached, her low tone reminiscent of murmurs heard in a half-dream state, ethereal against the night. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qingqiu closed her eyes, her expression tranquil and untroubled. As the night wore on, those who were awake found their thoughts muddled, teetering between reverie and consciousness. The sounds from outside pierced the stillness like a whistle in the dark, especially clear to Xiao Muyu and her companion. "Did you hear that?" A low whisper barely broke the silence. "Are you not going to take a look?" came the lazy yet teasing response. The sound of the door creaking open was nearly imperceptible, followed by a series of hurried, tense muffled groans that quickly dissipated. Both women lay on the bed, their ears attuned to every sound, as if they had entered that place together. The noises were subtle, the actions of the person outside conducted with utmost caution, so quiet that their own heartbeats and breaths could easily drown out the sounds. Yet, regrettably, this tranquility was short-lived. A terrified scream erupted, abruptly cut off as if someone had grasped the throat, leaving both women as hearts suspended in trepidation. 1 second, 2 seconds, silence reigned. It seemed there was nothing to fear after all. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the exterior, followed swiftly by a deafening thunderclap that seemed to threaten to tear the house apart, bathing the entire interior in blinding light. Oh my! Help! Help! A cacophony of cries erupted from the old woman's room on the second floor, beginning with sheer terror and devolving into screams of anguish. Xiao Muyu's expression shifted slightly as Shen Qingqiu hastily sat up. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Someone was descending the stairs. Without hesitation, the two sprang from their beds, just as the door was forcefully flung open. A bloodied leopard burst into the room, exclaiming in terror, "Help me!" His voice, laden with fear, abruptly ceased, coinciding with a flash of lightning that illuminated the night. In that stark, blinding light, Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu beheld the left side of the leopard's face, gruesomely cleaved away by a sharp instrument, blood gushing forth. The plea for help lingered unspoken as he collapsed, his remaining eye wide with horror. Behind him stood the frail old woman, now wielding a massive scythe, the very instrument of death that had claimed the leopard's life. As the leopard fell, she raised her gaze toward Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. In the flickering lightning, Xiao Muyu noted that the old woman's eyes resembled those of a lifeless fish, void of color. Her face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin that was more terrifying than any specter on this dark night. She paused for a few seconds, scrutinizing the pair before her scythe, which had seemed cumbersome indoors, sliced through the air with alarming speed, aiming to cleave them in two. The scythe was formidable, and there was scarcely any room to evade its sweeping arc. Almost in unison, the two lowered their bodies and rolled on the ground. Though Xiao Muyu had studied self-defense, she was not a trained fighter. Being able to evade the blow was already a small triumph. The old woman exhibited surprising strength. Her scythe scraped across the wooden floor with a resounding crack, effortlessly carving through the planks, and she swiftly withdrew it, preparing for another strike. However, Shen Qingqiu was quicker. Seizing the moment as she withdrew her weapon, he lunged forward, closing the distance. The scythe was lethal from afar, but utterly ineffective in close quarters. Without hesitation, he delivered a merciless kick to her chest, sending her crashing against the corridor wall. The force of the blow left the old woman momentarily dazed, and before she could regain her composure, another kick struck her neck, sending her sprawling to the ground, her eyes rolling back in shock. Yet the old woman seemed possessed, her body creaking under the force of Shen Qingqiu's attacks, yet she stubbornly clung to her scythe. "Do not feign sorcery before me," Shen Qingqiu warned coldly. "Unless you can teleport or become invisible, I shall dismantle your frail body limb by limb tonight." In that moment, the only illumination came from the sporadic flashes of lightning. The others had fled to the hall, and in the dim light, they witnessed a tall, slender figure relentlessly battering the old woman who had moments ago wielded the scythe with intent to kill. The sound of flesh striking flesh, coupled with the sickening crack of bones breaking, instilled a dread in them that made Shen Qingqiu appear more fearsome than any ghost. Suddenly, a soft click echoed, and the hall's lights flickered to life, stubbornly illuminating the space after several attempts. Cui Xiaoxian, still shaken, turned to see Xiao Muyu had approached the switch and turned on the lights. Under the dim light, the group witnessed the entirety of Shen Qingqiu's brutal assault on the old woman, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Could this truly be a supernatural scenario? This was indeed the first time they had encountered such a ferocious side of Shen Qingqiu. The elderly woman, previously writhing in resistance, succumbed to a sorrowful wail. Having endured countless gaming scenarios without ever experiencing such tragedy, blood tears streamed from her hollow eyes, rendering her appearance even more terrifying. Despite their fear, Cui Xiaoxian and the others felt an unusual sense of security. Bind her, Shen Qingqiu commanded, disinterested in further conversation. As she kicked the old woman at the feet of Lao Liao, startling Su ran into a fit of frantic jumps. Chun Shi's lips turned pale, trembling still, as blood soaked his right arm. Upon glancing at Shen Qingqiu, he fell silent, fixated on the body of the leopard, its legs awkwardly sprawled at the entrance. Frozen in the pose of its former life, having died swiftly and unwillingly. Without uttering a word, Chun Shi clenched his teeth and forced his weakened legs toward the old woman's room. As he passed by Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu, he glared at them. His thin, gaunt face resembling a lifeless specter, his voice hoarse. "You may not dare to enter, but it seems we are destined to proceed, right?" Shen Qingqiu's eyes remained devoid of emotion, akin to observing a mere jester, which fueled Shen Shi's ire, prompting him to grit his teeth. "Dare you claim you do not think this way?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage. "Ha, have I ever denied it? Did I compel you to go? Once a choice is made, one must bear the consequences. I have borne mine, and you should feel grateful." With a glance at the leopard, it appeared that the death of a single individual was inconsequential to her. Xiao Muyu, too, had not spared a second glance since the leopard had fallen. Though she did not wish for anyone to perish, she felt no sorrow for those who did. Life was to her an external affair, devoid of the capacity to empathize with others' joys or sorrows. Meanwhile, the remaining survivors teetered on the brink of psychological collapse. Lao Liao covered his face in silence, while Cui Xiaoxian and Lu Wei, after securing the old woman, stared vacantly at the leopard's corpse. Out of 12 individuals, 5 had already perished without overcoming a single trial. Chapter 17, The Human Skin Manor, 16. Although the dialogue between Shen Qingqiu and Chun Shi left the others perplexed, one thing became clear. Shen Qingqiu was aware that someone would venture to open the door to the old woman that night. Shen Qingqiu perceived the situation clearly, but remained indifferent. The lives or deaths of the few present, their preferences or aversions, held no significance for her. In a world rife with tragedy and loss, the opportunity to be reborn in this place after death was already a cause for gratitude. It matters not if you stand by and do nothing. However, it is I who shall open this door, and I must be the first to enter. This statement was directed at Shen Qingqiu and her companion. Stepping back slightly, Shen Qingqiu nodded. "Be my guest." The others watched as he entered the old woman's room alone, hesitating, unsure whether to follow. Meanwhile, the tightly bound old woman continued to struggle, emitting low growls akin to a wild beast, instilling both fear and unease in those who bore witness. Shen Qingqiu was perturbed by the disturbance, reaching up to clear her ears. At that moment, Xiao Muyu passed by, expressionless, and stuffed the old woman's garments into her mouth, instantly bringing tranquility to the world. Cui Xiaoxian observed the scene. Shen Qingqiu's eyes glimmered as she leaned against the wall behind her, a smile gracing her features as she watched Xiao Muyu. She then shifted her gaze downward, fixating on the old woman, who appeared strikingly different from the one they had seen earlier. Lu Wei, equally perplexed, pondered how she had transformed so abruptly. Was it due to their intrusion? Shen Qingqiu cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Muyu and leaned forward, saying, "Miss Xiao seems utterly unfazed." When they had first encountered the old woman who had slain the leopard, Xiao Muyu had displayed only mild surprise, quickly regaining her composure, showing no astonishment at the old woman's capacity for violence. Xiao Muyu responded with a faint acknowledgement, recalling the first night when she had gestured for them to sit. She had noticed the calluses on the old woman's palms, a sign not born from mere mending. Moreover, there was something white on her fingers. "Indeed, you observed it?" Shen Qingqiu interjected. "What does the white substance imply?" Su Ran queried, bewildered. "The liquid on human skin is white," Cui Xiaoxian added, having seen it as well. Though she had not given it much thought until Shen Qingqiu's remarks sparked her memory, leading her to a quick conclusion. The liquid from human skin? Has the old woman touched human skin? The thought caused Lu Wei's complexion to change. If the old woman had indeed made contact with human skin, it indicated that she was not merely a victim of curses, but something far more sinister. "I only caught a distant glimpse, and at the time, nothing seemed amiss. However, I detected a faint fragrance from the sewing machine in her parlor, a scent reminiscent of human skin. Furthermore, the skin we had slain on the first day bore stitching marks. All these details combined suggest certain conclusions." Shen Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the adjacent room. Lu Wei and his companions had initially intended to explore further, Upon hearing Shen Qingqiu's words, they exchanged glances and hastily entered. As the lights flickered on, the group stepped inside, only to recoil in unison, their eyes widening in horror.
Ah!
Su Ran couldn't suppress a scream, grabbing Lu Wei in fright, her face drained of color. Before them stood an antiquated sewing machine, flanked by a wooden rack upon which hung an estimated 7 or 8 pieces of human skin. A fresh, bloodied piece lay atop the sewing machine. This human skin was all stitched by the old woman, Lao Liao stammered, his words faltering in disbelief. It's utterly grotesque, simply deranged, Lu Wei murmured. Chun Shi continued his search, and from the items in his grasp, it was evident he had made considerable discoveries. Shen Qingqiu remained indifferent to whether Chun Shi could unearth any clues or to his blatant resentment, yet this did not imply her lack of dissatisfaction. Xiao Muyu noted that her attention had shifted towards Shen Qingqiu, more so than anyone else, and as Shen Qingqiu's eyes darted, she knew exactly what was about to be said. Do you not recognize this human skin? This mocking and cruel question echoed like a death knell in the night, sending a chill down the spines of those present. What does it mean? Cui Xiaoxian also began to falter in her speech. Chun Shi, who had been engrossed in rummaging through items, immediately froze, lifting his gaze to fixate on the bloodied skin, then abruptly glared at Shen Qingqiu. His stubbled face a picture of disarray, tinged with a hint of hysteria. Xiao Muyu furrowed her brow. Shen Qingqiu was indeed somewhat terrifying. Such a person was best not encountered a second time, let alone be made an enemy. Fresh human skin? Huh. Where could one find such freshness? The answer was self-evident. After speaking, she coldly regarded the fidgeting old woman, her tone gentle yet laced with malice. Grandmother, that skin has already been used. Only a fool would stumble repeatedly in the same place. The skin is punctured, severed. Can you still flaunt your power, grandmother? The old woman, who had been furtively moving, instantly froze in place, daunted. Su Ran, disregarding his shock, hurried over to inspect and tighten the ropes once more. What the hell do you mean, Shen Qingqiu? Clarify this for me. Chun Shi could no longer contain himself. He was like an agitated porcupine, bristling with spikes, eager to direct them all at Shen Qingqiu. You do not understand, and we outsiders understand even less. She glanced at her panel. 13 hours remained on the countdown. Are you certain you wish to engage in such a futile quarrel? Chun Shi's expression darkened significantly. Although they had unearthed many items, they could only piece together the old woman's secrets. He needed her assistance. As he slumped, Shen Qingqiu continued to survey the room's layout, while the bound old woman was dragged over by Su Ran to prevent her from escaping. It seemed she had indeed woven her own web of entrapment. Xiao Muyu observed the items within, musing aloud. Among the human skins, aside from the one on the table, several are hanging. Beside the sewing machine stood a large vat emitting a strange odor, the contents unknown, with a milky liquid dripping down its sides, spreading towards the shelves. Xiao Muyu counted. 8 skins hung above. Upon closer inspection, the cut edges were meticulously stitched, identical to the thread she had seen on the skin days prior. Among the 8, 3 were still damp, likely removed from the vat not long ago. Cui Xiaoxian felt a wave of nausea wash over her, suddenly recalling something. She pointed weakly at the 3 damp skins. Miss Xiao, those 3 skins, could they belong to the 3 deceased? Xiao Muyu glanced at her, remaining silent. Yet the answer was evident, prompting another round of dry heaving from Cui Xiaoxian. 3 people? But Xiao Tian wasn't skinned, was she? Su Ran's face darkened. His gaze towards the old woman was filled with both rage and fear. This pervert had actually dug out and skinned people. So, upon death, they become one among them. The rules have been hinting at this all along. Xiao Muyu breathed softly. Damn it, Lu Wei, usually composed and calm, could no longer restrain himself from uttering a curse. What has Chun Shi discovered? They wished to linger not a moment longer, eager for a swift resolution. Upon hearing this, Chun Shi glanced at Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu, his eyes betraying a hint of unacknowledged pride. The revelation of these items clarified much. It became apparent that the human skins were likely the result of the old woman's actions. Thus, it was not she who was ensnared by human skin, but rather she who had orchestrated its creation. The task was likely a cunning ruse. He then produced a photograph, a black and white family portrait, evidently aged, showing signs of wear. In it, 7 individuals were captured. At the forefront sat a couple. The man donned a tailcoat while the woman wore a white dress, both appearing to be in their 50s. Behind them stood 2 tall, handsome young men, accompanied by a girl who smiled sweetly, affectionately resting her hand on the couple's shoulders. The 3 bore a striking resemblance, suggesting they were siblings. However, in the corner of the photograph, there was another woman holding a young girl, creating a stark distance from the family. Her gaze towards the camera was vacant and cold, her pale face clouded with gloom, rendering her presence incongruous with the photograph. "Do you see this woman?" She inquired, pointing at her. Cui Xiaoxian and the others hurried over to examine the picture, then cast a glance at the old woman. "It is indeed her," he asserted, indicating the crone. "Simultaneously, I discovered a notebook in her drawer, containing some writings. Please take a look." The group perused its contents, expressions of astonishment adorning their faces. The writings appeared to belong to a woman and were imbued with a palpable sorrow, causing them to frown in empathy. "I cannot endure it any longer. Why can't they let me go? Living is too painful. I am but a slave, a plaything for that family. Yet, I have found new hope." Xiaoyun has begun to speak. She called me mother. Xiaoyun. After several blank pages, a line emerged, written with such fervor that the ink seemed to bleed through the paper, imbued with profound hatred and rage. "They are beasts. Beasts. My Xiaoyun is only 13. They all deserve to die, and I shall see them flayed alive." Upon finishing the reading, the group wore complex expressions. The disjointed thoughts within the text hinted at tragic events that had transpired, leading to the conclusion that Xiaoyun was likely her daughter, and they had suffered grievous misfortunes that drove her to contemplate their demise. A glimmer of confidence began to emerge on Chen Xi's previously ashen and cold countenance, akin to a spark amidst ashes.
"They?"
Cui Xiaoxian became absorbed in thought, unable to suppress her inquiry. "Yes, the individuals in this photograph must refer to them," he replied. "Are you certain?" Lu Wei asked, frowning. Chen Xi's flicker of confidence wavered momentarily, yet he affirmed, "I am certain. The photograph's presence is peculiar. It's the only one in the entire room, and her expression is unsettling. There is no hint of joy in this family portrait." "There were 5 individuals," Xiao Muyu interjected, furrowing her brow. "The calamity of human skin began with the murder of a family of 5, followed by their skinning. They were killed. Could it be that this family depicted in the photograph is indeed comprised of those very individuals? Did she murder them and then skin them?" This grim reality left them utterly astonished, yet, upon reflection, it seemed plausible, thereby elucidating why the old woman engaged in the macabre art of stitching human skin. She had previously mentioned that had her grandson survived, he would now be of Su Rant's age. It appears that her daughter bore a child, but alas, that child too has perished. A few succinct statements, coupled with the evidence at hand, pieced together a semblance of the truth. However, the true nature of the events remains elusive, awaiting the recovery of the bewitched old woman for clarity. It is no wonder that she alone survives. Yet after our investigation of this room, we have unearthed her life story, leaving us at a standstill regarding the resolution of her plight, mused Cui Xiaoxian. She is not in a predicament. As Muyu previously noted, she has ensnared herself. Upon hearing Shen Qingqiu's words, Xiao Muyu could not help but cast a glance at her, wondering when they had grown so intimate. Ensnared by her own web? Does Miss Shen imply that the old woman has imprisoned herself? How then can we liberate her from this plight? She is not physically constrained, Xiao Muyu interjected, recalling my earlier assertion that failure of the task results in becoming part of human skin. To become human skin does not bestow otherworldly powers, but rather inflicts an eternal torment. This old woman can nurture and sow human skin, thus it is not the skin that confines her, rather, she has confined the skin. Her true predicament lies in her refusal to release them, thereby ensnaring herself in the process. Chapter 18. The Manner of Human Skin 17. Xiao Muyu's calm, yet resonant words struck a chord, causing Lu Wei and the others to widen their eyes in sudden realization. This conclusion left Chen Qi astounded, momentarily speechless, before he remarked dryly, "It seems these revelations are indeed pivotal, otherwise we would still be in the dark. The hints had long been present. I simply failed to comprehend their significance until now, which further corroborates our suspicions and restores the truth of the matter." After Shen Qingqiu concluded her observations in the room, another question arose. How did she transform those individuals into such a state? She turned to Qin Shi, who averted his gaze, instead focusing on the old woman. That is a question for this elderly matron. That night, slumber eluded them all. As the first light of dawn broke, the old woman involuntarily trembled, her once rolling eyes gradually closing as if she were succumbing to sleep. Cui Xiaoxian stifled a yawn and murmured, "Is she regaining her senses?"
Outside.
Daylight emerged, and throughout the night, they sat in the hall, gazing out the window, the thrill of the night giving way to an indescribable fatigue. "You truly fear not for your lives," a hoarse and aged voice interjected, capturing the attention of all present. 6 pairs of eyes, filled with urgency, tension, or indifference, converged upon the bound old woman. "Unfortunately, we still draw breath. Given the circumstances, do you still intend to conceal the truth? What transpired that incited such hatred within you?" resulting not only in murder and skinning, but also in transforming them into those unmentionable, ghastly entities, condemned to an eternity in darkness? The old woman fixed her gaze upon Shen Qingqiu, her memory still vivid of the events that transpired the previous night. They had received their just desserts. How torturous it was for them to be reduced to mere human skins, feeling neither pain nor sensation. How blissful that must be, she chuckled, albeit with a mixture of hatred and tears. But is it not enough that you have slain so many? Must you confine them here, causing harm to both them and yourself? Lu Wei interjected with some disapproval. So you sympathize with them, do you? A wretched old hag with a heart as venomous as a serpent, curse and torment them in this hellish place. I am the true embodiment of evil, she spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. This world has never been one where the weak hold the moral high ground, nor where the most tragic have the right to speak. Who is ultimately responsible for this calamity? Without understanding the truth, one has no authority to comment. Thus, you may enlighten us. Let us hear if they truly deserve their fate. Xiao Muyu's expression remained tranquil, her dark eyes fixed upon the old woman, devoid of hatred or anger. Merely indifferent like a night sky, devoid of light or shadow. The old woman studied her for a long while before beginning to recount her tale. A 15-year-old girl, innocent and vibrant, accompanied her only father to seek refuge with distant relatives. As they journeyed, her father fell gravely ill, and they took shelter in a secluded household. Believing they had encountered kind-hearted folk, they sought the help of a doctor for her father, who ultimately passed away and was laid to rest in that very place. Little did she know that the family's two sons harbored impure intentions toward the youthful maiden, yet neither wished to marry her. They both forcibly and threateningly claimed her as their own. Left alone and desolate, the girl cried out for help, only to find none. The family tacitly accepted their son's actions, and she became nothing more than a plaything for the two. As conditions deteriorated further, she was treated as a slave, subjected to beatings and insults. It was only when she became pregnant that her situation slightly improved. They began to care for her, treating her with more kindness during her pregnancy, those months being her only respite from the torment. However, upon the birth of her daughter, her plight worsened. The child became her sole solace, a gift from heaven amidst the mire of her existence, a flower blossoming in a decaying swamp. With all her strength, she endeavored to protect this delicate and precious blossom. Yet, she realized she should harbor no hopes. Beasts are devoid of humanity. They struck and berated her, which she endured. But they did not spare her daughter. They beat and insulted her simply for being unaware of her parentage. Overcome with anguish, she cried out in despair, her voice hoarse as she fixed her gaze upon the group, exclaiming with all her might, "But she is also their child. How could they? How could they entertain such vile thoughts, dragging her into the depths of hell just as they did to me?" In a state bordering on hysteria, her eyes rolled back as the demon concealed within her yearned to break free once more. Silence enveloped the group. Cui Xiaoxian and the others appeared pale, their brows furrowed in distress. Shen Qingqiu observed coldly, while Xiao Muyu pressed her lips together, her face slightly paling, her dark eyes seemingly brewing a storm. Fixated on the 5 individuals captured in the photograph, Shen Qingqiu sensed the tempest within her, casting a surprised glance her way, even clenching her fists tightly. This was perhaps the first time in recent days that she witnessed such a tumult of emotions, her heart stirring with a sense of inquiry. As the old woman regained her composure, her entire visage contorted, the anguish, fury, and hatred of her past rendering her nearly hysterical. Outside, the crowd had dissipated, leaving only the old woman's wails echoing through the emptiness, akin to the howl of a lone wolf. I wished to flee with Xiaoyan. Yet in a village teeming with such malevolence, there was no hope for her salvation. Until she was married off to another beast from the same village, this house was procured in exchange for their daughter. She surveyed the room, her gaze frenzied. It was difficult to fathom how the old woman had endured, for indeed, the pitiful can often possess a loathsome side. Later, your daughter was lost, and your grandson as well. Thus, you could no longer bear it, could you? Xiao Muyu raised her eyes to meet hers. The old woman appeared momentarily stunned, sorrow quickly engulfing her, only to be replaced by a perverse sense of retribution.
Yes.
Xiaoyan was wed to another beast, a drunkard who contributed nothing, striking her when inebriated. She was with child, 8 months along, yet he still beat her, causing a premature birth that claimed the infant's life. They all deserved death. I could not let them escape. One day, I finally found a packet of rat poison and slipped it into their soup, their wine, their food. None were spared. Then, before their poison took full effect, I slowly flayed their skin from their bodies. They cried out, more desperate than when I had knelt before them, pleading for mercy for myself and for Xiaoyun. Her eyes sparkled with a fervor of delight, yet her words sent shivers through the crowd. No wonder. I had long pondered how a family of 5 could be so easily extinguished. The poison from within made it all too clear. Xiao Muyu regarded the old woman and spoke. The old woman's gaze remained fixed on her, and Xiao Muyu did not shy away, meeting her eyes with unwavering resolve. Within that gaze resided neither pity nor revulsion, but rather a calm understanding and a sense of accord. You believe my actions were justified.
Do you not?
The old woman's expression bore a hint of incredulity and surprise. The others were momentarily taken aback, staring at Xiao Muyu. There is nothing inherently wrong. One only comprehends the pain of a blade when it strikes oneself. The joys and sorrows of humanity are inherently disconnected. Thus, even when they are aware of their transgressions, they can still unhesitatingly sacrifice others to satiate their own desires and interests. If they ever felt remorse, it was merely a fear of retribution. Clearly, this fear did not deter their acts of violence. In their societal reality, if one is guilty, it is the law that ought to punish them, not personal vendettas, especially not one as extreme as a massacre. Haha, you support my actions, do you not? Thus, I am not wrong at all. At that moment, a glimmer of compassion flickered in Xiao Muyu's eyes. Yes, you have successfully avenged yourself, rendering them eternal slaves to darkness. But what of yourself? You have also become a captive of this very hatred. Your quest for vengeance has perpetuated your own suffering, and you believed you had ensnared those wretched souls. Yet, have you not forgotten that they have also entrapped you? It is not merely a physical confinement. Your very spirit remains shackled, unable to escape. In her later words, it seemed as though she was no longer conversing with the old woman but rather elucidating her past to herself. The smile on the old woman's face abruptly faltered, her gaze becoming vacant as she stared at her surroundings, her expression beginning to fracture. You murdered them for your own sake, for your daughter, for your grandson. Yet, after their demise, have you recalled your daughter or grandson in your memories? When you tormented those souls, did you remember the reasons behind your actions? I suspect that, had we not intervened, those memories would have faded entirely, would they not? The room fell into an eerie silence, the dawn's first light streaming through the eastern window, its vibrant rays illuminating the house, casting warmth upon Xiao Muyu. The brilliance was so overwhelming that she, standing at the center of the light, appeared to be engulfed in shadows. The fissures on the old woman's face widened, ultimately shattering like glass, leaving her a lifeless shell, as if her soul had been extracted. Xiao Muyu knelt down and untied the ropes binding her. Having avenged them, regardless of their culpability, they have accepted their fate. Thus, release yourself. We shall handle those wretched souls. The old woman, supported by her, stood in a daze, gazing at the blinding sunlight, murky tears streaming from her eyes. She then grasped Xiao Muyu's hand, softly sobbing, her cries escalating into heart-wrenching wails. Though they did not condone the old woman's actions and found her truly terrifying, her sorrowful cries stirred a profound sense of melancholy within them. Who would willingly remain in darkness, if not for the hell they endured? After a lengthy silence, the old woman rose unsteadily and shuffled into the room, followed closely by Qingqiu and the others. They observed as she opened a cabinet and rummaged for a while before retrieving a brick and then extracting a cloth bundle. She reached out to take it, but the old woman shot him a cold glance before handing it to Xiao Muyu. Consider this a gift from me. Thank you.
Xiao Muyu nodded.
Unwrapping the cloth bundle, which contained items that momentarily stunned her, causing the others to pale as well. It appeared to be human skin. Chapter 19. The Human Skin Manor. Upon hearing this, several of them recoiled in dread. The sight was repulsive. Not only them, but Xiao Muyu too felt a psychological barrier. Just then, a slender, delicate hand reached forward, casually lifting the human skin roll and inspecting it briefly. She unfurled the skin and presented it to everyone, causing all but Xiao Muyu to step back. However, upon closer inspection, they saw a talisman inscribed with vermilion ink, its strange characters evoking an ominous aura. Xiao Muyu pondered, is this the object that transforms flesh into life? The old woman nodded, her face reflecting a sense of relief. In the depths of my despair, I contemplated ending their lives, seeking solace in oblivion. Yet, unexpectedly, an individual emerged, presenting me with a means to ensure that those wretched souls would truly suffer. In exchange, I would remain here eternally, bound to their presence until my own release. The moment has arrived. Should I incinerate it, they shall find liberation, and I, too, shall be freed. Xiao Muyu instinctively sensed something amiss. Who was that person? The old woman glanced at her, a smile gracing her lips. He is my god, as well as the deity of this world. With that, she fell silent. Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu exchanged glances. observing the old woman for a considerable time before finally nodding gently. The group opened the door and stepped outside. Despite the tempestuous thunderstorm of the previous night, today's weather was remarkably pleasant, revealing a verdant circle of forest surrounding them. As Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu advanced a few paces, they noticed remnants of the skin left upon the grass, a testament to the wounds inflicted upon that individual. Shen Qingqiu chuckled lightly. It seems our daring venture yesterday was rather superfluous. Who could have anticipated that Miss Xiao could so effortlessly compel the old woman to relinquish such a thing? So, your delay yesterday in confronting the human skin was merely to ascertain its whereabouts. Cui Xiao Xian expressed her deep admiration for the duo. However, the necessity of such actions was indeed questionable. Xiao Muyu remarked, producing the human skin scroll, while Su Ran had already procured fire. Reflecting on the recent dialogue between Xiao Muyu and the old woman, Shen Qingqiu felt a surge of impatience. She crossed her arms and turned her head to observe the reserved and delicate figure beside her. Her features were as gentle as jade, yet her striking eyes held an air of indifference and coldness. Did you truly mean what you said earlier? Do you believe her actions were justified? Caught off guard by Shen Qingqiu's inquiry, Xiao Muyu fell momentarily silent before lowering her gaze to the grass beneath her feet. Right or wrong? What difference does it make? When the law fails to deliver justice, personal vengeance becomes not only justifiable but noble from that moment forth. She uttered this with a hint of self-mockery. Of course, this is merely a personal moral perspective. The ancient Roman legal system once upheld a principle of retributive justice, which has gradually been abandoned. Moreover, the elusive concept of justice, who can truly grasp its essence? Even if justice is bestowed upon you, is it necessarily what you desire? You seem to have a profound understanding of this, Shen Qingqiu observed quietly, posing her question. Xiao Muyu's expression remained somewhat apathetic. It is but a reflection of my limited insight. Yet I believe, were you in my position, you would act similarly, Shen Qingqiu responded with a smile, adding, I would as well. For the first time, Xiao Muyu regarded her earnestly. After a moment, she glanced at the human skin in Shen Qingqiu's possession. I am grateful that our society upholds rules and laws. Once judgment and enforcement are left to individuals, the selfishness and wrath of humanity will render vengeance boundless. However, in this place, all legal principles and moral boundaries are cast aside. As Shen Qingqiu cast the human skin scroll into the flames, it began to writhe and emit a piercing scream, startling the onlookers who instinctively recoiled several steps. Meanwhile, in the distant expanse where the milky liquid meandered, a chorus of jubilant screams echoed, resembling a frenzied dance of demons. This cacophony startled the mountains and birds, sending them fleeing as if the apocalypse had dawned. As calm descended, Su Ran suddenly exclaimed in alarm, Fire! Fire! Xiao Muyu and the others turned to see the house behind them engulfed in thick, billowing smoke and towering flames. The old woman is still inside, Su Ran hastily remarked, only to falter midway, as he had likely deduced the origin of the blaze. The seven stood in solemn silence, gazing at the solitary house amidst the desolate wilderness, now ablaze. As they were absorbed in watching the inferno, the system's voice resonated. Main quest, the old crone in the mountains, Task 1. Understand the crone's plight and assist her in escaping her predicament. Completed. Task 2. Survive for 72 hours. Completed. The tasks were fulfilled, yet a few remained unsettled, for the ultimate criterion for victory was not merely the completion of tasks. After a brief pause, Xiao Muyu finally heard the voice of the initial speaker, the judge number 001. Dear players, I am judge number 001. Firstly, congratulations on successfully completing the main quest and surviving thus far. There are 10 hours remaining until the 72-hour mark, unless you choose otherwise. Reaching the 72-hour threshold should pose no difficulty. This statement rang true, yet Xiao Muyu furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying malice in the judge's words. The voice, sweet and cheerful, tightened the hearts of Su Ran and Lao Liao with an unsettling grip. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown instilled anxiety in those few who were acutely aware of their meager scores. As the final number was uttered, apart from Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu, everyone fixated intently on their scoreboards. With a chime, all scores were locked, revealing a leaderboard before them. At the top, without a shadow of a doubt, was Xiao Muyu with a score of 125. The sight left several in awe. Is this even human? A realm of academic prodigies, incomprehensible to the underachievers. Following closely was Shen Qingqiu with a score of 100. This was anticipated yet hard to digest. How could she accrue such points without uttering many words? She gritted his teeth in envy. Su Ran had long sensed the undercurrents between Qinxi and Shen Qingqiu, stating earnestly, "Sister Xiao must know what Sister Shen is aware of." Though she spoke little, her impact was profound. The others recalled Shen Qingqiu's nearly monstrous combat prowess. Nodding in agreement. Had she not decisively dealt with the old woman's skin-clad assailants, the subsequent events would never have transpired. In third place were Lu Wei and Qinxi, both with scores of 70. Fifth was Cui Xiaoxian, with 67. Sixth was Su Ran, with 64. Seventh was Lao Liao, with 58. The scores of the seven were displayed, and the points allocation rules began to unfold. The two tasks indeed had low point values, each accounting for 15 points. In essence, one could earn 30 points simply by coasting through. Qinxi's audacious venture into the old woman's chamber proved invaluable, adding a significant 15 points of critical evidence. Meanwhile, Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu garnered their impressive scores primarily because the two of them eliminated the person who had been cloaked in the skin of Yu Qiaolian, each earning an additional 15 points. Shen Qingqiu single-handedly subdued the deranged old woman, thereby claiming 15 points for herself. Ultimately, Xiao Muyu persuaded the old woman to willingly surrender the human skin scroll, which was the pivotal step in completing the task, resulting in an additional 20 points. Su Ran's achievement of igniting the torch to burn the human skin earned him 10 points. Without those points, his mission would have failed. Upon reviewing the results, old Liao's face had already turned ashen, though he had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. After the side quest concluded, he and the leopard were left with the lowest scores, which is why Qinxi was able to convince the leopard to take a gamble together the previous night. Had he not taken that risk, even if the task was completed, he would have likely failed to pass. The leopard paid a heavy price for this decision. By not participating, he missed the opportunity for additional points and, in the end, only earned 5 points during the support process, falling short of the required 60 points. Even Qinxi, who often exhibited a sardonic demeanor, looked at him with a hint of sadness, leading to a moment of silence, as everyone was at a loss for words. This was not merely an examination, it determined old Liao's fate. Old Liao took a deep breath, his expression a blend of bitterness and acceptance. "I was prepared for this," he said. "At over 50 years of age, walking down that path is not so hard to accept. I lack the talent and ability to persevere in this place. If not for the desire to see my son once more, I would not have come here. I have mostly followed along with everyone. I apologize for not being able to assist you. Miss Xiao, Miss Shen, thank you for bringing me this far." Shen Qingqiu glanced at him, finally offering a nod instead of a cold stare. "You did not act recklessly. There is no need to thank us. Now that the human skin no longer exists, does failure still mean one must become part of it?" Xiao Muyu inquired. The referee, designated as 001, interjected. "There is none here, but elsewhere there are." This statement hinted at deeper implications. Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu exchanged a knowing glance before discreetly shifting their gazes away. "He is just 2 points short. Can there be no leniency?" Cui Xiaoxian asked, unable to conceal her sympathy. "Indeed, it is merely a slight margin. Do not attempt to alter the rules, nor seek to persuade the referee. Otherwise, you will all face punishment together." The sweet voice of referee 001 turned cold, indicating that leniency was indeed out of the question. At that moment, a girl dressed in a white gown suddenly appeared before them. The little girl, with an enchanting voice and a sweet demeanor, possessed large, expressive eyes. She simply smiled at the group and stated, "Congratulations to the 6 of you for successfully clearing the 001 side quest, the human skin manor. When the time comes, you will know where to go and what to do. As for this person, I will take him away." With that, she pointed at old Liao, tilting her head with a smile. Xiao Muyu pressed her lips together tightly. Although referee 001's smile seemed innocent, there was a palpable cruelty in her gesture toward old Liao. How would she take him away? Although Lao Liao had mentally prepared himself, when the figure labeled as 001 pointed at him, he felt as though his breath was strangled. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, causing excruciating pain in his innards. Lowering his gaze, he noticed his fingers had transformed into delicate paper cutouts, fluttering in the wind, and he could scarcely maintain his footing. A tidal wave of fear surged within him, threatening to shatter his heart. The others around him were equally pale. Having witnessed a living person appear as though compressed before their very eyes, reduced to nothing more than a sheet of paper, with Lao Liao's contorted, terrified expression etched upon it, carelessly swept away by the little girl, ultimately vanishing without a trace. No one could have anticipated the brutal and savage manner in which failure would be met, leaving Su Ran's complexion ashen, and his spirit utterly shattered. Lu Wei and Cui Xiaoxian found themselves at a loss for words, their initial hope and joy at overcoming the challenge now overshadowed by a dense gloom. Silence reigned for a considerable time until Chen Qi was the first to break it. His eyes reddened as he looked at Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. You two are indeed extraordinary, displaying an uncommon coldness, never once altering your expressions throughout this ordeal. Quite remarkable, I must say. Shen Qingqiu paid no heed to this madman, while Xiao Muyu remained equally impassive. Chen Qi felt as though he had plunged into a cloud of cotton, gritting his teeth as he continued. You played your cards beautifully this time, but do not forget, the manner in which this game concludes remains a mystery to all. Your downfall will inevitably befall you. For as long as one lives, the torment shall persist. Regardless of the veracity of Chen Qi's words, his final 8 words weighed heavily upon the hearts of all present, concluding this round, leaving them to ponder what lay ahead. Indeed, as long as one lives, the torment shall persist. Therefore, Chen Qi, there is no need for you to target me and Xiao Muyu. You must recognize that using others as shields is a slippery slope. What begins with one instance will inevitably repeat. I hope that both Miss Xiao and I continue to navigate this with such ease. And I wish for you to always be the one shoving others forward. Her softly spoken words pierced deeply, rendering Chen Qi pale. He had long harbored animosity towards Shen Qingqiu, as if such hatred could allow him to forget the circumstances surrounding Chen Dong's demise. As time drew near, Shen Qingqiu bid farewell, standing alone to venture towards the dense thicket in the west. The group, taken aback, remained silent, refraining from questioning her intentions. Only as she passed by Xiao Muyu did Shen Qingqiu halt, winking playfully with a captivating smile, expressing her anticipation for their next encounter in the forthcoming game. Xiao Muyu maintained a serious demeanor, seemingly oblivious, lowering her gaze as she walked by. Although their collaboration had been seamless, she felt an inexplicable aversion to seeing Shen Qingqiu again, an instinct whispering to her. As the group prepared to part ways, the reality of their shared 72 hours, an eternity of life and death, felt trivial compared to the vast ocean of their original world, leaving no trace behind. Yet here, it was profoundly precious. Perhaps it had not always been joyous, but it still warranted a heartfelt farewell. Take care, Miss Xiao, Cui Xiaoxian and her companions sincerely expressed. Xiao Muyu nodded and said, take care. She then left, disliking the atmosphere of parting. For her, this was not a farewell, but merely a new beginning. As for those people, perhaps they genuinely appreciated her, perhaps they truly wished for her well, yet not everyone among them longed for another meeting. Chapter 20. The World of the Skynet. When the countdown reached 0, Xiao Muyu found herself in a room. The decor was quite simple, and before her sat a table where the person who had taken old Liao away, the judge number 1, was seated. Observing the girl, who appeared to be only 8 or 9 years old, one could hardly reconcile her youthful visage with the maturity she exuded. Welcome to the completion of Instance 001. According to regulations, you are entitled to 1 lottery draw upon clearing the game. Moreover, given that your score far exceeds the stipulated requirements, your clearance level is classified as S rank, thus granting you an additional reward. Surprised? The little girl blinked her large eyes, her dimpled smile making her quite endearing. Regrettably, at that moment, her identity elicited no affection from Xiao Muyu, who merely replied, surprised, in a perfunctory manner. Instead of being offended, the girl's eyes sparkled even more brightly. You are quite amusing. You must be very popular. Come now, let us begin. With that, the girl waved her hand, and a card appeared before Xiao Muyu, resembling a scratch-off lottery ticket, featuring a button labeled Click to Draw. It was absurd, yet Xiao Muyu extended her hand and clicked on it. The card began to spin rapidly and, moments later, came to a halt before her. However, upon seeing the 4 words inscribed upon it, her calm demeanor began to crack. Though she was unaware of the lottery's contents, she never anticipated it would depict the most common scene in real life, awkward and utterly speechless. Thank you for your patronage, the little girl exclaimed, staring at Xiao Muyu for a while before bursting into uncontrollable laughter, covering her mouth. Finally, with a hint of mischief, she remarked, I have hosted thousands of players who have cleared this instance. Thank you for your patronage. To be honest, this is only the 2nd time in history. Would you say your luck is good or extraordinarily bad? Xiao Muyu looked at the thank you for your patronage card in her hand, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Since the completion of the game came with a reward, it should have been something beneficial for future encounters. Receiving merely a thank you for your patronage effectively meant she had gained nothing, leading her to contemplate just how unfortunate her luck truly was. She also pondered who the first unlucky soul had been. What is the extra reward? Xiao Muyu inquired, glancing at judge number 1, who handed her another card. She hesitated, asking, this one be another thank you for your patronage, will it? Judge number 1 shook his head with a smile, saying, the extra reward is directly related to the instance. You can draw with confidence. With no other options available, Xiao Muyu proceeded. Simultaneously, in a different space, both she and Shen Qingqiu reached out to unveil their respective cards. 3 seconds later, their expressions were surprisingly synchronized, both frowning and squinting with a hint of unspoken disdain. Across from them, 2 identical judge number 1s displayed matching smiles as they inquired, "Are you not satisfied?" Xiao Muyu's expression quickly settled, replying, "No, I'm just a bit surprised." Acquisition of item. Human skin mask rarity. S acquisition method. Obtained with an exceedingly low probability after conquering the human skin manner. Item description. The human skin mask, devoid of excessive interpretation, is simply a mask crafted from human skin, boasting a perfect fit and exquisite softness. A face descends from the heavens. Would you desire it? Naturally. If one seeks a visage, the human skin mask allows for the replication of any human face, or even that of a non-human. And donning it enables one to assume the identity of another within half an hour, ensuring that even one's own mother would be unable to recognize them. Note: this item has a usage limit of 3 times. Please employ it judiciously and explore thoroughly. Xiao Muyu could not possibly refuse such a tool, despite its perplexing description and the challenge it posed by requiring the skin to be worn upon her face. However, the notion that it could also replicate non-human forms raises intriguing possibilities. Could she masquerade as a ghost in forthcoming quests? Alas, its usage is limited to 3 times. Though somewhat unsettling, in a moment of dire necessity, such concerns would be cast aside. Now, as it is her first descent into a quest, she must be fatigued. You have a day's respite, during which you may explore the world of Tianwang. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, your points can be exchanged for currency within Tianwang. 1 point equates to 100 gold coins, allowing you to procure items for unforeseen circumstances. With that, the first referee gestured for her to come forth. Xiao Muyu felt a blinding white light envelop her, compelling her to shut her eyes. Upon reopening them, she found herself in a bustling street. Observing the throng of people and the cacophony of vehicles, she experienced a surreal sense of dislocation. As if the 3 days she had endured had propelled her 20 years of reality into the farthest reaches of oblivion. The crowd paid her sudden appearance no heed. As vendors hawked their wares, Xiao Muyu furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of hunger. Within this so-called Tianwang world, she discovered the exorbitant prices. A bowl of noodles cost 60 gold coins, and a decent meal would likely consume 100 or 200 coins. Yet more bizarrely, as she stood at the entrance of a narrow alley, she found the entire street within starkly contrasting the vibrancy outside, adorned with an array of ghost-catching artifacts. There were talismans, charms, various esoteric incantations, peachwood swords, copper coin swords, and even an assortment of black dog blood. Upon entering, she was warmly accosted by a salesman. "Miss, is this your first visit? You look unfamiliar. Have you entered a supernatural quest? I possess a variety of ghost-catching tools that will ensure your safety and fortune. This talisman is hand-painted by a celestial master. A-grade and below spirits dare not approach, all for merely 20,000 gold coins."
Xiao Muyu holte abruptly,
causing the salesman to believe he had captivated her interest. However, she coolly replied, "You claim to know it's my first visit. What gives you the confidence that I possess 20,000 gold coins?" The man paused in surprise, then quickly recovered. "For new customers, we offer a 30% discount. Just this once. For only 6,000 gold coins, you can take it home. You want to find a lower price on the entire street." Xiao Muyu chuckled upon hearing this, remarking on the man's keen insight regarding the 60-point pass threshold. With a slight bow, he departed to attend to his other business, while she observed the bustling street filled with patrons. Some individuals, as if uncovering hidden treasures, hurried to part with their money, while others, visibly hesitant and financially constrained, ultimately gritted their teeth to exchange for something else. The marketplace was indeed thriving. Not only were there vendors selling an assortment of peculiar Taoist items, but several shops also offered crucifixes, silverware, and statues of Jesus and the Virgin Mary. Shaking her head, Xiao Muyu resolved to leave when a stranger's voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to regard a young man, standing over 6 feet tall, clad in a sleek black suit and bow tie, embodying the quintessential British gentleman. His handsome features were striking, with deep-set brown eyes that bore a curious glint as they appraised her. "Are you not planning to purchase anything?" he inquired. "Perhaps it's merely a matter of perspective."
Xiao Muyu replied.
The man appeared somewhat taken aback. "Are you suggesting that all of this is counterfeit?" "Perhaps not entirely, but I would wager that a significant portion is." She continued, "If the Virgin Mary could truly save lives, then certain quests would inherently provide protection. It's akin to rummaging through an antique market, where one can easily be misled if they lack knowledge. Moreover, if these items were genuinely effective, the threats posed by quests would be considerably diminished. Relying solely on a single transaction is not a sustainable approach. While they do profit from novices, there are indeed genuine treasures to be found. It requires both wealth and discernment. With that, she selected a weathered triangular talisman from a pile of charms and promptly paid the vendor 400 gold coins. Here, the most common protective charm. While it may not offer true protection, it serves as a warning, she stated, extending it toward Xiao Muyu. She declined the offering. Our encounter is fleeting, and I would feel unworthy to accept. Nodding, she prepared to depart. The man chuckled, his voice smooth and refined. Miss, please do not misunderstand. I simply noticed you on this street and felt an instinctive urge to befriend you. The world may seem vast, yet it can be surprisingly small. We might cross paths again. Consider this my token of introduction. Though it was an overture, his demeanor was courteous and respectful, neither intrusive nor overly familiar. Which did not irk Xiao Muyu. She regarded him and accepted the charm, recognizing that regardless of its authenticity, it could prove beneficial, serving as an important reference in her endeavors. One should not accept without giving in return. I will pay you, she asserted, her expression conveying her resolve. It appears you trust me, he smiled, readily accepting the gold coins she offered. May I be so bold as to inquire your name, miss? I am Shen Qingqiu. In this place, using one's real name might not be wise, and the name Shen Qingqiu seemed ill-suited for him. Thus, Xiao Muyu replied, if we happen to meet again, we can discuss it then. Otherwise, it would hold little significance. Shen Qingqiu watched her leave with determination, surrounded by the clamor of the crowd and the bustling chaos of the streets. Yet, she stood alone, untouched by the noise, quietly departing from the uproar. Shen Qingqiu smiled slightly, and moments later, a man approached him respectfully, stating, Young Master Shi, the banquet is about to commence. Let us prepare. He suppressed his smile and turned to depart. Xiao Muyu's mind was now filled with questions. A person dressed in formal attire could hardly be expected to appear in such a place. Rather than suggesting that he had spotted her on this narrow street, it seemed he had recognized her presence within it. Yet what could be the reason? A mere programmer who met an untimely demise and fell into a supernatural realm. What could be so compelling about her? Unable to fathom it, she decided to dismiss the thought. Glancing at her remaining points, she noted she had only 121 left, equating to 12,100 gold coins. She discovered that everything in this world came with descriptions, indicating what could be taken into the instances and what was prohibited, sparing her the trouble of guessing. Yet, she remembered something that Chendong and Chen Shi had said when they had robbed her. This woman is a bit uncanny. How could she have brought this item with her? Upon entering this realm, she had indeed carried her bag with her. Did that imply that items from the real world were not permitted inside? Such peculiar thoughts plagued her mind, yet she found no answers, aware that her knowledge was limited. Although points were scarce, Xiao Muyu was not overly frugal and purchased 2 outfits, realizing that the environment demanded it. She noted that ordinary self-defense items could not be brought in, while those that could were exorbitantly priced, far beyond her means. However, the talisman was permissible, indicating that the rules of this world required further exploration. Strangely, she recalled Shen Qingqiu and the dagger in her possession. It was evidently not an ordinary item. Without it, they might have lost their lives. Chapter 21. The Deadly Room Number, Part 1. As she pondered, her phone on the bedside table rang. Shen Qingqiu, whose expression had just softened, instantly turned cold and answered the call. It appears you have once again successfully cleared the level. Congratulations. Shen Qingqiu's eyes darkened, and a cold smirk crept onto her lips. You are still alive. Congratulations to you as well.
Ding.
After tidying her belongings and checking out, Xiao Muyu heard a sound. She glanced at the time in the hotel lobby. The new instance was about to begin. Miss, good luck. And we hope to see you again. The receptionist seemed well aware of her intentions and offered her best wishes. Once more, Xiao Muyu found herself enveloped in white light, reappearing in the room where she had first arrived. The setting was the same, yet the person seated there was no longer the young girl from room 1. Welcome to Instance 002. I am the referee for the session. In 15 minutes, you shall enter the new instance. Referee 002 appeared to be around 18 years old, with a serious demeanor, dressed in a white shirt and suit pants, exuding an air of coldness. First, let us verify player information. Xiao Muyu, age 27, successfully cleared level. Instance 001, human skin manner, points, 125, rating, S. As she spoke, she raised her gaze to meet Xiao Muyu's, clearly surprised by her accomplishments. Indeed, impressive achievements, with an S rating in the first challenge. A rare and exceptional feat. I hope you continue to excel in this manner. I have a question. How many dungeons must one ultimately conquer? Number 002, upon hearing this, chuckled softly before directly informing Xiao Muyu. 10. These 10 dungeons are categorized into 4 levels based on difficulty: B, A, S, and SSS. The first 3 levels consist of 3 dungeons each, while the 10th dungeon stands at the SSS level. Surely, the first dungeon must encompass more than one type.
Xiao Muyu inquired.
Indeed, each dungeon corresponds to hundreds of scripts, and the selection of which one to enter is randomly assigned, though eventually, you will have the autonomy to choose. Number 002 furrowed her brow as she looked at her. That lies beyond my jurisdiction. I cannot provide an answer. Xiao Muyu fell silent, choosing not to speak further. Number 002 bent slightly, gesturing for her to proceed, causing Xiao Muyu to feel a wave of dizziness. The familiar sound of gears turning echoed in her ears once more, accompanied by the cold, mechanical voice of the system. Loading files, decompressing, loading complete, initiating. With a resounding boom, Xiao Muyu opened her eyes. However, as she did, her heart nearly stopped. Mere inches away from her was a pair of eyes locking onto hers. Startled, Xiao Muyu instinctively stepped back, and in a mirrored reaction, the eyes also retreated. Cold sweat broke out on her face as she realized that the eyes before her were no one else's but her own, reflected in a mirror. The expression on her reflection mirrored her own tension and shock. What is happening? She regarded the mirror with caution, then shifted her gaze to its lower edge. She found herself enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by 2 candles flanking the mirror. The dim light rendered her reflection somewhat indistinct, with most of her features shrouded in shadow. Flickering in and out of visibility with the candlelight, yet her own eyes appeared strikingly clear. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound arose as one candle's wick burst forth a tiny spark, akin to a signal. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Muyu clenched her fists. The scene was too bizarre. What could it possibly signify to light candles and gaze into a mirror in the dead of night? Just as she turned to survey her surroundings, the mirror behind her reflected her image, which now gazed back at her, its eyes following her movements. Xiao Muyu cast a fleeting glance at the mirror. Her reflection mirrored her gaze, revealing nothing amiss, yet unease gnawed at her. The flame of one candle flickered violently, threatening to extinguish. Prompting her to extend her hand to feel around, there was no wind. With vigilance coursing through her, Xiao Muyu's emotions tightened as she endeavored to remain calm and decipher the nature of this strange setting. At that moment, the second candle also began to sway, and as the light danced erratically, her reflection in the mirror began to tremble as well. The reflection was awry, the mirror merely echoed her own visage. While a person remains still, their shadow dances with the light source, yet how could a reflection do the same? She instinctively recoiled. But the figure in the mirror remained steadfast, fixated upon Xiao Muyu, even its eyes tracking her every movement. Xiao Muyu felt her heartbeat rise to her throat, utterly convinced that the so-called Xiao Muyu could emerge from the mirror at any moment. The doorknob! She grasped the doorknob, twisting it with force. Yet it would not yield. She could not afford to turn her back on that mirror. Thus, upon realizing the door was locked, she swiftly turned to face the glass once more. A peculiar sensation washed over her, akin to the feeling of someone being confined within the mirror, observing their own reflection. Suddenly, crimson streaks appeared on the surface, each stroke resembling letters being inscribed. Captivated, she found herself unable to divert her gaze, and before she realized it, the first word had been completed, not in Chinese, but in English. Bloody. Scarlet liquid trickled down the glass, the word bloody blurring into a grotesque smear. The crimson script continued to flow, and the reflection of herself appeared increasingly elated. A fleeting thought flashed across her mind, and she instinctively covered her eyes. Hastening to the mirror, determinately rubbing her sleeve against it. To her astonishment, the word bloody was swiftly erased, and the flames of 2 flickering candles steadied with a sudden crackle. A soft sigh escaped from the mirror, seemingly filled with regret. When Xiao Muyu looked up, the figure in the mirror wore a pallid expression, breaths uneven and chest heaving. That was truly her. She rushed to the door, pressed the handle, and with a click, it swung open. A beam of light surged forth, piercing through the darkness and dread, revealing a world bathed in brilliance. Without hesitation, she stepped through, and the door slammed shut behind her, extinguishing the candles within. A soft laugh echoed as a woman stood at the now-closed doorway, mirroring Xiao Muyu's own appearance. Only upon closing the door did she discern her surroundings. Turning around, she found herself flanked by long corridors, each door uniformly shut, reminiscent of her dormitory days. A quick glance revealed door numbers, Across from her was room 4320, then 4315, and her own was 4311, suggesting a disarray in numbering. Did the 43 denote the fourth building on the third floor? As she pondered, a faint click emanated from room 4319, a sound she recognized all too well, the sound of a door opening, or rather, failing to open. Next, muffled cries and the thud of a body against the door reached her ears. Xiao Muyu's expression hardened as she fixated on that door. It was not particularly heavy, yet it failed to fully muffle the sounds within, cruelly severing the ties between life and death. Those inside were in grave peril. A mission unaccomplished. A life extinguished before it even began.
Ah!
A loud bang. Another door opened. This time, it was room 4314. A woman suddenly emerged, tumbling and crawling, her feet desperately pushing against the ground as she sought to distance herself from the door. Her hair was disheveled, and she screamed and wept, clutching her head. Xiao Muyu observed clearly as a pale hand reached out from the doorway, grasping at air before swiftly retreating, as if it would crawl out at any moment. Reacting faster than the situation demanded, Xiao Muyu rushed forward, her heart racing, and with gritted teeth, she delivered a swift kick to the wrist of that hand. Upon seeing Xiao Muyu, the woman froze, staring vacantly with lingering terror in her eyes. However, this moment of calm was fleeting. Another loud bang echoed as the door swung open. Xiao Muyu watched in disbelief as the woman beside her opened her mouth wide and, with her eyes closed, let out a piercing scream. The cacophony caused Xiao Muyu to tilt her head back in frustration and turn away. As she glanced back, she spotted a tall woman standing in the corridor, while another woman, identical to her, lunged from the wide-open door. Her face was ghostly pale, and her fingers, resembling deadly talons, seemed intent on strangling her. "Don't let her out!" Xiao Muyu cried out urgently. The standing woman hesitated, then swiftly retracted her left leg, raising her right leg with explosive force that struck down upon the head of the lunging specter. The impact was so intense that it made Xiao Muyu's head buzz, and a loud crack echoed as the ghost crumpled to the ground, likely stunned by the blow. Dazed, she let out a shriek, and her right hand shot out, her elongated nails like sharp blades. Yet, the woman acted with terrifying speed, sidestepping the ghost's attack, seizing her right hand tightly while deftly dodging her left, twisting it until a bone-breaking sound made Xiao Muyu turn away, eyes closed. When she looked back, the ghost was kicked back inside, and the door was decisively shut. As she turned around, Xiao Muyu finally recognized the formidable woman, Shen Qingqiu. "Why are you here?" she questioned, the same 4 words carrying distinct meanings. "I sense that Miss Xiao is not particularly pleased to see me," Shen Qingqiu remarked, her tone teasing. Dressed in a black V-neck t-shirt under a black leather jacket, with matching pants and boots, she exuded an aura of intimidation. Yet her tousled brown curls and delicate features, coupled with a playful smile, rendered her a striking contradiction of charm and menace. Xiao Muyu furrowed her delicate brows, yet her words remained composed. "I misspoke. It's rare to find someone capable of confronting a ghost with such ferocity. It is indeed fitting that it would be you." Shen Qingqiu's smile widened, her eyes sparkling with intensity as she gazed at Xiao Muyu. "So, you are complimenting me?" Xiao Muyu felt a sense of resignation. It was clear that this woman would not heed her desire for silence. She turned around to glance at the woman who was standing nearby, tearfully watching her and Shen Qingqiu converse, as if oblivious to their presence. Then she continued to fixate on the numerous doors lining the corridor, wondering if anyone else might emerge. Shen Qingqiu reached out to push one of the doors, but it remained steadfastly shut. It was indeed peculiar. Only the occupant within could unlock the door, and once closed, even the mirrored specter inside could not open it. Xiao Muyu's thoughts were accurate. Soon, 3 more doors creaked open, yet only 2 individuals emerged. Tragically, the girl furthest from them was forcibly dragged inside by the ghost lurking behind her, leaving them no time to intervene. Among the 3 survivors, each bore the marks of their harrowing ordeal. 2 were unable to rise. One curled up in the middle of the corridor, weeping helplessly, while another huddled tightly, clutching her head with her eyes squeezed shut. Only a girl with a bun, devoid of color in her face, managed to address them, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Xiao Muyu remained still, as did Shen Qingqiu, both staring intently at the doors that had yet to open, hoping to see another soul emerge. However, no further doors stirred. Xiao Muyu felt a twinge of surprise. Were there only 5 players, and all of them women? Just then, a sound pierced the stillness, a mechanical ding, causing the already jittery trio to shudder. "Welcome, players, to Survival Instance number 002, the Deadly Room. The game has commenced. All players are to assemble in the conference room of the main building within 15 minutes. Failure to comply will result in those doors being incapable of containing what lies beyond." The cold, unyielding voice echoed above them. Xiao Muyu surveyed the row of rooms. If the spirits within were to emerge, Shen Qingqiu's prowess would be of little help. Her expression grew serious. There were no staircases, only rooms. Chapter 22, The Deadly Room Number 002, Part 2. The group swiftly assessed the corridor. Indeed, both sides were lined with doors, devoid of any stairwell. How do we get out? The girl who had been screaming in fright earlier finally calmed down, inching closer to Xiao Muyu and quietly asking. Her trust evident because of the rescue she had received. There must be an exit. They wouldn't leave us to pass through walls, Xiao Muyu replied, maintaining her composure as she surveyed the rooms. Hello, everyone. My name is Tian, a first-year student from the English department. This is my second time in an instance. Thank you for saving me. As they examined the rooms, the second girl to emerge timidly introduced herself, casting glances at Xiao Muyu and the others. I am Wang Yushan, a nurse. I, too, am in my second instance. This was the girl who had screamed. I'm Su Jin, a recent graduate. This is my first instance. Xiao Muyu regarded her with mild surprise. For someone experiencing their first instance, remaining composed was commendable. Xiao Muyu, second time. She stated succinctly. Shen Qingqiu followed in a similarly concise manner. No one questioned them. Their calm demeanor instilled a profound sense of security. All the room numbers on this level began with 43. After counting, Xiao Muyu noted what Shen Qingqiu was doing and promptly stated. There are a total of 20 rooms. Xiao Muyu gazed at the room number at the end of the corridor, 4320, the largest number they had encountered. This is 4320, but I distinctly remember the smallest number being 4300, Su Jin remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. It seems a number has been skipped. 4316 is missing. Shen Qingqiu, perceptive to numerical patterns, had scrutinized all the door numbers along their path. 20 numbers were not many. Yet one with a keen eye could certainly discern discrepancies. No sooner had she spoken than, unexpectedly, 6 of the 20 doors swung open. The 5 individuals exchanged glances. Their expressions a mixture of apprehension and bewilderment. What does this mean? Are we supposed to walk out through those doors? Lesbian shuddered at the memory of her previous experiences in the room, her resolve to avoid re-entering it firm. Xiao Muyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the 6 open doors, which bore the numbers 4311, 4318, 4312, 4315, 4314, and 4317. Does any of this seem familiar to you? She inquired after a moment of contemplation. I emerged from 4315, Su Jin responded, realization dawning upon her. Lesbian and Wang Yushan exchanged sheepish glances. I didn't notice the door number, Lesbian admitted. Nor did I. I was too frightened to pay attention, Wang Yushan added, recalling she had come from 4314, while Lesbian was from 4318. As Xiao Muyu glanced at Shen Qingqiu, the latter winked and smiled. I was in room 4312, the third one to emerge. Merely 5 rooms away from you. The address had shifted to Muyu, yet Xiao Muyu merely averted her gaze, unwilling to engage. And 4317 belongs to the one who did not make it out. Wang Yushan dared not speak of the matter, her voice trembling with fear. Indeed, Xiao Muyu said, her expression growing grave as she checked the time. The countdown read 11:32. However, if that is the case, this game seems rather simplistic. Su Jin, lacking experience, was oblivious to the intricacies of the game, while Lesbian had already ventured into the instance twice. Discovering a missing room within 15 minutes to activate 6 doors was not a daunting task, particularly if one remembered their room number. Even if someone failed to recall it, testing each door would not consume excessive time. Amidst the chaos and dread, pinpointing the correct room number proved challenging, as ordinary individuals would likely only desire an escape. Neglecting to notice the door numbers, Su Jin reasoned, for instance, I never intended to memorize any room number. I only caught a glimpse when Xiao Muyu and the others rescued me. Now that all the rooms are jumbled, the sole identifying feature is the room number, which undeniably raises the difficulty. Shen Qingqiu remained fixated on the open rooms, their interiors eerily silent. Her statement effectively dismantled the previous hypothesis. We cannot afford to linger. Our reasoning lacks any objective basis, and we must proceed with an attempt. Xiao Muyu glanced at the time again. It was now 10:25. Shen Qingqiu nodded, her gaze shifting to room 4311. Were you the first to emerge? She directed her question at Xiao Muyu. Yes, came the affirmative reply. Shen Qingqiu turned to her with a smile. Then let us see what lies within your room. With that, she stepped forward, the first to enter. Tian and her companions appeared exceptionally anxious, and Xiao Muyu cast a reassuring glance at them. Let us proceed together, she suggested, for remaining outside was equally daunting. As they stepped inside, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Wang Yushan could not suppress a scream, hastily covering her mouth with her hand, tears threatening to spill. Shen Qingqiu immediately turned to the entrance, while Xiao Muyu nervously surveyed the room, finding nothing amiss. The five of them, Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu at the forefront, with Zui Tian, Wang Yushan, and the newcomer Su Jin trailing closely behind, navigated the darkness. Although Shen Qingqiu often wore a smile, her presence instilled a sense of trepidation among them. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet Xiao Muyu discerned a transformation. The layout had altered. Upon entering, it had resembled a room, but now it unmistakably resembled a corridor. Despite the uncertainties that lay ahead, the ominous reflection in the mirror was no longer present. However, this corridor was excessively elongated, defying the structural logic of conventional rooms within a building. There's no way forward, Shen Qingqiu murmured as her toes brushed against the wall. They had entered this chamber cautiously, mindful of missing any information, and the oppressive darkness had caused them to proceed slowly. It was already 9:05. Shen Qingqiu felt around and quickly announced, "There's a door. We must exit. Let us go," Xiao Muyu replied decisively. In the next instant, Shen Qingqiu pushed open the door, and simultaneously, a powerful force propelled all five of them outward. Shen Qingqiu, adept and steady, managed to maintain her balance. But the others were not so fortunate, tumbling forward. Yet, with quick reflexes, Shen Qingqiu reached out, securing Xiao Muyu around the waist while extending her left leg for balance. Thus, Wang Yushan, Zui Tian, and Su Jin fell in a heap, and upon looking up, they beheld Shen Qingqiu holding Xiao Muyu securely. Xiao Muyu felt a jolt of surprise and instinctively clung to Shen Qingqiu's shoulder, creating an ambiguous tableau. A bit dazed, she turned to see Shen Qingqiu's teasing smile and quickly steadied herself, adjusting her attire as she murmured a soft thank you. "There's no need for thanks," Shen Qingqiu replied, her left arm exerting strength to ensure Xiao Muyu stood firm. Xiao Muyu brushed a few errant strands of hair aside, glancing at the three bewildered individuals on the floor, and swiftly averted her gaze, her expression shifting to one of gravity. In the next moment, the corridor seemed to transform as if a grand carousel had been set in motion. It began to rotate clockwise. While the corridor remained stationary, the 6 rooms spun like a revolving lantern, and the once adjacent 4314 morphed into 4317. Shen Qingqiu's demeanor grew serious. Time was of the essence. Xiao Muyu closed her eyes, mentally retracing every scenario since her entry into this alternate reality, pondering its implications. The complexity of the situation was unexpected. Such intricacies would surely hinder their escape. Why were these 6 rooms precisely those from which they had emerged? This could not merely be coincidence. The peculiarities often held the key to understanding. Did they rotate upon passing through each door? With this thought, she swiftly turned and re-entered 3411. Shen Qingqiu was taken aback. Yet without a moment's hesitation, she followed suit. Su Jin was the quickest to react among the trio and stepped in as well, dragging Luo Tian and Wang Yushan, who were momentarily stunned, through the door just as it closed behind them. This time, Xiao Muyu, feeling along the walls, nearly broke into a run. And after traversing the same distance, she opened the door to reappear in the corridor. She fixated intensely on the 6 doors, murmuring, "It hasn't moved this time." Thus, our initial passage was indeed valid, at least it responded. Shen Qingqiu spoke rapidly, her gaze locking onto the second room, 4314. "Let us enter 4314, Xiao Muyu declared decisively. Wang Yushan and Luo Tian were utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Why 4314? Because that was the second door we opened. Countdown. 8:25. Shen Qingqiu seemed to place complete trust in Xiao Muyu and proceeded toward 4314, casually remarking, "You may do as you wish." Su Jin promptly followed suit, driven by an instinct that they could find their way out by sticking with them. With no other options, Luo Tian and Wang Yushan had to comply, utterly at a loss. Entering 4314, they found themselves in another pitch-black corridor. Xiao Muyu counted 199 steps, identical to the previous room, 4311. Upon pushing the door open, they emerged once more into the corridor, only to find the 6 rooms had once again shifted positions in a clockwise manner. Without hesitation, they entered 4312, and upon exiting, they encountered yet another rearrangement. Countdown. 720. 4318. 4315. 4317. Countdown. 5:30. After completing the 6th room, they pushed the door open again, only to find themselves in the corridor once more. Su Jin felt a sudden weight in her heart. How could this be? Wang Yushan was on the verge of tears. What do we do? We've guessed incorrectly. With just over 5 minutes left, if this attempt fails, Our chances of escape are essentially non-existent. It shouldn't be like this, Xiao Muyu frowned, reasoning that entering sequentially according to the order of the doors made sense, and indeed. Each time there had been a reaction. She lifted her gaze to the several rooms in the corridor. The 6 rooms rotated each time. Simultaneously, she glanced at the adjacent rooms, noting that their numbers had also changed. The room numbers are shifting. We must examine them again. Upon her words, they split up, with Su Jin and the others quickly scanning the numbers, which remained disordered, still beginning with 43, without any new digits appearing, 4310, 4319, 4316. Su Jin's eyes darted quickly before coming to a halt, murmuring, 4316. She pushed the door, and it opened with a response. We've found it. Su Jin could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming aloud. The others gathered around. Xiao Muyu glanced up at the doorplate, confirming it was indeed 4316, which had reappeared. Furthermore, at that moment, the door marked 4316 led not to a room, but to a staircase. It's definitely right. Let us hurry. Descending the staircase, they finally reached the first floor, where they glimpsed the light. Upon exiting, the reality of their location became clear. They were in a school, and the place they had just navigated was the dormitory building. The comprehensive building they needed to reach was the large white edifice with a clock tower situated just to their left and ahead. Neglecting to observe their surroundings, Xiao Muyu and her companions hurriedly entered the comprehensive building. At the very moment they stepped inside, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations to players Xiao Muyu, Shen Qingqiu, Zhuotian, Wang Yushan, and Su Jin for successfully reaching the first floor conference room of the comprehensive building in 10 minutes and 30 seconds. In contrast, Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu appeared remarkably composed, already surveying the only conference room on the first floor that was illuminated. The projector displayed ominous crimson letters, indicating a countdown for their task. When Shen Qingqiu and the others looked up, the timer had just transitioned to 3:40. Why is it still counting down? Su Jin's voice trembled slightly. After observing for a moment, Xiao Muyu drew open the curtains of the conference room. This room's window afforded a view of the building they had just exited, located directly behind the comprehensive building. Simultaneously, another structure loomed to the left rear of the comprehensive building, its exterior marked conspicuously with the metallic number 4. Surprised, she turned to glance back at the dormitory building they had recently vacated. Shen Qingqiu, having caught her eye, remarked, "That's building 4, directly opposite this one. Look at the number displayed on that building." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu examined the distant structure, raising an eyebrow. "It's also building 4. Is it a mirror image? There must still be players inside, but it's uncertain whether they can make it out." Xiao Muyu gazed at the building shrouded from view and spoke solemnly. As time ticked away, the projector's timer dwindled to 59 seconds when Su Jin anxiously announced, "Someone is coming out." They all turned toward the conference room door, observing 1, 2, and ultimately 4 individuals, each a man. They appeared equally tense, sprinting desperately. Upon entering the comprehensive building, the system promptly acknowledged their arrival. Congratulations to players Lin Hai, Zhang Chong, Chen Qingqiu, and Anaida for successfully reaching the first floor conference room of the comprehensive building in 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Among the 4, 3 were panting heavily, struggling to speak, while 2 simply collapsed onto chairs, closing their eyes to catch their breath. Only a tall man clad in a black coat stood aside, scrutinizing the conference room. The countdown on the projector had ceased. The 5 women remained silent, patiently awaiting the men's recovery. Soon, the standing man shifted his gaze towards the ladies, quickly bypassing Shen Qingqiu but fixating on Xiao Muyu. "You are quite impressive, finishing a full 4 minutes ahead of us." Xiao Muyu maintained her composure. Surviving to emerge is already quite an achievement. The man and Shen Qingqiu simultaneously rushed to the window. But upon witnessing the scene outside, their expressions paled in unison. All the curtains on the 3rd floor of both buildings had been flung open, revealing a row of 10 rooms, each occupied by a figure. Under the sunlight, their pallid faces exuded an aura of death. With blood-red lips and eyes fixated on the individuals in the conference room, all grinning eerily at them. Xiao Muyu's keen eyesight discerned several individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance to them. Strangely, these apparitions seemed intent on frightening them, as they vanished shortly after revealing themselves. "What does this signify?" the man inquired gravely. The conference room fell into a hushed silence. Xiao Muyu furrowed her brows and took a seat, at which point the man broke the silence. "We should first exchange information.
You must have come down from that building.
What is the situation on your end? By the way, my name is Chen Qingqiu, and this is Zhang Chong, Lin Hai and Anaida. May I ask the names of the 5 ladies?" Xiao Muyu pondered the question. while Shen Qingqiu's gaze fell upon the several men who had been staring at her, exuding an icy demeanor that clearly indicated her unwillingness to engage.
Suhin.
Having grasped the personalities of the two women, took on the role of spokesperson, briefly recounting the events they had encountered and introducing herself. The experiences of both parties bore striking similarities. Regrettably, their group had initially failed to react in time, resulting in the loss of 2 individuals. May I inquire how you managed to escape? Chen Qingqiu inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Jin instinctively glanced at Xiao Muyu before recounting the method and process by which they had exited. Our experiences are fundamentally aligned. We first encountered a mirror inexplicably. Then a mirror ghost appeared, and we could only escape after preventing it from completing a blood inscription. However, Miss Xiao, your ability to exit so swiftly is truly remarkable. Su Jin and the others did not sense anything amiss, yet Shen Qingqiu discreetly scrutinized the man. With just a single glance from Su Jin, he deduced that their escape had primarily relied on Xiao Muyu's efforts, demonstrating his seasoned insight. It seemed their successful exit was contingent upon his presence. Xiao Muyu lifted her head to meet Chen Qingqiu's gaze, then reached for a pen from the conference table, pulled out a sheet of paper, and inquired, "What are your room numbers?" Starting with 43, ranging from 4300 to 4320, though 4313 is missing. Xiao Muyu wrote down the 6 room numbers, lifted the paper, and presented it to the 4 men. "Are these the same 6 room numbers?" Chen Qingqiu and his companions appeared astonished, nodding in agreement. It seems that, aside from the differing missing room number, the circumstances in both buildings are entirely identical. You also entered the 6 rooms sequentially, correct? Indeed. But what exactly are we meant to accomplish in this trial? There are no rules, no tasks to complete, just nothing. The slightly portly man, Anida, expressed his frustration, unable to contain his complaints. However, before he could finish, the projection screen abruptly turned black, and lines of white text began to materialize. Congratulations to all for successfully passing the first round of the Fatal Room game. This instance of the game has now commenced. With only one rule, survive 6 rounds of play. The phrase survive 6 rounds of play loomed hauntingly on the dark screen, the stark contrast of black and white creating an intense visual impact. The system was adept at heightening the atmosphere. The letters appeared to flow, cascading down like droplets of water, effectively amplifying the sense of terror. These 6 words weighed heavily on the hearts of the 10 individuals. Having just endured a heart-stopping first round, the prospect of 6 rounds loomed ominously. You have 15 minutes for preparation. The second round will commence precisely in 15 minutes. Please cherish your time in the conference room. This time is equivalent to life. The countdown on the screen reappeared, 1500 hours. When we first entered this replica, the mirror in the room left Tian speechless. The mere thought of the scene she witnessed upon opening her eyes drove her to the brink of madness. What exactly was that? Would such occurrences manifest again in the subsequent rounds? By the way, what was the word we interrupted? Lin Hai, recalling his own harrowing experience, felt his lips turn pale. Have you heard of the game Bloody Mary? Chen Qingqiu, fixated on the screen, suddenly spoke. The others present wore expressions of bewilderment, clearly unaware of it. Then your interruption of it might be considered fortunate, he chuckled, though little mirth accompanied it. This game, steeped in ominous lore, had faded into obscurity with the passage of time. Few dared to mention it anymore. It is a terrifying game of spirit summoning, rumored to have led to the demise of numerous players. Xiao Muyu interjected, her demeanor grave. Lin Hai couldn't help but scrutinize this woman, whose delicate beauty and unique aura were striking. Thus, the complete inscription upon the mirror comprised 2 English words, Bloody Mary. However, what is summoned in this game is an evil spirit, and the consequences remain unknown. Upon hearing Xiao Muyu's words, the others fell silent. Was this game truly about summoning Bloody Mary? Shen Qingqiu, who had remained silent until now, abruptly stood up and began to inspect the conference room. Aside from a meeting table, there was a simple bookshelf laden with numerous books. Shen Qingqiu examined them closely, while Xiao Muyu followed suit without uttering a word. When entering this realm, the system must have advised you not to overlook any word or sentence. The rules of the game may lie therein. Chen Qingqiu regarded her thoughtfully before he too began to search the conference room. Even the most perplexed among them grasped that clues were hidden within this space. Lin Hai nearly leapt up, eager to assist in the search. The books on the shelf appeared to be borrowed from a library, each affixed with a number, neatly arranged. Lin Hai, in his 30s and a businessman, an archetypal speculator, was not exactly a voracious reader. His aversion to books since childhood rendered him uneasy at their sight. Nevertheless, unwilling to miss any crucial information, he hastily pulled books from the shelves, creating a chaotic mess that made Xiao Muyu frown in disapproval. At that moment, he held a book on linear algebra, and the mathematical symbols perplexed him. He tossed it aside in frustration. There's no information I can comprehend here. Shen Qingqiu passed by him and paused to scrutinize him. When she wasn't exuding an air of aloofness, her beauty was captivating, and her gaze made him flustered. He straightened up, swallowing hard. Do you have any questions, Miss Shen? His face flushed and his words stumbled, prompting disdainful glances from Anaida and Zhang Chong, both men. Lin Hai misinterpreted the situation, his face reddening with embarrassment, and he retorted, "You're being overly intrusive. This is a game prop, not your property. I'll place it however I wish. Does it concern you? What did you say?" The game was inherently frustrating for him, filling him with a torrent of negative emotions. When Shen Qingqiu made her cutting remark, he was instantly enraged. Observing this, Xiao Muyu coolly interjected, suggesting that if he wished to avoid an early demise, he ought to exercise a modicum of intelligence. The information here may not align with what is presented in the book. It could even be a matter of the order in which the codes are arranged. Did you not perceive that your actions have already disrupted its layout? Are you lamenting that there are too many living souls present? Upon hearing Xiao Muyu's words, Lin Hai momentarily froze, while Chen Qingqiu furrowed his brow, acknowledging, "Miss Xiao has a point. While we must search, we must not disturb the arrangement." Lin Hai was inclined to heed Chen Qingqiu's advice, promptly falling silent, albeit still brimming with indignation as he turned back to his book, this time placing it back properly. "Have you discerned anything?" Shen Qingqiu indeed harbored such contemplations. Yet she had not yet perceived anything definitive. Her intuition merely hinted that something was amiss. "Oh," Shen Qingqiu exclaimed with a meaningful tone, bending down to glance at Xiao Muyu, who was engrossed in her reading. She whispered, "So, are you defending me?" Xiao Muyu rolled her eyes before calmly responding, "You ought to be able to detach his head without my assistance. It is often said that the more intelligent a woman is, the more prideful she becomes. It seems this adage holds true." Shen Qingqiu mumbled in agreement, feeling quite pleased as she resumed her search.
Xiao Muyu pauset momentarily, pursin her lips.
Realizing that confidence is not a trait exclusive to men, Shen Qingqiu shared this quality as well. Numbers are the essence of all things. At that moment, Su Jin, fixated on the book in her hands, inadvertently voiced this phrase aloud. Xiao Muyu and the others all lifted their heads in unison to regard Su Jin, who opened the book to indicate for them to look. "I have perused this volume, Lectures on the History of Western Philosophy, and it indeed contains this statement. Yet it ought not to appear alone on the title page, and it is exceedingly conspicuous." The single line on the otherwise pristine page was decidedly peculiar. But what could this statement signify? Only 6 minutes remained. This phrase was originally posited by Pythagoras, who believed that numbers encapsulate the essence of all. Once numbers emerged, people discovered their omnipresence. Eastern philosophies such as the Bagua, Feng Shui, and physiognomy, alongside Western practices like astrology and tarot, are all inextricably linked to numbers. Numbers themselves have been employed as a method of divination, imbued with the significance of fate. Upon encountering this statement, Xiao Muyu pondered deeply. Shen Qingqiu observed her. Xiao Muyu was strikingly beautiful, with long, straight black hair cascading like silk. Her fair skin and delicate features were all exquisitely refined. Although she often exuded an air of frosty aloofness, whenever she spoke or contemplated at a leisurely pace, she radiated a poetic beauty that naturally drew attention to her. In this moment, Shen Qingqiu was already acutely aware of her intelligence. In the brief days they had spent together, Shen Qingqiu had distinctly sensed her allure, a charm that even her cold demeanor could not obscure. Initially, Shen Qingqiu found her intriguing, but now she was curious about the kind of environment that could nurture someone like her. Thus, is this statement still of significance? What purpose do numbers serve?
Indeed.
This scenario is closely related to numbers. Are not those room numbers composed of digits? Su Jin contemplated this, her speech quickening. The title of the copy, The Deadly Room Number, suggested that the crux of a game lay within those room numbers. Chen Qingqiu was beginning to grasp the situation. Yet a new dilemma emerged. What were they to do next? What significance did the numbers hold? Were they perhaps the same digits associated with their original rooms? With only 3 minutes remaining, neither Xiao Muyu nor Shen Qingqiu had spoken again. Xiao Muyu remained quietly seated, listening to the discussion among the others. While Shen Qingqiu seemed lost in thought, her gaze fixed on the titles on the bookshelf, as if detached from the unfolding events. Chen Qingqiu could no longer contain himself. "You both appear remarkably unfazed. Do you already possess some insight?" Instantly, the others turned their attention to Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. Xiao Muyu shook her head. "No. Miss Xiao, Miss Shen, there exists no rivalry among us. If you have any clues, we would be immensely grateful for your guidance." Chen Qingqiu implored, unaware of their inner thoughts. "Mr. Chen, you need not be overly concerned. We are all in the same boat. Only through sincere cooperation can we hope to survive this ordeal.
I understand that, she replied.
However, I truly have no leads. The clues are far too scant. Nonetheless, please rest assured, in a 6-round game, if the first round eliminates everyone, it would render the experience rather dull. If my intuition serves me correctly, this round should not be overly perilous, which aligns with its peculiar preferences. Its preferences? Shen Qingqiu pondered, somewhat perplexed. They were already in the second phase, and the harshness of the game's design was evident to all. Upon hearing Xiao Muyu's words, the group found it difficult to disagree, nodding in agreement. Shen Qingqiu, however, paid no heed to the others. She had discovered that the books on the shelf were categorized according to the library's conventions. Works of similar subjects were grouped together, such as Marxist literature, literary works, and natural sciences, yet the mathematics texts were oddly dispersed. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon those mathematical tomes. Though she had perused them earlier, without finding anything remarkable, their peculiar arrangement raised suspicions. With the countdown dwindling to just 1 minute and 30 seconds, Xiao Muyu and the others remained empty-handed, and it was impossible not to feel anxious. Left Tian leaned against the conference room wall, her fingers idly scratching at the calendar mounted on the wall, producing a faint rustling sound. Xiao Muyu could not help but glance over. The calendar displayed July, with a backdrop of the Egyptian pyramids, an odd juxtaposition. A strange thought flitted through her mind, leaving her momentarily disoriented. She had lost track of the actual date in reality, unaware of what day of the week it was. This bizarre notion had surfaced inexplicably, and as she grappled with it, Shen Qingqiu nudged her arm. Miss Xiao, do you perceive any issues with the arrangement of the books on that shelf? She inquired, pointing to the row of books. Look at the 9th, 15th, 23rd, 25th, 30th, and 33rd volumes. Having scrutinized that row of books earlier, she quickly recited their positions. Yet, her calling her Miss Xiao carried a different connotation, and when Xiao Muyu glanced at her, she detected a hint of mischievousness in her expression. Xiao Muyu found herself at a loss for words. Who among ordinary people could discern the titles of books number 9, 15, and 33 on a shelf with a mere glance? Yet, she seemed to transcend the realm of the mundane, although she could not immediately identify the books in question. A fleeting glance allowed her to grasp Shen Qingqiu's intent. They were all mathematical texts. Shen Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. As I suspected, you understand my meaning. Have you discerned anything? Xiao Muyu maintained her composure, replying, if you haven't figured it out, how could I? Just then, the countdown reached its conclusion, accompanied by a thunderous roar from outside. Hastily, Xiao Muyu turned her head, witnessing the 2 mirrored buildings outside moving towards each other. The 4-story dormitory, originally 50 meters apart, began to converge until they melded into one. Is there something wrong with my eyes?
Ni de murmure.
The ominous mechanical voice, which had previously instilled dread, echoed once more. Attention, players, the second round of the game commences. Almost simultaneously, a door in the corridor burst open. Xiao Muyu glanced at it, realizing that the previous room number had vanished. Players, please enter the room. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and several hearts raced like drums, hesitating to be the first to step inside. Even Shen Qingqiu appeared somewhat hesitant. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Muyu thought, better to die early than to linger, and prepare to step in, only to be halted by Shen Qingqiu's hand. I shall enter first, she whispered. Casting a glance at the 4 men, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, causing Shen Qingqiu to flush with embarrassment. Xiao Muyu observed as Shen Qingqiu produced a dagger, her left hand instinctively raising to shield herself. Her expression shifted from nonchalance to one of seriousness and vigilance, prompting Xiao Muyu to glance at her several times. Soon, that bright and exquisite face faded into the darkness, compelling Xiao Muyu to redirect her gaze and adjust to the enveloping shadows. The abyssal night consumed the corridor's light entirely. They say light can dispel darkness, yet here, darkness devoured the light. As 2 individuals ventured inside, Sujin glanced at Shen Qingqiu, who was poised to enter, and said coolly, I will go in first. The perpetually anxious Wang Yushan and Zhuo Tian, however, placed their trust in the organization and squeezed in after her, leaving 4 awkward men behind in silence. Previously, a charming individual remarked that short answer questions were unfriendly to science students. Hence, this time, let us tackle a mathematical problem.
Haha.
Chapter 23. The Deadly Room Number 3. Inside this room, darkness reigned supreme. Upon entering, even the shadows of those ahead were obscured. Strangely, Shen Qingqiu could not sense the presence or sounds of his companions, causing his heart to race. Just as he turned to feel his way around, a man with only half a face stood a mere 2 centimeters away from him. In the pitch-black room, that countenance appeared hauntingly vivid. The gaping hollow of the left eye socket, mere bone exposed, and a jaw revealing decayed gums grinned unnervingly at him, the stench of rotting flesh invading his breath. The jarring proximity of such a sight rendered Shen Qingqiu speechless, his heart racing, and his pupils constricting violently. At this moment, even the strongest of hearts could scarcely withstand such provocation. He involuntarily let out a loud exclamation, "What the?" and abruptly recoiled, retreating far back with an utter lack of composure.
Ah.
"Don't come any closer, mother." Inside the room, 5 young women stared in bewilderment as 4 burly men entered, behaving as though possessed, rolling and scrambling on the ground in terror. Wang Yushan and her companions watched their bizarre antics, utterly perplexed by the cause of their fright, yet still thoroughly terrified within this scenario, hardly daring to breathe. When the men finally regained their senses, they nearly soiled themselves upon noticing the 5 women watching them with various expressions, realizing that despite the dimness surrounding them, the environment was entirely visible, and the ghostly apparitions that had terrified them were mere figments of their imagination. The atmosphere became decidedly awkward. Shen Qingqiu, having witnessed the spectacle, couldn't he help but smile, pondering what could have been so frightful. Shen Qingqiu was the first to recover. He quickly stood upright, adjusted his clothing, and after taking a deep breath, spoke somewhat sheepishly. "Didn't you see the ghost lurking behind you as you entered?" Upon recounting their experience, Wang Yushan and the others hastily glanced behind them, yet saw nothing amiss. Xiao Muyu couldn't suppress a smile, and Shen Qingqiu, catching the glimmer of joy in her eyes, also allowed her lips to curve upward, just as she was about to criticize the system's cruelty. Xiao Muyu glanced at the 4 men with a teasing glint, seemingly suggesting that their hesitation had warranted such a fright.
Ha!
Although still frightening. Luo Tiantian couldn't help but chuckle. "It's true. Stop laughing, or those big men will not only lose their courage, but also their dignity," Shen Qingqiu retorted sharply. This time, the laughter came not from the women but from the men, leaving Shen Qingqiu pale with indignation. He turned, muttering a curse. "How can you still laugh? What's with those expressions?" Observing the 3 men's faces turn ashen and pale, he expressed his discontent. "They aren't laughing." Xiao Muyu's voice grew serious, and her 4 words sent a shiver down the spines of those present. Shen Qingqiu felt his throat tighten, his gaze immediately sharpening with trepidation as he scanned the source of the sound. Shen Qingqiu promptly turned her back to Xiao Muyu, and the 2 shared a tacit understanding, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Just then, a shadow flitted past them, causing Wang Yushan to shut her eyes and cover her mouth, trembling. The remaining individuals swiftly shifted their gaze, only to find that the door had been locked, revealing a series of eerie green digits. The initial numbers were all 0, amounting to a total of 6 digits. The mechanical voice echoed once more. "The conditions to clear this round of the game are as follows. Exit the room. Method 1. Unlock the password lock. Method 2. The door will automatically open after 15 minutes. Upon hearing these conditions, instead of feeling relieved, they were gripped by greater fear. The notion that the door would automatically open in 15 minutes seemed trivial compared to the complexity of unlocking a 6-digit code. Yet, would reality prove to be so simple? How agonizing would those 15 minutes be? Soon, reality would provide the answer. With a sudden whoosh, a cold breeze swept through the room, and whoosh, a ring of candles flickered to life. In the dim, amber glow of the candles, they realized they were encircled by mirrors. The room was expansive, over 100 square meters, adorned entirely with reflective surfaces. At that moment, a myriad of expressions, fear, panic, astonishment, and seriousness, were captured in the reflections, presenting a 360-degree view without a single blind spot. Those standing farther back trembled, inching closer to the center, where 9 individuals stood back to back, trapped with no escape. It began to inscribe words. Su Jin's voice was taut, akin to a bowstring stretched to its limit, as if it might snap at any moment. In the mirrors, 12 figures mirrored their every move and expression. However, 9 of them simultaneously raised their hands, revealing sinister smiles, their fingers stained with blood, as they began to write Bloody Mary upon the glass. "Bloody Mary?" Lin Hai shouted in a frenzy, then quickly realized the urgency. "Don't let them finish writing." He lunged forward, desperately attempting to wipe the mirror clean, recalling how they had thwarted it before. Xiao Muyu remained still, fixated on the digital lock. Her voice low and urgent. "It's futile. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be a 15-minute timer set." Indeed, it proved ineffective. They watched helplessly as the 2 words were completed, an overwhelming sense of despair threatening to consume them. The code is a 6-digit number, and it consists of numerals, which aligns with the meeting room hint. Could it be our room number? Shen Qingqiu interjected, her gaze fixated on the mirrors. Others began kicking the glass, attempting to shatter it, yet to no avail. The 9 Bloody Mary inscriptions loomed ominously in the mirror, like a demonic incantation. Suddenly, the skin of the figures within the mirror began to crack, as if the glass were shattering, blood seeping through the fissures. A hand abruptly emerged from the mirror, reaching towards a group, contorting as if to escape. And only 50 seconds had elapsed. Xiao Muyu could no longer afford to hesitate. She sprinted to the door, inputting the code in haste. The piercing screams of women and the frantic curses of men echoed in her ears. Just as she entered the first digit, a hand grasped her clothing, icy to the touch, sending chills racing up her spine. Goosebumps erupted across her skin. With a furrowed brow, Shen Qingqiu kicked the ghostly hand away, sending it crashing against the wall, then addressed the other 7, her presence commanding, "If you continue to scream and cower, you shall await your own dismemberment." At that moment, Chen Qingqiu's mind was remarkably clear. "Miss Xiao, try the room number. We must hold them off. They are merely a mass of flesh. Who fears whom?" Sweat beaded on Xiao Muyu's forehead as her mind raced. 6 digits, 6 rooms. 4311, 4312, 4314, 4315, 4317, 4318. These were the room numbers from the first level of the game. Taking the last digit, the sequence should be 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7. She focused on maintaining clarity, her hands moving with precise determination. In the mirror, not merely 9 figures emerged, but 12. It seemed that there should have been 12 participants in the first round of the game, yet 3 unfortunate souls did not materialize. Their movements were sluggish, but they were not human, impervious to pain and punishment, and their grotesque appearances rendered any offensive action futile. The timid Wang Yushan and left Tian dared not even glance at them, blindly kicking and shoving with their eyes tightly shut, resulting in utter chaos.
Mo Y.
"Are you ready?" Shen Qingqiu called out, her voice steady as she repeated her name. The final password was entered, yet the door remained shut. 142857 is incorrect, Xiao Muyu declared, her expression darkening. After delivering a punch to Xiao Muyu, Chen Qingqiu grimaced, shook his hand, and momentarily paused at her words. How could it be 142,857? Our sequence was 758,241. Xiao Muyu was taken aback, then quickly comprehended. The mirror's reflection indicated a reversal. Taking a deep breath, she promptly rearranged the sequence. Shen Qingqiu stood steadfastly behind Xiao Muyu, delivering a kick to any approaching entity, refusing to budge an inch. Yet her countenance grew increasingly grim as she realized that with each passing moment, the strength of these entities intensified. Worse still, Xiao Muyu delivered more disheartening news. It's still wrong.
How can this be?
There are no hints here. The 6-digit password comprised 10 Arabic numerals. Without any clues, guessing the correct password was impossible, let alone discerning which 6 numbers were needed to succeed. Despite her unceasing actions, Shen Qingqiu's mind remained lucid. Could 43 also be significant? Our 2 teams emerged separately, and there are 4 overlapping room numbers. Chen Qingqiu, displaying remarkable insight, hastily reminded her of this possibility. Xiao Muyu, with her exceptional memory, noted that each team had 6 doors, and they had successfully emerged 5 individuals, while Chen Qingqiu's team consisted of 4. The overlapping room numbers were 1, 4, 2, and 8, prompting her to swiftly compile the password for 31428. The light on the password turned red, accompanied by an alarming sound. Incorrect. The group was on the verge of collapse. Shen Qingqiu hurriedly recalled all the numbers she had seen in the conference room, calendars, an overwhelming multitude of digits. As the countdown progressed, she pondered, what else could it be? Suddenly, she recalled the books, particularly those focused on mathematics. This level was undoubtedly linked to numbers.
Mo Y.
Could those books relate to the password? Shen Qingqiu exclaimed, urgently calling out Xiao Muyu's name once more, to which Xiao Muyu seemed accustomed. 9, 15, 23, 25, 30, 33? With a swift shoulder throw, Shen Qingqiu sent a female ghost who had pushed to the front crashing to the ground, kicking her away with force. The more tense the situation became, the faster her mind raced, repeating those numbers in her thoughts. She realized that the 6 digits were certainly not the same as the order of the books. Rather, they should be something else. A sudden epiphany struck her. She understood. Furthermore, upon a rough calculation, those 6 numbers materialized once again, a serendipitous coincidence that significantly bolstered her conviction.
8.
With a decisive crack, Shen Qingqiu severed the arm of a ghostly figure, revealing that it was a female spirit. As the limb was broken, her sleeve slid down, exposing a vivid red numeral that flashed momentarily at her wrist. From Shen Qingqiu's perspective, it read 9. A brief pause ensued as Shen Qingqiu hesitated, then swiftly retaliated by kicking the spirit away. 5. The second number. As time progressed, the strength of these apparitions surpassed that of ordinary mortals. For the others, particularly the weaker women, confronting these entities felt akin to an ant shaking a tree, merely able to offer slight resistance. 7. Shen Qingqiu seized a mirrored collar, leveraging her momentum to flip, ensnaring another specter with her left leg, and with a surge of power from her waist, she sent the two entities crashing to the ground. One echoed alongside the sound of the two monsters hitting the floor. Xiao Muyu immediately engaged the gears. Yet she could not resist glancing at Shen Qingqiu. In truth, she had already deduced the origin of the numbers Shen Qingqiu was calling out. However, she refrained from halting Shen Qingqiu, for the numbers had transformed into her battle cry against the spirits. 4. Chen Qingqiu and his companions were left utterly astonished. They had never witnessed a woman so formidable. This momentary distraction allowed another Chen Qingqiu to lunge toward him, prompting a desperate kick. Alas, while Shen Qingqiu effortlessly dispatched them, he felt his leg tremble in response, and the apparition merely staggered back 3 steps, continuing its advance toward the door. Chen Qingqiu fought valiantly to obstruct it, yet the specter abruptly turned, baring its bloodied maw and snarling at him, its jagged teeth instilling terror that compelled him to flee. However, it seized him, flinging him aside. The impact left Chen Qingqiu dazed, and others fared no better, resembling discarded sacks tossed carelessly. 2. Miss Xiao, hurry up. Lin Hai cried, having received a painful scratch. With a final soft sound, the password illuminated, and the door swung open. Chapter 24, The Lethal Room Number, Part 4. As the door opened, the group wasted no time, rushing out in a frantic scramble. Xiao Muyu cast a glance at Shen Qingqiu, who was entangled with 3 reflections, then promptly turned and executed a sweeping motion, toppling one of them. With one adversary eliminated, Shen Qingqiu quickly extricated herself, grasping Xiao Muyu's hand as they dashed outside together. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving Chen Qingqiu and his companions to collapse on the ground, gasping for breath. Most bore injuries. Wang Yushan had 3 bloody scratches across her neck, while left Tian had a wounded arm, and Su Jin suffered a gash on his back, the 4 men appearing disheveled. Fortunately, the wounds were shallow, merely oozing blood. Thanks to Shen Qingqiu's protection, both she and Xiao Muyu emerged unscathed. Xiao Muyu, who had remained tense throughout, finally relaxed, only to realize that Shen Qingqiu still held her hand. A long dead string within her heart was delicately plucked, producing no sound, yet sending a tremor through her. Xiao Muyu found this sensation perplexing, furrowing her brow as she discreetly withdrew her hand. In her peripheral vision, she noticed Shen Qingqiu momentarily taken aback, then looking down at her own hand. Xiao Muyu initially anticipated that she would be met with an untimely jest, yet to her surprise, a profound silence enveloped the room, leaving a lingering tremor in the air. Is everyone all right? She inquired, glancing at the others.
Su Yin's limbs trembled.
Not solely from fear but also from sheer exhaustion. She cast a pale glance at Xiao Muyu and nodded faintly. I'm fine. Damn it. This game feels like stumbling into a haunted cave. It's only just begun, and already so fierce. What will the next rounds entail? Zhang Chong wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice a gruff rasp. Why is the code 857142?
Qingqiu possessing a formidable mental fortitude.
Had discerned certain characteristics of this particular challenge. He had not paid heed to Shen Qingqiu's earlier remarks, and promptly pressed her for clarity. At the outset, the challenge had presented the hint. Numbers are the origin of all things, and the connection between the passcode and the numerical context supported this assertion. Within the meeting room, a row of books adorned the shelves, and when the topic of numbers arose, it was reasonable to presume that mathematical texts would be among them. Among the assorted volumes, only 6 were mathematical in nature, and they were oddly placed apart from the rest, prompting her to take note of their location. Shen Qingqiu, unusually devoid of her typical aloofness, elaborated on her reasoning.
Damn.
It really was useful, Lin Hai muttered under his breath, clearly recalling how his earlier fidgeting with the books almost jeopardized their progress. At that moment, Chen Qingqiu stood beside her, and Xiao Muyu, his expression one of confusion. But I heard Miss Xiao mention 9, 15, 23, 25, 30, and 33? How does that relate to your 857,142? Before he could finish his thought, realization dawned upon him, his eyes widening with astonishment. I understand now. Those 6 books precisely segment the other volumes on the shelf into groups of 8, 5, 7, 1, 4, and 2, which when combined yield 857,142. This is truly perplexing. Shen Qingqiu glanced at Xiao Muyu, a hint of mischief in her gaze. I initially found those books peculiar, and merely sought to gauge Muyu's reaction by memorizing their positions. When I recounted them, the 6-digit code bore no immediate significance, yet through a stroke of luck, those same 6 numbers appeared again. Shen Qingqiu possessed an acute sensitivity to numbers upon recounting the volumes. She discerned that the quantities of the other titles fortuitously matched the last digits of their room number, prompting her immediate awareness. This is exceedingly obscure. Had we not noticed, we might have perished within, Su Jin reflected, a tremor of anxiety in her voice. No, haven't you realized? Though those reflections have been tormenting us, they have yet to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, we would hardly last 9 minutes, let alone a minute. Even without opening the door, death would not be the outcome. Merely a fate worse than death, Xiao Muyu remarked, her final words casting a pall over the group's expressions. What about the third round? Are we still entering the room? Tian's voice faltered, her spirit visibly depleted as she murmured. Everyone think. Why was the code set to 857,142? The numbers employed are unmistakably those of the last digits of the rooms we entered. But why this particular sequence? What profound significance lies within 857,142? Chen Qingqiu still recalled the system's initial reminder. Although this was a supernatural instance, it was by no means a whimsical endeavor. Logic and intellect were indispensable. Hadn't it been indicated by those texts? Wang Yushan was rendered perplexed by the inquiry. Chen Qingqiu's implication was clear. There were still 4 rounds remaining. Likely still a numerical riddle, Su Jin murmured. Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu remained silent, while the others were lost in thought, unable to comprehend the situation. Furthermore, Xiao Muyu felt there was another crucial issue at hand. She gazed at the individuals present and stated earnestly, this is essentially everyone's second instance. Therefore, you should possess completion rewards. I am unaware of what you all hold, and I do not intend to compel anyone to disclose their cards. But I must remind you that if there are limitations, please utilize them judiciously at the appropriate moments. Keep in mind that the 6th round will only grow more challenging. And if you recklessly deplete your resources, you may find yourselves devoid of options later on. This topic was somewhat sensitive, and for a moment, no one dared to respond. In truth, it would be most advantageous for everyone to share their knowledge and allocate their resources wisely. Otherwise, it could lead to a significant waste of assets. Xiao Muyu keenly observed the hesitation among her companions and empathized with them, as these were their hidden cards, and the system had afforded them little time for deliberation. Another door swung open. Congratulations to the 9 players for completing the 2nd round. We now commence the 3rd round. Hearts once again raced. The 3rd round retained the same rules and layout, yet the 9 players gazed upon the room from which they had just barely escaped. Now confronted by the 12 tormented spirits that had relentlessly pursued them, their twisted smiles almost inciting a curse. This time, Xiao Muyu had no opportunity for contemplation. The password remained elusive. 15 minutes later, all 9 emerged alive, yet apart from Shen Qingqiu, they could scarcely stand. Shen Qingqiu helped Xiao Muyu to sit, and then settled on the ground beside her. Clad in black, it was difficult to discern the extent of blood on her attire. However, Xiao Muyu was acutely aware that she had single-handedly battled the malevolent entities for a quarter of an hour, her dagger having inflicted countless wounds upon the undying fiends, leaving her garments stained in crimson. Xiao Muyu herself bore several minor cuts, though not severe, merely a testament to her exhaustive exertion. No one had resorted to using their items, likely believing that the time for life and death decisions had not yet arrived. Xiao Muyu glanced at Shen Qingqiu, lowering her gaze with a hint of coldness. The onlookers who had witnessed Shen Qingqiu's prowess on 2 occasions now dared not entertain any further thoughts about the striking woman. She was a veritable force of nature, calmly dispatching those inhuman creatures as if they were mere vegetables. Yet Xiao Muyu understood that she too was human. Shen Qingqiu leaned against the wall, casting a glance at Xiao Muyu, then at herself, before shifting slightly away and closing her eyes. Xiao Muyu could clearly see the rise and fall of her chest, as well as the sweat dampening her hair. She wanted to say something, but Shen Qingqiu inhaled deeply, her voice tinged with fatigue, and murmured, "It is no longer feasible to simply endure. We must discover the door's password." She tilted her head against the wall, swallowing hard, her neck long and graceful, with exquisite contours. The pale skin of her neck revealed the veins on either side, accentuated by the motion of her swallowing, rendering it quite alluring. Xiao Muyu gazed at her in a daze, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over her. Then, Shen Qingqiu continued, "Previously, I noticed a number on the body of that ghostly entity. I initially thought it was a 9, which is why I've been attentive to them throughout this round. Just now, I observed a 2, but from my angle it appeared inverted. leading me to conclude that it must be a 6. Why does it feel increasingly chaotic? Chen Qingqiu was in utter confusion. The numbers were multiplying. Xiao Muyu instinctively furrowed her brows, and upon hearing this, her eyes suddenly sparkled with urgency. Are you suggesting that the password for the sequence 857142 contains a 6? Shen Qingqiu nodded. Xiao Muyu murmured, I truly feel foolish for having overlooked this. 142857, such an evident answer, and it has only just dawned on me. She continued to speak, while the others listened, perplexed. Shen Qingqiu regarded her, a fleeting thought igniting in her mind, and she could not help but exclaim, 14285768574142. Xiao Muyu nodded. Indeed, Shen Qingqiu was rather formidable, her physical prowess matched only by her intellect. What riddle are you all deciphering? The rest were now utterly bewildered. I had been misled by the room number, believing that 142857 was merely the game's designation for us. In reality, the room number itself holds a mystery. The sequence 142857 is a special set of numbers, reportedly discovered within the Egyptian pyramids. It signifies that a week consists of 7 days, a truly astonishing numerical sequence, also referred to as cyclic numbers. As she spoke, a hint of regret surfaced. The initial conference room had provided numerous clues, the calendar's backdrop being the Egyptian pyramids. However, this notion of cyclic numbers was something she had only encountered once in middle school, many years ago, and at the time, she had failed to make any connections. Even the 6 rooms, spinning like a carousel, served as hints. Yet, it was too obscure, and given the intensity of the game, it would be challenging for someone unfamiliar with this knowledge to guess. Hence, the first round was hinted at through room numbers, while the second was directly indicated by the placement of books. Cyclic numbers? What does that even mean? This particular piece of knowledge seemed rather esoteric. They had not even heard of it, let alone deduce it. When you multiply 142857 sequentially by the numbers 1 through 6, the resulting figures still comprise these 6 digits in a rearranged order, such as 14285768574142, 14285722857114. The digits remain unchanged, merely their positions alternate. Multiplying by 7 yields 999, 9999. Westerners consider Sunday a day of rest, hence the day is represented by 9. Moreover, cyclic numbers are closely linked to 9. For instance, 14285799, 14285799, which explains why the book arrangement consists of 7 digits, although only 6 are necessary. The game's levels also encompass 6 rounds, with the 7th round designated as a rest period. Shen Qingqiu inhaled deeply and added, 7 digits? What could the 7th number be? Xiao Muyu instinctively inquired. Yet Shen Qingqiu remained silent. The 6 books were, in fact, divided into 7 piles, with the last one being 9. It is no wonder that, in this manner, we could say that the code for the first challenge is 142857, while the missing 4316 and their counterpart 4313, with the final digit being 9, suggest that 9 is also a crucial element. Upon hearing her words, the other 7 individuals cast peculiar glances at the 2 of them. Do both of you understand what the rotating lantern number is? Chen Qingqiu asked in astonishment. Shen Qingqiu felt somewhat displeased by their expressions. Folding her left leg to support her body, she replied nonchalantly, Is there a problem? No, they hastily responded. We have long recognized Miss Zhao's extraordinary intelligence, but we never anticipated that Miss Shen would not only possess remarkable skills but also such vast knowledge. It truly opens our eyes. Chen Qingqiu dared not offend either of the 2, as he himself excelled in both physical and intellectual prowess, yet in their presence, he felt like a mere novice. Simple-minded and physically strong, Xiao Muyu suddenly remarked, adding as Shen Qingqiu looked at her in surprise, neither description fits Miss Shen. It was not to say that Shen Qingqiu lacked physical strength, rather, her tall stature still revealed a slender form beneath her attire, leaving no one to imagine she possessed such explosive power. Does that mean we can ascertain the codes for the subsequent challenges? Lin Hai asked, unable to contain his excitement. In theory, that is indeed the case, she replied, but it is evident that these 7 sets of numbers do not appear in order. The first round is 142,857. The second round is 857142, and while the third has yet to be determined, should the number 2 emerge, it should be 285,714. Are you suggesting I should tug at their sleeves? Shen Qingqiu chuckled. If that proves futile, we shall have to test them sequentially. After all, if we are correct, there are merely 7 codes. However, what we can conceive, the system can likewise anticipate, and it is unlikely to afford us any opportunity. Moreover, one person cannot possibly fend off all attacks. At this point, Xiao Muyu glanced at those present, the implication clear, Relying solely on Shen Qingqiu for hand-to-hand combat would be implausible. They should not be overly optimistic. I drew an A-grade item. A piece of red string that can bind a target, be it human or spirit, for 30 seconds, but the cooldown period is half an hour, so Tian hesitated before revealing. Following her lead, the others felt compelled to share. Wang Yushan drew a B-grade peachwood sword, which she displayed. It was merely a foot long, resembling a child's toy. Its hardness was inadequate, and it would break after 3 uses. Su Jin, a newcomer, possessed nothing, while Nida drew a rubber ball. In the previous instance, a little ghost enjoyed playing with a rubber ball. When thrown, any ghost that sees it would chase after it, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Lin Hai's expression soured. My luck is poor. I drew 1,000 gold coins, but no items. Lin Kai-jia also felt somewhat awkward, scratching his nose as he said, I drew a frying pan that can heat food. Zhang Chong said nothing further, merely producing a length of bandage. The 5-meter-long hemostatic bandage serves its purpose only at critical moments. The crowd murmured, is it actually useful? Wang Yushan whispered. Upon finishing her sentence, they all turned their eager gazes toward Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu succinctly remarked, a dagger, forged with fine iron. And a final thank you for your patronage. As her words fell, Xiao Muyu glanced at her in surprise. It turned out that the first unfortunate soul was Shen Qingqiu, an uncanny coincidence indeed. Who are you trying to fool? How could there possibly be a thank you for your patronage? Lin Hai muttered, while the others wore expressions of disbelief. Xiao Muyu interjected. I also drew a thank you for your patronage. Her expression was somewhat difficult to interpret. Shen Qingqiu was equally taken aback. After all, she had successfully completed an S-level dungeon for the first time. Could her luck be this dire? She couldn't help but chuckle. I was quite disheartened back then, thinking I was the only one so unfortunate. I never imagined you would be too. This feels a bit like schadenfreude. However, I have one additional draw opportunity. And I obtained a card that lacks offensive capabilities but allows for disguise, which is of little use at the moment.
Xiao Muyu,
not wishing to endure her annoyingly smug demeanor, offered a bland remark to salvage her dignity. Another additional draw opportunity. A few of them felt their understanding reshaping anew. Only upon S-level completion, Shen Qingqiu casually added, raising an eyebrow to imply she too had won. But your luck is abysmally poor. I thought my predicament was already outrageous. This is not the time to discuss such matters. I understand everyone has their own calculations, but I must remind you that this is already the 4th round, with a 30-minute cooldown. We can still employ the 6th round if necessary. You must weigh your choices carefully. The currently usable items were the red thread from Tian and Anida's ball, which could control 2 units at critical moments. Wang Yushan's peachwood sword depended on her performance, while the frying pan, though limited in its ability to heat food, could serve as a weapon when needed, better than being empty-handed. The group nodded in agreement, and Chen Qingqiu rubbed his forehead. Being too clever can lead to folly. How have I been so constrained by fixed thinking? Using the pan to strike someone is far more advantageous than cooking. With a resounding bang, the rest period concluded, and the 4th door creaked open. Face the challenges that come. Let us proceed. As she spoke, Shen Qingqiu stepped forward, her calm and composed demeanor instilling a sense of reassurance. It must be said that under such circumstances, Shen Qingqiu radiated a brilliance akin to Xiao Muyu during her moments of deduction, exuding an irresistible charm. The 4th round of the game was about to commence. Chapter 25, The Lethal Room Number, Part 5. At the moment the 9 individuals entered through the door, an eerie silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the increasingly labored sound of their breaths. The anticipated mirror monsters were conspicuously absent, leaving the room desolate, illuminated solely by the dim light reflecting off the floor beneath their feet, which followed them like a shadow. The door behind them had vanished. Could it be that we were mistaken? Is there no password door this time?
Suhin murmured.
But the system stated there were still 2 methods to open the door. Each round escalates in difficulty. Perhaps this door is less conspicuous this time. Don't you think this room feels different? Chen Qingqiu remained steadfast in his belief in the deductions made by Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. The room indeed bore a stark resemblance to how it appeared when they first stepped out of the dormitory building. As they ventured forth, they discovered a passageway, approximately 3 meters in width. It was shrouded in darkness, resembling the gaping maw of a demon, leaving one to ponder whether stepping inside would be akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter. We have no choice, murmured Xiao Muyu softly, her meaning abundantly clear. They had to proceed. The group, pairing off into 2s and 3s, began to make their way inside. However, the moment they entered, Xiao Muyu hesitated, as Shen Qingqiu grasped her right hand firmly. Surprised, she looked at Shen Qingqiu, furrowing her brow as she attempted to pull away, but Shen Qingqiu tightened her grip. Shen Qingqiu, Xiao Muyu said softly, though her tone was decidedly frosty. Thus far, no one had been eliminated in this instance. You should recall the elimination rate of the first scenario. Shen Qingqiu's voice lacked any hint of jest, and Xiao Muyu understood her implication, though she questioned why she was singled out. If you truly require a reason, allow me to say this. It is because you are an exceptional partner. With you by my side, my chances of success increase by at least 40%. Without me, this challenge would not pose significant difficulty for you. Xiao Muyu was acutely aware of this fact. Moreover, although this was only their second encounter and they had spent merely a few days together, I hold a deep admiration for Miss Xiao. Regarding matters of mortality, I have seldom felt regret. However, if it were you, it would transcend mere regret. Shen Qingqiu nearly whispered this into Xiao Muyu's ear, rendering her somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to shift slightly. Xiao Muyu fell silent, her hand reluctantly held by Shen Qingqiu, who, with commendable restraint, did not overstep her boundaries. The warmth and delicacy of Shen Qingqiu's palm made the contact unexpectedly pleasant, devoid of personal sentiments. Suddenly, the individuals ahead came to a halt, followed by Chen Qingqiu's voice breaking the tension. There's a fork in the path. What should we do? Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Muyu withdrew her hand from Shen Qingqiu and stepped forward, with Shen Qingqiu unfazed, following closely behind. In the dim light before them, the passage diverged into three, obscured by darkness, concealing the nature of what lay within. The unknown was the root of their fear, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Shall we split up? Chen Qingqiu gazed at the three paths, his expression heavy with concern. Lin Hai and Zhang Chong, acutely aware of their lack of acumen to resolve the predicament, instinctively retreated to the back. As they anxiously awaited a decision, a faint sound suddenly pierced the silence. Drip, drip. It resembled the sound of water droplets falling. He held his breath, straining to listen, but it seemed to dissipate. Did you hear that? He swallowed hard, his voice trembling uncontrollably. No prompting was necessary. The dripping had become distinctly audible in the stillness, a slow and irregular rhythm, unlike water, with a somewhat viscous quality.
Drip.
Shen Qingqiu squinted as a shadow fell from in front of Xiao Muyu, landing on the ground. Her body was coiled like a taut bow, poised for action. She and Xiao Muyu almost simultaneously lifted their heads. Although the area above them was not entirely discernible, in the dim light, the gaping maw and the viscous fluid, a grotesque mixture of saliva and blood, were distinctly visible. Upon noticing their gaze, the creature hovering above emitted a terrifying roar. 1, 2, 3. It was impossible to count the number of heads that opened their mouths towards the individuals below. Astonishingly, there was more than one head.
Run.
Without hesitation, Shen Qingqiu seized Xiao Muyu and rolled into the leftmost passage, just as the creature crashed down with a thunderous sound. Damn it! The 9 individuals, in a state of panic, scattered in different directions. As Xiao Muyu struggled to her feet, she finally discerned the true nature of the creature. To be precise, even upon closer inspection, its form was bewildering. Multiple heads of both genders fused grotesquely, resembling a mass of decaying flesh. From this mass protruded appendages smeared with bits of flesh, indistinguishable as arms or legs, making a nauseating squelching sound as they writhed.
Run.
Shen Qingqiu could sense the palpable hunger emanating from the creature, nearly drooling in anticipation. The trio dashed away, disregarding the dimness of the path ahead, as the roar from behind grew increasingly closer. However, 2 legs could never outrun the multitude of limbs belonging to that monster, and it swiftly caught up. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqiu gripped her dagger tightly in her right hand, her thumb caressing the hilt, her gaze fixed intently on the creature with 4 heads. Surely, they won't separate into 3, will they? Su Jin's throat felt parched, and she swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Xiao Muyu, originally tense, suddenly fixed her gaze on Shen Qingqiu, her expression somewhat intricate. Shen Qingqiu inscribed a few characters into her palm. After casting a glance at her, Shen Qingqiu's eyes unwaveringly locked onto the grotesque entity ahead, jesting. If you look at me like that, I might misinterpret your feelings for me. Xiao Muyu furrowed her brow but remained silent, while Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. She had sensed an unusual tension between the two since the beginning, a semblance of intimacy in a life-threatening situation, which seemed remarkably audacious. However, her thoughts did not linger long, for Shen Qingqiu, the enigma, suddenly leaped a few steps onto the wall of the passage, resembling a cat as she darted directly towards the creature. With her hands firmly grasping the dagger, she accurately struck one of the heads adorned with long hair. Harnessing the force of gravity and momentum, the creature's head thudded against the ground with a dull thump, rolling like a ball before coming to a stop at Su Jin's feet. Su Jin was utterly bewildered, as was the severed head that rolled to a stop. The two pairs of eyes locking in an eerie confrontation. Let us go. The command was crisp and decisive, emanating from Shen Qingqiu. Compared to the two girls, Zhou Tian and Wang Yushan, Su Jin had always maintained a calm demeanor. Yet, the sight of the head rolling towards her, its eyes wide with an unsettling intensity, and its subsequent movements as it sought its body filled her with both terror and revulsion.
Ah!
She shrieked, shutting her eyes in a moment of pure instinct, and leaped forward to deliver a swift kick, sending the head flying further away from its body. Ugh, that's disgusting. The horror overwhelmed her, forcing her to stomp in place. Shen Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback by her sudden burst of courage, but quickly grabbed her and rolled them both aside as the monstrous entity lunged at them. She patted Su Jin on the shoulder and gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done." While the creature was indeed terrifying, it bore a certain clumsiness. Having lost its head, it was too preoccupied chasing after it to pose a threat to them. Resolving that dispatching the head was their priority, Shen Qingqiu promptly set off, leaving Su Jin in a state of disbelief that anyone would dare pursue a ghost. Regaining her composure, Su Jin realized that Shen Qingqiu had instructed Xiao Muyu to search for an exit while they held the rear. Glancing around, she steeled herself and followed Shen Qingqiu. Just as they were about to make contact, an object hurtled towards them, and Su Jin instinctively caught it, only to let out a short, startled scream upon realizing it was yet another head. Nearly bitten on the nose, she hurled it away in disgust, the slimy sensation on her hands nearly driving her to despair. The three remaining heads, having turned to seize the thrown head, were incensed by the interruption. Shen Qingqiu, visibly surprised to see Su Jin, smiled slightly and remarked, "I didn't realize you had such courage." Su Jin, who had initially been ashen, now felt a flush of embarrassment creeping onto her cheeks. "I just wanted to help." In the brief exchange, the creature managed to seize two of its arms and pull them out. Su Jin's face strained of color. What does it intend to do? Shen Qingqiu, realizing the gravity of the situation, gasped slightly. It wants to discard the body that lacks a head. Indeed. What emerged was not merely an arm, but an entire headless body. Despite its lack of a head, it staggered forward with surprising speed, intent on reclaiming its lost appendage. Unhindered by the previous limitation, the remaining three heads surged forward with newfound agility. Shen Qingqiu barely evaded them, the wall behind her caving in from the impact. The creature's speed escalated, its flailing limbs slicing through the air like blades, threatening to cleave the two girls in two. If not for Shen Qingqiu's firm grip on her, Su Jin feared she would have been torn asunder. Withdraw. Sweat beaded on Shen Qingqiu's brow, despite her formidable prowess. She was still merely human and bound by her physiological limitations, forever unable to rival the supernatural. They had not fled far when they encountered Xiao Muyu, who swiftly assessed Shen Qingqiu's condition and exhaled in relief. That way leads to a dead end. I couldn't find the password door. It seems that the situation will not be so straightforward, therefore, alternative routes must be sought. However, it remains uncertain whether others can unlock the password-protected door. Shen Qingqiu's gaze darkened as she swiftly drew a dagger, parrying the forceful strike aimed at her legs. The impact was immense, causing her palms to split open. Yet she gritted her teeth and once more pushed Xiao Muyu aside, rolling beneath the creature's feet, attempting to strike at its head once again. Xiao Muyu watched in terror, suddenly comprehending the source of Shen Qingqiu's formidable prowess. This woman feared neither the supernatural nor death itself. Shen Qingqiu dodged one claw, but was struck by another, its 5 talons tearing into her shoulder, sending her sprawling. Shen Qingqiu. Xiao Muyu grasped her heated talisman tightly and dashed forward, embracing Shen Qingqiu and rolling to safety. In her desperation, she inadvertently pressed against Shen Qingqiu's wound, her hands now smeared with the warm, viscous blood. Yet, it appeared that this woman was impervious to pain. With a surge of strength, she clung to Xiao Muyu and executed another roll to evade a second blow. The scent of fresh blood drove the monster into a frenzy, careening like a cannonball and collapsing the corridor wall, revealing an opening. Su Jin, helplessly watching from the side, was frantic and at a loss, prompting Shen Qingqiu to shout. The code is 714,285. Both Su Jin and Xiao Muyu paused momentarily before realization dawned. Shen Qingqiu had spotted the number 5 on the creature. No wonder she hesitated. Gritting her teeth, Su Jin, with reddened eyes, urged, "Hold on. This is not the time for sentiment. We must open the door." As Su Jin squeezed through the opening, Shen Qingqiu remained tense, knowing that only 8 minutes had elapsed, and the remaining time was insufficient for these creatures to dismantle them. They had to escape swiftly. The opening was narrow, Seizing the moment as the creature lunged to attack, Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu deftly slipped through in succession. A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Muyu as they crawled a few meters forward, only to halt in unison. A pungent aroma of blood permeated the air, mingling with the scent of death, and the nauseating smell caused Xiao Muyu to hold her breath. The ground was stained with large splotches of darkened blood, indicating that the individual was unlikely to survive. Xiao Muyu pinched her nose to alleviate the overwhelming stench, her heart tightening. Could it be Sujin? Suddenly, Shen Qingqiu heard a nearby creaking sound, akin to a beast gnawing. Instinctively, she covered Xiao Muyun's mouth with her hand. The warmth and softness of Xiao Muyun's lips against her palm felt like a delicate petal, and the rush of heat made Shen Qingqiu's heart skip a beat. Silently, she signaled for silence and stealthily led Xiao Muyu forward. Chapter 26, The Fatal Room Number, Part 6. At the bend of the corridor, a creature resembling those pursuing them crouched, entangled in red ribbons. However, the bindings had lost their efficacy. Beneath its mangled hand lay a half-eaten corpse, a ghastly sight. In the next moment, one claw emerged from the remains, extracting a heart and shoving it into its mouth, producing a horrifying sound of chewing. Xiao Muyu's lips turned pale as she suppressed her nausea and fear, glancing at the figure, a man, whose fate had led him to this grim place. In such dire circumstances, further investigation proved futile. They had to leave quietly. Yet, the relentless creature that had pursued them was unwilling to relent. With a fierce charge, it collided violently at the cave's entrance, the tremendous noise instantly startling another monster that had been feeding. Its head, stained with blood, paused mid-chew as it raised its gaze, revealing murky eyes fixed intently on the two of them. Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu fled, pursued not only by the creature that had dropped half of its mangled prey, but also by another that had broken through the entrance. Shen Qingqiu's wound continued to bleed profusely, crimson droplets trailing down her back. If the door did not open, neither of them would escape. At the tunnel's end, they spotted three figures, Sujin, Zhuotian, and Chen Qingqiu, alive. Fortune smiled upon them, for amidst their peril, a coded door awaited at the tunnel's conclusion. Thankfully, Zhuotian's presence had afforded them a chance at survival. The earlier creature had likely been momentarily trapped by her. As Chen Qingqiu turned to glance at Sujin, who was entering the code, his initial surprise morphed into alarm upon seeing the monsters behind Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Just as the two creatures prepared to pounce, Sujin successfully entered the code, and the door thunderously swung open. A brilliant light flooded the room, causing the two monsters, poised to attack, to halt abruptly. Xiao Muyu, catching sight of the razor-sharp claws mere inches from her face, gasped in terror. The creatures emitted a low whimper, obediently bowing their heads as their flesh collapsed into the ground, vanishing without a trace. The fourth challenge had taken 10 minutes and 40 seconds, with only 2 survivors emerging from the third tunnel. Out of 9 participants, 2 had perished, and Ida and Wang Yushan had not made it. Zhang Chong, the robust man, had lost an arm. Meanwhile, Chen Qingqiu and the others hastily tended to Zhang Chong's severed limb. Such injuries could prove fatal, but they managed to stabilize him with a tourniquet, preserving his life for the moment. Though they had escaped, a heavy pall hung over the group. Silence enveloped them, and their gazes were vacant. Shen Qingqiu glanced at Lin Hai and Zhang Chong, who had retreated into the far-right tunnel. Ironically, it was Ida and Wang Yushan, armed with equipment, who had met their demise. Xiao Muyu felt no inclination to mourn her fallen comrades. She crouched before Shen Qingqiu, gesturing for her to turn. Blood continued to seep from her wound. The claw had torn through her outer clothing, leaving her skin mangled and exposed, a ghastly sight. Sujin and the others exchanged sympathetic glances, unable to bear the sight. Xiao Muyu removed Shen Qingqiu's outer garment, briefly glancing back to see Lin Hai hastily avert his gaze toward Zhang Chong. She reached for a piece of bandage offered by Zhang Chong, while Zhuotian and Sujin instinctively shielded her from view. Without hesitation, Shen Qingqiu discarded her shirt in front of Xiao Muyu, revealing a black bra that accentuated her porcelain skin, which gleamed like freshly fallen snow. As she raised her hand to adjust her clothing, the contours of her scapula and the right edge of her ribcage became distinctly visible, not the gauntness of starvation, but rather a physique devoid of any excess flesh, revealing the taut lines of her arms, not muscular, yet undeniably powerful. As a fellow woman, Xiao Muyu could not help but acknowledge that Shen Qingqiu's form resembled a masterpiece of art, captivating enough to momentarily distract her. An image inexplicably flickered in her mind, the taut shoulders and back, both flexible and strong, glistening with beads of perspiration upon her delicate skin. Suddenly, she shut her eyes, frowned, and shook her head. What is it? Do I look terrible? Shen Qingqiu turned to face her, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. With a soft chuckle, Shen Qingqiu thought that, had the circumstances permitted, she would have playfully teased the solemn Xiao Muyu. However, the left side of Shen Qingqiu's shoulder was stained with fresh blood, prompting Xiao Muyu to furrow her brow in concern. She tore a strip from her garment to clean it, her expression growing increasingly grim. After all, she was but a mortal. Shen Qingqiu remained silent. Yet her body involuntarily trembled at Xiao Muyu's touch. To staunch the bleeding, a firm rap was necessary, compelling Xiao Muyu to act with unyielding resolve, albeit she found herself gritting her teeth in the process. Leaning closer, her brow furrowed in concentration as she meticulously tied the knot, separated from Shen Qingqiu by mere inches, allowing Shen Qingqiu a clear view of her profile, serious and meticulous, with an air of determined intensity. Yet, as she held her breath, embodying a solemnity that evoked a faint smile within Shen Qingqiu, the pain of binding the wound was no less excruciating than the injury itself. Nevertheless, Shen Qingqiu remained silent, her pale lips and the fine sheen of cold sweat on her face betraying her weakness, yet she sat as upright as a bamboo stalk. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Muyu. Amidst her sorrow, Su Jin caught sight of them from the corner of her eye, then turned her gaze upward to the ceiling. Indeed, injuries served as a catalyst for emotions. Thank you. Shen Qingqiu finally reined in her gaze and expressed her gratitude to Xiao Muyu. Though Shen Qingqiu's previous rescues had been laced with a hint of jest and playfulness, this time, Xiao Muyu found it impossible to rationalize the act. Why, indeed? Did she care? Was it not true that she seldom valued the lives of others? The fourth round of the game had largely corroborated their deductions. Yet a more formidable challenge loomed. The difficulty of unlocking the door was insurmountable. If all rounds were akin to the fourth, it seemed unlikely that even if they deciphered the code, they would survive long enough to input it. Xiao Muyu endeavored to redirect her focus to the matter at hand. Wang Yushan and Nida have not emerged. Lin Hai, Zhang Chong. Did you acquire their props? This inquiry was undoubtedly offensive, yet Xiao Muyu felt compelled to consider it. Upon her words, the expressions of Lin Hai and Zhang Chong shifted dramatically. Lin Hai, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "How could that be possible? We were fortunate to escape at all. Had the door not opened, we would have been torn apart and devoured. Who would dare to retrieve props? Moreover, if you hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't even have thought of taking someone else's belongings." Zhang Chong, having lost an arm, was on the verge of fainting upon hearing Xiao Muyu's words. He stirred slightly, but ultimately shook his head. Although he had emerged alive, it was evident that he would not survive the fifth round. The foreknowledge of death struck a heavier blow to one's spirit than a grievous injury. Zhang Chong's already pallid face now bore an even deeper shade of ashen despair. Xiao Muyu refrained from further inquiries. It had become meaningless. Following the fourth round of the game, they were granted a brief respite of 30 minutes. After this interlude, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, players, for successfully navigating the fourth round. You must be both weary and fearful now. Are you eagerly anticipating the upcoming challenges? The emotionless mechanical voice recited these charged phrases, rendering the absurdity of the situation even more palpable. Given that you have faced the most arduous obstacle within the 002 instance, the system will extend a gracious opportunity in the fifth round. Before the commencement of this round, please designate a representative to draw lots. Should the number 7 be drawn, well, you understand the implications. Would you dare to try? If the draw results in a 7, it signifies an extraordinary respite of 999 rounds, thereby exempting you from the fifth round entirely. With 6 rounds already providing a reprieve, who would not relish the prospect of yet another? Xiao Muyu spoke with resolute determination, and the system complied promptly, presenting 10 cards before them. Who will draw? Murmured Lin Hai, his anxiety causing him to stutter. 10, 9, 8. The system began its countdown. Observing their frantic demeanor, Shen Qingqiu produced a dagger from her right hand and thrust it forward, succinctly declaring, "I will draw." Xiao Muyu offered no objections. She had no opportunity to refuse. She reached out, selecting a card that instantly materialized in her grasp. The eyes of Su Jin and the others widened in disbelief, fixated on the card in Xiao Muyu's hand, holding their breath in trepidation. After all, she had drawn the infamous "Thank you for your patronage," and with Shen Qingqiu, an ill-fated soul, by her side, their fates seemed inextricably linked to demise. The sensation was unbearable, yet they dared not make a sound that might disturb the outcome. Even Shen Qingqiu regarded Xiao Muyu with a hint of anxious curiosity. Xiao Muyu exhaled slowly, then turned the card over and presented it to Shen Qingqiu. Typically not one to be swayed by emotions, especially not romantic sentiments, Shen Qingqiu found herself inexplicably touched by this gesture, as if it bore a special significance. She was meant to see it, and she did, indeed. It was the number 7. Unable to contain herself, Shen Qingqiu's brows arched into a smile, her face, previously marked by injury, now radiating sweetness, harmonizing beautifully with her captivating features. In that moment, Xiao Muyu discerned the answer that lay before her. With a restrained smile, her eyes softened, the aloofness dissipating into a gentle warmth. Though these two women bore little resemblance in character or appearance, their shared traits of coolness and social detachment echoed in the contrasting yet harmonious shifts of their demeanor, one like a spring breeze, the other like melting snow. Zhang Chong felt a flicker of hope ignite amidst the ashes of despair, while left Tian Tian had already succumbed to tears, her face buried in her hands. 2 of the teammates had already perished. Just moments ago, she had been too engulfed in her own fate, akin to a fragile boat tossed by the tempest, to give it any thought. Now, upon learning that they could evade the 5th round, a torrent of pain and fear severed her nerves, prompting her to weep aloud. No one offered her solace, nor did anyone cast blame. After the initial jubilation, sorrow enveloped them all. Why must we endure such trials? In Chapter 27, the lethal room number 7, after several rounds, their physical strength had been nearly depleted, and they needed to seize every moment to recuperate. Thus, the 7 of them fell silent, leaning against the walls, eyes closed in a bid for rest. Once Xiao Muyu shut her eyes, her thoughts became increasingly chaotic. She furrowed her brow and eventually opened her eyes once more. Beside her, several individuals were marred with bloodstains. She and Shen Qingqiu appeared the least soiled. She was indeed unscathed, while Shen Qingqiu, clad in black, concealed the evidence of her wounds, save for the remnants of blood on her left hand. A stark reminder of her grievous injury. The metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air, a fact that Xiao Muyu could discern quite clearly. She noticed that Shen Qingqiu subtly distanced herself, just as she had when Xiao Muyu attempted to rest earlier. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Was Shen Qingqiu wary of her heightened sense of smell detecting the blood? Her olfactory sensitivity was greater than most, allowing her to catch a whiff of the lingering scent of human flesh. Furthermore, she harbored a profound aversion, even fear, of the smell of blood. Shen Qingqiu was aware of her sensitivity, yet she had not overtly expressed any distress. The mere thought of it made Xiao Muyu feel overly sentimental. Surely, Shen Qingqiu's proximity was merely for amusement, and there was no reason for her to go to such lengths. All of them were stained with blood, particularly Zhang Chong, who had lost an arm. The odor was indeed unpleasant, causing her nose to twitch involuntarily. Just endure a little longer. It should end soon. Shen Qingqiu, having opened her eyes at some point, spoke in a low voice. Unable to resist, Xiao Muyu gazed at her. The sweat on her forehead had yet to dry, and the fatigue on her face was unmistakable, indicating that her wounds still throbbed. "I'm not that delicate," she murmured. Though she felt both physically and psychologically unsettled by the stench of blood, to be unable to endure it in such a place would be sheer pretentiousness. The two exchanged a few simple words, and it was not until the 6th door swung open that they finally stood up. They had rested for over 40 minutes, which meant that the red string belonging to Tian Tian had refreshed its duration. "This item is our trump card. It must be used with utmost caution."
Xiao Muyu stationed head.
Tian Tian nodded, fully aware of its significance. Zhang Chong struggled to rise, and Lin Hai instinctively supported him without needing to be prompted, while Chen Qingqiu stood steadfastly by his side. In the aftermath of such peril, camaraderie fostered an abundance of care and compassion among them. Perhaps this was the essence of shared survival. Shen Qingqiu prepared to enter first, but Xiao Muyu grasped her hand firmly. Her expression remained stoic, yet her demeanor was resolute. "I will go in first." Shen Qingqiu appeared somewhat taken aback. The two held their ground for a moment, but ultimately, Shen Qingqiu smiled at her and conceded. Shen Qingqiu's gray eyes sparkled with a mischievous allure, captivating and enchanting. Xiao Muyu, despite her efforts to maintain a broader perspective, found herself unsettled by the gaze, prompting her to step inside hastily. Once inside, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, momentarily taken aback. The living room was unexpectedly bright, characterized by its cleanliness and clarity. A hexagonal wind chime hung from the ceiling, and to the far left stood a full-length mirror, which created an illusion of greater space. A sense of disorientation washed over her. Something felt amiss. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing the wind chime to whirl like a carousel, producing a delightful, melodious tinkling sound that was both soothing and invigorating. However, a weary voice tinged with impatience broke the tranquility from behind Xiao Muyu. She turned to see a disheveled woman in sleep attire, her relaxed demeanor vanishing, replaced by a tense rigidity. Did you hear me speaking? Are you deaf? You wear that cold expression just like your deceased father. Have I wronged the Xiao family in some way? The woman appeared to be nearing 40, her face marked by fine lines and signs of fatigue, her eyes slightly swollen from prolonged sleep, and her nightclothes wrinkled. As she berated Xiao Muyu, she moved to pour herself some water, only to discover the kettle was empty. This revelation ignited her fury. She confronted Xiao Muyu with a fierce snarl. Can't you even boil some water? In her rage, she hurled a cup at Xiao Muyu. Stunned, Xiao Muyu did not evade. The cup struck her forehead with a resounding thud, blood immediately oozing down her face. She touched the wound, feeling the sticky warmth and the metallic scent of her blood, prompting her right hand to clench tightly, trembling slightly. Mother, she uttered, lost in a haze of confusion. The woman's expression shifted from panic upon witnessing the blood to one of utter revulsion. Indeed, you are his offspring. Are you even human? Do you not feel pain? Clean this mess up. With that, she turned and stormed away, leaving Xiao Muyu crouched on the floor, gripping the shards of glass tightly, blood trickling through her fingers, deepening the shadows in her eyes. The sound of a key turning in the lock broke the silence, yet the door did not open. Instead, a loud bang reverberated as a drunken man outside slurred, "Huang Xiaoyi, open the door. Hurry up." The previously imposing woman's demeanor shifted dramatically, fear creeping into her gaze as she glanced at Xiao Muyu, as if burned, hastening to the door. As soon as the door opened, it was forcefully shoved against the wall, and the man delivered a resounding slap to the woman's face. Are you dead? How long did it take you to open the door? You wretched woman. Were you with another man? Too afraid to open the door? I'll kill you. His strength was overwhelming. Huang Xiaoyi stumbled back, crashing to the floor with a thud. Before she could scream in pain, he unleashed a barrage of merciless kicks to her abdomen and back, leaving her to curl up defensively, enduring the assault. Xiao Muyu gazed at the scene before her, as if ensnared in a grotesque farce, her entire being trembling with discomfort and revulsion. She remained a silent observer, refraining from intervening, her cold eyes fixed upon the man. Once he had exhausted his tirade, he ambled closer to her, the noxious blend of alcohol and smoke wafting from him, provoking a wave of nausea. With his murky, alcohol-clouded gaze fixed upon her, he let out a sinister chuckle. Xiaoyu, you are indeed growing more beautiful, far more alluring than that wretched woman who bore you. In a couple of days, accompany me for a meal. I shall introduce you to a friend, and you will surely be delighted. After all these years of caring for you, do not be ungrateful like your mother. Repay your father properly. A gleam of excitement ignited in his eyes as he contemplated his thoughts. Such a delicate flower should not go to waste. I ought to savor you first, for that would render it worthwhile. His words were nauseating. Initially, as he loosened his tie and approached her, the man was interrupted by the woman's shrill and vitriolic accusations, causing him to turn and unleash a flurry of blows upon her, even unbuckling his belt. The woman writhed on the ground, howling in pain, eventually curling into a motionless ball, while Xiao Muyu observed, her dark eyes clouded with a storm of despair and devoid of light. Eventually, the man, exhausted and forgetful of his intentions, staggered into the room and collapsed onto the bed, snoring thunderously within moments. Just as Xiao Muyu felt her spirit waning, the battered woman, somehow summoning strength, crawled toward her and seized her neck with a vice-like grip. Her once familiar visage now distorted with fury, she hissed, "All my suffering is thanks to you. If not for you, how could I endure such anguish? You are as cold-blooded and heartless as your father, utterly devoid of humanity. Your mother is on the brink of death, and you remain indifferent. A monster like you deserves to perish, just like that deviant." Xiao Muyu gasped for breath, the woman's talon-like fingers constricting around her throat, her complexion shifting from red to purple, then to a sickly hue. Yet, she found herself lacking the will to resist. Ultimately, succumbing to oxygen deprivation, she knelt weakly, her mind clouding as she felt liberation approaching. In her dazed state, she heard the sound of wind chimes, a sudden warmth enveloping her waist, jolting her back to consciousness. No, her mother was dead, and that man was gone. Abruptly awakened, she opened her eyes to find herself not in some living room but kneeling before a mirror, her hands tightly gripping her own throat. With her other hand, she reached into her pocket, retrieving the talisman she had brought, still warm to the touch. She coughed repeatedly, overwhelmed with gratitude, realizing the narrowness of her escape. Without fully recovering, she struggled to rise, and just then, a steady hand extended to support her. Tensing in surprise, Xiao Muyu looked up through her tear-blurred vision to see the familiar face of Shen Qingqiu. He assisted her in standing, gently rubbing her back. his expression imbued with concern. Are you alright? What transpired? Xiao Muyu exhaled in relief. I'm fine, just a moment of carelessness. This round of the game was utterly unexpected. There is something peculiar about this mirror. What about you? Did you see anyone else? She subtly touched her forehead and then examined her hands. There was no trace of blood, yet the pain lingered. Shen Qingqiu shook her head. No. I too have just extricated myself from the illusion. Upon hearing commotion here, I came to investigate. It appears we have been separated. Xiao Muyu's nose twitched as she glanced at Shen Qingqiu, noticing the bandaged fabric on her left shoulder. Indeed, we must exercise caution here. It won't be so simple. Having said that, she produced a dagger, which Xiao Muyu observed closely, her eyelids fluttering downwards. Qingqiu, could you lend me your dagger for a moment? My clothing has torn. Xiao Muyu requested. Shen Qingqiu hesitated for a moment before reluctantly handing over the dagger. Xiao Muyu accepted the blade and bowed her head to cut the loose threads of her garment. When she lifted her gaze again, the dagger struck like lightning into Shen Qingqiu's heart. Simultaneously, a slender hand reached out, swiftly slitting Shen Qingqiu's throat. As Shen Qingqiu's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, Xiao Muyu beheld another version of Shen Qingqiu. She wiped the blade clean, watching as this Shen Qingqiu let out a scream before disintegrating into ashes. Then, she looked up at Xiao Muyu, a hint of reproach in her eyes. Is your heart truly so unyielding? That strike was executed with such resolve. Xiao Muyu swallowed hard to ease the pain in her throat and replied hoarsely, You were far harsher on yourself when you inflicted that wound. As Shen Qingqiu perceived the discord in her tone and was about to inquire, her gaze fell upon the marks on Xiao Muyu's neck, fingerprints, already bruised and swollen, revealing the severity of the grip. A sudden pang gripped Shen Qingqiu's heart. Her expression shifted dramatically as she stepped forward, lifting Xiao Muyu's chin and cautiously probing. What happened to you? Her face bore no trace of amusement, appearing gravely serious. Xiao Muyu's heartbeat quickened, taking a step back, awkwardly averting her eyes. I was caught off guard upon entry. I did it to myself. Shen Qingqiu pressed her lips together, her expression still sour, evidently displeased. You have been injured again? Xiao Muyu detected a stronger scent of blood emanating from her, observing closely that Shen Qingqiu's left shoulder wound had reopened, and additional injuries marred her left waist and arm. Shen Qingqiu inhaled deeply. We must have both been assigned to separate chambers. Upon entry, we were bewitched by the mirrors. They project the most unwelcome visions and figures from one's heart. I fell victim and sustained some injuries. The art of killing without a trace is indeed more ruthless than in previous rounds. I shall tend to your wounds, and you must hasten to find the others. The absence of a disclosed condition for passing this phase made Xiao Muyu uneasy. Watching Xiao Muyu bandaging her wounds, Shen Qingqiu curiously inquired, How did you discern that Shen Qingqiu was a falsehood? Xiao Muyu lifted her gaze momentarily before returning to tie off the bandage, replying nonchalantly, I don't know. I acted out of a foul mood. Chapter 28. The Fatal Room Number 8. Shen Qingqiu chuckled softly, extending her right hand to offer the dagger. Here I am. And how is your mood now? Xiao Muyu did not accept it, standing up to cast her a disdainful glance before finding the door and stepping out. Remarking as she walked, I called her Qingqiu, and she showed no response. If it were you, I would imagine you would navigate the ascent with ease. I detected a faint scent of decay emanating from her. In an attempt to assuage my wariness, she brandished a dagger to prove her authenticity. Oblivious to the subtle gesture she exhibited while wielding it, this left Shen Qingqiu momentarily stunned. Her smile faltered as she inquired with curiosity, what subtle gesture? Xiao Muyu focused intently on her right hand, noting that whenever she held the dagger, her right thumb would unconsciously glide across the blade before tightening its grip. She chuckled. I had no idea I possessed such a habit. Muyu, does this imply that you've been paying close attention to me? Her expression bore a hint of pride and pleasure, which, while not entirely unpleasant, did not convey sheer joy either. Here we go again. Xiao Muyu wished to dismiss her, yet a peculiar feeling stirred within her. They were not particularly close, so why had she noticed such a trivial gesture? She could not articulate it. She simply observed and remembered. Xiao Muyu paused, comprehending her implication, realizing the necessity of locating others first. Upon pushing the door open, Xiao Muyu found herself taken aback. It revealed an elongated corridor, winding and stretching ahead, with two ajar doors faintly visible behind her. I emerged from there, she recalled, having awakened Su Jin through the first door before parting ways to search for others. Fortunately, upon opening another door, I discovered you, she remarked. Her tone tinged with a semblance of relief. Su Jin has regained her senses? Xiao Muyu asked, surprised. Yes, let us check on the others. Just as she finished speaking, a door burst open with a loud bang. Su Jin rushed out, panic-stricken, followed closely by Zhuo Tiantian, who was brandishing an axe, intent on striking her down.
Miss Xiao.
Miss Shen, help! Shen Qingqiu furrowed her brow, and as Su Jin dashed past, she thrust her dagger mercilessly, causing Su Jin's expression to freeze before she let out a piercing scream, disintegrating into ashes once more. Zhuo Tiantian, holding the axe, appeared momentarily bewildered before dropping it and vanishing from sight. Xiao Muyu, astonished, queried, "How did you discern they were illusions?" Shen Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, stating, "While this doppelganger bears an uncanny resemblance to the original, her performance lacks authenticity. This Su Jin is excessively affected." Xiao Muyu approached and picked up the axe that Zhuo Tiantian had dropped in fright. To her surprise, it had not vanished, suggesting it was an item integral to the scenario. After hearing Shen Qingqiu's remarks, she replied coolly, "You certainly seem to understand Su Jin well. I assumed there was nothing about her that would catch your eye." Xiao Muyu pursed her lips, choosing not to engage with Shen Qingqiu further, and continued onward. In earnest matters, Shen Qingqiu was not one to display such frivolity. She composed herself, stating seriously, "The allies encountered in this trial may not truly be allies. If one fails to recognize this issue, few will emerge unscathed. Even for us, had we not encountered a doppelganger of myself, we might have dismissed that Su Jin without a second thought, unwittingly falling into a trap." As they proceeded, they entered any open doors they encountered. They opened 2 doors. One was empty, while the other revealed Zhang Chang. He lay quietly before a massive, floor-to-ceiling mirror, his expression serene, yet his abdomen had been gruesomely carved open. And he had already drawn his last breath. Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu remained silent, gazing intently. After a moment, Shen Qingqiu stepped forward, searching for something on him. The bandage prop was indeed still attached, accessible to others. Rising to her feet, Shen Qingqiu spoke. "At least, it is a less painful death. Let us proceed." Zhang Chang had suffered a severed hand, and given his current condition, he could not endure much longer, feeling utterly helpless. Xiao Muyu cast a glance, nodding slightly. She had long since lost her capacity for sorrow concerning death. Upon exiting, they encountered Su Jin, Chen Qingqiu, and Zhuo Tiantian. Chen Qingqiu bore several fresh wounds, looking rather disheveled, yet his eyes brightened upon seeing them. "Miss Xiao, Miss Shen," he greeted. Xiao Muyu quickly glanced at Shen Qingqiu before inquiring, "Mr. Chen, it seems you have finally found them. What brings you 3 together?" "Miss Shen and I separated to search for others. Upon opening the first room, I discovered Zhang Chang. He's dead." At this revelation, Su Jin's complexion paled further. "I continued onward and opened another door, where I encountered Chen Qingqiu. He was entranced by a mirror and nearly dragged into it. I shattered the mirror, and only then did he awaken. Initially, we intended to find you, but we encountered Tiantian on our way." "Su Jin is unharmed," Shen Qingqiu affirmed, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Qingqiu and Zhuo Tiantian. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Tiantian's tears streamed down her face. "I saw my mother. I almost embraced her. But upon hearing a noise, I awakened to find it was merely a disheveled woman." She recoiled slightly, appearing thoroughly frightened. "Everyone is safe, but we have yet to locate Lin Hai. The method to pass this level has not been announced. We must not let our guard down. Let us continue," Xiao Muyu declared, moving forward alongside Shen Qingqiu. Once the 5 regrouped, Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu led the way, followed closely by Su Jin, Chen Qingqiu, and Zhuo Tiantian. Though Shen Qingqiu seemed focused ahead, her peripheral vision occasionally darted towards Xiao Muyu. Similarly, Xiao Muyu cast furtive glances, her fingers clearly counting down. 3, 2, 1. Shen Qingqiu flung her dagger, striking true at her target's brow, and with a swift kick, sent her sprawling. Zhuo Tiantian let out a piercing scream before disintegrating into ashes. This level also featured reflections, but this time, they did not directly attack. Instead, they masqueraded as the originals, infiltrating the group with the intent to strike at an opportune moment. Xiao Muyu swiftly remarked as the 4 pressed onward. "How did you discern she was a fake while we are genuine?" Chen Qingqiu asked, still shaken. Shen Qingqiu, irritated by such inquiries during a critical moment, retorted coolly, "Whether it is real or not, a stab will reveal the truth. Care to test it?" Chen Qingqiu promptly fell silent. This woman was far too fierce. Zhuo Tiantian found escape to be no simple feat, especially not with such a clumsy excuse as being startled by noise. Shen Qingqiu delivered her cutthroat insight mercilessly. Zhuo Tiantian's red thread could only bind but not warn, and even Xiao Muyu had nearly fallen victim. How could she possibly awaken on her own? Chen Qingqiu opened his mouth but ultimately closed it again. So, Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu awakened on their own? As they cautiously advanced, Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu suddenly halted, signaling for silence. Indeed, without her needing to utter a word, Shen Qingqiu and Su Jin found themselves utterly speechless. Approximately 10 meters ahead, a man clad in a gray coat was kneeling with his back turned towards them. The attire, along with his meticulously styled hair, made them recognize him as Lin Hai. However, something felt amiss. The very sight of that figure sent an icy shiver creeping up Shen Qingqiu's spine. An indescribable sense of eeriness enveloping him. For a moment, he could not articulate what was wrong, but after a prolonged gaze, he finally grasped the unsettling truth, causing the muscles in his face to twitch involuntarily. It turned out that Lin Hai's posture was not upright. His shoulders sagged, suggesting a defeated demeanor as he knelt. Yet his head and neck remained unnaturally erect. This physiological inconsistency rendered him particularly sinister. Just then Lin Hai shifted, or rather it was his neck that moved, and his head turned rigidly, like that of a robot. Alarmingly, his body remained still, only his head twisting to gaze at Xiao Muyu and the others. The sensation of dread was palpable. "You have arrived," he uttered, his expression lifeless, yet his mouth stretched into a ghastly grin as he spoke those 5 words. No one responded, nor did anyone take action. Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu merely tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes wary. Lin Hai appeared puzzled by their silence, lowering his gaze to inspect his own back, and suddenly comprehension dawned upon him. Moreover, he was clutching a leather ball, intensifying the unease among Shen Qingqiu and the others. Is this truly Lin Hai? Shen Qingqiu's forehead beaded with sweat. Yes, yet no, Xiao Muyu replied somberly. His body belongs to Lin Hai, but his consciousness is no longer his own. This confirmed her suspicions. Lin Hai had seized and eyed his ball, and had evidently used it. Yet he could not evade the consequences. In the next instant, this Lin Hai, who appeared unsteady, discarded the ball and lunged forward with alarming speed, akin to a cannonball. Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu sidestepped, yet Lin Hai's agility was astonishing. His rigid arm shot out like a claw towards their throats. Shen Qingqiu deftly thrust her dagger between his fingers, twisting it to halt the advance of his hand. Simultaneously, Xiao Muyu swung her axe downward, compelling Lin Hai to retract his grasp. In perfect synchrony, they executed a counterattack. One delivered a kick to Lin Hai's abdomen, sending him sprawling 2 to 3 meters away. This miss evidently enraged Lin Hai, who unleashed a primal roar and ascended towards the corridor's ceiling. Shen Qingqiu promptly brandished his frying pan, bracing for what was to come, appearing somewhat ridiculous, yet his stance was far superior to Su Jin, who remained unarmed and vulnerable. "You all go ahead, hurry and run. This challenge should involve unlocking a door. Let us find the exit." Xiao Muyu realized the true trial had commenced. Lin Hai was no more, and it was likely that left Tian had met a similar fate. Their only path forward was to locate the exit. The conditions for clearing the 6th round of the game were singular: successfully escape. The consequences of failure were dire: eternal entrapment in this place. The system's voice echoed once more. The system promptly announced the conditions for passing through, offering no assistance, yet affirming Xiao Muyu's suspicions. Su Jin and Shen Qingqiu were acutely aware of the dire situation and immediately took flight, only to despairingly discover not only one Lin Hai, but also another Xiao Muyu confronting them. Meanwhile, Tian stumbled over, bloodied and distressed, bursting into tears upon seeing them. Stop. Do not feign innocence. I know you are not Tian. With that, he swung a frying pan, striking Tian before she could evade, leaving her stunned and sobbing as she desperately shook her head, pleading for mercy. Xiao Muyu intercepted Lin Hai's strike and interjected, "She must be genuine. Insisting otherwise is pointless. We must either escape alive or perish." With this realization, Shen Qingqiu exhaled in relief and swiftly pulled Tian closer, brandishing the frying pan to fend off the attacks. The 5 of them were now faced with the onslaught of 3 mirrors, which were even more formidable than in the previous round. There was no exit. They had to push forward. Shen Qingqiu, wielding a dagger, forced Lin Hai back momentarily. Yet her numerous wounds were beginning to split under the strain, and her speed was noticeably waning. Xiao Muyu, gripping a heavy axe, felt his arms tremble after clashing with Lin Hai several times. Thus, the 2 of them once more repelled Lin Hai, retreating swiftly while simultaneously kicking aside the obstructive Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu against the wall. Shen Qingqiu unceremoniously tore at their clothing, checking for numbers. Finding none, she mercilessly slashed Shen Qingqiu's throat with her dagger, while Xiao Muyu, without a hint of hesitation, cleaved his own head. Shen Qingqiu felt a chill run down his neck, his complexion turning pale. Chapter 29. The Fatal Room Number 9. They had been exerting every effort to flee, Yet the Lin Hai behind them was evidently different from the previous mirrors, exhibiting boss-level speed, skill, and resilience, swiftly closing the gap. Shen Qingqiu's expression darkened, a blaze igniting within her. This game scenario held no meaning, as they were utterly incapable of contending with the specters. She produced a card and declared, "Sword, come." In the next instant, a peachwood sword materialized in her hand, which she tossed to Su Jin.
Take it.
Su Jin hesitated for a moment upon receiving the sword, realizing it was not Wang Yushan's but rather one she had found on Zhongchang. Xiao Muyu, with a hint of exasperation, explained to Shen Qingqiu that this woman was remarkably swift. In the time it took to grab a bandage, she had managed to procure the sword. Su Jin quickly grasped the weapon tightly. Tian, how much longer until your red thread is ready? Xiao Muyu called out, knowing that her escape must have involved some tool. Tian glanced at her status panel. 10 more minutes. 10 minutes. An uncertain future lay ahead, and their survival was far from guaranteed. Keep going. This is our last resort, she urged, understanding that human stamina and speed paled in comparison to that of the specters. It was only a matter of time before they were caught. Xiao Muyu cast a quick glance at her and nodded decisively. 1. The two individuals, in perfect harmony, gradually slowed their pace, appearing as if they could no longer continue running. With a firm grip on her axe, Xiao Muyu turned swiftly, bringing the weapon down from overhead with a fierce strike aimed at the oncoming Lin Hai. Simultaneously, Shen Qingqiu leaped, landing deftly upon Xiao Muyu's shoulder. The sudden added weight caused Xiao Muyu's axe to waver slightly, yet she quickly steadied herself, providing leverage for Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu's sword nearly as high as Lin Hai, her dagger striking precisely on the head that commanded. In tandem, Xiao Muyu's axe cleaved downwards into Lin Hai's abdomen. The lifeless head fell with a dull thud, and Lin Hai's body crashed down, toppling Xiao Muyu to the ground. Upon landing, Shen Qingqiu immediately seized Lin Hai's shoulder and tossed him aside, reaching out to pull Xiao Muyu back up. Are you alright? Xiao Muyu shook her head, surveying the severed head, which lay motionless with tightly closed eyes, seemingly devoid of vitality now that it had been separated from Lin Hai's body. Is he dead? Xiao Muyu felt a flicker of wariness. This place defied logic. Shen Qingqiu fixed her gaze on the decapitated head, calmly asserting, he should be dead. She then grasped Xiao Muyu's hand and turned to leave. Xiao Muyu cast a sidelong glance at her, but did not refuse. Just as the two turned to depart, the closed eyes suddenly snapped open, a faint smile gracing the lips, though the smile quickly hardened. A dagger, sharp as a blade of lightning, shot forth and plunged into the gaping mouth. Shen Qingqiu turned around, a smile on her face, and sauntered over, tauntingly remarking, how pitiful. Can't you wait until the enemy has departed before relishing your victory? Shen Qingqiu's knife, forged from fine iron, possessed an innate advantage against the phantoms in this realm, striking true even against the intangible. The skull was effortlessly pierced.
All right.
Let us make haste, Xiao Muyu mused, feeling a desire to shake her head. She too was guilty of arrogance. Shen Qingqiu disdainfully pulled aside Lin Hai's clothing, her expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. She shook her head at Xiao Muyu and the others. There are no numbers, but there are these. The three, filled with admiration, gathered closer to observe Lin Hai's wrist, where deep scratches from fingernails had drawn blood, forming a pattern. It's a revolving lantern. Xiao Muyu stated flatly, searching Lin Hai's other hand, where another revolving lantern appeared. Is it still reminding us that this round is connected to the revolving lantern number 142,587?
Su Jin questioned, perplexed.
After a moment she added, the previous rounds all involved revolving lantern numbers. Why remind us again in the 6th round? Could it be that they fear we haven't figured out the revolving lantern number yet and are providing a hint? Chen Qingqiu speculated. But the hint in the 6th round is redundant. If we hadn't figured it out by now, we wouldn't have survived the 3rd round, Su Jin argued. Her reasoning's sound. This is not the time for discussion. We must move swiftly, Xiao Muyu interjected, and the group, casting one last glance at Lin Hai's corpse, reluctantly continued onward. The adaptability of humans can sometimes be unfathomable. Before entering this world, none of them could calmly accept the fate of their companion's demise. Yet now, they have learned to step over the bodies and forge ahead, which for them does not signify growth, but rather cruelty. Xiao Muyu remained somewhat dazed, silent in her thoughts. Shen Qingqiu did not press her for answers. She simply waited for her to walk alongside her. Shen Qingqiu relaxed her entire being, fatigue seeping from her bones. Initially, she had intended to wait for Xiao Muyu, but eventually, it became Xiao Muyu who waited for her. Although Xiao Muyu had always wished to keep her distance from Shen Qingqiu, the brief experiences they shared in the two instances had rendered it impossible to disregard this peculiar woman. At that moment, Shen Qingqiu's frailty, her pale exhaustion, drew Xiao Muyu's peripheral gaze to her, causing her some irritation. After enduring in silence, she coldly inquired, "Are you all right?" Shen Qingqiu was taken aback, then shook her head, replying, "I'm fine." With a smile and a playful wink, she added, "Muyu, are you concerned about me?" Xiao Muyu shot her a glance, realizing that bringing this up had been a mistake. Nevertheless, she instinctively reached out to steady her, coolly remarking, "You're the only one capable of fighting here. If you fall, we have no hope left." Shen Qingqiu couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You truly know how to apply what you've learned." Xiao Muyu pressed her lips together, recalling that she had once asked Shen Qingqiu why she protected her, using a similar excuse. This corridor was devoid of rooms, composed solely of cold, stark, white-gray walls, and the five of them grew increasingly cautious with each step. Something felt amiss. Xiao Muyu glanced around and quietly warned, "This doesn't seem right." Shen Qingqiu lethargically raised her head to scan the area. She noticed that the color of the corridor had shifted, forming a faint boundary between gray and pure white. Standing upright, her gaze sharpened. Shortly after Xiao Muyu finished speaking, a sudden crack echoed above them, followed by a heavy steel plate crashing down behind them, sealing off their escape route. "It seems it has no intention of allowing us to retreat," Xiao Muyu murmured, turning to survey the corridor behind them. "What is this supposed to mean?" Left Tian's voice betrayed her despair as the ground beneath them began to collapse in segments, closing in like a flash of lightning. Just as she finished speaking, she vanished into the void created by the collapse. Shen Qingqiu plunged her right-hand dagger fiercely into the wall, disregarding the pain in her left shoulder as she instinctively reached for Xiao Muyu. Unfortunately, when the ground gave way beneath her, her dagger met nothing but emptiness, akin to plunging into a pool of water without any leverage. With her left hand barely grasping Xiao Muyu's right hand, they both plummeted into the abyss. In that fleeting moment, her mind fell into a void, and her last thought was to tighten her grip. When Xiao Muyu regained consciousness, she found herself in an entirely different space. She gazed at a massive central column, atop which blazed a fierce fire, the sole source of illumination in this realm. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was astonished to find that the walls before her resembled mere paper, translucent beneath the light. Swiftly glancing around, she discerned 8 walls forming a perfect octagonal prism, with a ceiling overhead. Within this peculiar space, 5 individuals were present, including Shen Qingqiu, who was also regaining her senses and observing the environment, her brow furrowed. She had anticipated a perilous fall, yet instead found herself in this extraordinary place. What on earth is this? Chen Qingqiu's heart raced, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within him. He mentally constructed the layout of their surroundings, his gaze drawn to the central flame, and he felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be a light? A revolving lantern, Su Jin exclaimed, recalling the patterns on Lin Hai's arm. As if in response to her words, the giant lantern began to rotate clockwise, casting a breathtaking glow against the walls. After several rotations, Zhuo Tiantian's voice shifted, pointing upward and exclaiming, "Look, there are paintings above." As the lantern spun, the hazy images grew increasingly distinct, depicting figures the size of real people. Their features transitioned from indistinct to clear, and even before their details emerged, they recognized who it was. It was their own likenesses again. Zhuo Tiantian's words were laced with despair. The appearance of their own images in this place was undoubtedly ominous. 8 people. Xiao Muyu murmured softly, while Shen Qingqiu had already provided an answer. "The 5 of us who are alive, along with Enaida, Zhang Chong, and Wang Yushan." Nolan Hai? A sense of unease washed over Xiao Muyu. Why was that? The deceased ones are here above us. Perhaps he is not dead. Nor is he here. Shen Qingqiu's calm statement stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of the others. How could it be? Lin Hai is not dead. If he is confined in another corridor, what shall we do now? Chen Qingqiu found himself at a loss for words. Each person present had shared life and death experiences with him. Deep down, he wished for their innocence to remain unscathed, even if Lin Hai was not particularly likable. He did not deserve such suffering. "Now you must consider what we shall do," Shen Qingqiu stated pragmatically, yet it was undeniably true. To this day, they had not located the door, let alone a means of escape. The lantern continued to spin, but suddenly, Zhuo Tiantian let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. For no apparent reason, she had fallen, clutching her face. In the next moment, her hair seemed to be seized by an unseen force, yanking her head back painfully. Zhuo Tiantian was compelled to tilt her head back, agony etching her features. And terror had her on the brink of tears. "Help!" Shen Qingqiu's eyes turned icy, and he drew his dagger, slashing through the air, though he struck nothing. Nonetheless, Zhuo Tiantian remained ensnared. Su Jin hesitated. Realizing she had stowed away her peach-wood sword upon entering, it could only summon 3 times before it would be rendered useless. As she hesitated, Xiao Muyu's complexion paled as he shook his head at Shen Qingqiu, saying, "The issue is not there. Look at the painting." On the revolving lantern, the portraits of 8 individuals were displayed. Beside Zhuo Tiantian stood Anaida, a man of slightly plump stature, adorned with a charming smile that exuded a playful innocence. Yet, his hands acted with an unsettling rudeness as he cruelly tugged at Zhuo Tiantian's hair and even raised his hand to strike her across the face. In reality, Zhuo Tiantian's left cheek instantly swelled, and she wept helplessly. At this moment, it became apparent that not only Anaida, but several other portraits had begun to stir restlessly. Shen Qingqiu, wielding a dagger with unwavering resolve, thrust it mercilessly towards Anaida. The expression on Anaida's face shifted dramatically. He immediately released his grip, his smile contorting into a grotesque snarl as he bellowed at her. The blade pierced through his body, eliciting a pained howl, yet he continued to flail menacingly. In that fleeting moment, Shen Qingqiu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Just as she was poised to obliterate the portrait, Qingqiu lunged from behind. Attempting to seize her dagger, the lantern spun ever faster, and with a grim expression, Shen Qingqiu executed a swift maneuver, throwing Qingqiu to the ground. Casting a quick glance, Shen Qingqiu observed that the figures on the lantern were now laughing, abandoning their positions to encircle her portrait in the center. The scene enveloped in a haze of mist and obscurity. Although proficient in combat, Shen Qingqiu hesitated to harm her companions, opting instead to retract her dagger while maintaining a decisive approach. Qingqiu delivered a swift kick, while Zhuo Tiantian executed a sweeping leg that brought him down. And Su Jin twisted his arms behind his back, pressing him onto the ground. As for Xiao Muyu, she hesitated briefly, but when confronted by Shen Qingqiu's commanding tone, she deftly sidestepped, capturing Xiao Muyu's hands and binding them firmly, whispering, "Xiao Muyu, be obedient." The initially struggling figure suddenly stilled, falling silent. Shen Qingqiu did not loosen her grip, raising her gaze warily towards the 3 individuals before her. Perhaps intimidated by her display of strength, they dared not approach, resorting instead to a cacophony of shrieks that irked Shen Qingqiu, who longed to silence them as if they were mere phantoms. However, at that moment, Qingqiu, clutching his abdomen in fear, remarked, "It seems she is staring at us. Has she awakened? You all better tread carefully. She doesn't appear to be possessed. But I sense her irritation towards you." Meanwhile, Xiao Muyu, firmly held in Shen Qingqiu's embrace, anxiously attempted to grasp the protective talisman hidden in her clothing. "This is so unfair. She's harsh with us 3, but gentle with Miss Xiao," Zhuo Tiantian complained, wincing from the pain of her fall. Su Jin noticed Xiao Muyu's subtle movements, but Shen Qingqiu's grip was too tight for her to reach. Gritting her teeth, she took a bold step forward to divert Shen Qingqiu's attention. In Shen Qingqiu's eyes, Su Jin charged at her once more, prompting her to hold onto Xiao Muyu with one hand while her elbow struck towards Su Jin. Unexpectedly, Su Jin had no intention of attacking. She crouched down swiftly and rolled aside. A sudden surge of scorching pain coursed through her hand, and it felt as though a gust of wind had swept away the fog before her eyes. She lowered her gaze to see Xiao Muyu affixing a triangular talisman onto her left hand, his expression tinged with solemnity. Shen Qingqiu lifted her head and glanced at Su Jin and the others, who were similarly transfixed with anxious expressions. Chapter 30, The Fatal Room Number, Part 10. Aside from Xiao Muyu, the other 3 nodded vigorously, their hearts still brimming with gratitude. Given Shen Qingqiu's formidable combat prowess, they all felt woefully inadequate. Heaven knows how exhilarated they were when Shen Qingqiu sheathed her blade. They nearly fell to their knees, clutching her leg in fervent gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed one, for sparing our lives." Shen Qingqiu shook her head and turned to examine the wall, where indeed hung the portraits of 8 individuals. A look of bewilderment crossed her face as she glanced at Tain, whose visage was undeniably swollen. Xiao Muyu, inexplicably aware of her thoughts, began to elucidate. "The images within can indeed manipulate reality. Your initial strike did subdue him, but it seems that by disturbing the portrait above, you inadvertently fell into an illusion yourself. Yes, Miss Shen, your first stab was directed at the painting, yet your second was aimed at the real Tain. That is why I attempted to intervene from behind, but..." He winced at the memory, recalling the excruciating pain in his back from that fall, which had truly felt as though his bones had been shattered. The subsequent events required no further clarification. The 4 of them had merely sought to halt her. She cast a glance at Xiao Muyu, feeling an unusual heat rise to her cheeks, though she would not let it show. For the first time, she felt a sense of relief, While she was not one to concern herself with the lives of others, she was certainly not a cold-blooded killer. Otherwise, these few would have likely met a gruesome fate. This situation was undeniably sinister. It appeared that one must exercise caution, for should they find themselves ensnared in an illusion, they might turn against one another. Chen Qingqiu was haunted by this notion. They had been fortunate this time, but should it happen again, it could spell disaster. What if the painting above were to play tricks once more? Tane felt a twinge of fear. At this moment, the illustrations on the 8 walls had reverted to their normal states, with traces of Shen Qingqiu's blade still visible on Anida's portrait. A sight that was utterly chilling. To be inexplicably attacked without a visible foe was a harrowing predicament. We are currently at a disadvantage. But let us not forget our objective, to find the exit and escape. The 6th round of the game has no time limit. If we fail to exit, we may be trapped here forever. Xiao Muyu inhaled deeply, his expression grave. It makes no sense. The difficulty of the second instance should not be this significant. If no clues are provided, it would be tantamount to leading them to a dead end. Yet the surroundings were starkly bare, with nothing but the 8 painted walls offering any hint. Xiao Muyu focused intently on the paintings, and Su Jin and the others, noticing her keen observation, hurried to follow suit. As she scrutinized the figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to her own attire, a peculiar sensation washed over her. It was nothing like gazing into a mirror. The static figure's eyes held a smile that was utterly distinct from her own, yet upon closer examination, the face was devoid of expression. Having found no clues within that painting, Xiao Muyu turned her attention to the portrait of Shen Qingqiu beside her. As she turned her head, an inexplicable sensation of being watched enveloped her. Instantly, she glanced around, yet found nothing amiss. "What is it?" Shen Qingqiu inquired, sensing her unease. Xiao Muyu shook her head. "I feel as though someone is observing me." Shen Qingqiu's expression tightened as she scrutinized the 8 paintings meticulously, finding no abnormalities. Just as the attention of the others shifted away from the artwork, a faint smirk crept across the previously expressionless visage of Xiao Muyu in the painting. Her gaze fixated on the real Xiao Muyu. The once clear and profound eyes of the painted Xiao Muyu took on a sinister and malevolent air, her posture transitioning from standing to stepping forward. Bearing her own portrait, Xiao Muyu locked her gaze onto the painting that had initially targeted the left Tandan. She sensed something peculiar about the wrist of the figure depicted. Recollecting the numbers previously seen on the wrist, she concentrated intently on it. She barely had time to discern who had attacked her before she found herself tumbling on the ground, struggling fiercely as hands constricted around her throat. Shen Qingqiu was deep in thought regarding how to progress, but when she finally reacted, she was met with the sight of 2 Xiao Muyus entangled on the ground. In a moment of confusion, she swiftly intervened to separate them. The 2 indistinguishable Xiao Muyus stood before them, their expressions and demeanor eerily identical, which caused Chen Qingqiu and the others to tense up in apprehension. "Miss Xiao?" Chen Qingqiu tentatively called out, prompting both figures to cast him a fleeting glance, sending a chill through him as he murmured, "Could there be 2 genuine Monkey Kings?" Shen Qingqiu remained silent, her gaze fixed firmly upon the 2. But as fate would have it, the system's voice suddenly resonated once more, announcing that player Xiao Muyu had triggered side quest number 002. Please cast your votes within 1 minute to determine who your true companion is. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Even more alarming, the 2 Xiao Muyus became as still as statues following the system's announcement, rendered speechless and their eyes frozen, leaving them genuinely uncertain as to who the real Xiao Muyu was. The system paused momentarily before continuing to elaborate on the rules. This troublesome system had begun its antics again, and Shen Qingqiu regarded the 2 Xiao Muyus with a troubled expression. In essence, if there was a tie or a wrong choice, Xiao Muyu would remain trapped within the painting indefinitely. This revelation caused Chen Qingqiu and his companions to become restless, frequently glancing at Shen Qingqiu, clearly agitated. As rational individuals, they were determined to avoid mistakenly harming a teammate, especially given Xiao Muyu's exceptional performance among them. She was their hope for success. The thought of inadvertently selecting the wrong one, thereby sacrificing Xiao Muyu, would mean losing a crucial asset. Shen Qingqiu's gaze did not waver from Xiao Muyu as she calmly cautioned, "Please choose wisely. Without her, your chances of success will diminish by at least 5 or 6%. If you make a wrong choice and leave behind a ghost, it could lead to total annihilation." Her words were imbued with a lack of trust in them, serving as a stern reminder that they could not take their voting power lightly, assuming it bore no consequence. After Shen Qingqiu finished speaking, a chime resonated, signaling the commencement of a 60-second countdown. The 2 individuals maintained their statue-like postures, yet it was Xiao Muyu on the left who broke the silence first, uttering 3 statements. The first round of the instance has concluded. with Shen Qingqiu being the first to depart. In the second round of the game, the first to enter was Shen Qingqiu. The third, there is a clue located on the right hand of the painting of Enaida. The initial two statements pertain to information from the previous instance, which Shen Qingqiu could corroborate, thus enhancing their credibility, as they were not directly related to the current instance. The second statement could be verified by the others present. However, the third statement was crucial for their progress. Due to time constraints, Shen Qingqiu hurried to the painting of Enaida, meticulously inspecting the wrist of the right hand. Su Jin, noticing that 20 seconds had elapsed on the countdown, anxiously urged, Shen Qingqiu, hurry up. Next, Miss Xiao, you must speak.
Yet.
The other Xiao Muyu remained silent. Shen Qingqiu examined the painting thrice in a state of tension before finally noticing a faint pattern at the edge of the right sleeve of the figure in the painting. The wall was transparent, and without Xiao Muyu's earlier remark, they might have overlooked it even after multiple glances. Turning to his companions, Shen Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's real. It appears to resemble a letter. Time had already slipped to 38 seconds. The remaining Xiao Muyu finally spoke. There are still over 20 seconds. Shen Qingqiu, be swift. Cast your votes. The expressions of Shen Qingqiu and the others turned to shock. Was this a mere self-assertion? An indication of resignation to defeat? Only 15 seconds remained. Shen Qingqiu and the others nervously swallowed, their right hands tensed and poised for action. As Shen Qingqiu observed the first Xiao Muyu, with only 10 seconds left on the countdown, she drew a dagger and pointed her hand initially at the first to speak, but in the next moment, redirected it towards the second woman who had spoken. A smile gracing her lips. I shall grant you 3 seconds to vote for her. 1. Her smile vanished, her gaze turning chillingly predatory. Akin to a cobra fixating on its prey, instilling a sense of dread, the implication was clear. Failure to choose would result in dire consequences. Shen Qingqiu was left bewildered. What did this mean?
2.
Shen Qingqiu's voice was laced with an icy menace. The blade of the dagger now turned towards the 3 individuals. 3. Shen Qingqiu's fierceness was palpable, enough to instill fear even in the bravest of hearts. The 3 individuals were already grappling with the daunting task of making a decision in such a brief span, and now, under Shen Qingqiu's intimidation, they instinctively raised their hands, pointing at the audacious Xiao Muyu who had fragmented her statement into 3. I choose her. The countdown concluded, and it was uncertain whether the system was taken aback by this maneuver, as it seemed momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, the first Xiao Muyu, abandoned by her peers, displayed a look of terror and despair, unable to voice her thoughts, her gaze pleadingly fixed upon the 4, as if seeking salvation. This sight stirred unease within Shen Qingqiu and the others. Had they made the wrong choice? Su Jin and left Tian dared not approach Xiao Muyu, their expressions taut with tension. Glancing at Shen Qingqiu, still gripping the dagger, Su Jin hesitantly inquired, Did we truly make the right choice? What if we were wrong? Shen Qingqiu wore a somewhat grim expression, his gaze towards Shen Qingqiu having shifted. Miss Shen, why did you so abruptly compel us to make a choice? We have yet to reach a decision. Have you truly taken the time to ponder it? Shen Qingqiu retorted coolly as she sheathed her dagger. The voting period was a mere minute, which included the 3 statements made by the 2 individuals. The first to speak, Xiao Muyu, did not waste time during her introduction. Her 3 sentences adhered precisely to the 15-character limit, as if articulated by a machine. Each sentence conveyed a clear intention, particularly the third, which directly touched upon the clues they most cherished and desired. Undoubtedly, whether for the sake of authenticity verification or for passage, Shen Qingqiu and the others would immediately seek to investigate. Such a covert clue would consume at least 10 seconds of their time, and it was indeed genuine. In this scenario, unless the second person could present something even more compelling and flawless, their efforts would be futile. People tend to form preconceived notions. Within the minute, those present had already rapidly deliberated the logic and veracity of the first speaker's 3 statements. Faced with uncertainty, the pressure to vote was immense. And in a moment of urgency, they were likely to favor the first speaker. Consequently, the second person stood little chance. Tell me, did you harbor such a preference at that moment? Shen Qingqiu inquired of the 3. Shen Qingqiu remained silent, eventually nodding with a furrowed brow. Thus, her 3 statements were indeed the most astute. At this point, Shen Qingqiu glanced at Xiao Muyu, a slight smile playing at her lips. What? Tian appeared somewhat dazed. Shen Qingqiu, no longer anxious, quickly grasped the situation and chuckled. I see now. It is a reversal of approach. If she were false, she would have gone to great lengths to earn our trust and would not be so dismissive. Xiao Muyu's words implied that she possessed a sense of autonomy, which was exceedingly clever. Yet, This was perilously bold. Not everyone could think as clearly as Shen Qingqiu in such a brief span. Su Jin found it impressive yet too risky. Not everyone could navigate such complexities in such a short time. Should they rely on subjective judgment and cast their vote incorrectly, Xiao Muyu would be in grave danger. In truth, as Shen Qingqiu remarked, the likelihood of their choosing incorrectly was considerably high. Upon hearing this, the delight in Shen Qingqiu's eyes was unmistakable as she regarded Xiao Muyu, her tone buoyant. Thus, she uttered 3 seemingly trivial, yet profoundly significant statements. Xiao Muyu's expression wavered, her gaze lowering, dimmed by uncertainty. What? Zhou Tian remained bewildered. When she lifted her head again, Xiao Muyu unabashedly declared, I compelled Shen Qingqiu to vote. Once she comprehends, your options will vanish. Indeed, Shen Qingqiu was rather domineering, drawing her knife and directly forcing the other 3 to cast their votes. Chen Qingqiu was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief and murmuring, You are truly insane. It was indeed madness, wagering her life on the hope that Shen Qingqiu would understand her, trust her, and save her. Chapter 31, The Lethal Room Number, Part 11. Shen Qingqiu gazed steadily at her, a smile gracing her lips, yet beneath that smile lay a complex and enigmatic emotion. She struggled to comprehend Xiao Muyu's inexplicable trust. Yet at that moment, she had indeed provided the response that Xiao desired. In fact, she found joy in that trust, though it was not the kind of joy she had anticipated seeking. Once their explanations were complete, the system announced, Congratulations to player Xiao Muyu for successfully completing the side quest, earning a hidden reward, stopwatch. Rarity, A. Acquisition method, triggering the 6th round of the Deadly Room game side quest with a low probability. Item description, a stopwatch that can be used for timing when paused. It halts time within that space for 10 seconds, rendering everything, save for the user, motionless. Do not underestimate these 10 seconds. They are sufficient to let you perish multiple times, yet also ample to save you repeatedly. Use wisely. This item is serendipitous, with usage limits, 6 times. Cooldown period, 24 hours. Xiao Muyu felt her heart race. Pausing time for 10 seconds was an exceptional life-saving tool, though the item was merely rated A. With 6 opportunities for use and a daily cooldown, it was extraordinarily powerful. Chen Qingqiu and the others had yet to fully process the earlier events, and upon hearing the system's announcement and witnessing the item Xiao Muyu had drawn, they were left in a state of bewilderment. This item was indeed remarkable, a veritable lifeline in critical moments. Chen Qingqiu could not conceal his envy, though he quickly masked it, even if he was not the one to obtain it. Xiao Muyu's presence in their team provided reassurance. Although Xiao Muyu often appeared aloof, Chen Qingqiu believed she was not one to abandon others in peril. More importantly, the system's declaration was enough to affirm that Shen Qingqiu had made the right choice. Xiao Muyu, having accepted the item, watched as Shen Qingqiu approached with a smile in her eyes, her typically cold demeanor momentarily revealing a tangle of emotions. As she drew near, she quietly uttered, Thank you. Shen Qingqiu smirked slightly, her gaze fixed on her. You have thanked me numerous times already. Xiao Muyu bit her lip, then extended her hand to offer the recently acquired item to her. I possess little to give, but this was obtained with your assistance. So, I present it to you as a token of my gratitude. As she spoke, she pressed the card into Shen Qingqiu's hand while the latter stood momentarily stunned, then turned to examine the object she had discovered on Enida's portrait. Shen Qingqiu glanced at the aerated card in her hand, her smile fading entirely, replaced by displeasure. She lifted her gaze to see Chen Qingqiu staring incredulously at the item, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. Only then did she stride over to Xiao Muyu, handing her the card and coldly remarking, My favors cannot be repaid by such a trinket. This is our mission to clear, though you triggered it. The cost of failure will not fall solely on you. Xiao Muyu looked at the item in her grasp, her brow furrowing. She raised her eyes to meet Shen Qingqiu's gaze, which lacked the usual playful glimmer, appearing dark and indifferent. This caused Xiao Muyu's heart to sink slightly. Do you trust me, or do you not? At this moment, Shen Qingqiu's gaze had settled on the right wrist of the figure within the painting. Her voice, low and frosty, carried a hint of derision that left Xiao Muyu feeling somewhat unsettled. The source of her discomfort lay in the fact that Shen Qingqiu had articulated her innermost thoughts. Despite her underlying apprehension toward Shen Qingqiu, having encountered her twice in this world was far too coincidental, and her peculiar demeanor toward herself was unsettling. She found herself instinctively trusting her in the face of mortal peril. Just as earlier, when she felt utterly incapable of persuading Chen Qingqiu and his companions, she merely intended to convey her intentions to Shen Qingqiu, urging her to intimidate them. As Chen Qingqiu had remarked, such behavior was undeniably insane. Given the luxury of time for contemplation, she would have never acted so hastily. Yet, there was no room for hypotheticals in this matter. Did you just witness that, thus triggering the task? Shen Qingqiu inquired, seemingly unfazed by the prior emotions. Xiao Muyu nodded, reluctantly stowing away the card. What does this signify? It resembles an H. Is it a letter or a symbol? Shen Qingqiu's group gathered around, confirming its H-like shape. At that moment, Su Jin's voice cut through the air, laced with urgency. It's on this one too. Instantly, all five turned to face Su Jin. Just as Xiao Muyu was about to approach, she caught a glimpse of the others freezing in their motions. 5 individuals? Not only Xiao Muyu, but Shen Qingqiu and the others also sensed the anomaly, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Su Jin's earlier delight morphed into sheer terror upon seeing the 5 figures before them. Xiao Muyu instinctively recoiled. Behind them stood another Su Jin. Was this an endless cycle? Chen Qingqiu's mind was in turmoil. Who among them was genuine? Even left Tian was bewildered. They could not recall whether Su Jin had originally been beside them or had moved away. Were they to guess once more? With her brow tightly knitted, Xiao Muyu surveyed the 2 identical Su Jins, who were not as immobilized as she was. A realization dawned upon her, and she uttered 2 weighty words. Sword, come. The seemingly nonsensical phrase led Chen Qingqiu to believe she was summoning a sword. Just as they pondered the source of Xiao Muyu's weapon, a peachwood sword materialized in Su Jin's hand. Originally belonging to Wang Yushan, the sword had been given to Su Jin earlier, and its summoning incantation was indeed sword.
Come.
The peachwood sword had passed from Wang Yushan to Su Jin, and as long as Su Jin did not refuse, it could be summoned without binding. Was this a prelude to a series of challenges? As soon as Chen Qingqiu voiced his thoughts, the system immediately chimed in. Please ensure accurate identification of your companions to correctly obtain the clues for progression. Errors will result in the erasure of clues. Each attempt is limited to 1 minute. Veins bulged on Shen Qingqiu's forehead as he exclaimed, couldn't the game rules be disclosed all at once? We've already participated twice, and you're only now informing me of this? The system fell silent for a moment before responding in a somewhat muffled tone. Prerequisite player tasks completed. The system has no opportunity for declaration. Chen Qingqiu turned to face Xiao Muyu, momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that Xiao Muyu had caught the system off guard. Next, the stage was set for a sequence of events. Tian and Chen Qingqiu had already prepared themselves mentally. Having traversed numerous challenges together, the group had developed a certain understanding and synergy among them. The moment Shen Qingqiu spoke, he clumsily attributed the actions of Shen Qingqiu to Xiao Muyu, while Tian boldly declared herself to be a figure from the painting, completely disregarding conventional expectations. The specters within the artwork could imitate humans, delve into their memories, and even mimic their speech patterns and gestures. Yet they had yet to grasp the intricacies of human interactions. The colossal revolving lantern continued its ceaseless spin, its flames illuminating the 8 walls with a crystalline clarity. Among the 8 portraits, only Shen Qingqiu's remained utterly still, instilling a vague sense of unease in Xiao Muyu and the others. What did this signify? Was it not said that they would recognize their companions? Why did Miss Shen's portrait deviate from the norm? Chen Qingqiu's eyes were filled with palpable tension, and both Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu understood precisely what he was anxious about. 7 portraits had already come to life. Had they discerned any clues? Shen Qingqiu kept her gaze fixed on her own image and quietly inquired of them. The sequence was H, N, F, K, C, C, A, I. Xiao Muyu recited the letters gleaned from the 7 portraits, and upon finishing, she felt a throbbing ache in her forehead. If these symbols were indeed letters, their arbitrary combinations did not form any legitimate word. She had also contemplated their order in the 26-letter alphabet, but found no rational explanation. Strangely, on the wrist of Zhuo Tiantian's portrait, there were 2 letters, CA. Just after Xiao Muyu spoke, the lantern, which had been rotating clockwise, abruptly halted, then began to spin rapidly in reverse, and the central flame started to flicker. As their hearts raced, the lantern suddenly ceased. And as the 5 of them struggled to maintain their balance, they heard a resounding boom as the wall depicting Shen Qingqiu swung open.
So,
was Miss Shen the way out? Su Jin murmured, her words tinged with a hint of peculiarity. The group exchanged glances at the exit. Yet a glimmer of hope began to emerge. Xiao Muyu approached the opening and peered outside, her heart trembling with astonishment. The shock in her eyes drew the attention of Shen Qingqiu and the others, prompting them to lean in for a glimpse, all rendered momentarily speechless. At that moment, the space they occupied stretched infinitely, seemingly suspended in the void of the cosmos. Enormous lanterns floated like stars in this dark expanse, becoming luminous points of light amidst the profound shadows. Looking upward revealed no end, while downward offered no support, an unbroken continuum. From near to far, the lanterns, capable of accommodating more than 10 individuals, diminished in size until only a wisp of red light remained in the distance. Between the lanterns, pathways aglow with a warm, yellow light intertwined like threads of hope, resembling a red string. This scene evoked the grandeur of countless lanterns that once adorned the streets of Chang'an in ancient times, magnificent, resplendent, yet hauntingly captivating. I have never witnessed such a sight in my life. Zhuo Tiantian even forgot the perilous situation they found themselves in, her gaze slightly dazed, enchanted by the sheer beauty of the place. She inhaled deeply and was the first to step forward. Steady as she was, the boundary of the path blended into the darkness, and the sensation of floating in midair was undeniably daunting. The five of them lined up, advancing step by step into an uncertain future, wondering what awaited them in the approaching carousel of lights. As they departed, the carousel instantly closed shut. From above, they appeared as mere specks on a string, slowly traversing the slender red line, insignificant in the vast expanse. The path stretched nearly 200 meters, and by the time they discerned the carousel ahead, the door was already ajar. Shall we enter? Su Jin's heart raced. Another carousel loomed, yet its contents remained shrouded in mystery. We have no choice, Shen Qingqiu replied calmly, accompanying Xiao Muyu inside, with the remaining three following suit, the door closing behind them. At the other end of the path they had traversed, a tall woman materialized, gripping a dagger, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction the five had taken. Her gray pupils gradually tinged red by the light. Chapter 32, The Lethal Room Number, Part 12. Unbeknownst to the five, they were now enveloped in a new reality, and any sense of foreboding in Xiao Muyun's mind was cast aside. This carousel retained its octagonal shape, and at the moment they all entered, it began to rotate. When it finally halted, the 8 walls transformed into 8 doors. The paint on the doors was a deep crimson, an unsettling shade that evoked discomfort, reminiscent of congealed blood. Above, golden numerals clearly marked the doors, ranging from 1 to 8, with neither 9 nor 0 present. What does this mean? Do we have to exit through one of these doors? Chen Qingqiu felt a chill run down his spine, disliking the arbitrary nature of the choice before him, pondering the consequences of a wrong selection and the identity of the correct answer. A familiar system notification chimed. Within these doors lies the carousel of your lives. Choose wisely. The numbers may repeat, but life offers no second chances. Should fear paralyze you, only a dead end awaits. This time, the system's voice was vividly animated, and Xiao Muyu recognized it as belonging to Judge number 002. This voice sounds somewhat familiar, Zhuo Tiantian remarked nervously, fidgeting with her fingers. Chen Qingqiu mulled over the implications of Judge number 002's words, inadvertently voicing his thoughts. Shen Qingqiu cast him a sidelong glance and scoffed. Are you certain you wish to witness your life's carousel? Chen Qingqiu was taken aback, while Xiao Muyu interjected calmly. The carousel of life refers to the memories of one's existence flashing before one's eyes, much like a revolving lantern. When do you think your life will pass before you? Listening intently, Su Jin replied with utmost seriousness, when you are on the brink of death. A shiver ran down Chen Qingqiu and Zhuo Tiantian's spines, the hairs on their necks standing on end as Chen Qingqiu trembled. Forget it, I don't want to. Upon finishing his words, he wore a face full of frustration, exclaiming, This system is insidious. It has made its warnings abundantly clear. Numbers may repeat, but life does not offer a second chance. However, if one were to make a wrong choice, would we immediately witness a vivid replay of our lives? Shen Qingqiu, stroking her chin, spoke with remarkable ease, even adding a hint of jest, prompting several of the others, including Zhuo Tiantian, to regard her with admiration. Xiao Muyu cast a glance in her direction. She had long understood Shen Qingqiu's indifference towards life and death, a sentiment she herself did not hold in great esteem. Yet, witnessing her nonchalant demeanor still evoked an inexplicable discomfort. Su Jin had already begun to connect the previous clues with their current circumstances. Indeed, we must find a way out. Where is the place that requires a password? Chen Qingqiu also sensed something amiss, his brows furrowing. The concept of a moving light inherently suggests a cycle, and they had already encountered the repetition of numbers. Xiao Muyu slowly articulated her thoughts, her brow furrowed, until a sudden realization struck her, causing her to relax her expression and quicken her speech. In our last few rounds, we opened doors with passwords. It seems we have forgotten that in the first round, we did not use a password to open the door, but rather chose a door. As her words fell, the eyes of several individuals sparkled with enlightenment. Chen Qingqiu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Indeed, in the first round, the 6 doors were based on the order of opening, which essentially functioned as a password.
So,
If we decipher the password, we can exit according to the clues provided. Zhua Tian began to feel exhilarated. Shen Qingqiu glanced at Xiao Muyu, who nodded in agreement and stated, in principle, that is correct. However, what connection do the letters H and F, K, C, CA, I, and the numbers have? Silence enveloped the group as this question lingered in their minds. The previous hints had at least been numerical. Yet the only numerical associations they could derive from these letters pertained to their sequential positions in the 26-letter alphabet, which ultimately did not align. What if we consider pinyin? Zhua Tian suddenly proposed, her urgency palpable. The group swiftly shifted their focus. If they were to follow the pinyin system, they would need to differentiate between initials and finals. Even so, this approach proved flawed, as several numbers exceeded 10. Given that there were 8 doors, the password should not exceed 8. Even if it were not a 6-digit number, Su Jin interjected, familiar with the intricacies of the situation. Su Jin raises a valid point. Is the password still a 6-digit number? Shen Qingqiu posed a question, plunging their thoughts back into confusion. If they could not ascertain the length of the password, then finding the correct one was futile. I believe it should be 8. After all, weren't there 6 doors with 6 corresponding passwords? Moreover, there are indeed 8 letters. Su Jin concluded, her reasoning sound and justifiable. Yet, Xiao Muyu felt a disquieting sense of inconsistency. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, special, coincidental, these are the key elements. 8 letters are indeed promising, but the CA appears to have been discovered on a single individual. Does that not strike you as peculiar? Indeed. Of the 8 portraits, only 7 have changed. Could this imply there are only 7 passwords? Shen Qingqiu observed, noting the group's increasing frustration. As Xiao Muyu raised her gaze to meet hers, she added, since neither the English letters nor the Chinese pinyin are correct, could they perhaps signify something entirely different? Just as Xiao Muyu felt she was on the brink of uncovering a clue, the revolving lantern they occupied suddenly descended, rendering the 5 of them weightless and sending a jolt of terror coursing through their veins. Xiao Muyu's expression shifted. After a moment, her demeanor grew somewhat frigid. If we allow fear to paralyze us, we shall find ourselves on a path to demise.
What?
Zhua Tian's anxiety escalated, her voice instinctively tightening. The system warned us. Chen Qingqiu recalled the system's final words, his countenance darkening considerably. It is compelling us to make a choice. Time is running out. If we do not open the door, we are doomed. He seethed, his teeth clenched. This wretched system, with its claims of no time limit, was it not seeking their very lives? With no time to squander, Xiao Muyu immediately turned her attention to the 8 doors. Not 9. The core of the 6 rounds is the number of the revolving lanterns, 142758. 9 is a resting round. But what of 3 and 6? We shall proceed to 6. Xiao Muyu resolved decisively, casting a glance at Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu promptly grasped the situation, her dagger drawn in an instant. You all must be prepared. We do not know what lies within 6, so brace yourselves. The urgency was palpable. They could scarcely maintain their footing.
With that,
she swiftly advanced towards door 6. Is it because 6 is a resting round? Could 3 also be viable? Su Jin's mind raced. Despite her tension, she sought clarity. In the first round, you emerged as 4316. We were 4313. It should be. Chen Qingqiu urged Zhua Tian along as they approached. Upon opening the door, the 5 found themselves once again on a narrow path, surrounded by the same revolving lanterns. The tremors from the lanterns shook the path, leaving them no time to ponder. And they hurried forward, reappearing in another lantern chamber. The layout mirrored the previous one, albeit with all the arrangements shifted, resembling another reflection. A reflection? The revolving lantern, this was the essence of the entire scenario. Look, the color of 6 has changed. Zhua Tian exclaimed, pointing at the door marked 6 in astonishment. Indeed, the once golden 6 had transformed into a blood-red hue, akin to that of the wooden door. We have not erred in our choice, have we? Although no immediate danger loomed, Chen Qingqiu felt increasingly anxious, his frying pan gripped tightly, swallowing hard. The sensation of impending yet unrealized calamity, hope mingled with despair, was utterly harrowing. No, Xiao Muyu approached door 6, her hand reaching out to touch it, but Shen Qingqiu halted her. Let us not act recklessly. I believe the password still consists of those few letters. Once inside, tranquility enveloped them once more, affording them time for contemplation. Xiao Muyu cast a glance at the door before turning to fixate on Shen Qingqiu. You uttered a phrase just before we prepared to open the door. Other letters? Xiao Muyu murmured, her voice trailing off, her gaze becoming distant, as if lost in her own thoughts. She closed her eyes, casting aside all distractions. Selecting the first letter, H, and softly asked herself, If H is not a letter, then what could it be? As Shen Qingqiu was about to speak, Shen Qingqiu swiftly raised her hand to halt him. Whenever Xiao Muyu began to immerse herself in her own world, it marked a crucial moment in her unraveling the threads of inquiry for answers. Shen Qingqiu kept her gaze fixed upon her, refraining from interrupting, attentively listening to each word she uttered. Consequently, her soliloquy echoed in her ears. What could H signify? This was evidently a numerical game, so why were letters emerging? If H were not a letter, then it should be. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, her eyes illuminating with realization as she quickly lifted her gaze to Xiao Muyu. At that moment, Xiao Muyu also seemed to awaken abruptly, and thus both of them simultaneously exclaimed, "Hydrogen!" Shen Qingqiu and Zhuo Tiantian were momentarily stunned. What? Su Jin, still somewhat bewildered, repeated it and couldn't help but stamp her foot in excitement. Typically composed, she now radiated joy, exclaiming, "Hydrogen! You mean I understand why there are two letters on Tiantian's drawing? CA should be a capital C and a lowercase a, which is CA. I get it now. Those aren't T letters, they are chemical elements." Shen Qingqiu and Zhuo Tiantian immediately grasped the implications, and the more they contemplated, the more it seemed plausible. Shen Qingqiu, filled with excitement, felt his limbs weaken. He quickly inquired, "Who among you can recite the periodic table of elements? What positions do those few hold? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium." Zhuo Tiantian had only recently entered university and still retained some memory but hesitated to confirm, quietly reciting to herself, 1, 7, 9, 19, 6, 20, 53, Xiao Muyu blurted out, but the light in her eyes dimmed. Su Jin and the others were astounded by her rapid response. Yet soon their elation was doused by cold water. While chemistry seemed more intertwined with this than English, Chinese, and mathematics, the appearance of numbers 19, 20, and 53 was indeed peculiar, effectively negating this line of thought, as there was no zero. Does that mean our line of reasoning is flawed? Zhuo Tiantian felt utterly deflated, and Shen Qingqiu was even more despondent. The immense pressure weighed heavily upon him. After finally arriving at a seemingly reliable hypothesis, it turned out to be incorrect, leaving him in a state of ignorance. However, the notion of CA indeed held a certain significance. Was there something we overlooked? Though Su Jin felt discomfort, she persisted in her resolve. Losing hope here would equate to awaiting demise, and she could not concede until the very last moment. Wrong. Xiao Muyu suddenly uttered two words, prompting Shen Qingqiu and the others to turn their attention towards her. Xiao Muyu sensed their present emotions. In the past, she would not have said much. Yet their journey together had woven a deeper connection among the five of them. She did not perceive malice from them, and though she didn't desire their reliance, it was not entirely unwelcome. What I mean is, we should not have entered 6 just now.
Why?
Shen Qingqiu inquired, perplexed. While 6 was indeed a safe number, it yielded no clues for us, causing us to squander this secure opportunity. After speaking, she pushed 6, and Shen Qingqiu's eyes narrowed. Her right hand nearly reached out. Yet nothing transpired. You see, just as I surmised, 6 cannot be opened. I understand now. Su Jin composed herself, stating that among the 8 digits, we could eliminate 3. And 6 was a safe number, leaving us with 6 possibilities. If we made a mistake, 6 could still provide us with a buffer. Thus, we were left with only 3. Xiao Muyu glanced at Su Jin in surprise, impressed by her quick response, and nodded in acknowledgement of her reasoning. It was not a wasted effort. After all, this line of thought, though uncertain, was still a valuable attempt. It also reinforced our belief that 3 and 6 were indeed safe numbers. Shen Qingqiu shot her a sidelong glance, her words seemingly offering solace to Xiao Muyu. Have you decided which door to open next? Shen Qingqiu surveyed the remaining 7 doors, a strange feeling creeping into her heart, though she could not articulate it. She felt as though she was overlooking something significant. We have been neglecting a crucial issue, Xiao Muyu said, her expression weary as she gazed at the doors. What issue? The setup of this dungeon's 6 rounds of gameplay is fundamentally capricious. The patterns from the previous round do not predict those of the next, as there are no commonalities in the design. If there were, they would only be 2 points, the presence of mirrors and the revolving numbers, correct? Shen Qingqiu's gaze fixated on Xiao Muyu's face, a smile tugging at her lips as she finally realized what she had overlooked. Moreover, she knew that Xiao Muyu was about to offer her another surprise. Indeed, after the other 3 nodded in agreement, Xiao Muyu's demeanor calmed, and she continued, "We have witnessed the mirrors numerous times. The manifestation of the revolving numbers lies within the codes. In the previous 4 rounds, regardless of their forms, they have been validated. A dungeon, no matter how nonsensical, should not so cruelly alter the logic of the password encoding in the final challenge. Thus, it should still adhere to the revolving numbers. However, do revolving numbers consist of 7 digits? Shen Qingqiu and the others were utterly perplexed, shaking their heads, convinced they had misinterpreted the clues. Believing the password was 6 digits long. Yet, they soon found themselves confounded once more. If the revolving numbers were 6 digits, why were there 7 clues? Moreover, if the revolving numbers were indeed 6 digits, there would be 6 permutations. Were they expected to attempt 6 times? That would be a certain death.
No.
The revolving numbers consist of 7 digits, Shen Qingqiu interjected, her eyes sparkling with barely contained delight, particularly evident when she looked at Xiao Muyu. Chapter 33. The Lethal Room Number 13.
Huh.
The other 3 were thoroughly baffled. When revolving numbers are multiplied by 8, 9, and up to 14, the digit count exceeds 6, yet they still adhere to a distinct pattern. 142, 8578, 114, 2856, 142, 8579, 128, 5713. Each of these 7 rounds involves the dissection of 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7, and the substitute 9 into 1 and another number. Shen Qingqiu clearly possessed extensive knowledge of this subject.
Strangely, Xiao Muyu,
who only remembered a fleeting glance at the information, was able to follow along perfectly as Shen Qingqiu spoke. To clarify this for them, Shen Qingqiu drew the first 6 sets of numbers with her dagger, revealing the oddity present. Su Jin comprehended the situation and pointed to the 6 7-digit numbers.
Indeed.
If they were original rotating lantern numbers, 142857 would lack the digits 3 and 6. However, in the second round of extensions, both 3 and 6 would manifest. Were we spared from danger because 6 was inherently correct, or does it remain absent due to the initial configuration of the rotating lantern numbers? Su Jin's inquiry was pivotal, prompting an immediate silence from Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu. The password must not only feature the correct digits, but also the correct sequence. I lean towards the latter interpretation. Of course, there exists another possibility. The current instance of the password might not include 3 and 6 at all. Xiao Muyu's mind raced swiftly, proposing yet another hypothesis. This indeed could be plausible, which would allow for the exclusion of 2 numbers, albeit still of little significance. Given the system's tendencies, we would likely have no opportunity for 4 attempts. The first digit is undoubtedly 1, Xiao Muyu remarked with a hint of detachment. From multiplication by 8 to 14, the leading digit of all 6 numbers is consistently 1. Why do I find hydrogen to be quite plausible? Tian ventured cautiously. Indeed, hydrogen is sorted as 1. Have you all recuperated? Xiao Muyu inquired, casting her gaze towards the door. Shen Qingqiu, Tian, and Su Jin stood side by side, their earlier despondency and panic having vanished, replaced by unwavering determination. Hope still flickered within them. They could not afford to surrender. We are ready. With that, Shen Qingqiu reached out and pushed open the first door. This time, they found themselves directly within the rotating lantern, still facing 8 doors, which slowly spun as the 5 entered. Shen Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with barely contained joy as he exclaimed, "We were correct." Observing the glee of the 3, Xiao Muyu felt a faint smile grace her lips, though it was as fleeting as a bird skimming through the sky. After their moment of elation, they needed to confront another pressing question: which digit to select next? Xiao Muyu felt uncertain. If those 7 were elements, the numbers would be 1, 7, 9, 19, 6, 20, and 53, and even the intervals between them failed to align. "Let us try once," Shen Qingqiu decisively suggested. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu and the others hesitated, having been thoroughly frightened by this game. With hope tantalizingly close, they feared the risk of failure. We must make an attempt. Games engender both wins and losses. The 6th round presents a daunting challenge, and the probability of arriving at the correct answer in a single attempt is exceedingly low. Therefore, the system must incorporate a margin for error. We have lingered here too long without sustenance. Exhaustion is inevitable. While we still possess strength and tools, we should proceed with haste. Shen Qingqiu's thoughts were clear. Tian's red thread and Xiao Muyu's stopwatch could serve as vital lifelines. Even in a crisis, they would not be left defenseless. Moreover, she glanced at Tian and added, "If 3 truly is a safe number, we can await the refresh of your skill. Do you understand?" Tian tightened her grip on her belongings, nodding vigorously. This was the first time Shen Qingqiu spoke to her with such patience. "Which number shall we attempt?"
Suhin inquired eagerly.
7, Xiao Muyu responded succinctly.
Why?
Xiao Muyu's intelligence had already been thoroughly demonstrated, yet they still yearned to discern her thoughts. The 6 revolving lantern numbers, represented as 7-digit sequences, are 114, 2856, 128, 5713, 142, 8570, 157, 1427, 171, 4284, and 185, 7141. The subsequent round features the digits 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, and 7. Among these 6 figures, the frequency of 1 is notably the highest. The presence of 5 and 8 in the initial lantern sequence caused 4 and 7 to appear twice within a single number. Conversely, 2, 5, and 8 appeared only once due to the absence of 3, 6, and 9 in the original lantern numbers. Fortunately, with the 6 digits inscribed by Shen Qingqiu using a dagger, Xiao Muyu could directly indicate them with her fingers. If the inference regarding the lantern numbers holds true, and 0 is indeed absent in this round, we can directly eliminate 142, 8570. Leaving the second password to be one of the digits among 1, 2, 5, 7, and 8, giving us a 20 chance of guessing correctly. However, I remain inclined to believe that 3 and 6 will not serve as conventional lantern numbers, as validated in both the first round and the recent discussion. Thus, we can temporarily dismiss the sequences containing 3 and 6, specifically 114, 2856, and 128, 5713, leaving us with 5, 7, and 8. To ensure clarity, Xiao Muyu spoke at a measured pace, emphasizing key points and pausing briefly to allow them to catch up. Concurrently, the letters should be interpreted through the lens of chemical elements, which indeed includes 7. Hence, among 5, 7, and 8, I choose 7. Should danger arise, we shall abandon this hypothesis. At the very least, the digits cannot be determined solely based on element numbers. Nevertheless, I find the correlation with chemical elements quite compelling. Aside from Ca, the other 6 letters are remarkable coincidences of chemical elements. If our assumption is correct, we can boldly attempt 171, 4284. Chen Qingqiu and the others nodded in agreement. Moreover, the reason there are only 6 lantern numbers in a single round is that 7 itself signifies a rest period. In the absence of 9, 7 serves both as a rest indicator and a lantern number, further justifying our choice. The potential for the second numbers 5 and 8 is also substantial, as they are both part of the original lantern numbers and could represent the manifestations of 6 and 9 in the second round. Numbers 3, 6, and 9 are inherently safe. If 7 proves incorrect, we can explore 5 or 8. Chen Qingqiu and the others were utterly captivated, and Su Jin solemnly remarked, "I shall heed Miss Zhao's guidance. Compared to you, my mind is likely filled with mere bubbles." Luo Tian and Chen Qingqiu nodded in agreement. Xiao Muyu, for some reason, shifted her gaze back to Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu's gray irises sparkled like stars, her brows and eyes adorned with a playful smile. Her tone teasing, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Su Jin observed, her bubbles seemed to have taken on a hint of pink. Time was of the essence. The lantern had begun to stir. Shen Qingqiu swiftly approached the 7th door, and as she neared, she inhaled deeply and gestured for Xiao Muyu to step back slightly. Xiao Muyu said nothing, merely slipping her right hand into her pocket to discreetly grasp the stopwatch, watching as Shen Qingqiu raised her hand to push the door open. The moment her hand made contact, the 5 of them were instantly pulled inward by a formidable force. Xiao Muyu's heart tightened with an unsettling realization. Just as she discerned the scene before her, an overwhelming force collided with her, sending her body tumbling aside. A sudden wave of danger coursed through her, raising every hair on her body. The impact was swift and fierce, propelling Xiao Muyu to the left, where she caught a glimpse of a knife aimed directly at someone, a knife propelled by the very person who had just shoved her. Although she had managed to evade it, she felt as if the blade was targeting her eye, causing her pupils to constrict in terror. Even as her body faltered, she decisively pressed the stopwatch in her right hand, freezing time in that fleeting moment. Xiao Muyu flung herself forward, instinctively extending her left hand to brace for the ground, suspended in midair in a near-fall position. On the other side, Su Jin stood with her mouth agape, while Chen Qingqiu stared wide-eyed, completely at a loss. Xiao Muyu was drenched in cold sweat, her mind solely focused on the 10 seconds she had to act. With urgency, she propelled herself off the ground, and upon witnessing the unfolding scene, her breath nearly caught in her throat. The one who had pushed her was none other than Shen Qingqiu, who now stood opposite her, wielding an identical weapon, yet with eerily crimson irises. The dagger in Shen Qingqiu's hand lunged forward, piercing the left side of her chest. The blade had already sunk in a small distance. Had Xiao Muyu hesitated even a moment longer, the dagger would have plunged completely. Though her limbs felt numb, her mind remained sharp, and her movements were swift. She realized she could not wrest the dagger from Shen Qingqiu's grip. Instead, she delivered a forceful kick to the mirror image's chest, dislodging the dagger just enough to create distance from Shen Qingqiu. Then, she swiftly seized the peachwood sword from Su Jin's hands, gripping it tightly as she thrust it toward the mirror image's heart. As this series of actions unfolded, the 10 seconds concluded, and time resumed its flow. Be careful. Su Jin's warning echoed from her throat. Shen Qingqiu completed her thrust, stumbling slightly as she realized her strike had missed. She stared in bewilderment as Xiao Muyu drove the peachwood sword into the mirror image's heart. A sharp pain surged through her chest as time resumed. The wound throbbed, and blood oozed forth, yet Shen Qingqiu pressed her hand against the injury and sank to her knees. However, her gaze was not on her own injury, but rather fixated on Xiao Muyu as she plunged the sword deeper. As the peachwood sword pierced the mirror image, it let out an anguished scream, its blood-red eyes wide with disbelief before it ultimately crystallized into a static image upon the ground. A chill ran down Xiao Muyu's spine. She had not anticipated that Shen Qingqiu's painting would turn out to be this perilous trial. The mirror image's prowess rivaled that of Shen Qingqiu herself. Had Shen Qingqiu not come to her aid, had she not possessed the stopwatch, one of them would have surely perished. The sound of a thud resonated clearly behind her, prompting Xiao Muyu to turn and rush back. Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu's complexion was pale, her lips devoid of color, yet her gray eyes remained fixed on Xiao Muyu. Upon witnessing her frantic movements, a faint smile appeared on her face. She ignored the 3 others who had gathered around, focusing solely on Xiao Muyu, saying, I knew it. I am not yet destined to die. Xiao Muyu, suddenly gritting her teeth, tightened her grip on the arm she held. A nameless, malevolent fire ignited within her chest, surging chaotically and causing her great discomfort. Interfering in unnecessary matters, I see you are hastening towards your end, she coldly uttered. Chapter 34, The Lethal Room Number, Part 14. Shen Qingqiu still wore a smile, preparing to rise, but her expression abruptly changed, and she exclaimed urgently, move aside. Just as she attempted to muster her strength, Xiao Muyu embraced her and rolled them aside, as another figure crashed heavily from above. Xiao Muyu's fingers tingled as she sprang up to shield Shen Qingqiu, her gaze icy upon the 2-headed creature before her. It was Lin Hai. That wretched being had indeed survived. No wonder his reflection was absent. He descended without pause, crawling on all 4s like a beast towards Chen Qingqiu. Chen Qingqiu bellowed, swinging the frying pan in his hand and striking Lin Hai, releasing a pungent, burnt odor.
Lin Hai swiftly leaped aside.
Is that pleasant for you? If you come again, I'll roast you. Chen Qingqiu cursed, having managed to heat the pan to a blistering red before striking. Tian, quick. Su Jin nimbly rolled to retrieve the painting transformed by Shen Qingqiu, then turned to shout at Sui Tian. Seizing the moment as Lin Hai howled in pain, Sui Tian's red thread darted forth, ensnaring him in mere moments. Xiao Muyu quickly supported Shen Qingqiu and called out, hurry, enter room 3. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the door, her heart racing with trepidation. Every assumption was fraught with peril. If they were wrong, they would face a deadly fate. Chen Qingqiu, gripping the frying pan, charged ahead, declaring, I'll go in first. You take care of Miss Shen. In a matter of moments, the 5 of them executed their escape with seamless coordination, swiftly retreating from the perilous room. Lin Hai roared as he struck the door with his hands, producing a deafening sound. Miss Xiao, your deductions were indeed correct. Room 3 and 6 are safe. Xiao Muyu exhaled deeply. Had they been mistaken, their current state would not have allowed them to endure. The 5 of them re-entered the light, collapsing without concern for their appearances. Their brief stay in room 7 was fraught with tension. If not for Xiao Muyu's quick reflexes in decisively pressing pause, Shen Qingqiu might have met her demise there. Had she died, leaving behind an identical reflection and the monstrous Lin Hai, their escape would have been impossible. With this release of tension, they were overwhelmed by lingering fear, their strength utterly depleted. Shen Qingqiu was already battered, the wound on her chest narrowly missing a vital area, yet she had lost considerable blood and appeared on the verge of collapse. Xiao Muyu hurriedly retrieved a bandage left by Zhang Chong, applying pressure to the wound in silence, her fingers trembling imperceptibly. Shen Qingqiu glanced at her and softly reassured, I am merely a bit fatigued. The wound is not severe, so do not fret. Xiao Muyu paid no heed to her until she had finished bandaging and dressing Shen Qingqiu. Leaning closer, she inquired in a hushed tone, almost through gritted teeth. What is your intention? Shen Qingqiu smiled softly, her eyes lowered. What if I were to say it is merely an instinctive reaction? It is perhaps a reflex of the body. Upon witnessing a blade approach, one instinctively desires to act. You are in front of me. Naturally, I would push you aside. After speaking, she clicked her tongue, recalling the perilous moment with a hint of trepidation. You cannot fathom how much I regretted it when that knife came at me. But alas, it was too late for remorse. Fortunately, Muyu, you are incredibly adept. Amidst such an unexpected turn, you managed to decisively hit pause and save my life. Her voice, though soft, carried a familiar tone of jest and mockery, as if recounting the near-fatal encounter with an air of nonchalance. To be candid, I am truly in awe of both of you, especially your swift reaction, Miss Xiao. It is quite remarkable. Shen Qingqiu could not help but concur, expressing his admiration fervently. Su Jin and Zhou Tian gazed at Xiao Muyu with unmasked reverence. However, the memory of the knife's rush stirred a heart-pounding sensation, prompting her to unhesitatingly utilize the stopwatch's pause function without a moment's contemplation. Reflecting on this, she glanced at Shen Qingqiu. Recognizing that others had risked their lives for her, this urgency to avert tragedy was entirely understandable. She offered herself this rationale, allowing her expression to soften as she regarded the three individuals seated before her, her gaze imbued with rare warmth and appreciation. You all performed splendidly. If it were not for your mutual cooperation, we might have never made it through Gate 3. No one resists a compliment, and Shen Qingqiu chuckled heartily indeed. I feel quite exceptional myself. I never imagined an empty pot could boil. Su Jin, too, bore a rare smile, suddenly remembering something, and quickly produced the crumpled portrait from her hands. We were puzzled earlier as to why Miss Shen's portrait hadn't emerged. It appears the system deliberately placed the most formidable ones at the end to ensnare us. I had thought that the first 7 portraits held clues. And perhaps this one of Miss Shen does as well. As she spoke, she spread the portrait out a little, smoothing it. Upon hearing Su Jin's words, Shen Qingqiu became animated. Yes, we had completely overlooked this. Su Jin, you are truly our lucky star. Let us quickly show it to Miss Xiao. Xiao Muyu, too, felt a rush of excitement and promptly stood up. Taking the portrait, she approached Shen Qingqiu and laid it out before her. This silent exchange of consideration and care prompted Shen Qingqiu to steal a glance at her, her eyes sparkling with a smile. The 4 gathered around Shen Qingqiu, studying the portrait, which depicted her current attire, her right hand clutching a dagger. Xiao Muyu immediately focused on her wrist, though regrettably, she could discern no marks. Shen Qingqiu wore all black, and the figure in the portrait was similarly dressed. Amid the shifting lights, the details were even harder to discern. Clearing her throat, Shen Qingqiu gestured toward the light source above. Lift it up and take a closer look. Xiao Muyu cast a glance at her, obediently raising the painting. The 5 individuals fixated their gazes upon it, their faces betraying an involuntary tension. They could no longer withstand the turmoil. Suddenly, Su Jin's finger pointed to a concealed shadow at the bottom of the image. It seems there is something here. Xiao Muyu lifted her hand higher, directing that area towards the light source, and faintly, they discerned a line of minuscule symbols. Somewhat indistinct, Xiao Muyu scrutinized it closely, her brow furrowing slightly. These are Roman numerals. Once again numbers, could it be a code? How many are there? Shen Qingqiu inquired impatiently, his questions tumbling forth.
8.
She replied, the Roman numerals I to 8. As the group's eyes brightened, Xiao Muyu's tone took on a somber weight. They are arranged in the order of 18. This revelation sent their spirits plummeting once more, plunging them into a haze of uncertainty. What significance could this hold? Each of these 8 numbers was already present on the door. What further purpose could this serve? Shen Qingqiu, growing increasingly agitated, tossed the pot aside carelessly. Xiao Muyu remained silent, her head slightly bowed, her gaze vacant as she immersed herself in her own thoughts. Shen Qingqiu cast a sidelong glance at her and reached for the painting. Indeed, it displayed the 8 Roman numerals sorted according to 18, yet she too found herself at a loss. Meanwhile, Xiao Muyu continued to gaze vacantly into the void, yet spoke to herself. To draw a conclusion, one must first observe the phenomena. Presently, we can extract 2 facts from this painting. First, it presents the numbers I to 8, but this fact holds no significance. For we already acknowledge the existence of these 8 figures, and our conjectured code pertains to a rotating lantern number. Reiterating this is equally futile. Second, while there are still 8 numbers, why are they represented in Roman numerals rather than Arabic? Thus, I believe the crux lies not in the numbers themselves, but in their form. Roman numerals? Is there something peculiar about this form? Shen Qingqiu and the others found themselves further perplexed. The emergence of this painting must bear significance, and our sole objective at present is to uncover the code. To achieve this aim, we can rely on 3 points. 1. The code is a 7-digit rotating lantern number. 2. The original 8 letters or 7 chemical elements in our possession. 3. The Roman numerals before us. She sat there, clearing her mind entirely, approaching a simple analysis grounded in objective facts. Shen Qingqiu's eyes reflected an indescribable emotion. She listened intently, observing with rapt attention, her senses feasting on both the visual and auditory experience. Xiao Muyu was undeniably exceptional, no wonder. Shen Qingqiu considered her interactions with Xiao Muyu to be brief. Yet despite her own cold demeanor, for over 20 years her heart had been consumed solely by duty and obedience, caring little for anything beyond task completion. However, in the presence of Xiao Muyu, though she hesitated to admit it, she found herself unconsciously drawn to the essence of the person before her. Touching the bandage on her chest, a flicker of confusion passed through her gray eyes. This was beginning to spiral beyond her control. Yet this emotion was but fleeting. When Xiao Muyu cast her gaze upon herself once more, she smiled and interjected, "Upon reflection, the logic becomes considerably clearer. Given that these three clues share a common objective, we ought to explore the connections between them. If the revolving light number lock is fixed at 7 digits, the likelihood of those letters representing 7 elements is quite substantial. Moreover, chemical elements ultimately must be converted into numbers, and it is most reasonable for them to fall within the range of 1 to 8. What, then, does the appearance of Roman numerals signify? In other words, what relationship exists between chemical elements and Roman numerals, correct?" Chen Qingqiu, guided by their insights, found his thoughts illuminated and quickly engaged in the discussion. Indeed, an abundance of ideas can hinder reasoning. At that moment, they were too preoccupied to ponder the validity of this conclusion. And given the unique intellect of Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu, they had cultivated an inexplicable trust in them. Consequently, an air of silence enveloped the room as they all contemplated the matter at hand. When chemical elements were mentioned, naturally, they envisioned the periodic table. This knowledge had become somewhat alien to those among them who were employed. However, for Tian, who had just entered university, and for Xiao Muyu, whose memory surpassed that of her peers, everything still followed a traceable path. Xiao Muyu closed her eyes, and in her mind's eye, the colorful periodic table, which she had studied from the pages of her book, unfurled before her. Suddenly, she halted and opened her eyes wide. Meanwhile, Tian, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered incoherently, I understand, ah." Chapter 35, The Fatal Room Number 15. Tian had always maintained a low profile. Her timid nature often made her feel reliant on others. If not for a particular prop, she would have felt utterly helpless. Yet at this moment, having unraveled the enigma, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her entire demeanor radiated a newfound vigor. Consequently, Xiao Muyu, about to speak, swallowed her words and gazed softly at Tian, awaiting her revelation. On the other hand, Chen Qingqiu, consumed by urgency, implored, "What have you discovered? Speak quickly. I'm on edge." Roman numerals. The periodic table contains Roman numerals. Do you remember? When we memorize the periodic table, we not only need to know the atomic number of each element, but also the main and subgroup classifications and the periods. The numbers of the main and subgroups correspond to Roman numeral codes. Thus, these 7 chemical elements, think about it, surely correspond to 7 numbers, and they certainly will not exceed 8. Tian's revelation invigorated them, and even though much time had passed, the 5 of them, all students of science, were well aware that H belongs to the first main group. Quickly, let us ascertain the main group of these 7 elements. Chen Qingqiu's excitement rendered his limbs numb. He was utterly exasperated by this challenging scenario. This was merely a B-level difficulty, yet it was maddening and utterly despairing. H and F, K, C, CA, I correspond to A, which yields the sequence 1571427. Xiao Muyu did not need to glance, as she had the sequence of the 7 elements etched in her memory, along with the order of the main family. She swiftly provided the answer, 1571427, which equates to 142857111. Incredible. Xiao Muyu, you are simply remarkable. Chen Qingqiu was so exhilarated that he no longer addressed her as Miss Xiao. If their previous conjectures and deductions had been mere fantasies, this hypothesis had now transformed into an undeniable truth. The 3 pieces of information harmonized seamlessly, each corroborating the other in a masterful display. Had the derived number not been a revolving lantern number, they might have found themselves in a dead end. However, the current outcome aligned perfectly, validating that Xiao Muyu's assertions were indeed correct. The chasm between individuals truly is vast. Earlier, Miss Xiao had expressed a preference for the numbers 5, 7, and 8 in the second sequence. And now it was confirmed that 5 was indeed the answer. She was a genius. Su Jin was equally astounded. Throughout their journey, she had been overshadowed by Shen Qingqiu's prowess in martial arts and trampled by Xiao Muyu's intellect. Surprisingly, this sensation was rather exhilarating. Su Jin inexplicably sensed that Shen Qingqiu's silence did not stem from a lack of understanding. Rather, she would nod or summarize after Xiao Muyu spoke, quietly admiring her brilliance. Perhaps, in comparison to her own performance, she preferred to witness Xiao Muyu shine. This realization sent shivers down Su Jin's spine. Could the seemingly aloof Shen Qingqiu be infatuated? Yet, upon reflection, it felt oddly sweet, leading her to conclude that there was indeed something more between the two. Shaking her head, Su Jin chastised herself for such errant thoughts. Was this truly the time for daydreaming? Can we leave now? Tian inquired, feeling a twinge of unreality as she cautiously posed the question. However, her words cast a shadow over them. The challenge was undeniably formidable. Yet, with Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu present, they surmounted even the most daunting obstacles, and the once insurmountable code had become completely transparent. They felt an unsettling sense of unreality. Had it truly come to an end? Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu exchanged glances, observing the trio's anxious and uneasy expressions. After a brief moment, Xiao Muyu spoke. What is there to worry about? The most intricate problem has been resolved. I estimate that each intermission lasts about 15 minutes. So we have another 5 minutes to rest. After that, we will resume. Once our goal is clear, we can push through the door as soon as we enter. Even if challenges arise, our chances of success remain high. One more question. Do we start from 1 or continue with 5? Shen Qingqiu interjected. That's right. We have already passed through 1 and 7, they responded in confusion. You should be familiar with the encryption methods of intelligent password locks. To enhance security, they often set virtual passwords. With Xiao Muyu's explanation, the issue was resolved, and they were all convinced. Everything is prepared. Let's take a few more minutes of rest. Then we will re-enter through door 1, Chen Qingqiu declared resolutely, his gaze fixed on the first door. Following his lead, Xiao Muyu and the others also directed their attention to door 1. Though Shen Qingqiu had always been indifferent to others, unconcerned with their fates, at this moment, an illusion of shared enmity and solidarity in adversity emerged within her. Xiao Muyu's stopwatch function was still in cooldown, yet the basic timing feature remained unaffected. As the time approached, she spoke. We must depart. Rising to assist Shen Qingqiu, Su Jin and Tian rallied around, prepared for anything. Can you still hold on? Xiao Muyu inquired while supporting Shen Qingqiu. This instance of the dungeon was originally designed for Shen Qingqiu's formidable combat prowess, and it was precisely this strength that had led to her most severe injuries. Xiao Muyu felt a tangle of emotions.
Why?
If this woman cared little for the lives of others, did she fight so fiercely? Was self-preservation truly so challenging? Though she had an inkling of the reason, Xiao Muyu was reluctant to acknowledge it, deeming it absurd. Shen Qingqiu, observing the turmoil in her eyes, smiled gently. It's fine, let us proceed. She recognized that her performance had not been exemplary, perhaps overly reckless, yet the outcome seemed not entirely bleak. Su Jin and Xiao Muyu flanked Shen Qingqiu, while Chen Qingqiu led the charge, gripping the pot tightly as he elbowed open the door marked with the number 1. Once again, as when they first entered, all was calm. Do we need to rest? Chen Qingqiu asked, exhaling in relief. Shen Qingqiu furrowed her brow. Have you not noticed that we have lingered here too long? Do you not feel increasingly fatigued and wish for water and sustenance? Upon her words, Chen Qingqiu rubbed his stomach, acknowledging the truth, having expended too much energy. They were parched and famished. How long until the cooldown is over? Shen Qingqiu pondered aloud. 14 minutes, Tian replied with a glance. Let us wait a bit longer. Just in case. After the 14 minutes had elapsed, Tian hastily announced. All set. Continue. 5. They pushed open the 5th door, finding safety once more. We were correct. Excitement surged among them. Let us make haste. Yet Xiao Muyu remained vigilant. As they approached door 7, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently, dust swirling ominously. The revolving lanterns were about to collapse. The ceiling caved in abruptly, debris raining down upon them as the continuous series of lanterns shattered one after another, as if the very space were on the brink of collapse. Damn it, this system is treacherous. The code is correct, but we need our lives to proceed.
Run.
The 5 of them dashed frantically, gritting their teeth in desperation. 1. Xiao Muyu shouted, her gaze swiftly scanning the 8 doors. The collapse unfolded like a chain reaction, growing more intense, rendering them nearly unable to stand. Shen Qingqiu, despite her injuries, could only grit her teeth and surge forward, causing Xiao Muyu's expression to darken further.
4.
The situation behind them grew increasingly dire. By the time they pushed open door 2, the floor of the lanterns had already given way. Tian stumbled and fell, immediately finding herself at the rear. Having come this far, Regardless of past selfishness, they were now united in their determination not to lose a comrade here. The last door. 7. Quickly, hold on. Su Jin shouted, her voice strained to the breaking point. As 5 individuals emerged at the final ring, the entire carousel had already collapsed at both the apex and the ground, leaving only a narrow perimeter for standing. Shen Qingqiu could not suppress a gasp, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Fortune favored him, for he was at gate 3. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Shen Qingqiu, accompanied by Xiao Muyu, hastily made her way towards gate 7, delivering a sharp remark to Shen Qingqiu as they passed. Gate 3 was fortuitously situated in the center, and the 5 displayed remarkable synchronization. Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu dashed counterclockwise to the left, while Zui Tiantian and Shen Qingqiu sprinted clockwise, all aiming for gate 7. As they ran, the remaining edge continued to crumble beneath them. Just as Xiao Muyu reached gate 1, gate 8 suddenly collapsed entirely. Unable to halt her momentum, Xiao Muyu felt herself about to tumble forward when, in a swift motion, a hand encircled her waist, pulling her into a protective embrace. At that moment, the exterior of the carousel was in dire disrepair. She could vividly see the abyss beneath them, devoid of any light. Should they fall, it would spell certain death. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqiu and the others had reached the entrance, urgently calling out, "Miss Xiao, Miss Shen, leap over. We'll catch you." A sheen of sweat broke on Shen Qingqiu's forehead as she urged, "Hurry, we won't have time if you delay." Xiao Muyu's heart raced painfully. She understood the urgency. Behind her, Shen Qingqiu quickly stepped back, creating space for Xiao Muyu, commanding, "Jump." With a determined run, Xiao Muyu leapt, just managing to land on the edge of gate 7, where Shen Qingqiu swiftly grasped her hand. Before she could regain her footing, she turned anxiously, her gaze fixed on Shen Qingqiu, speaking rapidly, "Shen Qingqiu, hurry." Upon seeing Xiao Muyu safely across, Shen Qingqiu felt a slight relief. She prepared to jump. But before she could gather her momentum, the ground beneath her suddenly gave way, drastically reducing her leap's distance, making it impossible to reach. Xiao Muyu felt as though her heart had been wrenched from her chest. Shen Qingqiu. Panic surged within her, striking with such intensity that it threatened to shatter her composure. Yet, Shen Qingqiu held her firmly. At that moment, a red thread darted out like lightning. Su Jin and Zui Tiantian clung tightly to its other end, falling into gate 7 together. Xiao Muyu snapped back to reality, quickly grasping the red thread alongside Shen Qingqiu, summoning all her strength. The immense force caused the thread to slice into her palm, yet the weight of it brought her joy. She had caught Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu's hands also bled from the strain as he grit his teeth and let out a roar, his face flushed and strained. Soon, a fair hand grasped the last remaining stone slab, and Xiao Muyu bent down to seize her wrist, pulling with all her might to hoist Shen Qingqiu up. In the instant that gate 7 collapsed, the two clung to one another, falling backward into the void. The unforgiving floor struck Xiao Muyu's back with such force that it rendered her momentarily numb, while Shen Qingqiu landed atop her, knocking the breath from her lungs. Xiao Muyu instinctively coughed but held onto Shen Qingqiu tightly. Chapter 36, The Lethal Room Number 16. Shen Qingqiu's eyes were filled with concern as she inquired, "Muyu?
How are you?"
Xiao Muyu, catching her breath and stifling a cough, quickly released her grip. At that moment, Shen Qingqiu was propped up on her hands, nearly pressing her face against Xiao Muyu's. The proximity was too intimate, prompting Xiao Muyu to turn her head coldly and say, "As long as you get up quickly, I will be just fine." Shen Qingqiu paused for a moment before rolling to the side with a playful jest. "I intended to get up as soon as I entered, to avoid pressing you down, but you held on too tightly for me to rise." Xiao Muyu's lips twitched slightly as she shot a glance at Shen Qingqiu, her expression growing even more frosty. "Was it I who held you too tightly? Or was it the rope that bound us?" Shen Qingqiu glanced at her own condition, noting that her waist was indeed tightly bound, and blinked innocently. At that moment, Zui Tiantian and Su Jin had already managed to rise and hurried over to check on the two. Hearing their conversation, Zui Tiantian felt a bit embarrassed, confessing, "I was too hasty and tied it too tightly." Meanwhile, Shen Qingqiu, feeling dazed, sat up and inadvertently touched his wound, wincing in pain, yet quickly surveyed the surroundings. Spotting the other 4, he grinned broadly. "Is everyone all right?" Su Jin and Zui Tiantian exchanged glances and smiled, nodding in affirmation. Shen Qingqiu observed their sweaty brows and bloodied palms, her gaze momentarily wavering, yet her expression remained aloof.
"Thank you," she said.
The trio was accustomed to her demeanor, responding, "No need for thanks. You and Miss Xiao have saved us many times along the way." Zui Tiantian was the one to speak. Shen Qingqiu offered a slight smile. "I was merely clearing the level." Her words rang true. She had no intention of deliberately saving them. Their survival was merely a stroke of luck.
Suhin.
Having gleaned a bit of Shen Qingqiu's character, tugged at Zhuotian to signal the end of that topic. Have we cleared the level? Congratulations to players Shen Qingqiu, Xiao Muyu, Shen Qingqiu, Zhuotian, and Su Jin for successfully completing the 002 Collector's Edition dungeon, Deadly Room Number, in 6 hours and 21 minutes, setting a new world record. However, the choice of words and tone was utterly infuriating. Pleasant? I challenge anyone to try it. What a so-called Collector's Edition dungeon. Shen Qingqiu muttered under his breath, discomfort evident in his tone. Warning. Do not attack the system. With no choice but to comply, Shen Qingqiu wisely fell silent. As the saying goes, mastering mathematics and science allows one to traverse the world, to live as a hero, to die as a legend. The group exchanged puzzled looks. What does that even mean? How can those two statements possibly relate? The implication was clear. Academic excellence is valuable everywhere, even in death. Next, the ratings for the 5 players in this dungeon would be announced. Player Xiao Muyu, rating S, honorary title. Academic champion, awarded points, 120. Player Shen Qingqiu, rating S, honorary title, school tyrant, awarded points, 120.
Cough. Cough.
Shen Qingqiu choked on his own saliva, while the S ratings for both were well-deserved. What on earth was an honorary title? Academic champion was acceptable, as Xiao Muyu truly was one, but why was Shen Qingqiu designated as a school tyrant? Su Jin and Zhuotian could no longer suppress their amusement as they gazed upon Shen Qingqiu's face, which appeared as dark as a soot-covered pot. And they both stifled laughter. Even Xiao Muyu's lips curled into a smile. Player Su Jin, rated A, rewarded with 100 points. Player Zhuotian, rated A, honored with a title moment of glory, rewarded with 90 points. Player Shen Qingqiu, rated A, rewarded with 90 points. Zhuotian remarked that Shen Qingqiu burst into laughter. That is indeed true. Tian has had many glorious moments. Initially, Zhuotian was somewhat weaker in both mental and physical prowess among the group, yet her items proved invaluable at critical moments, once binding Lin Hai, enabling their escape, and once daringly rescuing their school bully, Shen Qingqiu. Why do I also have an A rating, yet possess 100 points? What is the significance of these points? Su Jin pondered, her confusion evident. Upon her inquiry, the group suddenly realized a pertinent fact. Su Jin was a newcomer. Perhaps because you are a newcomer. Your excellent performance warrants a reward. Once you exit, these points will convert into currency for you. However, your luck seems rather unfortunate. You matched with the 002 instance upon entry, a cherished instance, which is notoriously challenging, Shen Qingqiu remarked with a click of his tongue, further solidifying his belief that this system was rather dubious. Su Jin, deep in thought, responded, indeed, it is quite difficult. Hence I was matched with Miss Xiao and Miss Shen, which, in retrospect, is fortunate. Shen Qingqiu paused in surprise and nodded in agreement. Following the system's announcement, a beam of white light appeared before them, and the referee of Instance 002 emerged from the radiance. Her expression remained frosty as she congratulated the 5 for completing this instance, stating, according to regulations, you may draw for completion rewards. Players rated S will receive an additional draw opportunity. Furthermore, due to the record-breaking completion time, the team may choose one from the following 3 rewards. 1. A card for a loving family. 2. 100 points. 3. External assistance. Upon hearing this, the 5 were momentarily taken aback, quickly running through the 3 rewards in their minds. It must be said that aside from the second option, the other 2 were shrouded in mystery, particularly the first. What on earth did a loving family signify? With whom would this card engage in familial affection, ghosts or humans? May I inquire about the A loving family card? What exactly is it? And what does external assistance entail? Who will provide this aid, teammates, the system, or someone else? Su Jin, as a newcomer, found herself utterly bewildered. Upon selection, a description of the items will be provided. You have only 30 seconds to choose. After 30 seconds, it will be considered a forfeiture. Please make your selection. Shen Qingqiu and the others were instantly agitated. Had it not been for their fear of the 002 referee, they would have expressed their frustration vocally. What a wretched system this was, capable of such cruelty. Miss Shen. Miss Xiao, what will you choose? Options 1 and 3 were enigmatic, while option 2, though not functional in nature, was undeniably appealing to anyone who had experienced the world of Tianwang, where the significance of money was abundantly clear. After all, a hotel room could cost over 1,000 gold coins for a night, and meals could run into the hundreds, making the allure of 100 points quite palpable. Primarily, due to its transparent value. This choice is left to your discretion. I merely remind you that the significance of points extends beyond mere currency, remarked Shen Qingqiu decisively. I choose 2. With only 18 seconds remaining, Xiao Muyu indicated option 1, announcing, I choose 1. The 2 prominent figures had made their selections, prompting Chen Qingqiu to hurriedly declare, I choose 1 as well. I select 2. Left Tian, having accrued only 62 points in the first round, now found herself with a mere 35 after her expenditure. I opt for 3. Su Jin, possessing a rather open-minded perspective, deemed this an opportunity for additional rewards. With options 1 and 2 already chosen, she decided on 3 to uncover its true meaning. Once selections were complete, each individual received their respective items. With option 2 being of no concern, the pivotal focus lay on the descriptions for options 1 and 3. Shen Qingqiu instinctively moved closer to Xiao Muyu to examine the item descriptions together. A loving family, rarity, A grade, with a chance to drop in various instances. Familiar to many, yet seen by few. Item description, a loving family, a term not unfamiliar to all. Harking back to decades ago, when it represented a unified family group across the nation. Upon usage, team members within a kilometer may accept the group leader's invitation to join the group chat, receiving heartfelt greetings from other family members, ensuring that no one feels isolated during challenges. Activation method. The group leader must proclaim a loving family to activate it. Duration, 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. No usage limit. After perusing the description, Xiao Muyu wore a serious expression, finding the activation method somewhat difficult to articulate. While the sword comes of the peachwood sword might seem somewhat juvenile, in this context it remained acceptable. However, calling out a loving family might lead some to question one's sanity. Is this intended as a communication tool?
Meanwhile,
Su Jin had also examined the item in Chen Qingqiu's possession, though she was puzzled, wondering if the team members referred to those who had completed the challenge alongside them. Let us give it a try, Shen Qingqiu suggested after a moment of contemplation. This was unlimited in usage, having completed the challenge again. It wouldn't matter if they utilized it. Though Shen Qingqiu directed her comment towards Xiao Muyu, the latter remained calm and serious, naturally shifting her gaze to Chen Qingqiu, who was reluctant to shout a loving family in front of others. Clearing his throat, Chen Qingqiu discreetly uttered, a loving family. Instantly, a display screen materialized before him, featuring a circular search icon that spun incessantly, presumably scanning for team members within a kilometer. The search concluded swiftly, and a cold, mechanical voice announced, We regret to inform you. You are a solitary individual, lacking a loving family. The group erupted in laughter after a brief moment of stunned silence. Chen Qingqiu's face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered under his breath, You're the solitary one. I have a wife and children. How can I not have a loving family? However, this did highlight a significant point. Although they had completed the challenge together, it was evident that they did not belong to Chen Qingqiu's team. Furthermore, the entity designated as 002 provided clarification, stating that team members must purchase binding items to be considered part of the same team. After a contract is established, they would form a cohesive unit. Upon hearing this, the 5 fell into contemplative silence, as forming a team was hardly surprising. After all, the capabilities of a single individual are undeniably limited. However, while the strength of the team is considerable, it can also give rise to a critical dilemma. Should a teammate encounter difficulties, it would burden everyone, thus significantly increasing the game's difficulty. Su Jin, what does your item signify? Xiao Muyu broke the silence, gazing at Su Jin in inquiry. Field assistance. Upon utilizing this item, one may request external aid from any individual not present and whose name is known, including non-human entities. The external aid will manifest in the form of a projection, lasting for 2 minutes. That's astonishing. Chen Qingqiu reflected with a hint of regret. The ability to summon any entity, even non-human, is simply a trump card. Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu expressed surprise. They had refrained from selecting it as neither had considered the possibility of having someone to call upon, nor did they wish to rely on anyone. However, the notion of summoning non-human assistance indeed renders it an exceptional tool. Yet, there is a stipulation. The summoned entity must consent to be called forth, and the item may only be utilized 3 times. Su Jin chuckled wryly, stating, Such a favorable situation is unlikely. It indeed claims to summon spirits. Theoretically, even the referee could be called, yet how would a spirit agree to assist you when even a human might refuse? Well, that does make it somewhat impractical. I would be willing, though it may not offer you much aid. Chen Qingqiu spoke earnestly, having traversed several rounds of the game alongside Su Jin. He was more than willing to lend a hand. After all, he would not be the actual entity, but merely a projection. Xiao Muyu glanced at Su Jin and softly remarked, If you find yourself in need, I am also willing to assist. Su Jin's eyes brightened instantly. Thank you all. Your willingness to help means the world to me. Tian raised her hand. Though I may be rather weak, I too am willing to serve as a backup. Su Jin could not help but laugh. All four, save for Shen Qingqiu, expressed their intentions. Observing this, Shen Qingqiu maintained her indifferent demeanor, stating, I do not wish to entangle myself too closely with others, and in this world, trustworthy individuals are exceedingly rare. You are fortunate, encountering such individuals on your first venture into the dungeon. She paused, casting a glance at Chen Qingqiu and Tian before continuing, they are passable companions. Yet in the future, those around you may prove far more terrifying than the malevolent spirits. This external assistance may not necessarily be a boon. Her words were rather harsh. Yet Su Jin was a perceptive individual. Though Shen Qingqiu's comments appeared haughty and aloof, given her nature, her willingness to share such thoughts was genuine. I understand. Thank you, Miss Shen. Just as the group assumed the conversation had reached its conclusion, Shen Qingqiu turned to Xiao Muyu with a smile. However, since Muyu has already agreed to assist you, I shall follow suit. Should you require it, I too am available.
Xiao Muyu post momentarily.
Averting her gaze from Shen Qingqiu, a wave of indescribable gratitude washed over Su Jin as she bowed to the four. Thank you all. During her inaugural dungeon experience, Su Jin felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. She had prepared herself for any outcome, having never anticipated that she could rely on others. However, she encountered Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu, who had saved her from the very beginning, along with Chen Qingqiu and Tian, who had accompanied her throughout this tumultuous journey. In just a few short hours, her world had been turned upside down, experiencing a level of fear and despair she could scarcely have imagined in a lifetime. Yet, amidst a chaos, she had gained invaluable experiences and forged connections with these individuals, which were more than sufficient. Chapter 38. A Conversation. For reasons unbeknownst to her, as Xiao Muyu gazed at the sequence of numbers 5, 2, 3, 4, 8, 5, 2, 6, she suddenly fell into a trance, feeling an uncanny familiarity with those digits, as though she had encountered them before. When she attempted to look again, the interface had vanished. Yet those 8 numbers remained indelibly etched in her mind. She deemed this number to be nothing particularly special, so why did it feel so familiar? Closing her eyes, she pondered deeply but ultimately came up empty-handed, attributing it to her overactive imagination. However, the notion of over 50 million players was somewhat unexpected for Xiao Muyu. What kind of structure was this so-called Skynet world, capable of selecting such a vast number of players to partake in the game? And what gave it the power to defy death? Could it be that this world truly harbored the supernatural? A realm of the extraordinary and scientific that remained unknown to humanity. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Muyu resolved to find a hotel to settle down in, allowing herself time to contemplate her next steps. At the very least, she intended to familiarize herself with this so-called world over the next 2 days. She endeavored to locate an affordable inn, where the nightly rate was merely 1,000 gold coins. While the conditions of such budget accommodations were somewhat lacking, they were still reasonably clean. However, Xiao Muyu soon realized that most of the residents were players who scrutinized her upon her arrival. Such penetrating gazes were rather discomforting. Choosing to disregard their stares, she entered her room and promptly locked the door, retrieving her phone to access the forum. Upon examining the requirements listed therein, she found them to be quite varied. The most common inquiries pertained to gender, age, as well as the number of completed quests and corresponding ratings. There were also some conditions that, while few in number, mandated the possession of specific items. In essence, the recruitment of teammates aimed to bolster the strength of the team. Suddenly, as Xiao Muyu was perusing the page, a newly posted recruitment message caught her eye, titled Urgent Recruitment for the A-Level 006 Dungeon on April 5th. Seeking 2 additional members. Given that the date in the Skynet world was April 4th, this meant the opportunity was imminent. Time flowed normally within the Skynet realm, even within the dungeons. Thus, should one spend a year inside a dungeon, a year would also pass in the Skynet world. Xiao Muyu virtually spent her entire first day on the forum. As it was a player forum, there were few conversations unless something of great importance arose. After all, those present were grappling with their own precarious existences and had little inclination to squander time on idle chatter. Occasionally, she stumbled upon posts providing simple scientific explanations, but these were often outdated or quickly faded into obscurity after a few sparse entries. Xiao Muyu attempted to share her dungeon experiences, but as she anticipated, her submissions failed to pass the forum's scrutiny. Nevertheless, she uncovered a post authored by a user with the moniker The Prince of Roses. Within the text lies a guide, not merely a walkthrough, but an extensive introduction to the world of the Skynet. It encompasses everything from the vast geographical segments of the Skynet realm to recommendations on daily necessities, including food, clothing, and shelter. with meticulous details on prices and the most economical purchasing options. It can be deemed a survival guide for players navigating the Skynet universe. The small street previously traversed by Xiao Muyu, known for selling various items, is also mentioned, aligning closely with her own understanding. The Skynet world serves as a transient haven for players, a place to rest. Currently, it appears that this respite may be prolonged, albeit not indefinitely. The willingness to invest time and energy into sharing such guides is indeed a rarity amidst the plethora of cold, formal recruitment posts. In the midst of these impersonal notices, this guide radiates warmth. Players, hesitant to engage in virtual conversations and fearful of privacy breaches, flock to the comment section, expressing gratitude, sharing their thoughts, and leaving behind a final blessing amidst despair. Other players tactfully avoid this thread, offering their well wishes in separate comments. Xiao Muyu observes silently, her heart unperturbed, confirming her cold-blooded nature. Beneath the surface, numerous players silently document their experiences in dungeons, each abruptly coming to a halt. This conveys a rather grim message. Witnessing fellow players falter at various levels is akin to torment for others. Yet, no one intervenes or reprimands. Xiao Muyu comprehends that aside from the online community, no one will remember their existence, nor will anyone know the fate that befell them. Time passes swiftly. Emerging from the dungeon, it is already afternoon, and darkness has enveloped the sky. After a light meal, Xiao Muyu reclines on her bed, unlocking her phone's map. For reasons unknown, her gaze fixates on the Huangquan district, eventually locating the Abyss Grand Hotel, not far from her. Realizing what she is searching for, she swiftly shuts off her phone, tossing it aside to rest her eyes. Her mind is inundated with various thoughts, confusion regarding the Skynet world, uncertainties about future dungeons, and the almost inescapable presence of Shen Qingqiu, who has intruded upon her life. Though her physical wounds have healed since exiting the dungeon, the mental fatigue from intense cognitive exertion and heightened tension lingers, swiftly lulling her into slumber. Early the next morning, the receptionist Zhou Yuan spots his long-cherished object of affection, Shen Qingqiu, having seen her several times the previous afternoon loitering at the hotel entrance. Today marks the first instance where she proactively requests that he watch for any guests seeking her out. Zhou Yuan, taken aback by her initiative, cannot resist the urge to strike up a conversation, saying, "Miss Shen, it seems you have successfully overcome another challenge. It must have been arduous. With this rare moment of respite, would you like someone to offer you a spa treatment to unwind?" Clad in casual attire, Shen Qingqiu appears significantly more relaxed, her previous air of aloofness considerably diminished. She glances at Zhou Yuan, assessing the overly self-assured young man with a meticulously styled appearance. In the realm of the Skynet, an indigenous inhabitant or NPC flirtatiously beckoned to the players, seizing the opportunity for fleeting romance with those indulging in hedonism. This sight was profoundly distasteful to Shen Qingqiu, who, despite her internal revulsion, maintained a facade of charm, leaving Zhou Yuan momentarily entranced. "Do you know what you resemble at this moment?" Shen Qingqiu's voice held a subtle edge as she leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with mirth, her crimson lips curving in a captivating smile under the sun's gentle embrace. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard, his expression vacant as he replied, "What do I look like?" "Like a peacock, preening and poised to display its plumage," she declared. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's complexion fluctuated between pale and crimson, a flush of embarrassment igniting on his neck as he glared, gritting his teeth. "Miss Shen, please mind your words." The warmth in Shen Qingqiu's gaze dissipated, and with a delicate tap of her slender, pale fingers on the counter, she cast a measured glance at Zhou Yuan. "I have never been one to tread lightly with my words. Do you have any objections?" Her commanding presence would instill fear even in the most audacious, causing the timid front desk attendant, unaccustomed to adversity, to shrink back in silence. "I am aware of your thoughts. I advise you to keep your gaze and your tongue in check. Do not direct your inappropriate attentions towards me. I find it repugnant. The Skynet merely prohibits the act of killing you. Nothing more," she stated, her tone deceptively gentle, her expression still alluring. Yet Zhou Yuan felt an involuntary chill and nodded vigorously. At that moment, a woman who had been standing outside entered, her expression impassive as she regarded Shen Qingqiu. The latter clearly acknowledged her presence, prompting Zhou Yuan to witness a swift transformation in the demeanor of this enchanting yet formidable figure. Her playful smile remained, yet the chilling sharpness in her gaze softened into a radiant brightness as she winked at the elegantly composed newcomer. Maintaining her posture, she added in a low tone, "Moreover, my previous remarks apply to this individual as well. Do not regard her with your contemptuous eyes." With that, Shen Qingqiu leaned against the counter, her smile radiating warmth as she approached Xiao Muyu, assessing her with a grin. "I thought you might not show up." Xiao Muyu pressed her lips together, her gaze drifting momentarily to the pallid Zhou Yuan before she replied languidly, "If I hadn't come, how would I know that you, not only a specter before the dead, are equally formidable before the living?" This remark, tinged with an unmistakable sarcasm, elicited no ire from Shen Qingqiu, who only smiled more brightly. "Did you not know this already?" Xiao Muyu fell silent, her expression remaining cool and detached, though her gaze unconsciously flickered to Shen Qingqiu's heart. Noticing this, Shen Qingqiu raised a hand to her chest and, as Xiao Muyu's eyes focused on her, leaned closer with a smile. "You must understand that after emerging from peril, even the gravest wounds heal. Are you concerned for me?" Xiao Muyu, though caught off guard, maintained her composure, her eyes slightly lifted as she responded calmly. "You were injured while saving me. Though I prefer to keep my distance from you, I am not the kind of ungrateful person who would forget such a debt. You beckoned me to seek you out, and here I am. Is there something you wish to discuss?" How coldly indifferent, Shen Qingqiu couldn't help but muse internally. While maintaining an impassive facade, "I mentioned I would be waiting for you at the hotel after a thorough cleaning. What do you believe I wish to talk about?" Xiao Muyu felt a sense of helplessness. Why did this woman maintain such an aloof demeanor in public, yet display a complete lack of decorum before her? Due to this ambiguous remark, Shen Qingqiu drew significantly closer, prompting Xiao Muyu to frown and step back, her voice remarkably calm. "I do not possess such inclinations." "No such inclinations? You do not fancy women?" Shen Qingqiu appeared to revel in her teasing, undeterred by the chill in her demeanor, continuing the jest. "I am here at your invitation to discuss business. If it were a matter of romance, I regret to inform you that I have no such intentions. Farewell." With that, she turned and departed. The playful glint in Shen Qingqiu's eyes gradually waned as Xiao Muyu turned away, giving way to a hint of seriousness. And she too followed her outside. Zhou Yuan watched in astonishment as the two strikingly different women exited, the chill on his back slowly dissipating. He felt a pang of regret. No wonder Shen Qingqiu remained indifferent. It turned out she had a taste for that. Shen Qingqiu hastened to catch up with Xiao Muyu. "I recall your patience has always been commendable. Why is it that I have only spoken a few words, and you can no longer endure?" "Very well, I shall cease my teasing. Let us find a place. For I have serious matters to discuss with you." At this moment, her mischievous smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor imbued with sincerity in her gaze. Xiao Muyu subconsciously exhaled, nodding in agreement. Shen Qingqiu located a quaint tea house, a serene and leisurely establishment with few patrons, even when there were guests. They were predominantly the local inhabitants of Tianwang, with few players present. The reason was quite simple. Indulging in a leisurely cup of tea was a luxury. Observing Xiao Muyu perusing the menu, Shen Qingqiu smiled gently. "I shall treat you. Do not worry." Xiao Muyu replied, "Why must we converse? What is it that you wish to discuss?" She was anything but calm internally, thus she addressed the matter directly. Shen Qingqiu gazed steadily at her. Equally forthright, "I wish to form a team with you." Chapter 39. Open and Candid. Unlike Shen Qingqiu's gray eyes, Xiao Muyu's orbs were as dark as obsidian, a pure and unblemished black that imbued her gaze with a profound depth, making it difficult not to be captivated when she regarded you silently. Shen Qingqiu was not immune to this allure. She too gazed openly at Xiao Muyu, their eyes conversing in silence, creating a shared dialogue through their mutual gaze. After a moment, Xiao Muyu averted her eyes, taking a sip of tea before speaking plainly. "Forming a team with someone of your caliber would ordinarily be a wise decision, and I should not refuse. However, given your intelligence, you must understand that I currently lack any desire to team up with you. In fact, I believe it would be prudent for me to maintain my distance from you." Shen Qingqiu was somewhat taken aback by her candidness, but only for a fleeting moment, as it seemed only natural. When conversing among intelligent individuals, there is no need for excessive circumlocution. Thus, she chuckled lightly. "Although I feel I ought to be a bit foolish at this moment, I am indeed aware of that. Therefore, I believe we should engage in a discussion. What could possibly alter my preconceived notions of you?" Xiao Muyu leaned back, her expression a blend of indifference and coldness, unmistakably signaling a desire for distance. Yet, Shen Qingqiu found it rather inappropriate to perceive a certain allure in Xiao Muyu's frosty demeanor. "In fact, I shamelessly believed that your inherent impression of me must be quite favorable," Shen Qingqiu remarked with a beaming smile. Xiao Muyu cast her gaze downward, a faint smile gracing her lips, tinged with a hint of mockery, far from the warmth of a spring breeze. She regarded Shen Qingqiu with this enigmatic smile and replied, "You are correct." As Shen Qingqiu's smile grew ever more radiant, Xiao Muyu lightly added, "Indeed, you are quite brazen." Upon witnessing Shen Qingqiu's smile falter, Xiao Muyu's lips curved upward, genuinely revealing a smile. Xiao Muyu's beauty, Though not as ostentatious as Shen Qingqiu's, possessed delicate and gentle features, as subtle as a spring breeze. It was merely concealed beneath layers of ice and snow. But once those barriers melted, the poetic beauty was sufficient to captivate anyone, Shen Qingqiu included. Thus, even after enduring Xiao Muyu's merciless mockery, the sight of her smile compelled Shen Qingqiu to laugh in return. However, Xiao Muyu's smile was fleeting, vanishing without a trace. After observing her for a moment, Shen Qingqiu candidly stated, "I understand your reservations, yet your caution seems excessive. I admit my actions may appear rather peculiar to you, for I too find them strange." At her words, Xiao Muyu looked at her, her gaze filled with both curiosity and inquiry. Shen Qingqiu shrugged her shoulders, her expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. "To be frank, my initial encounter with you was entirely unexpected. There is something you may not yet realize. This game consists of 10 dungeons, and to complete it, one must achieve an SSS rank. However, it does not stipulate that players can only traverse through these 10 dungeons sequentially, meaning one can choose to replay dungeons at their discretion, even skipping dungeons of the same level." Upon hearing Shen Qingqiu's revelation, Xiao Muyu paused momentarily, but soon enlightenment dawned upon her. This clarified some of her lingering doubts. If one were to adhere strictly to the order, it would have been impossible for her to encounter Shen Qingqiu in the novice dungeon, nor would Su Jin have been the first to tackle dungeon 002. After surpassing the B rank, the system would inform players of this, or one might learn from others beforehand. Yet, to prevent players from languishing in lower-level dungeons, it stands to reason that the number of replays for B-rank dungeons is limited, though I am uncertain of the exact number. There exists, however, an exception, the dungeon reset card, which allows for a single reset of a dungeon, enabling score farming without the constraints of rest periods. The rest time between each dungeon is fixed. Even if the system does not impose limitations on replays, one must still have the time to grind. As the opening time for the next dungeon is predetermined, no one knows the consequences of a dungeon collapse. Hence, no matter how many replays are available, the dungeon reset card proves to be far more advantageous. This information is crucial, for if one lacks sufficient points or experience, it is unwise to recklessly proceed to the next dungeon. Xiao Muyu grasped Shen Qingqiu's implication, inquiring, "So you have drawn a dungeon reset card?" Since the system only informs players after reaching a rank, that implies that newcomers had no means to replay B-rank dungeons before clearing them. Shen Qingqiu nodded playfully, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. This prop bears no significance for clearing the level, which is why I refrained from being candid at the time. I had been replaying the dungeon, grasping many of the rules and strategies, and found it rather tedious. Hence, I was curious whether your group might offer something intriguing. My decision to intervene and save you was not born from benevolence, but rather from the realization that your performance as a newcomer was genuinely captivating. I felt a slight inclination to tease you. Shen Qingqiu spoke with an unwavering demeanor, showing no remorse for her past actions. Xiao Muyu stifled the urge to roll her eyes at her, sensing that Shen Qingqiu was somewhat aware of her own disposition. With a playful blink, Shen Qingqiu continued, "I am indeed not a good person. I was somewhat unscrupulous back then. Yet, I believe I am a reliable individual." Observing Xiao Muyu's expression, Shen Qingqiu feigned innocence, asking, "Do you think my subsequent actions were unsatisfactory?" Xiao Muyu's expression turned complex as she replied, "You are perhaps too reliable. Can one truly invest so much in another person in such a brief span, even to the point of risking one's life? Even if she may be overly sentimental, a person like Shen Qingqiu would never act in such a manner unless driven by ulterior motives. Are you suggesting that a person like me could not possibly protect someone so fervently in a short time unless I had ulterior motives?" Shen Qingqiu's eyes seemed to penetrate Xiao Muyu's thoughts as she leaned forward, asking earnestly. Xiao Muyu remained silent, her silence tacitly affirming the notion. In truth, the first time she saved Xiao Muyu was due to her intriguing presence. Amidst a sea of mundane individuals, she stood out vibrantly. Encountering her a second time, Shen Qingqiu mused, was a serendipitous moment that evoked a profound sense of recognition. Speaking of saving Xiao Muyu, she wore a look of confusion. When it comes to taking a life, it is remarkably simple for me, and saving a life is equally uncomplicated. Yet during the incident at Gate 7, believe me, I was just as perplexed as you. When that knife came at you, I acted instinctively. I simply did not want you to perish, to the extent that I neglected my own safety, an impulse I still struggle to comprehend. Rest assured, there is no need for you to question my intentions. No matter how ulterior my motives might be, it would be foolish to wager my own life. Moreover, given my intellect and understanding of you, my actions could be seen as excessive, and yet here you are, lacking trust in me. Perhaps we truly met at the wrong time. Your unfounded trust in me back then was equally perplexing. One cannot deny Shen Qingqiu's intelligence. Every word she spoke left Xiao Muyu without a counterargument, especially the last statement. As she too could not fathom the root of her own trust, nor the intense heartache she felt when Shen Qingqiu had nearly faced disaster. Her mother had once called her a cold-blooded creature, a description not meant to demean, for even in the face of death, she felt no trace of emotion. The tragic fates of her teammates within the dungeon evoked no sorrow within her. It was illogical that Shen Qingqiu could elicit such emotional turmoil. With a sense of bewilderment, she gazed at Shen Qingqiu, choosing to remain silent. Shen Qingqiu sensed her wavering resolve and seized the moment, stating, "In this world, we all wish to survive, otherwise we would have long since refused to arrive, and I am no exception. Since we are destined to form a team sooner or later, both from a survival perspective and for the sake of enjoyment, I choose you. Do you not think we are a perfect match?" As Xiao Muyu gazed at the person who had drawn closer to her, a familiar phrase suddenly echoed in her mind. But it vanished just as quickly as it appeared. Looking at Shen Qingqiu, she noticed the latter remained silent, simply waiting for her response. After a moment, she extended her hand to a pleasant collaboration. Shen Qingqiu's face lit up with a sudden smile. To a pleasant collaboration. How well do you understand this world? May I inquire how you came to be here? Once she overcame her initial hesitation, Xiao Muyu adapted swiftly to her role as a teammate. Eager to learn more about Shen Qingqiu, whom she suspected possessed far greater knowledge than she herself did. Shen Qingqiu's expression grew slightly cold before she finally replied in a subdued tone, "I encountered a madman on the road. He was armed with explosives and committed a suicide bombing. I could not escape." Xiao Muyu furrowed her brow. Could it truly be that an accident led her into this world? As she voiced her doubt, Shen Qingqiu also frowned. "I know that the opportunity to enter this game is indeed related to a vehicle, but it cannot be described as a mere accident. How individuals are selected remains a mystery only the dominion of this world comprehends." Xiao Muyu pondered whether those who inhabited the net world and did not participate in the game were indigenous residents. "I cannot say, for certain, if they are indigenous. I lean towards the notion that they are akin to NPCs. In their memories, they simply exist within the net world. As for us, the occasional outsiders who appear and disappear, they do not reject us." In fact, she thought of Zhou Yuan, a knowing smile crossing her lips. Just like that hotel receptionist, Zhou Yuan, despite his position, has undoubtedly encountered countless players. Xiao Muyu recalled how, upon her arrival, Shen Qingqiu had frightened the receptionist as if she were a creature intent on devouring him. It was all due to this matter. Even at such a time, there remained a certain levity. Xiao Muyu frowned, somewhat disdainful of the situation. Human nature is such that those who dwell in death and fear often evolve into two extremes. One, numb and callous. The other, indulging in hedonism, seizing every fleeting moment to revel. Why not embrace life with abandon before the end? This is also why Zhou Yuan, with his looks, could entangle himself with so many within the net, and why he dared to set his sights on Shen Qingqiu. After all, it is merely adult affairs. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? Carpe diem is not a bad philosophy. As long as one finds it appealing, remaining detached emotionally, many players are quite open-minded. Observing Shen Qingqiu's casual demeanor, Xiao Muyu could not help but inquire, "What about you? Which type are you?" Shen Qingqiu blinked and smiled alluringly. "What do you think?" Xiao Muyu felt her head was muddled for asking such an absurd question. What difference did it make to her? Well, since they had decided to team up, it was time to prepare. With that, Xiao Muyu stood up, ready to depart. Shen Qingqiu followed at a leisurely pace, and once outside, remarked with a nonchalant air, "Humans possess physiological needs, and the world of Tianwang is quite splendid, offering numerous venues to satisfy such desires. However, I am rather discerning. I hold little regard for those repugnant men. As for women, while there have been none lacking interest in me, I find myself disinterested. Thus, I suppose I am somewhat of an anomaly." Chapter 40. Successful Team Formation. Shen Qingqiu, upon hearing this, did not take offense, merely clicking her tongue in slight disappointment. "I was about to say, if it were you, I wouldn't mind indulging in a bit of absurdity." Xiao Muyu regretted bringing up such a topic with Shen Qingqiu. "Where are we headed?" Shen Qingqiu inquired, observing Xiao Muyu, who was intent on moving forward. Shen Qingqiu found Xiao Muyu rather endearing, despite the veiled implications in her words. She felt that this seemingly aloof individual had a peculiar charm that struck a chord within her. Consequently, Xiao Muyu noticed that Shen Qingqiu always greeted her with a smile, as if perpetually in good spirits. Yet, having experienced the woman's indifference firsthand, she did not believe her to be genuinely amiable, as she could be quite dismissive. Shen Qingqiu leaned in, saying, "No need for that. I have drawn an excellent item that conveniently allows for team binding." Xiao Muyu glanced at Shen Qingqiu in surprise. her eyes reflecting curiosity. Shen Qingqiu quickly grasped the implication. While I may not be virtuous, I am not one to speak in deceitful tongues.
This time,
The S-rank evaluation granted 2 lottery chances, one of which involved a team contract. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhou Yuan was still at the front desk but kept his head down, no longer daring to glance in their direction. Shen Qingqiu cast a satisfied glance at him before departing with Xiao Muyu. The front desk attendant beside Zhou Yuan found the situation peculiar and nudged him with her elbow. Hey, your goddess is here, accompanied by a beautiful woman. Why are you acting so strangely, not even daring to look? Zhou Yuan's expression darkened. And once he was sure Shen Qingqiu had moved on, he gritted his teeth. What goddess? She is a female calamity. I cannot withstand her. Though referred to as a hotel, it resembled a bachelor apartment, complete with a kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. The space was modest but well-furnished and fully equipped. Shen Qingqiu entered and promptly removed her outerwear, pouring a glass of water for Xiao Muyu. A clean glass, unused. Drink without worry. Xiao Muyu observed Shen Qingqiu. Clad only in a black tank top, the fabric snugly enveloping her slender form, accentuating her graceful curves. I just had tea. I am not thirsty. Shen Qingqiu smiled, choosing not to respond. After sitting down, she produced the item she had drawn, speaking earnestly. Since we had decided to form a team, I assure you, I will not conceal anything from you. However, what I mentioned earlier is fundamentally true. The only thing I possess now is what I acquired from this round.
with that,
She placed the team item before Xiao Muyu, her demeanor somewhat innocent. Though it may seem a tad improper, it is indeed a binding item. The red thread, rarity, S rank, has an extremely low probability of being obtained in various dungeons under suitable conditions. Item description: a 1,000-mile romance is tied by a single thread, binding 2 individuals together with a red string, making them teammates, though their bond may extend beyond mere camaraderie. Once bound, the connection can only be severed if one party forsakes the other or if one meets their demise. The red thread of the matchmaker possesses its own enchantments, so do not hesitate to explore its potential. System tip: do not be a scoundrel. Shen Qingqiu made no effort to conceal the item card as she placed it before Xiao Muyu. The description of the item was, indeed, difficult to articulate and rather improper. Certainly, it was not merely a matter of being teammates. Do not be a scoundrel. However, Shen Qingqiu's candor alleviated Xiao Muyu's initial reservations regarding the item considerably. I understand your concerns. However, the team card is quite valuable at 10,000 gold coins. I have no intention of using this red string for anything other than forming a team. It is most suitable for that purpose. Moreover, it resembles a contract that can be unilaterally dissolved, so you need not harbor any worries, correct? Shen Qingqiu smiled softly, her meaning clear. Xiao Muyu was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that I take it and bind you? Shen Qingqiu nodded. I had no choice. I just acknowledged that you are quite to my liking, yet you claim to be unimpressed. If I were to bind you, you might suspect ulterior motives, which would jeopardize our trust. Besides, our goal is to team up. We both aim to triumph, so whether you bind me or I bind you makes little difference.
does it?
Shen Qingqiu's demeanor became markedly more serious as she spoke. Xiao Muyu remained silent, taking the item card in hand. With a mere thought, a red thread materialized before her. This crimson thread, as red as blood, rested in the pale palm of Xiao Muyu, exuding an inexplicable beauty. Gripping the thread tightly, she looked at Shen Qingqiu and said, "Give me your hand." Shen Qingqiu extended her left hand, playfully curling her ring finger. Xiao Muyu rolled her eyes at her antics and tied one end of the red thread around Shen Qingqiu's wrist. Shen Qingqiu, enjoying the playful banter, promptly tied the other end around Xiao Muyu's left wrist. Both of their skin was fair, their slender wrists adorned by the red thread, which clung beautifully to them. Shen Qingqiu tugged at her wrist, and instantly, the red thread vanished from sight. In that moment, both felt a peculiar sensation wash over them, and upon exchanging glances, they understood that the contract had formed. With a thought, Xiao Muyu noticed a new interface on her control panel. She clicked into it and involuntarily grimaced before swiftly closing it. Is it done? Shen Qingqiu inquired, unable to see her panel and curious about the outcome.
Xiao Muyu.
Her expression solemn, nodded. Yes, it is done. I can see your information. The contract has been established. Shen Qingqiu sensed something odd in her demeanor, but chose not to delve deeper, for her objective had been achieved. The team was formed. Reclining on the sofa, she propped her chin on her hand and smiled. I am quite curious. Last time you drew, thank you for your patronage. What delightful treasure did you acquire this time? At the mention of this, Xiao Muyu's expression soured. She pursed her lips and glanced at Shen Qingqiu before responding coolly. I suppose I am the legendary unlucky one. My luck is dreadful. In the future, you should handle any draws. She casually revealed the 2 items she had drawn to Shen Qingqiu. Upon reading the descriptions, Shen Qingqiu's expression became somewhat difficult to articulate, torn between laughter and the restraint imposed by Xiao Muyu's frosty demeanor. If you wish to laugh, then laugh, Xiao Muyu thought, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. However, upon reflection, she nodded in agreement. What use is an extinguished lantern? This statement seems to imply something deeper. If the extinguished is of no value, then surely the illuminated must hold significance. But how does one illuminate it? Have you tried and failed? Shen Qingqiu, well aware of Xiao Muyu's intellect, inquired. Indeed, ordinary flames cannot ignite it, she replied, furrowing her brow. Moreover, items in the Skynet world may not function as expected. My attempts may not yield the right results. I once tried a card meant for fostering love among family, but it is prohibited here. Shen Qingqiu pondered for a moment. Then we shall have to test it within the instance. With a mysterious smile, she regarded Xiao Muyu with the cunning glint of a vixen. Muyu, do you know what my other item is? Xiao Muyu gave her a sidelong glance, noticing Shen Qingqiu presenting a card before her. Upon reading the peculiar description, a frown of disdain crossed her face. What odd attributes are these? Is it true that the nature of a person influences the items they draw? Shen Qingqiu took the jest in stride, responding with a beaming smile. I believe the system understands me well. The gifts are remarkably thoughtful. The card depicted a candle, yet bore the name Arsonist of Affections. Rarity, S-Class, with an exceedingly low drop rate. Item description, a captivating candle that serves to illuminate and brighten the world. Also known as the Arsonist of Affections, when used, it can target a single individual, increasing their fondness for you, capturing their heart for a duration of 1 minute. Caution, the extent of the capture depends entirely on the user's allure towards the target. Use with discretion. Are you in dire need of a partner? Xiao Muyu remarked coolly, yet internally reflected on the disparity in fortune. Despite drawing the same thank you for your patronage items, Shen Qingqiu had indeed drawn 2 S-Class cards. Shen Qingqiu innocently shook her head, rising to perch on the bedside table. Her long legs crossed as she gazed at Xiao Muyu with a meaningfully enigmatic smile. I wish to team up with you. I drew the red thread. While your extinguished lantern cannot be ignited, yet I have drawn a candle. Do you not find this to be a matter of fate?
Xiao Muyu,
clearly recognizing this connection, fell silent, her expression inscrutable as her eyelids lowered. After a moment, she smiled softly. Indeed, it seems I am destined to not refuse you. This remark momentarily caught Shen Qingqiu off guard, and after a brief pause, she posed a question. Where are you currently residing? Xiao Muyu provided her address. And upon hearing it, Shen Qingqiu realized it was a modest inn. Frowning, she remarked, although the Skynet world has its basic rules and constraints, such a place is unsafe. Players who have battled through the game may have blood on their hands, not to mention engaging in other activities. I cannot rest easy knowing you are living there alone. The statement holds a grain of truth, yet the concern exhibited is somewhat excessive, making Xiao Muyu feel slightly uneasy. However, she had pondered this matter as well. Casting a glance around the hotel room, she could not help but inquire, are your points quite abundant? Shen Qingqiu blinked. I have successfully cleared 3 instances, each yielding over 100 points, and with the additional 100 points I selected, I currently possess approximately 435 points. After utilizing over 200, I still have 210 remaining. While it is not exactly lavish, the Abyss Grand Hotel is among the most cost-effective in the Skynet realm, thus its vacancies can only arise under certain circumstances, and presently, it is fully booked. Xiao Muyu understood the implication. Those residing within would vacate only upon death. Truthfully, if you do not mind, you could stay with me. My previous remarks were made in jest. You need not worry about me taking advantage of your situation. Moreover, since we are bound together, cohabitation would be more convenient. Once a room becomes available, we can secure one. What do you think? Shen Qingqiu, aware of Xiao Muyu's character, spoke with utmost sincerity, fully suppressing her usual capriciousness. Xiao Muyu, not being naive, would certainly refrain from squandering her points, and regarding the matter of cohabitation, she found herself silently lamenting. With the red thread already entwined, their names inscribed upon the fateful scroll, she deemed it unnecessary to fuss over the specifics of sharing a room. I shall take the sofa, she declared succinctly, her words eliciting a radiant smile from Shen Qingqiu. I will assist you in gathering your belongings. No need. I have little to carry. I shall check out and arrive on my own. Xiao Muyu declined her offer of companionship and departed directly. Alone in the room, Shen Qingqiu gazed at the closed door, a smile tugging at her lips. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon seeing the familiar short number, she answered, placing it to her ear. Yes, everything is proceeding smoothly. I understand, but I must insist on adherence to our previous agreement. Refrain from excessive interference and avoid any outrageous actions. You are aware that this time, the fault lies with you. As the other party continued speaking, Shen Qingqiu's expression grew increasingly icy, a cold smile gracing her lips. I am not soliciting your assistance. I merely wish to inform you that I am fully aware of what needs to be done. It will be inconvenient for me to always answer your calls. Please send a message when necessary. With that, she ended the call. The 18th floor room boasted unobstructed floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a splendid view. Gazing into the distance, she perceived a boundary at the edge of the azure sky, yet it remained elusive to the naked eye. The emergence of this world was enigmatic, effortlessly manipulating the lives of millions. In Shen Qingqiu's gray eyes, the last vestige of warmth dissipated entirely. Existing here bore little distinction from death. Hence, the lines between reality and illusion became inconsequential. Chapter 41. The Orphan's Grievance, Part 1. Despite Shen Qingqiu's enchanting nature being evident, upon Xiao Muyu's arrival, she exhibited no excessive behavior, adhering to the decorum of an ordinary roommate, which took Xiao Muyu by surprise. However, she welcomed it. Fully aware that Shen Qingqiu was the type to adapt easily to circumstances, and she refrained from mentioning the abrupt shift in her demeanor. On that day, the two individuals engaged in their respective activities. With just an hour remaining, Xiao Muyu proposed a brief outing. Are you heading to Moang Street? Shen Qingqiu inquired, astonished as Xiao Muyu casually mentioned her first encounter in the dungeon. Indeed, Xiao Muyu replied. Shen Qingqiu scoffed. Do you know why it's south called Moang Street? It's a haven for all manner of demons and spirits. Ordinary folks venturing there akin to lambs led to slaughter. Escaping unscathed is a mere fantasy. Xiao Muyu nodded, recalling the peculiar man she had encountered and the talisman he had given her. In a quiet voice, she remarked, I am aware that many of the items there are counterfeit, mere tricks of deception. Yet, I cannot dismiss the possibility of authenticity. I merely wish to ascertain it, and will not be easily swayed by their persuasion. Given Shen Qingqiu's understanding of Xiao Muyu, she knew her to be astute and unlikely to overlook any deceit. The mere desire to go indicated something deeper. Remembering the talisman that had once clung to her during her trance, she suddenly understood. Was that triangular talisman purchased there? Yes, Xiao Muyu responded, deliberately omitting any mention of Shen Qingqiu. She remained guarded around Shen Qingqiu, despite her own disbelief in her hesitance to trust. In matters of life and death, one might entrust their fate, yet she was miserly with even this small measure of faith. As Shen Qingqiu accompanied Xiao Muyu out of the street, she found herself in possession of yet another talisman. Are you certain it cost this much? Shen Qingqiu questioned, eyeing the crude talisman in Xiao Muyu's hand with skepticism. The price of 800 gold coins, even after haggling, seemed excessive for such a simple piece of paper. To be honest, I am not entirely sure. I merely sensed a resemblance in the writing and crafting techniques to my previous triangular talisman. It feels as though both were made by the same hand. I simply wish to verify it. Let us go. The prior talisman possessed limited power, yet it had offered some guidance when spirits attempted to confuse or approach her, which had proven sufficient, though it had been rendered useless after a few uses. With only 15 minutes left, the pair arrived at the entrance of a small room, and they were promptly transported inside. This time due to their bond. They found themselves before Judge number 003. Judge number 003 was a striking woman, slightly older than Judge number 002, likely in her 20s. She greeted them with a warm smile and gestured for them to take a seat. With their binding, an additional chair appeared in the room.
Now,
let us verify player information. She announced their names, ages, completed dungeons, and ratings, just as she had done previously. Xiao Muyu achieved a double S rank, while Shen Qingqiu had also secured S ranks in her 3 dungeons, confirming her honesty to Xiao Muyu. Judge number 003 glanced at them. Her voice gentle and melodious. Both of you are exceptionally skilled. Teaming up will likely yield even greater prowess. I eagerly anticipate your performance. With that, she gestured invitingly, and a series of intricately designed plaques materialized before them, each corresponding to the script for the current game. The B-level dungeon was selected randomly by the system, leaving the players without the option to choose. Suddenly, one of the wooden plaques soared forth, engulfing them in a blinding white light. Loading files, decompressing, loading complete, commencing. Amidst the familiar mechanical prompts, Xiao Muyu felt a fleeting sensation of weightlessness. Upon reopening her eyes, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, swiftly followed by a thunderous clap overhead. Drenched to the core, she wiped the rain from her face and gazed indifferently ahead. As anticipated, her circumstances had not commenced favorably, casting a pall over her spirits. Shen Qingqiu was not by her side. They must have been separated. At that moment, she stood alone on a desolate road. surrounded by an empty expanse, save for a weathered signpost leaning at the roadside. The rain poured heavily, soaking her garments, which clung to her skin in a cold, damp embrace. Raindrops pelted her face, making it difficult to keep her eyes open. The mist rising from the waterlogged pavement obscured her view of the path ahead, and to compound her troubles, twilight was approaching. Xiao Muyu crouched before the signpost, peering through the curtain of rain to discern the faded inscription above. The wooden board bore 5 words, Compassion Orphanage. The letters, painted in a grimy dark red, appeared as if they were stained remnants of dried blood after being washed by the rain. The term orphanage has never been synonymous with warmth. This place, ostensibly a bastion of human compassion, was in truth a concentration of tragedy and helplessness. When mentioned, it conjured images of misfortune, and the presence of such a location within this game instance could hardly signify anything benevolent. The downpour intensified, quickly flooding the pockmarked road, while the leaves of the white birch trees drooped, resembling ghostly figures in the dim light. Xiao Muyu huddled closer, hastening her steps through the curtain of rain. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the surrounding gloom, yet the stark light, shrouded in the rain's mist, only deepened the atmosphere of dread. After approximately 10 minutes, she finally discerned the outline of a building in the murky distance. Its red roof emerged intermittently from the rain, while the rest loomed gray and indistinct. As Xiao Muyu approached, the entire structure gradually revealed itself from the layers of rain, an ancient edifice, its gray stone bricks bearing the marks of time. This venerable building stood solitary on the vast land, directly facing the road that curved towards it. The layout struck her as peculiar. Although she was not well versed in feng shui, she knew that a main entrance facing a thoroughfare was considered a harbinger of misfortune. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that the sign beside the entrance indeed read Compassion Orphanage. Within several miles, this was the sole structure, and throughout her journey, she had encountered no vehicles or passers-by. The orphanage's entrance was a wrought iron gate. Through the narrow gaps, she could faintly glimpse the interior, but the view was limited. Xiao Muyu pushed against the gate, which creaked ominously but did not yield. It had been firmly shut from within. She took a moment to observe, leaning in to ascertain whether anyone was stirring inside. Shen Qingqiu was in the same instance as her, and given that this was the only orphanage in the vicinity, she surmised this must be their destination in the game. Perhaps Shen Qingqiu was already inside. As Xiao Muyu leaned closer to the iron gate to peer inside, the misty view revealed the orphanage's structure, which suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by a pair of deep, chilling eyes that met hers through the cracks of the gate. The close proximity of those brown irises and the expanse of white surrounding them was jarring, the impact undeniable. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Xiao Muyu recoiled as if struck by electricity, her heart racing, a chill creeping down her spine. While she withdrew in alarm, the other remained utterly unmoved, those eyes seemingly frozen behind the iron barrier, gazing intently at her. After a brief pause, the eyes flicked behind her, and a hoarse, shadowy voice broke the silence. "Why are there 5 of you again?" Xiao Muyu discerned a flicker of irritation in those wooden, rigid eyes, and from his words, she gleaned 2 crucial pieces of information. However, the owner of those eyes appeared wholly devoid of deceit. Through the gate, she could discern a man with graying hair, indicating his advanced age, standing in the rain, without an umbrella. As Xiao Muyu assessed him, the patter of rain was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Unaware of how they had approached, she instinctively stepped back, her gaze fixed on them. The 4 individuals, seemingly awakened from a dream, regarded one another with expressions that could not conceal their terror. Among them, a girl clad in a dress shivered uncontrollably, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Are you human or ghost? How did you just appear?" At her words, the others exhaled in relief, at least confirming their humanity. "Welcome, players, to Instance 003, Orphanage. The task and method for clearing this instance must be explored independently. Please be vigilant for clues within the instance. The clearance duration is 5 days." The system announcement echoed, solidifying their suspicions that the adventure was indeed unfolding within this orphanage. Xiao Muyu had quickly assessed the 4 individuals, but with the rain still pouring, their immediate priority was to enter. Moreover, without sight of Shen Qingqiu, a shadow of worry lingered in her heart. Thus, she disregarded the others and approached the man, meeting his gaze with a serious expression. "Hello, we are travelers from afar. We encountered some misfortune and lost our belongings. We have walked for quite some time before spotting this house. With the rain still falling, we are both cold and hungry. May we take refuge here for a moment?" The inexplicably appeared for also noticed the man standing in the doorway, their disheveled appearances betraying their desperate need for assistance. One young boy with dyed blonde hair, wearing a sycophantic smile, clasped his hands together and pleaded, "Uncle, please, we are on the verge of freezing to death." The man inside did not respond immediately. His gaze fixed solemnly on the five of them. The iron gate obscured much of his face and body, leaving only those piercing eyes exposed. Xiao Muyu studied his gaze. Sensing an oddity, it was devoid of warmth yet tinged with a hint of compassion, only to return to an expression of indifference. He opened his mouth, and Xiao Muyu sensed that he was about to reject them. However, he averted his gaze as if he had seen something, and eventually he moved, silently opening the door. With a creak, the dilapidated door emitted a piercing sound. The rain had failed to lubricate its rusted hinges. Upon entering, Xiao Muyu finally discerned the figure within. The man appeared to be in his 60s, clad in a brown raincoat, without a hat. His grizzled hair, dampened by the rain, clung to his head, accentuating his grim visage. "Thank you," the five of them expressed in unison. The man disregarded their gratitude, shutting the door behind him and leading them further inside. The other four, no longer novices, were eager to understand the situation of the players accompanying them, yet chose to remain silent, their focus entirely absorbed in scrutinizing the interior layout and surroundings. The orphanage was modest in size. Upon entering through the main door, a stone pathway led to a 3-story building, constructed entirely of gray stone bricks, which appeared even more somber on this rainy day. The only vibrant feature was the roof adorned with red tiles, an oddly striking contrast in this dreary environment. What would typically symbolize warmth in another context now felt strangely eerie within these walls. The man who escorted them spoke not a word during the passage, merely communicating through gestures and glances. The other four, having not heard his earlier words, whispered amongst themselves, speculating whether he might be mute. "Please wait a moment. I will find the director," he finally rasped as they arrived in a hall furnished with a long red conference table. The other four exchanged glances, realizing he was not, in fact, mute. The man took a few steps before pausing again, turning to face them. His bluish lips moved, and he gravely added, "You'd best not wander." His voice was peculiar, a hoarse tone laced with rigidity, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. The utterance echoed ominously in the empty hall, sending shivers down the spines of the already chilled individuals. Once the man departed, the four, who had been tense, exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The young man with yellow hair, evidently more extroverted, broke the silence first. "Are we the only five in this instance?" The other three shook their heads.
One.
A tall middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings. "I doubt it. This is a B-level instance, and 5 seems too few." "Indeed. By the way, since we are to clear this together, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Huang Junfeng, on my 3rd instance," the young man with the yellow hair stated. As all eyes turned to him, Xiao Muyu finally spoke. "I am Xiao Muyu, also on my 3rd. Huang Junfeng wrung out the water from his clothing, leaning against the long table with a frown. "This weather is utterly outrageous, leaving me both cold and hungry. And isn't this an orphanage? It's peculiar that not a single child has been seen or heard along the way." The others shared his sentiments, yet the discomfort of their damp, chilly attire compelled them to bend down and wring out the moisture. Xiao Muyu's expression remained stoic, her fingers fidgeting as her gaze lingered on the spot where the man had departed, as if anticipating something. As the crowd fell into a hush, a sudden burst of giggles echoed through the hall, causing every individual to freeze in their actions. Zhang Yongfeng slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharp, ultimately settling upon the table before them. Xiao Muyu remained still, her eyes equally fixed on the same spot. Just as everyone's focus was directed towards the table, a disheveled head abruptly emerged from its edge, facing them directly. As the 5 individuals discerned the figure, a chill ran down their spines. It was not a human head, but a doll with pale skin and large eyes, its messy flaxen hair framing a face that bore a peculiar smile, its gray irises glimmering with mirth, while its body trembled. The unsettling laughter emanated from this doll, sending shivers through their spines. Chapter 42. Orphan's Grievance, Part 2. As a supernatural narrative, the doll's appearance instantly evoked a myriad of terrifying tales surrounding dolls within the hearts of all present. The sudden emergence of this doll, coupled with its eerie laughter, was enough to instill profound fear. Huang Junfeng's previously relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant. He had been leaning against the table but now resembled a deflated balloon, darting away in panic. The stoic man, Chen Pei, also retreated several steps, leaving Xiao Muyu as the only one standing closest to the doll, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon it. The doll continued to laugh, and Xiao Muyu furrowed her brow. She then stepped back, bending down to peer beneath the table. To her astonishment, she found herself staring into a pair of eyes, those of a child. As this thought crossed her mind, the doll suddenly tumbled down from the table, Before Xiao Muyu could react, the child swiftly emerged from beneath the table, darting towards her in an instant. Although she prided herself on her agility, she failed to evade the charge and found herself seated on the floor. However, as she prepared to kick out in defense, her leg hesitated upon seeing the child, for the little girl merely clutched Xiao Muyu without causing her any harm. Xiao Muyu glanced down at the child, a small girl with a dirty face and grimy hands, who was laughing while holding onto her arm, mumbling indistinctly, "Doll, pretty, so pretty." As she giggled and spoke, drool trickled down her chin, portraying an image far from that of a typical child. Yet, her eyes sparkled with the clarity of glass beads, strikingly beautiful. Gripping Xiao Muyu tightly, the child's gaze was unyielding. Despite the apparent joy in her expression, Xiao Muyu felt an unsettling sensation under her scrutiny. The other 4 individuals were equally taken aback by this abrupt turn of events, gazing apprehensively at Xiao Muyu and the child, completely neglecting the notion of intervening. At that moment, a gentle female voice drifted in from the entrance of the hall, accompanied by hurried footsteps. As she approached, she softly admonished Xiao Jiao, "You mustn't behave this way. Let go of that sister at once." In an instant, the hall was filled solely with the woman's soothing voice and the child's laughter, the surrounding sounds fading into silence. Xiao Muyu turned her gaze towards the sound, and the woman approaching was clad in a soft apricot-colored knitted top, complemented by a caramel-hued dress. Her hair was elegantly styled, and although her steps were brisk, she emanated a gentle aura that resonated from head to toe. The ruffled cuffs of her sleeves added a touch of romance to her demeanor, and as she entered, the oppressive atmosphere of the orphanage seemed to dissipate in her presence. Xiao Muyu's initial reaction was one of dissonance, sensing an underlying incongruity. Yet, as she crouched down to embrace the small girl who was giggling and calling out, this peculiar beauty harmonized oddly with the surroundings. The child had merely been gazing at Xiao Muyu, but upon the woman's embrace, her attention shifted entirely, and she nestled into the woman's arms like a fledgling swallow, instantly tranquil. After the child released her, Xiao Muyu rose but maintained a crouched posture, allowing her to observe the peculiar little girl as she burrowed into the woman's embrace, wiping her mouth and even rubbing her hands on her own clothes, as if to avoid soiling the woman's attire. Why did Xiao Jiao come out alone? Why isn't she playing with Sister Xiao Mei and the others? Look how dirty you are. The woman showed no disdain for Xiao Jiao's messy appearance, instead pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the girl's face, clean her little hands, and tidy her clothes. Stealing a moment, she offered Xiao Muyu an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Xiao Jiao has been a bit mischievous and has gotten you dirty." Xiao Muyu glanced down to see a small black handprint on her already damp coat, perfectly shaped like an open palm. She paused momentarily, then shook her head. "It's all right, I was wet to begin with. She is quite adorable." The 4 individuals nearby, who had just regained their composure but found no opportunity to interject, couldn't help but silently commend the previously aloof woman. Whether it was emotional intelligence or mere fabrication, the appearance of such a child in this manner hardly aligned with adorability. After Xiao Muyu spoke, both the woman and the child cast a glance at her, their expressions surprisingly in sync. The woman then gently remarked, "Old Sang has already informed me that the weather has been poor lately, and you all must be soaked, making you susceptible to colds. We should have some clean clothes. Let us hurry and change." With that, she turned to the man who had escorted them, saying, "Old Sang, please take them along. I will prepare some ginger soup to ward off the chill." Standing at the entrance yet not stepping inside, Old Sang glanced at them with that enigmatic look that Xiao Muyu found difficult to decipher. He quickly turned and gestured for them to follow. Given the chilly weather, wearing wet clothes could easily lead to illness. They were already risking their health in this endeavor, and none wished to fall ill within the confines of this undertaking. After expressing their gratitude, they followed Old Sang. At the back of the group, Xiao Muyu paused momentarily to inquire, "May I ask if anyone else has visited here today?" The woman was bending down to soothe the little girl named Xiao Jiao. Upon hearing the inquiry, she paused momentarily, lifted her head, and delicately brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "Indeed," she replied, "before your arrival, Lao Sang discovered 3 individuals behind the orphanage, though it remains unclear what misfortune they endured, as they all bore injuries and have yet to awaken. I was quite concerned about how to inform their families." "Do you know them?" Xiao Muyu felt a slight tightening in her chest, her face revealing a hint of worry. "I have a friend whom I lost track of. I have yet to see her." "Is it a male or female?" the woman inquired, a faint smile gracing her lips. "She is female and quite beautiful." "Then she may indeed be among them. One of the 3 is exceptionally lovely. Xiao Mei was just saying how beautiful she is and how she adores her." "You should change your clothes. I will take you to see if it is her." Xiao Muyu nodded and hurriedly followed the procession. This woman must be the director of the orphanage, exuding elegance and grace, appearing to be in her early 30s, yet already holding such a position. As she pondered, her pace quickened. She needed to ascertain whether Shen Qingqiu was among those three and how severely she was injured. An unsettling feeling washed over her. If Shen Qingqiu was indeed there, what could have befallen her, given her formidable skills that would lead to injury and unconsciousness? The changing area was still located on the first floor of the building. Lao Sang selected 5 sets of clothing from the wardrobe. Xiao Muyu observed that the materials and styles were quite similar, resembling standardized work uniforms. She was the first to emerge after changing, donning a whitewashed cotton linen jacket, t-shirt, and trousers that were ill-fitting, likely a one-size-fits-all. After hastily drying her damp hair, Xiao Muyu adjusted her appearance and sought out the director. Noticing her prompt return, the woman scrutinized her and smiled warmly. You must be quite close friends. Xiao Muyu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement as she followed the director up to the second floor. The orphanage was eerily quiet, apart from the director, the doorman, and the girl named Xiao Jiao. She had not encountered any other souls, nor heard a sound. Why haven't I seen any other children? Xiao Muyu eventually asked. The director smiled gently. It's currently nap time. Most of them are quite obedient and have gone to sleep. I just coaxed Xiao Jiao to sleep moments ago. Upon opening a door, the instant it swung wide, Xiao Muyu's gaze fixated on the solitary bed at the far end. Brown curls lay atop the pale sheets. The face slightly ashen, turned to the side in slumber. Indeed, it was Shen Qingqiu. Xiao Muyu had remained composed thus far, reassured by the fact that it was still early in the narrative and nothing dire could transpire. Yet upon seeing Shen Qingqiu, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over her, intertwined with a hint of anxiety, revealing that she was, in truth, far from calm. Shen Qingqiu? Xiao Muyu hurried over, bending down to gently pat Shen Qingqiu's cheek, which felt cold to the touch, causing her to frown slightly. Where is she injured? Lifting the blanket, she noted that Shen Qingqiu's clothing had been changed, and there were no visible wounds. She detected no scent of blood, prompting her to ask. It appears she is indeed your friend. When I discovered her, she was already in a state of unconsciousness, as if she had fallen from a great height. Lacking any apparent external injuries, she remains unresponsive, and we are uncertain about the extent of her internal injuries. The orphanage's telephone line is severed, rendering us unable to contact the hospital. Observing her steady breathing, we decided to monitor her condition. Xiao Muyu caught a crucial piece of information. The broken telephone line indicates a severed connection with the outside world. Thank you, she said. You are too kind. Please make yourselves comfortable for now. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Muyu nodded, watching her depart. Just as she was about to turn and glance at Shen Qingqiu, Xiao Muyu's expression shifted, and she strained to listen as the footsteps receded. Feeling slightly paranoid, Xiao Muyu inhaled deeply, still harboring a hint of unease about Shen Qingqiu. She reached out, cautiously pressing on Shen Qingqiu's body. The director mentioned that Shen Qingqiu seemed to have fallen, and Xiao Muyu feared she might have sustained a bone injury. As her fingers traveled from the legs to the ribs, preparing to examine her hands, a swift hand captured her wrist with precision. Startled, Xiao Muyu looked down to see the once unconscious girl now awake, her gray eyes shimmering with fragmented light as she smiled mischievously. Where were you planning to touch next? Xiao Muyu's gaze fell upon the hand that grasped her own, realizing that using her left hand felt somewhat awkward. Though she was tempted to retort, she ultimately restrained herself and quietly asked, "What happened to your right hand?" Shen Qingqiu met her gaze, a look of surprise flickering in her eyes. Then, her attention drifted momentarily behind Xiao Muyu, her expression suddenly freezing. The proximity allowed Xiao Muyu to notice the subtle shift in Shen Qingqiu's demeanor. Just as she intended to turn, the grip on her wrist tightened, compelling her to cease her movements immediately. Shen Qingqiu's expression turned pained as she lamented. It seems I may have broken a bone. It hurts terribly, and I cannot move. Xiao Muyu frowned, her lips pressed tightly together. Feeling a wave of distress wash over her, she sensed an unsettling presence watching her, an icy gaze that she could not turn to confront. Yet, upon hearing Shen Qingqiu's words, her concern for the girl's predicament grew. A fractured right hand would undoubtedly have significant repercussions for her. Where does it hurt? Show me.
Xiao Muyu urged, leaning closer.
Shen Qingqiu shifted to the left, using Xiao Muyu's body as a shield while she discreetly cast a glance toward the doorway. The room's door stood over 2 meters high, with a glass window above. In that moment, a face partially emerged from the corner of the glass, which was not very clean, rendering it somewhat indistinct. However, Shen Qingqiu was certain she hadn't misjudged. One eye, glimmering eerily, remained fixated on the interior of the room, unmoving since Shen Qingqiu first caught sight of it. The pale visage behind the obscured glass, along with that penetrating gaze, was a challenge to one's sanity. Only someone like Shen Qingqiu, who was unafraid of the unknown, would dare to observe it furtively. Yet, the more she looked, the more unsettling it became. She felt an uncanny certainty that the eye was not merely gazing at the room, but rather at them, more specifically, at Xiao Muyu, unaware of Shen Qingqiu's unusual behavior. At this moment, Xiao Muyu had already bent down to roll up Shen Qingqiu's right sleeve. Taking advantage of the proximity, she lowered her voice to a near whisper and inquired, "What lies behind us? Is your elbow in great pain? Has it swollen?" After Shen Qingqiu answered, she returned to a normal volume. "Yes, it's swollen. It seems the injury is quite severe. It might be incapacitating." She gazed coldly at Shen Qingqiu's fair arm and remarked in an indifferent tone. Shen Qingqiu responded. Chapter 43, The Orphan's Lament, Part 3. Having witnessed Xiao Muyu's intelligence, Shen Qingqiu was no longer surprised. Upon mentioning this, she ceased her laughter, adopting a serious demeanor. Yes, just now, it revealed half of its face. Its single eye was fixed intently upon us. The glass was somewhat foggy, so I couldn't discern its true appearance. After speaking, she surveyed the surroundings. The room contained 2 beds, resembling a dormitory, and she asked Xiao Muyu, "What is the situation in this instance? Where are we?" Xiao Muyu appeared somewhat astonished. "Did you faint upon entering?" Shen Qingqiu's expression instantly froze. After a moment, she rubbed her temple, puzzled, and replied, "I don't know. I can't recall what occurred after selecting the instance. It truly feels as though I fainted upon entry. Yet, I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss." As she spoke, she touched her back, where movement caused her great pain. She lifted her shirt and leaned down, asking Xiao Muyu, "How does my back look?" Xiao Muyu examined it closely, her brows furrowing. Shen Qingqiu, as previously smooth, fair skin bore several bloody scratches, and the skin was abraded. Moreover, a large area of bruising lay before the thin scabbed wound. Xiao Muyu frowned deeply, pointing at her back to describe the injury. She then pressed her finger against one of the bruises, clearly observing Shen Qingqiu's back tense up in response to the pain. Xiao Muyu gently pulled her shirt down and nodded. Indeed, a fall from a height alone shouldn't result in such injuries. It resembles being thrown to the ground, and then sliding away. Shen Qingqiu closed her eyes and shook her head. "I feel as though I have forgotten something important." Fragmented images flashed in her mind, particularly the moment she crashed to the ground. Yet other thoughts caused her head to throb painfully. "Do not force it. It seems to be a deliberate design by the system. Perhaps we can only recall it later." Shen Qingqiu nodded, conceding to set it aside for now. After a moment of assessing her, Xiao Muyu turned and opened the door, revealing nothing outside. The door stood over 2 meters high, with no foothold or objects nearby. It was impossible for a normal person to have revealed their face from there. Undoubtedly, it was some foul entity. She scanned the corridor and the doors, her gaze meticulously gliding over the doorframe and above the door. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Shen Qingqiu rising. The latter's expression was taut as she pressed her right hand against the bed and exerted herself forcefully. With a soft crack, she inhaled sharply and settled back against the headboard. Instantly, she took a step inward with her right foot but halted, eyeing the woman whose forehead glistened with cold sweat. "Are you all right?" She had just observed that Shen Qingqiu's arm showed no signs of redness or swelling, believing her to be uninjured, only to discover that she had indeed sustained an injury. Due to the pain, Shen Qingqiu's complexion appeared somewhat pale. She glanced at Xiao Muyu and shook her head, stating, "It's just a dislocation. Nothing serious." After saying this, she rose from the bed and approached Xiao Muyu to inspect further. Shen Qingqiu was slightly taller than Xiao Muyu. She noticed a jagged protrusion above the door that seemed to be entangled with something. Rising on her toes, she managed to retrieve it. Xiao Muyu followed her gaze, observing that what Shen Qingqiu held was a thread-like object, approximately the length of a finger, slightly curved and rather thin. However, upon touching it, she found it rather stiff, with a brownish hue. It resembles a thread, perhaps torn from a garment?
Xiao Muyu ventured uncertainly.
"It does seem that way. We should collect it for now," Shen Qingqiu replied, scrutinizing the object with a hint of distaste. She was unsure of its origin and found it somewhat unsettling to hold. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped into the room, selected a bed, and cut a piece from the bedsheet to wrap the thread within. Xiao Muyu observed intently, a sudden image flashing in her mind as she swiftly halted Shen Qingqiu's motion of sealing the white cloth, saying, "Wait, let me take another look." Watching her expression darken upon grasping the thread, Shen Qingqiu's demeanor turned serious. "What do you see?" she inquired. Xiao Muyu exhaled slowly. "I know what it is." Shen Qingqiu turned to her, a hint of surprise evident on her face, just as the voice of the director echoed from nearby. "Your friend has awakened. Everything appears to be fine, correct? Shen Qingqiu glanced at the woman before her, then looked back at Xiao Muyu, her eyes filled with a questioning glint. The woman, perceptive and attentive, sensed Shen Qingqiu's inquiry and introduced herself before Xiao Muyu could speak. Hello, I am Chu Muxi, the director of the Ren AI orphanage. Shen Qingqiu nodded hello. Her expression was not particularly warm, yet Chu Muxi remained cheerful, her gaze appraising Shen Qingqiu. Finally, she observed Shen Qingqiu's hands and gently remarked, I will check on the other two individuals to see if they have awakened. I have arranged for meals in the cafeteria. You must be hungry. So, let us proceed downstairs shortly. Alright, thank you, Director Chu. Having experienced a previous episode, both women held a certain wariness toward the concept of meals, feeling it was merely a ploy by the system. As Chu Muxi entered the adjacent room, Xiao Muyu could overhear voices, indicating that the other two individuals had also awakened. Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu chose to remain and wait, and when Chu Muxi emerged with the other two, both Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu were momentarily taken aback, exchanging surprised glances. The two individuals appeared to be players as well, yet one of them was clearly limping due to an injury, while the person assisting him had their left eye bandaged, blood seeping through, as if it had been punctured. Observing this, Shen Qingqiu's right hand instantly fell limply to her side, and Xiao Muyu exchanged a brief, meaningful glance with her. When Chu Muxi approached, Xiao Muyu inquired, Director Chu, do you have any bandages? Chu Muxi's gaze immediately fell upon Shen Qingqiu, her expression one of surprise. Yes, I do. Has your friend sustained an injury? Shen Qingqiu raised her left hand to touch her right arm, frowning as she replied, My right arm is fractured. It may require a splint to prevent further injury. When Shen Qingqiu spoke, the two men looked at her in surprise, their eyes betraying a hint of impatience and unease. Sustaining an injury right at the outset of the instance was indeed a distressing predicament. Do you need a splint? She inquired with genuine concern. That would be perfect. Thank you, Xiao Muyu replied with a slight nod. I shall fetch it. The other two must be hungry and can go ahead to have a meal, Chu Muxi suggested, gesturing for them to descend. The two men hesitated, exchanging glances with Shen Qingqiu, but ultimately followed Chu Muxi down without voicing their thoughts. It was only after the three of them had vanished from sight that Xiao Muyu finally spoke. Do you sense something amiss? Yes, I was just about to ask you. How did you arrive here? Shen Qingqiu's gaze remained fixed in the direction where Chu Muxi had departed, her expression somber. I entered the instance and found myself on a street. It was raining outside. I followed the signs and made my way here. 4 other players came in with me, meaning there are a total of 8 individuals in this instance. Xiao Muyu quickly relayed the situation to Shen Qingqiu. In this orphanage, I have only seen the headmaster, Chu Muxi, a rather taciturn doorman, and a little girl named Xiao Jiao, who seems to have some intellectual disabilities. She clutches a filthy doll. Everything feels rather eerie, with Chu Muxi being the only one who appears somewhat normal. Shen Qingqiu nodded thoughtfully. It is peculiar that the 3 of us are injured.
I sense disturbança.
We ought to adhere to the narrative and treat my right hand as if it were truly severed. After speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Xiao Muyu, who calmly nodded in agreement. A mere exchange of glances was sufficient for Xiao Muyu to discern Shen Qingqiu's unspoken thoughts, filling her with an indescribable delight. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she chuckled softly. You didn't look for me upon entering. Why didn't you think to use that card to contact me? Xiao Muyu turned to her with an expressionless face, the woman's beautiful visage adorned with a mischievous smile that was quite irksome. Thus, she merely huffed dismissively, no need. Trouble lingers for a millennium. I have no reason to worry about you. Shen Qingqiu's smile widened sweetly, finding the woman endearing. There's no need for that. I am experienced with such injuries and can handle them myself. Besides, my friend is quite adept. A simple splint will not challenge her abilities. After saying this, she raised an eyebrow at Xiao Muyu, who, despite her cool demeanor, nodded earnestly. Very well, I shall go entertain the guests now. The cafeteria is on the lower floor. After descending the stairs, turn right, and you will find it through the back courtyard. We shall await you there. Chu Muxi spoke politely, her gentle voice complemented by her exquisitely delicate features and grace, embodying a refreshing warmth. To ensure the performance was thorough, as the two descended, Shen Qingqiu adopted the demeanor of someone with a suspended right hand. Xiao Muyu attended to her with meticulous care. Although her hand was feigned to be incapacitated, the injury was indeed genuine. Even though Shen Qingqiu had just reset her position, it could not compare to a healthy hand, so resting it in this manner was beneficial. As they made their way down the staircase, Shen Qingqiu paused at the edge of the last flight, her gaze fixated on a corner of the stairwell. Noticing her unusual behavior, Xiao Muyu glanced at her and followed her line of sight. The staircase, often traversed by people, remains relatively clean. Yet the corners on either side appear to have been hastily neglected during cleaning, accumulating a layer of dust that is starkly visible even on rainy days. Upon the final step, Xiao Muyu noticed two indistinct imprints, which, upon closer inspection, suggested something unusual. She crouched down to examine them closely, gesturing with her hand as she whispered, "What do you think it is?" Shen Qingqiu glanced at the outlines and replied, "Footprints." A chill ran through Xiao Muyu. They indeed resembled footprints, crescent-shaped. However, Shen Qingqiu coolly remarked, whose footprints could leave 2 steps on a staircase. She then demonstrated by spacing her fingers apart. Barely 5 centimeters. Xiao Muyu lowered her gaze, then stood and said to Shen Qingqiu, "Perhaps you will find out shortly." Shen Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her. "Why do I get the feeling there is something sinister in your tone?" Xiao Muyu scoffed softly through her nose, turning to descend the stairs, a fleeting smile dancing in her eyes. Shen Qingqiu followed at a leisurely pace, her mood surprisingly buoyant. It was rare for this icy persona to exhibit a playful streak, which she found rather endearing. Following the directions provided by Chu Muxi, they traversed a courtyard adorned with some wooden play equipment for children. However, as it was afternoon, the area remained spacious and unoccupied. At the back of the courtyard stood a single-story building, its entrance adorned with the words cafeteria, painted in red. Peering through the window, vague silhouettes moved within. Yet the specifics eluded them, and no sounds could be heard until they stood at the threshold and pulled aside the fabric curtain, at which point noises flooded toward them. They exchanged glances, their tension palpable. Just moments ago, Xiao Muyu had mentioned to Shen Qingqiu that they had only seen Chu Muxi, Lao Sang, and a little girl named Xiao Jiao at the orphanage, but now they were likely all gathered here. The Shitu Lanya cafeteria featured 2 long tables, both covered with tablecloths. 8 children occupied the left side, lifting their heads in unison to gaze at the newcomers as Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu entered. On the opposite side sat Chu Muxi and 6 other players. Upon seeing them, Chu Muxi stood with a smile. "Welcome, please take a seat. Everyone must be hungry. Let us eat." Xiao Muyu nodded slightly and approached the vacant spot on the left side of the dining table. But her peripheral vision remained fixed on the 8 children. It was implausible for the orphanage to house only 8 children. And what intrigued Xiao Muyu further was that they were the same number as the players. Chapter 44. The Orphan's Resentment, Part 4. Such coincidences are inconsequential, however. Within the confines of a scenario, they undoubtedly signify something. The other 6 players scrutinized them as well, particularly Shen Qingqiu, while the remaining 4, unfamiliar with her, felt a tumult of emotions at witnessing Xiao Muyu descend alongside her. The odds of encountering acquaintances in a scenario are significantly lower than their chances of survival. "How are you? I thought we had lost each other. I never imagined you would find your way here," one of them remarked. "Thank you, Director Chu, for taking us in. With the dreadful weather outside and our belongings lost, without you, we would surely be at the mercy of fate." Zhang Yongfeng nodded at Xiao Muyu, his expression filled with gratitude as he apologized to Chu Muxi. This gesture instantly clarified his intentions to the few individuals who were previously strangers to one another. Regardless of whether this was a supernatural instance or not, the presence of NPCs necessitated treating them as human beings. Being human implies a fundamental logic, and one cannot simply declare, "We are 8 players here to conquer challenges," without weaving a basic narrative. Chu Muxi shook her head, stating that it was merely a courtesy to allow them to stay temporarily. Furthermore, she noted that the meals offered were rather modest and the conditions quite rudimentary, hoping they would not be dissatisfied.
How could that be?
"You are far too gracious." The 2 exchanged pleasantries. Chu Muxi glanced out the window and continued. "The weather has been quite unfavorable lately. Our Renai orphanage is located in a remote area. Without transportation, it takes us most of the day to reach a populated place. Therefore, it would be best for you to remain here until the weather clears." Upon hearing these words, the 8 individuals felt a jolt of apprehension, exchanging discreet glances that revealed their unease. To the players, Chu Muxi's statement transcended mere politeness. It suggested that they might be unable to depart from the Renai orphanage before completing their quest. "Do not stand on ceremony. Please, eat," Chu Muxi urged, and without hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks. Each person had a plate in front of them, containing rice, a chicken leg, and 3 dishes. Despite being an orphanage, the food was quite commendable in both appearance and flavor, making the players, who had not eaten all day, feel their stomachs rumble with hunger. Observing Chu Muxi begin to eat, they too took up their chopsticks. However, having completed 2 quests, they remained cautious, attentively monitoring Chu Muxi's actions. They would only begin to eat after she had taken her first bite. Xiao Muyu lowered her head slightly, her nostrils flaring gently, while Shen Qingqiu cast a sidelong glance at her, not hurrying to take her chopsticks. observing Xiao Muyu pick a vegetable from her plate and slowly savor it. Followed by a deliberate scoop of rice, she appeared particularly graceful compared to the other's eagerness. Shen Qingqiu, holding her chopsticks in her left hand, found her movements somewhat clumsy, taking what felt like an eternity to pick up a single vegetable, which she carefully brought to her mouth. The group maintained a silent dining etiquette, with only Xiao Muyu softly advising Shen Qingqiu, "Take your time, I will feed you later." Qiu Mushi glanced at the two, her expression slightly peculiar, before she apologized. "I overlooked that it may be inconvenient for you to use chopsticks with your right hand injured. I shall fetch a spoon." Without waiting for Shen Qingqiu to respond, she stood and headed towards the kitchen at the back. Once Qiu Mushi departed, several children at the nearby table by the window, who had been quietly focused on their meals, lifted their heads to scrutinize the 8 newcomers. 8 children in total, 5 girls and 3 boys, ranging in age from 5 or 6 to 13 or 14. Xiao Muyu's gaze traveled across them, landing on a girl named Xiao Jiao, who sat in the 4th position on her left, her mouth stuffed with food and sauce smeared across her lips, chewing while fixating her gaze on Xiao Muyu. Upon realizing she was being observed, the girl broke into a silly, wide grin. Xiao Muyu's gaze sharpened as he fixated on her lips, yet upon closer inspection, there was nothing amiss. However, recalling the faint scent she had detected, he slowly inscribed a few characters on Shen Qingqiu's thigh. Shen Qingqiu was engrossed in entertaining the children and feeling Xiao Muyu's movements on her thigh. Her toes curled slightly, her smile growing more gentle. Looking at the 8 children across from her, she inquired, "Are you unable to eat properly when the director is absent? Why do you gaze at your sister?" As she spoke, she tapped her fingers on the table, signaling her awareness. Shen Qingqiu dispelled the peculiar atmosphere in the cafeteria, prompting the 2 older children to glance at her before resuming their silent meals, while the little one, Xiao Jiao, beamed even more brightly. She set down her chopsticks, her tiny, greasy hands clapping together, her innocent voice ringing with delight. "I'm not looking at my sister. I'm looking at the doll, the pretty doll. I like it." With that, her laughter grew more exuberant, and when her bright, clean eyes turned towards Shen Qingqiu, an inexplicable sharpness seemed to emanate from her gaze. Not only did Shen Qingqiu sense something amiss, but Huang Junfeng also felt goosebumps rise at her laughter, instinctively shrinking back. Shen Qingqiu's smile turned frosty. She showed no restraint simply because she was addressing a child. Squinting at Xiao Jiao, she remarked, "Only good children deserve to adore beautiful things. Are you a good child?" Xiao Jiao's smile faltered, her lips pursing as if she would cry. A nearby girl in a red dress, approximately 13 or 14, shot her a glance and quietly admonished, "You shouldn't talk while eating. Just eat your food." Immediately, Xiao Jiao fell silent, casting a timid glance at her, her eyes reflecting both fear and attachment, before returning to her chicken leg. Xiao Muyu's attention then shifted to the girl who had spoken, after reprimanding Xiao Jiao. She lowered her head to continue her meal, her expression stern and serious, embodying a maturity beyond her years. Xiao Muyu realized the previously unnoticed discord. The girl in red was eating with her left hand, her movements natural and practiced, which had eluded his notice just moments prior. Meanwhile, Huang Junfeng discreetly whispered to Hushun beside him, "She's impressive, daring to confront an NPC. That child is quite strange. Doesn't she fear for her life?" Not only Huang Junfeng, but several others were equally astonished, casting glances at Shen Qingqiu. Xiao Muyu could not help but furrow his brow and shook his head at Shen Qingqiu. She turned her head to glance at him, offering only a faint smile before lowering her gaze to battle with the vegetables on her plate. She was indeed quite hungry, though concerned about the cleanliness of the food. As for the meat, she nonchalantly pushed it aside. Soon, Qiu Mushi emerged, holding a bowl containing several spoons, distributing one to each person at the table. A considerate gesture. At that moment, the cafeteria was filled only with the sounds of bowls and chopsticks clinking together. Before long, those who ate quickly began to set down their utensils, yet without exception, many pieces of meat remained on their plates. Having survived thus far, they were somewhat seasoned in their experiences, and with the psychological shadows they carried, witnessing Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu abstaining from meat, they too chose to avoid it. Qiu Mushi, however, was quite different. Her pace at the dining table was leisurely, yet she commenced by consuming the meat with remarkable thoroughness. The chicken leg, braised to perfection, was delicately bitten into, exhibiting no semblance of rudeness. Yet the exposed flesh revealed a hint of blood, which inexplicably turned one's stomach. Xiao Muyu observed her expression, yet the latter seemed unfazed, nonchalantly finishing the chicken leg. Once she had concluded her meal, she dabbed her lips and glanced at the plates of the others, offering a warm smile as she remarked, "Today's chicken legs could have benefited from a tad more cooking. Nevertheless, Auntie's culinary skills are commendable, and I encourage everyone to partake. Food is a precious commodity that we should all cherish, thus I hope you will cooperate and avoid waste. She maintained her amiable demeanor, yet her gaze swept across the faces of the 8 children, silently imparting a subtle admonition. At that moment, a plump little boy at another table piped up. Good children must not waste food. Auntie the Dean has always taught us this. Those who do not finish their meals will face consequences. Xiao Han was right. Everyone should check their plates. Have you all finished your food? She stood up, addressing the 8 children. Finished. They chorused in unison. Then hurry and wash up. It is now 6:30. You may have a bit of playtime, but after 9 o'clock, there shall be no more noise. Everyone must rest. Do you understand? We understand. The little ones evidently heeded Xiao Muyu's words, their eyes sparkling with innocence. Turning to face the 8 children, she glanced at the clock hanging in the dining hall and announced, Annie will come to collect the plates at 6:40. Once you have finished, you may follow Lao Sang to the dormitory. He will arrange your rooms. I will first escort the children to wash up. There are washrooms on both sides of the staircase, boys on the left and girls on the right. The group will likely require about half an hour to tidy up. Water will be available until 9:30, but lights out is at 9, so do be mindful of your time. All 8 nodded in agreement, while Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu promptly discerned several key timings from Xiao Muyu's words, 9 o'clock, 9:30. As Xiao Muyu led the children away, Xiao Muyu pondered how to address the leftover meat. A glance towards the entrance caught her off guard. Shen Qingqiu, being particularly perceptive, also turned to look, noticing that the 3rd child from the end walked with a distinct limp, which upon closer inspection revealed a leg disability. Unable to restrain her gaze from Shen Qingqiu, Xiao Muyu saw the serious expression on her face, clearly indicating that she too had perceived something amiss. What shall we do with the remaining meat? Have you noticed something regarding the meat? Huang Junfeng inquired, his face slightly pained as he surveyed those around him. His gaze oscillating between Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu, ultimately resting upon them. Nothing in particular, merely a sense that something feels off. This meat does not appear very appetizing, Zhang Yangfeng replied candidly. He had not detected anything unusual, merely following his intuition. Furthermore, in a remote orphanage housing only 8 abandoned children, far from the hustle and bustle of the town, providing each child with a chicken leg alongside such substantial meat felt rather excessive and extravagant. As I watched her consume that chicken leg, a wave of nausea washed over me. Yang Rui, being a girl, expressed her sentiments with greater emotion. Miss Xiao, have you and your friend uncovered any insights? Huang Junfeng inquired further. Xiao Muyu lifted her gaze. I share the same considerations. Besides, I am on a diet and wish to abstain from meat. This excuse left several gentlemen momentarily stunned. Though it seemed rather far-fetched, they found themselves at a loss for rebuttal. Instead of dwelling on such matters, it would be more prudent to discuss how to navigate the current predicament. Regardless of the reasons for our aversion to eating, we had little choice but to heed that woman's words. Liu Pei, wearing a stern expression, interjected apathetically, his demeanor betraying his true feelings. Yang Rui glanced at him and nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu shared her sentiments internally, yet being overly compliant was not necessarily advantageous. Having experienced similar circumstances previously, I understood that merely listening did not guarantee a favorable outcome. Each individual harbored their own considerations. Huang Junfeng scratched his tousled hair, concluding that it would come down to sheer luck. Resolute, he bit into the chicken leg, finding it quite palatable. Though tinged with traces of blood and lacking a tender texture, it bore no unpleasant flavor, leading him to swiftly consume the chicken leg and the meat remaining on his plate. With his initiation, several others soon followed suit. Xiao Muyu intended to pick up her chopsticks, but Shen Qingqiu swiftly seized her plate, transferring the meat into her own. The chicken leg was devoured in one swift motion, leaving only the bone behind. Xiao Muyu was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim, Shen Qingqiu, what are you doing? Shen Qingqiu, though eating rapidly, was not uncouth. Her left hand displayed newfound dexterity, expertly maneuvering the spoon. Chewing, she winked at Xiao Muyu. What she meant was to avoid waste, not that one should finish it alone. If I finish it for you, it hardly counts as waste. The group, thoroughly engrossed in their meal, had not considered such an approach. However, they remained haunted by their own plight, even if they had thought of it. Who would step in to eat for them? Xiao Muyu attempted to intervene, but Shen Qingqiu offered no opportunity. She set down her spoon and restrained Xiao Muyu's outstretched hand, speaking softly, there's no need for both of us to suffer. We must eat. It's better for me to consume it than for both of us to partake. If any issues arise, you might still find a way to assist me. If we both falter, it would spell disaster. Xiao Muyu recognized the truth in Shen Qingqiu's words, yet her expression grew complex as she retorted. But my eating would amount to the same. Shen Qingqiu smiled brightly at her. Not quite. You, with your sensitive palate, would likely find it distressing. I, however, am not picky. I have eaten worse than this, so I am unperturbed. Besides, I am currently incapacitated and will need you, Muyu, to protect me. She gestured to her right hand and resumed her meal, finishing the remnants on her plate. Although she found the taste somewhat familiar, out of humanitarian consideration, she chose to remain silent. The others were engrossed in self-hypnosis, attempting to consume the contents of their plates. The chicken leg was rather palatable. Yet the meat in the dishes bore an odd taste, marked by a sour and astringent flavor that rendered it quite unappetizing. Several individuals grimaced as they ate, their apprehensions deepening. Yang Rui hesitated, her lips pursed, ultimately choosing silence, presuming her expression mirrored the discomfort shared by her companions. Zhang Yangfeng moved swiftly, save for Xiao Muyu. The others engaged in a battle with the meat on their plates remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. Xiao Muyu was lost in thought, sifting through the information at hand. When her gaze fell upon the clock on the wall, it was already 6:39. Suddenly, a peculiar noise emanated from the kitchen, as if someone had abruptly commenced activity. Moments later, a middle-aged woman clad in a yellowed white cap and apron emerged from the kitchen doorway. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, this woman, with a sallow complexion and dull, vacant eyes, approached with an expressionless demeanor. Her movements were disconcerting, reminiscent of someone with impaired mobility or a marionette under manipulation. Her gait rigid and mechanical, maintaining a consistent pace and stride. She walked directly towards Xiao Muyu, who sat at the outermost edge. Finally lifting her eyes to the plate before Xiao Muyu, her voice flat and frigid. Have you finished eating? Simultaneously, Shen Qingqiu glanced at the clock. 6:40. Xiao Muyu responded with a slight acknowledgement, leaning back as her gaze traversed the woman's face and gradually descended to her apron. The leather apron was encrusted with grime, its base color entirely obscured. More disconcertingly, Xiao Muyu noted it was speckled with bits of meat and bone fragments, along with splatters of blood. She then shifted her attention to the woman's right wrist, which bore traces of blood and remnants, suggesting that the splattered meat and blood had originated from her butchering. As the woman approached to collect the plates, Xiao Muyu discreetly inhaled, holding her breath. A greasy odor clung to her, an unmistakable indication of her time spent in the kitchen, yet there was also a pungent stench and the scent of rancid fats, far more intense than what had been detected in the meat. After collecting the plates, she moved beside Shen Qingqiu, repeating her prior actions and tone. Have you finished eating? Shen Qingqiu, clearly aware of the woman's condition, suppressed her revulsion and replied coolly, yes. The woman continued her relentless inquiries as she methodically collected the plates, her bizarre behavior casting a heavy shadow of dread over the players, raising the hairs on their necks, while others awaited their turn for inspection, unaware of the underlying tension. Xiao Muyu keenly observed that the woman's inquiries were not merely mechanical. Her eyes darted rapidly as she stooped to gather, evidently checking for any leftover food. Moreover, her seemingly monotonous questioning grew increasingly urgent, hinting at an unsettling desperation. It was only when this ambiguous figure, neither wholly human nor ghostly, departed that they collectively exhaled, several collapsing in exhaustion. In past scenarios, the specter had been more subdued. This time, however, it boldly manifested, instilling fear. Huang Junfeng was drenched in sweat, wiping his face while murmuring softly, is she really a ghost? Can the food made by a ghost be consumed? Hu Shun suddenly felt a wave of nausea at the thought, his complexion paling. A group of people remained silent, and Huang Junfeng recalled the contents on her apron, gagging slightly and spitting out some saliva. That ghost meat was far too unpalatable. I hope it's not poisonous. It would be truly unfortunate to die from poison. Shen Qingqiu, without looking at him, said with a half-smile, perhaps it truly is ghost meat. The crowd reacted, please don't speak frivolously. Hu Shun hurriedly interjected, his expression altered. Finally, everyone had gathered, and they introduced themselves briefly. Although they were strangers, their purpose was unified. I sincerely hope we can collaborate effectively to ensure that everyone can emerge safely. However, those who had endured much were undoubtedly more guarded. They had all experienced or witnessed the consequences of misplaced trust. In this web of peril, none who survived were innocents. Among the 8, Xiao Muyu was already acquainted with 4. The 2 injured men, one with a broken leg named Hou Yang, and the other with an injured eye named Jia Wenlong, revealed during their conversation that they were clueless about how they had sustained their injuries. They couldn't remember what had transpired. The orphanage was imbued with an eerie atmosphere, and everyone needed to exercise caution at night. The time frame mentioned by Director Chu was undoubtedly critical, and it was advisable to refrain from experimenting. According to the system's design, they were to remain there for an extended period, and as long as they did not err on the first night, their lives should not be at risk. The others nodded in agreement. Are there any new discoveries? Zhang Yangfeng addressed everyone, yet his gaze lingered on Xiao Muyu, Shen Qingqiu, and the injured Jia Wenlong and Hou Yang, for the others had remained with him, while these four had the opportunity for solitary exploration. Jia Wenlong and Hou Yang were not naive. They promptly stated, "We fainted as soon as we entered the instance and have no recollection of what transpired. We woke up here, having only seen the director, who seemed rather ordinary. What have you all discovered?" Huang Junfeng interjected, "Our knowledge is also quite limited. Although we entered the place, nothing occurred along the way, except for encountering the gatekeeper, Lao Sang, who struck me as peculiar. He was taciturn and looked at us with an odd gaze. If there was anything unusual, it would be the little girl named A Jiao, the one who had been laughing just moments ago. As they stepped into the orphanage's hall, she suddenly dashed in with a doll, laughter sending shivers down my spine. Moreover, none of the five of us knew how she had been there." Hu Shun nodded. "That little girl is indeed unsettling. By the way, as soon as she appeared, she clung to Miss Xiao, babbling nonsensically about dolls and beautiful dolls, identical to the one she held earlier. Speaking of that doll, it instilled fear in him, and he was certain something was amiss." Huang Junfeng nodded vigorously, his gaze fixed on the woman who remained composed throughout, feeling a deep admiration for her demeanor. Although she was not particularly talkative, her beauty was undeniable. The young man, embodying a hint of chivalry, could not refrain from advising, "Though these are mere conjectures, Miss Xiao, it would be wise for you to exercise caution." The extent of the peculiarities within this situation remained uncertain, yet the doll undoubtedly harbored sinister implications. So, I urge you to remain vigilant. Furthermore, 3 players collapsed upon entry, which surely cannot be dismissed as mere coincidence. I observed that among the 8 children, the little boy named Xiao Han exhibited an abnormal gait, indicating a potential issue with his left leg. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Hou Yang, who had indeed fractured his left leg. Could this merely be a coincidence? Encountering NPCs in a scenario that mirror our own misfortunes is certainly ominous. Hou Yang swallowed hard, his expression stiffening. However, the next words from Xiao Muyu extinguished any flicker of hope he may have harbored. Aside from the limping boy, "Did you not notice that one of the 8 children eats with their left hand?" Xiao Muyu hoped this would not coincide with Shen Qingqiu. Yet, eating with the left hand suggests either left-handedness or an issue with the right hand. Either scenario ominously parallels Shen Qingqiu's necessity to perform tasks with her left hand. She had been observing closely, but not every child had made eye contact with her, leaving her uncertain if any had visual impairments. Yet, her intuition assured her that something was amiss. Following her statement, silence enveloped the group, particularly affecting the injured Hou Yang and Jia Wenlong. After a considerable pause, Jia Wenlong broke the silence, his voice hoarse. "Can Miss Xiao discern what this correlation signifies?" Xiao Muyu shook her head. How could she ascertain such a thing? Her momentary bewilderment was stirred by Shen Qingqiu's remark. Even if this arrangement bore inherent dangers, it must surely present corresponding opportunities. Otherwise, it would be quite unfortunate for Shen Qingqiu and her companions. More importantly, the game's fairness would be utterly compromised. Indeed, concern can cloud judgment. She had not anticipated this nuance, and her expression stiffened with self-reproach. What concern? She was not worried about Shen Qingqiu. They wished to continue their discussion, but a heavy, foreboding tread interrupted them as Lao Sang's expressionless visage appeared before the assembly. "It is time for bed." The 8 individuals, as if awakening from a dream, promptly rose to their feet. Huang Junfeng, ever the loquacious one, muttered to Liu Pei behind him, "Damn it. It sounds as if we're being told we ought to perish." Though his voice was subdued, Lao Sang halted and turned to regard them. Huang Junfeng silently cursed his luck, promptly closing his mouth and feigning nonchalance. However, Lao Sang was not there to reprimand the chatterbox. He merely cast a glance at the group and stated in a low voice, "Do not wander about. Turn off the lights and retire for the night." With that, he proceeded ahead, guiding the 8 individuals upstairs. At the second-floor landing, which divided the dormitory into left and right wings, Lao Sang gestured towards the doors on either side. This was originally a washroom, but it has been decommissioned and is thus unusable. Should you require washing facilities, you will need to ascend to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor housed the children's dormitories, while the 2nd floor remained vacant. Each room contained 3 beds, and you are free to arrange your accommodations as you see fit. "Where do you and Director Chu reside?" Xiao Muyu inquired casually. Lao Sang glanced at her and replied slowly, "I sleep on the 1st floor as I need to patrol at night. Director Chu and several ladies rest on the 3rd floor to take care of the children." After speaking, he turned to gaze at the staircase leading to the third floor. Not looking at Xiao Muyu, his voice trailing off, "They haven't finished washing up yet. Choose your rooms, but do not disturb them. Once they are done, hurry to bed." With that, he grasped the handrail and descended from the second floor step by step. The others exchanged glances, a hint of trepidation evident in their expressions. After Lao Sang left, Xiao Muyu looked up at the ceiling and said quietly, "We will occupy the second room on the right." By we, she meant herself and Shen Qingqiu. Yang Rui bit her lip. With only 3 girls in the group, if Shen Qingqiu shared a room with Xiao Muyu, it would mean she would be alone in her room. Hu Shun, Huang Junfeng, Hou Yang, and Jiao Wenlong all stared at them in unison, realizing that the gestures were indeed them. Chapter 46, Orphan's Grievance 6. The rooms were soon assigned. Hu Shun and Huang Junfeng shared one, while Hou Yang and Jiao Wenlong took another. For safety reasons, all 4 rooms were located on the right, adjacent to one another. The dormitory lacked clocks, and they could not bring their watches from the outside world, leaving them to estimate the time. Upon entering the room, Xiao Muyu closed the door and looked at Shen Qingqiu, then casually asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Shen Qingqiu glanced at her hand, just about to respond, when she realized that Xiao Muyu was inquiring about her reaction to the meat they had consumed. She smiled and shook her head. "I feel fine. You needn't worry." "I'm not worried. I must be aware of any potential situations that may arise tonight." Xiao Muyu inhaled deeply and replied, "I just want you to refrain from worrying about it. I will keep an eye out." Shen Qingqiu chose not to expose her concern, instead smiling cheerfully. Xiao Muyu fell silent, pondering something, then walked to the door and opened it. "What is wrong? Is there something to be done?" It was nearing 7 o'clock, and due to the overcast, rainy weather, the outside appeared dim and dreary. The orphanage was illuminated only by a solitary, faint streetlight at the entrance, casting light over a small area while the rest remained shrouded in obscurity. At such a time, in such a place, it was certainly not wise to act recklessly. Upon hearing Xiao Muyu's words, Shen Qingqiu felt inexplicably speechless. However, she understood that Xiao Muyu was rather particular and sensed she was not devoid of humanity. Thus she suggested, "I shall accompany you. I'm unsure where my clothes have gone." The thought left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Consequently, the 2 audacious individuals descended to the first floor, discovering that Lao Sang had indeed spoken the truth, as he was sleeping there with the lights on in his room. Shen Qingqiu approached and knocked on the door. Upon seeing the 2, Lao Sang's expression shifted slightly, and he admonished sternly, "Did I not tell you not to wander around?" Xiao Muyu pressed her lips together and softly responded, "It's almost time for washing up. We wish to clean our clothes and were wondering if you could assist us in retrieving them." While he went to fetch the keys, Xiao Muyu noticed a multitude of keys hanging on the wall, varying in size and quantity. At the outermost layer, there were 2 sets of keys. Their sizes and styles remarkably similar, resembling the keys carried by the dormitory supervisor at a school. One set had several keys attached, and upon counting, she discerned that one set bore 10 keys. Moreover, with her keen eyesight, Xiao Muyu noticed faintly affixed labels on the iron rings of the keys, one marked with a 2 and the other with a 3. As she mentally pieced together the clues, she had already surmised the origins of those keys. Lao Sang took one of the key sets, and as he approached, Xiao Muyu observed that each key had a paper tag, albeit somewhat obscured by age. When the 2 of them followed Lao Sang into the laundry room, they could barely make out the inscription that read laundry room. "I increasingly felt that teaming up with you was the wisest decision I could have made. Your intellect is unparalleled in this world of Skynet." Previously, Shen Qingqiu had found it strange that Xiao Muyu had chosen to retrieve her clothes at this hour, yet upon arriving, she understood. After all, how could fetching clothes possibly relate to intellect? Xiao Muyu maintained a calm demeanor, dismissing Shen Qingqiu's remark as if she had not comprehended it. Shen Qingqiu, choosing not to press the matter, merely smiled wryly as they passed the locked washroom on the second floor, lifting her chin slightly, before shrugging and stating, "We have no watch and we cannot tell if they have finished. It's so quiet here. Should we go upstairs and check?" Xiao Muyu shot her a glance, but remained silent. Instead, she directly pushed open the door to the second room on the right. Once Shen Qingqiu entered, she raised the stopwatch in her hand, succinctly stating, "We started timing when we left the cafeteria. It has been 28 minutes. Time is of the essence." Shen Qingqiu glanced at her and gave a thumbs up. As they closed the door, they could faintly hear the voices of Hou Yang and Jiao Wenlong next door. The poor sound insulation of the old room allowed even the closing of doors and coughs to be clearly audible. Shen Qingqiu noted this issue as well. Her expression cooled slightly as she lowered her voice, saying, "It seems we must speak in whispers to avoid being overheard." Xiao Muyu remained noncommittal, aware that Shen Qingqiu understood her intent. After a few minutes, when the time seemed appropriate, The two of them ascended the stairs together, carrying their soiled laundry to wash. Yang Rui soon joined them. The three did not rush in but paused at the doorway to observe the interior layout. Upon entering, they found a cement platform built at the entrance, approximately 30 centimeters high, resembling a shoe-changing bench. Just inside the door were two shower heads, neither a handheld type nor a sleek fixture, but rather a rusty pipe, with no partitions, providing no privacy in the bathing area. To the right was a wash basin equipped with 5 faucets, while to the left lay a restroom with 3 stalls, all with wooden doors. The floor was stained with water, indicating recent use. Clearly, others were present. Yang Rui uttered what seemed to be a trivial remark, glancing at the two women beside her, who had remained unexpectedly composed since the beginning. Yet, neither displayed any change in expression, as if her words had evoked no response. Shen Qingqiu, fixated on the shower head, then inquired, "Shall we take a shower?" Xiao Muyu glanced at the time. It was only around 7:20. Taking a shower was certainly feasible. After Shen Qingqiu finished her inquiry, she approached the switch and turned it on. Chilly water cascaded down upon her hands, and it took a considerable time before warmth enveloped her. The water temperature became quite agreeable. Now that it's warm, you, who are usually fastidious about cleanliness, must be inclined to take a shower, she remarked, her gaze drifting to the doorway. The shower room's door was a modest half-height barrier, directly facing the entrance. Xiao Muyu also noticed her glance, and it struck her that the design of the shower room was rather impractical. If the door were not secured or if someone entered, an outsider could easily discern the interior situation. "Miss Yang, would you like to wash?" Xiao Muyu turned to Yang Rui. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Rui nodded. "You may wash first. I shall attend to the laundry." With that, Shen Qingqiu closed the door and locked it, proceeding to fill the basin for washing clothes. To be honest, showering in a partly concealed environment when the parties involved are not well acquainted always feels somewhat unnatural, lacking in a sense of security. However, after being caught in the rain and having walked a fair distance, for the cleanliness-loving Xiao Muyu, a shower was indeed essential. Fortunately, although the shower door was only half a barrier, the partitions ensured that they could not see one another. Shen Qingqiu, with her back turned to the others, squatted to wash clothes, displaying a commendable sense of propriety. In such circumstances, there was no need for pretense, and soon enough, Xiao Muyu shed her garments and began her shower. Before long, the sound of running water filled the space, and Shen Qingqiu lifted her head to glance at the doorway and then around her. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any peculiarities. Clad in an oversized, pale uniform, Shen Qingqiu's graceful physique was obscured, yet the curves of her back became evident as she bent to scrub the clothes. It must be said that despite her usual frivolous demeanor, Shen Qingqiu possessed an admirable posture. Even while washing, her stance was firm and disciplined, reminiscent of a soldier, which was quite pleasing to behold. In this tense and eerie setting, showering indeed instilled a sense of trepidation. After all, being unclothed in an emergency could lead to utter chaos. Yang Rui, in the adjacent stall, evidently shared this concern, for after a brief rinse, the sound of water ceased. This realization caused Xiao Muyu to furrow her brow, yet the next moment, she abruptly looked up. The washroom's door had a small window, and as Xiao Muyu raised her gaze, a ghastly, pallid face appeared behind the glass, one eye locking onto hers just as she had glanced up. Shen Qingqiu, who was washing clothes, also witnessed the bizarre sight reminiscent of the afternoon. Reacting with remarkable speed, she stood up, yanked Xiao Muyu's garments from the hook, and without a moment's thought for her own modesty, wrapped her friend securely. Before Xiao Muyu could fully comprehend the situation, Shen Qingqiu dashed to the door, unlatched it, and kicked it open with a forceful thrust, bolting outside. Amidst the resounding crash of the door, Xiao Muyu distinctly heard another thud. As if something had fallen, it was not heavy. With no time to ponder further, Xiao Muyu urgently called out, "Shen Qingqiu, do not pursue."
Yang Rui,
who was preparing to dress, was startled by their sudden movements, hastily donning her clothes in a flurry of confusion, exclaiming, "What is happening? Is there something outside?" Shen Qingqiu's expression soured at the recollection of recent events. Should I catch him, I would gouge out his eyes. Yang Rui, belatedly grasping the situation, paled and exclaimed, "Was that thing spying on us while we bathed?" Upon hearing this, both Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu were momentarily taken aback, then instinctively turned their gazes towards the bathroom door. They soon recalled the somewhat trivial entrance bench outside, and the incongruity of the shower head facing the door became apparent. Furthermore, the window above the door appeared larger than those in their dormitory, while the door itself was slightly shorter. Xiao Muyu furrowed her brow again, questioning whether she was being overly sensitive. This fleeting thought went unspoken between them. Xiao Muyu nodded and mentioned the face she had glimpsed outside the window. Quickly donning her clothes, Given the circumstances, bathing was no longer a feasible option. Shen Qingqiu merely splashed some water to wipe her body and continued washing her unclean garments. The unsettling encounter left Yang Rui trembling with fear, yet she found herself admiring the composure of her companions. Although she had not witnessed the bizarre occurrence firsthand, it had been sufficiently frightening to dissuade her from venturing down alone. Moreover, having navigated 2 challenges, she remained cautious and chose to wait for the others. The trio moved expeditiously, and it was still before 8. Despite her trepidation, Yang Rui gathered her resolve to ask, "Did you manage to see what it was?" Shen Qingqiu understood her inquiry, solemnly shaking her head. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, it was not the same as before. Xiao Muyu inhaled deeply, her tone laden with concern. "Are there other men in this orphanage?" Yang Rui's expression shifted, alarmed at the prospect of another lecher lurking about. Regardless, it seemed he had not taken any harmful action, likely lacking the opportunity to do so. Henceforth, they would need to exercise caution during their ablutions, Xiao Muyu mused. Her brow furrowed. They had initially felt secure in their washing routine, anchored by the conspicuous timing of their surroundings, but had not anticipated that the specter haunting this place was not only lethal, but also predatory. The trio parted at the doorway, and as they entered their room, Xiao Muyu glanced at the time, 7:56. After tidying up slightly, Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu locked the door early and lay down on their beds. The sounds from outside, such as the rustling from the neighboring room, were still audible, yet apart from that, silence enveloped them. "I find this scenario exceedingly peculiar," Xiao Muyu confessed, her unease palpable. Such anomalies had not been present before. A day had passed, and the only information they possessed pertained to the title and duration of this instance. In challenging situations, a clear objective provides direction. Yet this absurdity meant they were merely puppets led by the NPCs within the narrative. Indeed, while we may lack leads, it is noteworthy that these strange beings and occurrences have not truly harmed us. Perhaps tonight will unveil the answers. Shen Qingqiu maintained her calm demeanor, believing in the adage of confronting challenges as they arose. By the way, how many times can your heart candle be utilized? Though it was an S-grade card, the prospect of enhancing rapport seemed rather formidable, and Xiao Muyu feared it might be limited. Its function bore resemblance to your stopwatch, possessing both unique capabilities and conventional uses. Thus, the ignition was not restricted. However, its skill heightened affection and could only be utilized once per dungeon. Shen Qingqiu murmured softly, then turned to gaze at Xiao Muyu, who lay on the adjacent bed, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Shall we test your revolving lantern?" Xiao Muyu responded with a slight hum, promptly sitting up to activate her item, a splendid octagonal palace lantern materializing before Shen Qingqiu. The sandalwood frame was intricately carved with elaborate patterns, bound with a red cord that was just the right length for carrying, exquisite and delicate. Shen Qingqiu also threw off the covers and sat up, retrieving her item card to activate it. She stared blankly at the candle in her hand for a while before lifting her gaze to meet Xiao Muyu's. The latter, wearing an expression devoid of emotion, fixated on the candle, yet Shen Qingqiu couldn't shake the feeling that a hint of disdain flickered across her otherwise impassive countenance. Despite her usual boldness, Shen Qingqiu felt a twinge of embarrassment and perplexity. The reason was simple. The vibrant red candle in her hand, emblazoned with a glaring double happiness character, was far more conspicuous than the flickering flame itself. Breaking the strange silence, Xiao Muyu spoke. "Is the system attempting to play matchmaker for you?" Shen Qingqiu choked momentarily, clearing her throat to steady her expression, then raised an eyebrow and replied, "If it intends to be a matchmaker, whom does it wish to pair me with, I wonder?" Xiao Muyu merely cast her a fleeting glance, returning to the task at hand. Shen Qingqiu managed a slight smile, refraining from further teasing, and dismounted the bed to open the revolving lantern. Indeed, there was a wick within. She brought the candle close, the flame flickering over the wick. Yet it refused to ignite. Xiao Muyu glanced at Shen Qingqiu, who was now pursing her lips and furrowing her brows, entirely absorbed in her endeavor to light the wick. A stirring sensation rippled through Xiao Muyu's heart, akin to a drop of water causing ripples on a tranquil lake. Just as she was about to suggest not to force it, a droplet of red wax fell from the candle, the viscous pink wax landing upon the wick with a soft sizzle. The flame erupted momentarily, then began to burn from the spot where the wax had adhered. A small but steady flame flickering to life. Shen Qingqiu held her breath and quickly looked up, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Even after she moved the candle away, the lantern remained illuminated. "It's lit. See if there are any changes." Although it was Xiao Muyu's lantern that had been ignited, Shen Qingqiu felt a greater sense of elation. Without needing her to voice it, the moment the lantern lit up, Xiao Muyu sensed a shift in the description of her revolving lantern. Illuminated revolving lantern, rarity, S can only be transformed from an extinguished revolving lantern. Item description: a seemingly unremarkable lamp, illuminating a diameter of 0.5 meters. Skill 1, passive skill, exorcism. When the revolving lantern is lit, all entities lurking in darkness shall have no means of concealment, lasting for 15 minutes. Skill 2, revolving lantern. When the lantern spins, the ghosts shall halt. After shouting the incantation while holding the lantern, it will begin to rotate, ceasing after 15 seconds, simultaneously immobilizing all illuminated specters within range for 15 seconds. Skill cooldown, 12 hours. Note: each time a skill is successfully used against a target, the illumination range increases by 20 centimeters. After reading the description, Xiao Muyu was left in disbelief. It was unexpectedly an upgraded skill. Shen Qingqiu leaned in for a closer look, feeling somewhat speechless. She observed the lantern, which could barely illuminate a diameter of 0.5 meters. In other words, Xiao Muyu could only light her own immediate vicinity, and striking a ghost would merely extend the radius by an additional 20 centimeters. For the lantern to be of any practical use, Xiao Muyu would likely need to venture into a ghostly lair to hone her skills. Furthermore, to enhance the range of her abilities, she would have to not only hold the lantern but also embrace the ghost to ensure a hit. Who would dare embark on such a perilous first endeavor? Indeed, one should not expect any miraculous skills. Who would be bold enough to risk their safety to train with this card? Shen Qingqiu could not help but voice her thoughts. And just as she finished, she noticed Xiao Muyu staring intently at her, causing her to quickly turn her head and survey her surroundings. The lantern was already lit, and the passive skill must have activated automatically. Could the second skill still be retained as an active one? Contemplating this, Shen Qingqiu murmured, "Let us prepare for sleep." Shen Qingqiu remained silent, and the two shared a tacit understanding, opting not to extinguish the lantern or engage in further conversation. Time passed, and eventually the light faded. 9 o'clock had arrived. The room was enveloped in silence, so profound that Xiao Muyu could hear Shen Qingqiu's rhythmic breathing, even though the light had extinguished abruptly. Her breath remained steady. "Shen Qingqiu, are you asleep?" Xiao Muyu felt an inexplicable unease. After she spoke, Shen Qingqiu turned to face her and softly inquired, "What's the matter?" Xiao Muyu hesitated before responding, "It's nothing." Shen Qingqiu inched closer to her, and after the lantern was extinguished, the room succumbed to the thick darkness, with not a sliver of light escaping. Apart from the faint rustling sounds made by Shen Qingqiu's movements, Xiao Muyu found herself unable to see anything. Nevertheless, she sensed Shen Qingqiu leaning in to observe her, and soon, in a gentle whisper, she said, "I want to be sleeping so early. I'm fine out here." Xiao Muyu was momentarily taken aback, recalling how Shen Qingqiu had been the first to lie down on the bed near the door. A sudden flutter in her chest arose, an unfamiliar feeling that surged within her, elusive yet distinctly present. She chose not to speak further, simply lying quietly on the bed. Perhaps due to the overwhelming silence, Xiao Muyu eventually found herself drifting toward sleep. However, in her drowsy state, she became aware of a ticking sound, distant yet occasionally feeling alarmingly close. In that hazy realm between consciousness and slumber, she wrestled with the urge to succumb to sleep, feeling an essential task left undone. Amidst this inner turmoil, the tether binding her awareness abruptly snapped, and Xiao Muyu was instantly awake, the once ethereal ticking sound transforming into a tangible noise in her ears. Indeed, she had not merely been muddled, there was truly a sound. It emanated from the direction of her bedside, or rather, from the room on the other side of the wall. Xiao Muyu felt her entire body tense, imagining the disconcerting reality of waking from a dream with another person present. Yet that person remained utterly silent, while an impossible sound echoed in her ear. Even the calmest of souls would find their heart racing in such a situation. Xiao Muyu refrained from calling out to Shen Qingqiu to check if she was awake. Suddenly, the sound of the shower ceased abruptly in the night, as if signaling an impending change. In the next moment, a celestial and melodious voice echoed through the air.
Kagomi kagomi.
Kagono nakanoto oliva. Xiao Muyu held her breath, her scalp prickling with an involuntary tension, sending shivers down her spine. The voice belonged to a gentle and endearing little girl, each note delivered with a soothing cadence, reminiscent of a child whispering in her mother's embrace as she drifts into slumber. The melody was undeniably enchanting, yet in the pitch darkness of this eerie orphanage, the lullaby's tenderness morphed into an overwhelming sense of dread, reverberating through the corridor, now distant, now near, like an enchanting yet sinister echo. It seemed to be a nursery rhyme, one that Xiao Muyu found vaguely familiar, but in that moment, she could not place it. Straining to listen intently, she endeavored to discern the lyrics. Upon the completion of the first verse, she surrendered, while she could comprehend English and French. The pronunciation was clearly a language unfamiliar to her, reminiscent of Japanese, which only heightened her agitation. Kagomi continued to play on, and Xiao Muyu distinctly felt the singer drawing closer. She fixed her gaze upon the doorway, almost visualizing the child standing just beyond it. After a brief pause, the voice shifted direction, moving right, and before Xiao Muyu could fully process the situation, Shen Qingqiu, who had seemed dead to the world, suddenly sat up. Xiao Muyu's heart stuttered, but with the haunting melody outside, she dared not speak, hastily following suit and sitting up. Shen Qingqiu had already thrown off the covers and descended from the bed. Her demeanor was evidently off, and disregarding her own rising fear. Xiao Muyu grasped Shen Qingqiu's hand. The coldness of her touch sent Xiao Muyu's heart plummeting into despair. She bit her lip, swiftly sliding her hand down to grip Shen Qingqiu's wrist. The pulse beneath her fingertips offered a moment of relief, yet before she could rejoice, Shen Qingqiu forcefully shook off her hand and strode towards the door. Xiao Muyu quickly followed, desperate to halt her, but Shen Qingqiu paid her no mind. Her strength formidable. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Muyu wrapped her arms around her, attempting to grab the bed sheet to bind her. But Shen Qingqiu easily pried her fingers apart. In that brief interval, Xiao Muyu composed herself amidst the initial panic. Shen Qingqiu's inexplicable urge to leave was undoubtedly linked to the nursery rhyme, and judging by her determination, she seemed resolute in her departure. Thus, pausing for 15 seconds would prove futile, wasting the opportunity to utilize their skills effectively. More pressing was the noise emanating from the neighboring room, more pronounced than her own predicament. Meanwhile, the sound of a door opening nearby indicated that the nursery rhyme had lured others out as well, not solely Shen Qingqiu. As her mind began to function again, Xiao Muyu felt a wave of calm wash over her. She understood now why Shen Qingqiu was acting this way. It appeared that the inevitable had finally arrived. With a creak, the door swung open, allowing a chilling wind to sweep in, carrying with it an eerie, haunting nursery rhyme. Concealed behind the door, Xiao Muyu discerned no figures, yet the melody resonated as it cascaded down the stairs. One by one, neighbors emerged from their rooms. Reminiscent of the reputed corpse-retrieving teams along the Xiang River, their movements devoid of spirit, as they followed the nursery rhyme's beckoning, descending the stairs in a trance-like procession. Xiao Muyu inhaled sharply. Her previous doubts had crystallized into understanding. Glancing next door, she beheld a shroud of darkness, yet amidst it, she could discern the outlines of several figures clad in white. 6 of the 8 had ventured out. As Shen Qingqiu began to drift away, Xiao Muyu disregarded Yang Rui and seamlessly merged into the line, numbly trailing behind them, step by step, to the rhythm of the haunting tune. She recalled distinctly that the lights were to be extinguished after 9 o'clock, yet the courtyard lights of the orphanage remained aglow. Stealthily, she shifted her position down the stairs, finding herself standing quietly behind Shen Qingqiu. The shadows of the group elongated beneath the dim streetlight, resembling gaunt, skeletal trees, their movements synchronized and unnervingly precise. While the nursery rhyme persisted until the leading figures came to a halt, Xiao Muyu observed as Shen Qingqiu and the others raised their heads in unison, gazing at an empty space ahead, as though something awaited them there. Straining her eyes, she saw nothing amiss. The unfolding situation left her no room for contemplation. She watched as the 6 formed a circle, and despite being among them, she felt an insurmountable distance from that formation, her expression shifting subtly in apprehension. In the next instant, the laughter of a little girl erupted above her, sweet and endearing yet piercing her eardrums like daggers, prompting her to realize that whatever lurked here had noticed her presence. Instinctively, she bent down, clutching her ears, the sharp pain radiating from deep within, overwhelming her senses and compelling her to kneel, yearning to crush her head against the ground. Through the agony, she glanced back to see Yang Rui descending, writhing in pain much like herself, while Shen Qingqiu and the others stood motionless like wooden puppets.
Xiao Muyu's spirits plummeted.
Her acute sensitivity to sound unveiled the source of her familiarity with the nursery rhyme, not merely the melody, but the timbre itself. Through gritted teeth, she managed to hiss, "Silence. Your laughter is unbearable." The little girl's laughter abruptly ceased, as if taken aback by a player daring to address her thus, momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, the girl shrieked sharply, and Xiao Muyu, despite the pain pallor on her face, remained resolute, her eyes aflame with defiance, continuing, with such a ghastly laugh. "You think yourself a pretty doll? Which doll would ever favor you? With my own abilities I descended. Why do you scream?" No sooner had she spoken than a chilling wind began to swirl around her, growing fiercer by the moment. The antique street lamp swayed violently, and the wind cut through Xiao Muyu's face with the sharpness of a blade. She could sense the fury of her opponent reaching a boiling point, the murderous intent palpable, yet tinged with an impatient, uncontrolled rage akin to that of a petulant child. Quietly, Xiao Muyu retrieved the revolving lantern, and as the fierce wind bore down upon her, she murmured, "Revolving lantern, let the light cease and the horse stand still." Upon concluding her incantation, she continued to provoke her adversary. "What good is your anger? The truth remains unchanged. Your desperate attempts to assert yourself reveal your insignificance and lack of affection." The child howled in outrage, entirely disregarding the lantern spinning in Xiao Muyu's grasp. The wind surged, enveloping Xiao Muyu, who was then forcefully thrown to the ground. At that moment, the lantern ceased its rotation upon hitting the earth, and although Xiao Muyu could not discern the child's appearance hidden within the tempest, she realized she could touch it. It was confined within the lantern's sphere of influence. Indeed, it was a child. The lantern's secondary ability only lasted 15 seconds, and without hesitation, Xiao Muyu seized the little specter and delivered a sharp blow to its backside. Xiao Muyu found herself at a dead end. All her actions were desperate gambles. The first gamble had paid off, yielding the answer she sought. The second was akin to courting death. With a flurry of slaps, each landing with a painful thud, her own hand grew numb, and as time raced forward, she produced a stopwatch just to be safe. Yet when the child regained mobility, instead of retaliating, it erupted into inconsolable tears. In the haze, Xiao Muyu could faintly discern the child's small silhouette, weeping in a most pitiful and aggrieved manner. Yang Rui, recovering from the excruciating pain, beheld this scene with wide-eyed astonishment, waves of shock and admiration washing over her. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Xiao Muyu slowly exhaled, her expression remaining stern and unyielding. "Stop crying. You have yet to fulfill your duty. What purpose does weeping serve? A child who recognizes their mistakes can amend them. I do not fall within your jurisdiction tonight. If you do not provoke me, I shall not torment you." Gradually, the child's sobs diminished, the occasional sniffle punctuating the silence, and indeed, she heeded Xiao Muyu's words and ceased her crying. The chilling wind began to subside. Still unable to discern the scene before her, Xiao Muyu cautiously retreated to the periphery illuminated by the street lamp, producing the raw rhinoceros horn she had drawn earlier and igniting it upon the lamp. In an instant, an unusual fragrance wafted from the burning horn, curling white smoke swirling before Xiao Muyu's eyes. In the haze, the surroundings began to shift and blur, the contours in the void gradually materializing. The child who had been weeping from Xiao Muyu's blows now revealed her corporeal form before her. Clad in disheveled clothing, her dirty little face bore an expression of innocent foolishness. However, compared to the vibrant vivacity seen in the daylight, the girl before her appeared pallid, with darkened eye sockets and devoid of any white in her eyes, presenting a rather frightening visage. Xiao Muyu's suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed the little ghost. However, at this moment, Xiao Muyu's heart raced uncontrollably, her hands and feet icy cold, not due to the revelation of Xiao Jiao's true nature, but rather because the 6 individuals surrounding her, Shen Qingqiu and the others, formed a circle with a considerable gap in the center. This empty space was eerily filled with dolls. Upon cursory inspection, precisely 8 of them. Each doll was a girl, roughly the size of a 1-year-old child, their skin an unnaturally pale white. The light cast peculiar shadows across their faces, and within their wide, dark eyes lay a hint of an unsettling smile. They sat silently, seemingly gazing straight ahead, yet Xiao Muyu felt as though they were scrutinizing her from all angles. When she ignited the horn of the rhinoceros, their collective gaze swiftly turned to her. This sensation sent chills down her spine. She nearly turned away. But an unfamiliar voice within urged her to display no fear before them, nor to flee, for doing so would seal her fate that night. Thus, despite her back being drenched in sweat, Xiao Muyu stood upright, meeting their gaze without a hint of retreat. Before she could even relax, one of the dolls suddenly levitated and landed directly in front of Zhao Wenlong, grinning ominously at him, a sight truly horrifying. Simultaneously, Xiao Muyu noticed that the 6 had become conscious, exchanging swift glances. Except for Shen Qingqiu, the others turned as pale as ghosts, particularly Zhao Wenlong, who bore the brunt of the encounter, his expression twisted in terror, his voice choked, leaving him only able to mouth silent screams, his legs trembling uncontrollably as if he were on the verge of fainting. They stood merely 7 or 8 meters from Xiao Muyu, yet she could hear not a sound. She observed Shen Qingqiu surveying the surroundings, yet he failed to see her. A realization dawned upon her. Shen Qingqiu and the others were confined within a space, severed from the outside world. In an instant, She witnessed the terrified Xiao Wenlong being thrust into the circle, his remaining eye filled with dread, his gaze grasping at the other 5 like a creature with tentacles, pleading for help, prompting the others to avert their eyes in pity, yet none could rescue him. The floating doll wore a vacant expression, its golden hair cascading to its waist, braided into a long plait adorned with a pink bow at the end. It pointed at the other 7 dolls, introducing each. This is Xiao Yi, that is Xiao Er, she is Xiao San, and I am Xiao Ba. Tonight, we shall engage in a particularly delightful game. The rules being to guess who is behind you.
Ha ha ha.
If you guess correctly, you may evade calamity. Guessing correctly, hee we still need more dolls.
Hee hee.
It could not contain its laughter, appearing utterly delighted. Oh, and the audience must adhere to the rules. Anyone who dares to speak a warning will face dire consequences, far worse than death. After its laughter subsided, it threatened the others with a manic demeanor, embodying the very essence of a malevolent spirit. A vague statement deepened the sense of dread. Xiao Muyu observed Shen Qingqiu furrowing his brow, while Xiao Wenlong's expression transitioned from panic to an even deeper fear. Suddenly, his wide eyes, which had been opened in terror, shut abruptly, his demeanor completely unraveling as he crouched down, clutching his head and trembling. The nursery rhyme Kagomi Kagomi began to play once more, sung by the little girl. As she sang, 8 dolls began to encircle Xiao Wenlong, not seated but, like children, joyfully holding hands and skipping along to the melody. The laughter of boys and girls, filled with childish delight, erupted from their lips, dispelling the earlier silence. Amidst the innocent laughter of the children, Xiao Wenlong's agonized cries were also distinctly audible. This stark contrast evoked a sense of despair. The nursery rhyme continued, and as the final line was sung, all the dolls halted, silent yet gleaming with excitement, particularly one behind him that stared intently at Xiao Wenlong, as if eyeing a delicacy. The scene illuminated Xiao Muyu's understanding. She realized that these dolls were inviting them to play a game, akin to the Chinese game of drop the handkerchief. Suddenly, she recalled why the nursery rhyme seemed so familiar. She had heard of this ancient Japanese nursery rhyme before, which accompanied a game. A group of children would select one to be the ghost, blindfolded and standing in the center, spinning as the song played. When the music ceased, they would stop, and the blindfolded one would attempt to guess who stood behind them. If they guessed correctly, the identified person would become the next ghost. If not, they would remain in the role. Xiao Muyu was unaware of the specific punishment the dolls had devised for Xiao Wenlong that had driven him to such despair. But she knew it was far more severe than merely continuing as the ghost. The dolls' resentful yet excited voices chimed in. Time's up. Guess who is behind you? I don't know, please tell me, someone, please. He cried, his voice hoarse as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the other 5 stood frozen, unable to make a sound, too fearful to risk their lives. No one in this world would unconditionally aid another. In Chapter 49, The Orphan's Grudge, Part 9. Shen Qingqiu displayed no trace of emotion, nor did his gaze fall upon Xiao Wenlong. Instead, he meticulously examined the doll behind Jia. With golden, curly hair and large, jet-black eyes, the light from the street lamp reflected oddly in its right eye. Time's up, the little girl's endearing voice grew urgent. Guess quickly, or you're finished. Xiao Wenlong, having been the first chosen, was exceedingly unfortunate. The fear of the unknown initially disoriented him, causing him to squander precious time. Trembling under the ultimatum issued by the little girl, he finally blurted out the name of a doll, Xiao Ba. He was utterly at a loss, compelled to choose the first doll that had selected him and utter an answer. Among the 8 dolls, if the game was designed for the one playing the role of the ghost to seek a substitute, might it not be inferred that the person chosen to be the ghost was, in fact, the substitute? Thus, by naming the little 8, could he not elude disaster? Alas! How unfortunate, for you have erred. Xiao Wenlong felt as though he was suffocating, his last glimmer of hope shattered by the voice behind him, which was distinctly different from that of little 8. Instantly, he sank to his knees, his face ashen. The other 5 watched him, sprawled in the center, their emotions a tumultuous mix. Each trigger of death echoed their own impending fate, resonating deeply within them. In the next moment, the doll hovering behind Xiao Wenlong descended, grinning broadly as it extended its hand. Just as it was about to make its move, an unexpected turn of events occurred. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Wenlong, who appeared resigned to his fate, suddenly sprang to his feet. With a swift tug and flick of his right hand, a black line materialized in the air. With remarkable precision, the black ink line struck the back of the doll's hand. Shen Qingqiu, with keen eyes, recognized that Xiao Wenlong wielded a chalk line, a prop card he possessed. The mark left by the ink line demonstrated considerable power. Black smoke erupted from the doll's hand, accompanied by a hissing sound, causing it to wail in pain as it rolled on the ground. Jia Wenlong, having retracted the chalk line, unleashed another thread, sending the 8 dolls scattering in fright.
Yet,
Despite the chalk line's formidable strength, its usage was evidently limited. After repelling the 8 dolls, Jia Wenlong found himself devoid of options. He turned to flee, only to collide with an invisible wall, crashing heavily to the ground. The 8 dolls encircled him, incessantly chanting, bad guy, you all shall become dolls. You shall become dolls. Lying on the ground, Jia Wenlong frantically rubbed his legs against the earth, shaking his head as he murmured, no, this is unfair. I did nothing wrong, I did not. In the next instant, the doll that had sustained injury from Jia Wenlong coldly smacked him on the shoulder, expecting a dreadful consequence. He was taken aback when, after that single slap, the doll vanished instantaneously. Not only it, but the remaining 7 dolls disappeared as well. Just then, the distant chimes from the orphanage rooftop resonated, tolling 12 times, each sound echoing like a death knell, yet heralding a glimmer of hope. With the stroke of midnight, the game unexpectedly concluded, and tonight's victim was Jia Wenlong, though at that moment, he appeared not yet to be a victim. As the clock's chimes faded, Shen Qingqiu immediately spotted Xiao Muyu outside, who had previously been nowhere to be seen. Her heart sank. She had just been relieved that 2 individuals were absent, Xiao Muyu and Yang Rui, who had not partaken in the feast. Now, upon seeing her, Shen Qingqiu felt an inexplicable urgency. Could it be that Xiao Muyu had observed the entire ordeal? Yet, how could the ghost doll permit an outsider to witness? The others, too, had noticed her along with Yang Rui, who dared to emerge from the shadows at that moment. Shen Qingqiu approached Xiao Muyu step by step, whispering, how did you come out? Is everything all right? Xiao Muyu shook her head, then glanced at the 5 individuals behind her. Is everyone okay? She inquired, pressing her lips together before continuing, at least you are safe for now. You should remain vigilant. With dawn approaching, you may find safety for another day. At that moment, he was in a state of mental collapse, failing to notice the blood-red handprint glaring on his shoulder, akin to a death omen. The group ascended the stairs in silence, the solitary streetlight in the courtyard flickering like a solitary eye in the darkness, observing all that transpired within. At this moment, Ho Liang, who shared a room with Jia Wenlong, stood at the doorway after escorting Jia inside, yet he did not enter. He silently gazed at Jia, who returned his stare. From the very first second of consciousness upon entering, Jia had seen Ho Liang, which was the reason they chose to share the same room. In truth, they had no prior connection, having spent merely a few hours together, yet their simultaneous presence in this unfamiliar environment had forged a slight bond. Others understood why Ho Liang hesitated to enter. Even if they had their own thoughts, they comprehended the situation. After all, Jia Wenlong now resembled a marked soul, and approaching him signified courting danger and fear. Jia himself was acutely aware of his state. He felt like a sprout unearthed in winter, battered and devoid of vitality. His face pale and frostbitten, exuding an air of desolation. His lips quivered for a moment before he murmured, I understand your feelings. You should go and sleep with Liu Peihuang and Huang Junfeng. I will be fine alone. Ho Liang regarded him, his throat constricting before he finally bowed his head and muttered, I'm sorry. Jia Wenlong managed a bitter smile. What is there to be sorry for? Please close the door on your way out. Once the door was shut, Ho Liang lingered at the entrance for a long while before limping into Hu Shun and the others' room. Xiao Muyu surveyed the situation outside before closing the door. Shen Qingqiu stood behind her, fixated on her. Holding the lantern, Xiao Muyu met her gaze briefly before looking away, softly saying, You must be tired. You should rest early. Shen Qingqiu sat on the bed and, after Xiao Muyu climbed under the covers, slowly began. Will you not tell me what has transpired? Xiao Muyu glanced at her. What could have happened? I do not believe it permissible for you 2 uninvolved parties to observe while the 6 of us engage in a game. She focused on the revolving lantern set aside, its glow expanding as Xiao Muyu targeted something. Xiao Muyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Shen Qingqiu to inquire about that. After a pause, she did not withhold the truth, recounting how she had followed and confronted Xiao Jiao. Despite the limited illumination, she distinctly sensed Shen Qingqiu's expression grow colder and the atmosphere thicken after her account. She found herself perplexed, or rather, she understood Shen Qingqiu's emotions, but could not grasp the source of such feelings. Over there, Shen Qingqiu clenched her teeth and spoke with a grave tone. You are being utterly reckless. This course of action is far too perilous. What if there were not just Xiao Jiao, but also the 8 other dolls turning against you? Not only would you fail to complete the game, but you might not even survive the night. Furthermore, merely because you heard a voice resembling Xiao Jiao's and based on your superficial acquaintance with her, you dare to strike her? You are being exceedingly impulsive. Shen Qingqiu's tone was somewhat stern, laced with an undertone of admonishment. Xiao Muyu, upon hearing this, did not respond favorably, retorting coldly, "If you dare to wield a weapon against a ghost, why should I not confront her?" Shen Qingqiu. While I have teamed up with you, that does not grant you the authority to make decisions on my behalf, nor does it give you the right to reprimand me. Shen Qingqiu's expression stiffened. She seemed poised to reply, a hint of frustration flickering across her face before she fell silent. Xiao Muyu, taken aback, recognized that her own emotions had spiraled somewhat out of control. She surmised that Shen Qingqiu's reaction stemmed from concern for her, a realization that left her feeling uncomfortable. Reminiscent of the earlier moment when Shen Qingqiu had rescued her, which only intensified her reluctance to remain in a team with her. However, being inherently composed, she soon recognized the impropriety of their quarrel. As teammates, it was unwise to engage in discord under such circumstances. Taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. "You unilaterally decided to take risks for me, justifying it by saying that if something were to happen to you, I could still save you. I dislike being indebted to others. The only reason I have managed to navigate through this game is because of your assistance. Therefore, as your teammate, I cannot simply remain complacent while you are ensnared by this nursery rhyme." The decision to strike her was driven by necessity. She had discovered my intentions, and failing to act would have led to no better outcome. With Xiao Muyu's intellect and insight, it was inconceivable that she would be unaware of how a normal person could blend among their group of controlled beings while deceiving those little ghosts. Yet, she still descended into the fray, even more aggressively than Yang Rui. After much contemplation, she concluded that Xiao Muyu's urgency had prompted her actions. The previously agitated Shen Qingqiu felt soothed by her own deduction, unable to refrain from flashing a smile at Xiao Muyu. "Oh, I see. Your intelligence and composure, coupled with your reluctance to owe anyone a favor, compelled you to take risks to save me. I understand now. I truly appreciate you, Muyu. You are an exceptional teammate, and I feel immensely fortunate to be bound to you." She blinked, her tone oddly emphasized, reminiscent of a seductive vixen, leaving Xiao Muyu feeling uncomfortable all over. Moreover, her tone was oddly sarcastic, which inexplicably irritated her. "Speak properly. Do not distort your voice." Shen Qingqiu raised her brows and lay sideways, still fixating on Xiao Muyu with an expression that seemed mischievous. In the past, Xiao Muyu would have found this irksome, yet now, she found Shen Qingqiu's demeanor far more agreeable than her previous coldness. "By the way, Muyu, do you think there is something amiss with this instance? The game has commenced, yet there has been no announcement. Also, I recall the title of this instance is Orphanage, correct? Initially, I assumed the story unfolded in the Renai orphanage, hence the name. However, those dolls exude an overwhelming resentment. It seems it should be titled Orphan's Grievance instead." Xiao Muyu was momentarily taken aback by Shen Qingqiu's peculiar line of reasoning. Indeed, she had unconsciously accepted the name of this instance as Orphanage, as Orphan's Grievance seemed more fitting to the context. However, such a phonetic error should be inconsequential. Before she could fully articulate her thoughts, a chime sounded, signaling the activation of the system. The notification declared that the true name of the instance had been recognized, successfully activating Instance 003, Orphan's Grievance, along with its primary storyline quest. Xiao Muyu and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual disdain and disbelief. Despite the system's vexatious nature, they had to endure for the sake of completing the quest and awaited its further instructions. The main quest for Instance 003, Orphan's Grievance, had commenced. Uncover the hidden secrets of the orphanage. Quest difficulty, A level, time limit, 4 days. Exploration would be evaluated based on individual contributions, determining the final score. The conditions for successfully completing this instance were as follows. First, achieve a score of 70 points. Second, survive until the conclusion of the instance. Failure would result in being transformed into a doll, remaining trapped within the instance. Finally, grasping the mechanics of this instance. It appeared that while different, the types shared certain patterns. This Orphan's Grievance bore similarities to the human skin manner, with perilous room numbers akin to an escape room scenario. Shen Qingqiu adopted a serious demeanor and spoke. "On the first day, we merely acquainted ourselves with the individuals involved, lacking any critical information. However, since our objective is to reveal the secrets of the Renai orphanage, we should have already completed part of the task." Xiao Muyu meticulously reviewed the people they had encountered and the events they had experienced, furrowing her brow. Shen Qingqiu quickly discerned what Xiao Muyu was alluding to. "Are you referring to your discovery that Xiao Jiao is not human?" "Indeed, but it goes beyond that. The orphanage harbors 8 ghostly dolls that, under the cover of night, entice players to partake in a game called Caged Bird. This should certainly be regarded as part of the orphanage's secrets. Why has the system not mentioned this?" Shen Qingqiu was momentarily stunned. Caged Bird? However, Before she could inquire further, a simultaneous chime resonated in their minds. The system had not announced anything, but each individual discovered something new on their respective interface. It was a sheet of paper, the title of which read, Instance 003, Orphan's Grievance, Main Quest Progress Overview. At that moment, lines of text began to appear on the once blank page. Location, Renei Orphanage. Current characters, Director, Chu Mu Shi, Gatekeeper. Old Saying, Cafeteria Auntie.
Orphans, Xia Yia, Xia Mi, Xia Han.
Total number of individuals. The two quickly skimmed through the text, finding themselves at a loss for words. It is quite meticulous. Shen Qingqiu couldn't help but scoff, noting that the names they did not know were obscured by asterisks. But what does the question mark next to the total number of individuals signify? They continued to read. And the symbol resembling an input marker skipped several lines before finally revealing a new line of text. Xiao Jiao, a little girl with a profound affection for dolls, once an orphan at Renei Orphanage, possesses the ability to sing Caged Bird. She is not human, innocent, prone to tears, and quick to laughter. Following a moment of silence, a line of text appeared. The orphanage harbors vengeful spirits. 8 ghostly dolls select players to partake in the game Caged Bird. Those who fail will be transformed into dolls. The expressions of the two changed upon reading this, realizing that Jiao Wenlong could not possibly escape his fate. Meanwhile, their interfaces flickered. Xiao Muyu noticed a silent notification from the system. Player Xiao Muyu has uncovered a significant secret. The adorable child, Xiao Jiao, is, in fact, a ghost. Earned 5 points. Player Xiao Muyu has discovered the ghost doll incident and the game Caged Bird, earning 10 points. Main quest progress, 10. Xiao Muyu furrowed her brow as she examined her interface, while Shen Qingqiu spoke gravely, inquiring about her own progress and total points. Xiao Muyu displayed her interface for Shen Qingqiu to see. Shen Qingqiu paused momentarily, then understood. Indeed, they were calculating their points independently. Their investigations were similar. But while Xiao Muyu received no points for discovering Xiao Jiao's ghostly nature, Shen Qingqiu had points for the 8 dolls and Caged Bird. Xiao Muyu pondered. Does this mean that once one learns a key plot point, it will appear on the paper but points awarded depend on personal contribution? You were ensnared by the song. Xiao Jiao was absent at the game's onset, so had I not mentioned this, you would have remained unaware. Now that I have enlightened you, it is displayed, but no points are awarded. The doll incident was not divulged by me, hence the points remain unchanged, correct? Shen Qingqiu gazed at her with a smile, causing Xiao Muyu to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Shen Qingqiu, reclining with her right hand propping her chin, playfully remarked, I simply cannot help but marvel at your intelligence. Her demeanor and charm were strikingly alluring, leaving Xiao Muyu unwilling to meet her gaze, instead focusing on the ceiling. Your acknowledgement of my deduction indicates your certainty of the answer. Why flatter me when you might as well praise yourself? Shen Qingqiu chuckled, glancing at her own interface, and cheerfully replied, because I have earned 12 points. This statement seemed somewhat nonsensical, yet Xiao Muyu quickly grasped its implication, turning to look at her. Is your information more extensive than mine? You see, isn't that clever? Although I gained 2 additional points, it still appears to be a crucial clue. Perhaps at tomorrow's meal, we can see if you can activate it. She examined Xiao Muyu's interface and points, then noticed a new entry on her own, confirming the rules of point accumulation and exploration.
Yet,
Xiao Muyu's ability to intuitively arrive at the answer, based solely on their shared information and differing points, was remarkably astute. Currently, she refrained from sharing her discovery with Shen Qingqiu, knowing that doing so would cost Xiao Muyu those 2 points. Since there was no urgency, she opted to provide a subtle hint, allowing Shen Qingqiu to uncover it herself. Xiao Muyu undoubtedly comprehended her intentions. Lying on the bed, she murmured, the orphanage's expanse is not insignificant, and the characters and plot are evidently far more intricate. If they do not cooperate, they are bound to overlook numerous details, or worse, share information blindly without grasping the rules, potentially leading to dire consequences. Thus, she resolved to clarify matters with them first thing in the morning. It is quite late, time to rest. Xiao Muyu reached out to extinguish the lantern, and the meager light abruptly vanished, engulfed by the encroaching night. Having just endured a bizarre and terrifying game, she felt that she might very well be the next victim. Yet, Shen Qingqiu remained remarkably composed. The figure beside her, whose features were indistinguishable, had inexplicably become her subconscious source of solace. This left Shen Qingqiu feeling somewhat perplexed. This was not right. She must not truly immerse herself in the game. In the midst of such tumultuous thoughts, the two drifted into slumber, and the latter half of the night passed without incident. However, at dawn, all were startled awake by a man's panicked and distraught voice. Xiao Mu suddenly opened her eyes, exchanged a glance with Shen Qingqiu, and hastily threw off the covers, grabbing her clothes before rushing out. There was no need to discern the source of the voice. Without hesitation, they made their way to the second room on their right, which belonged to Zhao Wenlong. Soon, the others emerged from their rooms, witnessing Hou Yang kneeling on the floor, gazing at the bed with an expression of both terror and rage. The blanket had been pulled back at one corner, the mattress slightly elevated, yet the shape was unmistakably not that of an adult man. Xiao Muyu stepped forward, but as she reached out, Shen Qingqiu held her back, swiftly pulling the blanket aside and urging Xiao Muyu to step back. A gasp of shock accompanied by stifled sobs erupted from behind them. As they beheld the situation before them, both furrowed their brows in unison. Lying on the bed was not Zhao Wenlong, but rather a doll. Unlike the female dolls they had seen the previous night, this one was a short-haired boy, adorned with an eye patch, clearly a cyclops. The doll was clothed in the very garments Zhao Wenlong had worn the day prior. Shen Qingqiu approached for a closer inspection. The blood-red handprint on the doll's right shoulder had darkened to black. In a solemn tone, she remarked, "This must be Zhao Wenlong. He has truly become a doll." What a wretched game. Hou Yang erupted in hysteria, covering his face as tears streamed down. The thought of Zhao Wenlong's incredulous demeanor the night before, coupled with his choked gratitude just before sleep, filled Hou Yang with profound sorrow. Upon waking this morning, I sensed something was amiss with his bed. Upon lifting the covers, I discovered he had transformed into a doll. Hou Yang trailed off, burying his head in despair. Xiao Muyu, keen-eyed, approached and retrieved a card from beneath the pillow at Hou Yang's bedside. Glancing at it, she was momentarily taken aback. She cast a sidelong glance at the two and then scrutinized the disheveled Hou Yang, who appeared oblivious to her finding. Xiao Muyu approached and handed him the card, gently patting his shoulder. "This must be what he left for you." When Hou Yang lifted his gaze and beheld the card in Xiao Muyu's hand, he was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he turned to look at the doll on the bed, tears cascading down his face as he clutched the prop card given to him by Zhao Wenlong, his back trembling in silence. In that instant, the room fell into a heavy silence, filled with a complex blend of emotions, wonder, astonishment, envy, each person grappling with their own sentiments. After a considerable time, the others gradually departed, leaving Hou Yang alone in the room. Once Shen Qingqiu stepped outside, she clicked her tongue and remarked, "I never anticipated that these two shared such a bond." Hou Yang's audacity to remain by Zhao Wenlong's side speaks volumes of his courage and loyalty. Moreover, Zhao Wenlong's decision to gift his prop to Hou Yang in advance indicates an awareness of his impending fate. In the face of death, he chose to act with kindness. These two truly stand out. After observing her for a while, Shen Qingqiu quickened her pace, approaching Xiao Muyu, and inquired, "Do you think I possess any humanity?" Xiao Muyu cast her a sidelong glance before returning her gaze to the front, nonchalantly replying, "As for humanity, I cannot say. But your cunning nature is unmistakable." In an instant, the smile faded from Shen Qingqiu's face, her expression turning icy and devoid of warmth, as if the charming figure from moments ago had been replaced by a specter. After casting a cold glance at the two, she descended the stairs with a palpable chill. Yang Rui could not help but whisper, "It seems they are indeed a pair, each wearing a mask." Reflecting on Xiao Muyu's boldness from the previous night, when she had bravely confronted the ghost, admiration filled her otherwise expressionless face. Upon descending, Xiao Muyu glanced at the duty room on the first floor. Noticing through the window's gap that it was already vacant, old Sang had presumably left. The rain that had just ceased the previous night began to fall once more, a gentle patter indicating that the weather for the remaining days would likely be rainy. Now it was 7 o'clock. As she had just come down, they could hear the commotion from the third floor. The children were stirring awake. The group, in silent agreement, refrained from disturbing them, opting instead to gather in the lobby as they composed themselves. Shen Qingqiu settled back into her seat, clearly unwilling to initiate conversation. Considering the time, Xiao Muyu addressed the group directly, stating, "We should all be somewhat aware of the current situation. The mission has been assigned, and each of us is cognizant of our progress. However, I must clarify one point. Our conjecture suggests that the acquisition of points is directly linked to our exploration progress. Yet it does not imply that if one person discovers something first, others are deprived of the opportunity to score. Therefore, I hope everyone can refrain from being overly cautious against one another. Unless absolutely necessary, do not casually share the answers you uncover during your explorations. If the information is relayed by others rather than discovered independently, your progress may advance, but your points will be forfeited. I trust you understand my meaning." At this statement, several expressions shifted subtly, revealing their newfound understanding. It became clear that the condition for clearing the instance required 70 points, while knowledge of secrets was undeniably significant. Accumulating points was equally crucial. Are you certain? Liu Pei, who had remained silent in the corner, suddenly spoke up. Absolutely. And what is your reasoning? Xiao Muyu cast a glance at him, and before she could utter a word, Shen Qingqiu cheekily interjected, as her teammate, I am privy to her control panel. And she indeed informed us that I did not score. I presume you are in the same predicament. Furthermore, I have discovered a piece of information that none of you have noticed. Would you like me to share it directly? Upon hearing this, Huang Junfeng hastily nudged Liu Pei under the table. Liu Pei, rendered speechless by Shen Qingqiu's retort, could only simmer in silence as those around him shot him knowing glances, prompting him to quell his indignation. Zhang Yangfeng, eager to contribute, asserted, I believe Miss Xiao. My progress record contains, aside from the obvious information, 2 details previously unknown to us. However, only one of them adds to our score. As for the matter regarding that child, we indeed heard it from Miss Xiao. Zhang Yangfeng's words resonated with the others, leading them to reluctantly accept the truth. Huang Junfeng, with a radiant smile, asked eagerly, May I be so bold as to inquire, Miss Shen, what is the nature of that information? A hint, perhaps? Since Miss Muyu just advised against mutual suspicion, I shall grant you a hint. This piece of information is not critical, merely worth 2 points, and pertains to what you consumed last night. While her interlocutors met her gaze, one among them, in a grave tone, interjected, though the issue of points is significant, the immediate priority is not the exploration of progress, but survival. Xiao Muyu's words laid bare the fears that haunted them all, causing even the perpetually cheerful Huang Junfeng to pale. Will this game continue tonight? Only 6 participated yesterday. How many will join tonight? What are the conditions for triggering it? Zhang Yangfeng voiced his pressing concerns, and nearly everyone turned their eyes toward Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu, unconsciously relying on Xiao Muyu's leadership. This was undoubtedly a matter of collective concern, yet regrettably, they currently had no leads. Even if they discerned a potential triggering event today, the dilemma of whether to act upon it loomed large. Xiao Muyu's clarity was striking, effectively shutting down that avenue of thought. Thus, when the group fell into silence, she spoke, rather than contemplating how to evade the game. It would be more prudent to devise a strategy to navigate through it. Do you truly believe that last night's game was merely a matter of fate, relying on chance for survival? In contrast to Xiao Muyu's objective composure, Shen Qingqiu's words were less melodious, delivered with a cold detachment meant to provoke. Although her remarks lacked charm, those with intellect absorbed them nonetheless. Are you suggesting that you've discerned a clue? Liu Pei queried, somewhat skeptically. Yet, before Shen Qingqiu could respond, he shook his head. Observations yield conclusions, but they require validation. It's merely a case study. Even if something is uncovered, how can it be verified? If a game occurs today and one is chosen, who would dare risk their life to test it? Xiao Muyu shot him a glance and replied coolly, We are merely positing hypotheses and providing rationale. The choice is yours to make. Should you be selected and possess a superior solution, you need not gamble your life to validate it. Upon concluding her statement, she averted her gaze from Liu Pei and instead fixed her attention on Shen Qingqiu. Having observed from a distance the previous evening, her perspective was limited, lacking the meticulous detail that Shen Qingqiu possessed. Though Shen Qingqiu appeared indifferent and unconcerned, her thoughts were remarkably astute. It was said that she resembled a siren, not merely in her appearance, but in her cunning intellect as well. I shall only provide supplementary insights. The rest is best understood by my companion Muyu. Yet, her lethargy had resurfaced, rendering her reluctant to engage in conversation. Leaning against a chair with an air of aloofness, she bore a placid expression, internally lamenting the situation. Who is it that belonged to her? Do you believe that the first person chosen for the game is fortunate or unfortunate? Muyu wasted no time in posing a question seemingly evident to even the simplest mind.
Why?
In this initial round, no one was aware of the circumstances. The situation had unfolded swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving them terrified after grasping the game's rules. It was impossible for them to deliberate on why he was selected or what the doll behind him might signify. It was purely a gamble of chance. With 8 options available, the probability of demise was virtually absolute. As Huang Junfeng finished articulating his thoughts, Muyu nodded and glanced at the others. So, you all believe the first individual is at a disadvantage, essentially walking to their doom, correct? All except Shen Qingqiu nodded in agreement. On what grounds? Muyu suddenly posed a forward inquiry, catching them off guard, evoking memories of Jia Wenlong's desperate cries from the previous night. On what grounds? While the other 5 remained momentarily stunned, Yang Rui quickly grasped the implication, hesitating before stating, Miss Xiao, you mean this defies logic and is exceedingly unjust to Jia Wenlong, correct? Indeed. Although this game was merciless and often disregarded reason, it should still afford participants a sliver of hope. The underlying principle remained. Even in a supernatural scenario, intellect was invaluable. Thus, survival could not solely hinge upon luck. Furthermore, while the game appeared inequitable to us, it should maintain fairness among the players, regardless of who entered. The first individual bore no culpability in the absence of specific triggering conditions. Drawing a breath, her voice softened. Yesterday, everyone acted uniformly, leaving no remnants. There was no justification for Jia Wenlong's demise. However, someone had to be the first, leading me to surmise that there were indeed hints within the game last night. Jia Wenlong was simply too panicked to notice. Moreover, there must have been a rationale for his selection. She cast a glance at Ho Liang, her peripheral vision skimming over Shen Qingqiu, a hint of concern evident in her eyes. Just as the group sighed in disappointment, Shen Qingqiu interjected, "I know." "You know? What is it?" Ho Liang's expression tightened, his neck instinctively craning forward. The shock of Jia Wenlong's death had profoundly affected him. As he heard this revelation, an indescribable sensation stirred within him, fueling his desire for an answer. Shen Qingqiu remained unchanged by his agitation. She merely cast a glance at Ho Liang, then at herself, and posed an entirely unrelated question. "Have you ever wondered why, since none of us made a mistake, the first round specifically targeted Jia Wenlong? Or rather, why individuals of his ilk?" At that moment, the subtle nuances of Shen Qingqiu's gaze and words connected in Ho Liang's mind, causing him to collapse into his chair, visibly trembling and restless. "So, are you suggesting that the three of us were all chosen yesterday?" Shen Qingqiu nodded, revealing a perceptiveness that indicated those who could navigate through two challenges were indeed fewer than the fools found in novice levels. "Are you implying that the dolls from last night had issues with their eyes? Each of you possessed distinctive traits, making it easy to identify your corresponding dolls, thus marking you as part of the first batch?" Huang Junfeng, taken aback, quickly recalled the words of Xiao Muyu during dinner last night, causing her hair to stand on end. Indeed, 8 players, 8 children, 8 dolls. Even the dimmest among us would make the connection. Moreover, Muyu had previously stated that injuries would unfairly diminish combat strength, yet it now appeared that such injuries rendered their traits more conspicuous, facilitating the identification of which child one was meant to replace. Last night, when Jia Wenlong participated in the game, his corresponding child was absent, so one could have discerned. Under the streetlight, that right opposite him was a doll clad in a pink dress with golden hair, perpetually tilting its head, one eye gleaming while the other was dull and lifeless. I had glanced at the other dolls, all of which sparkled with vitality. Unfortunately, Jia Wenlong was too far away, and I dared not assert anything. By the time that doll stood behind him, I found myself at a loss for words. Ho Liang's expression froze. He too recognized the anomaly among the 8 dolls, and though terrified, he endeavored to scrutinize their differences. However, to be fair, in such an environment, observing living beings was challenging enough, let alone dolls that appeared nearly identical at first glance. Not to mention that the gaze of those few dolls was utterly terrifying. Who would dare to look? Lu Pei, standing beside Jia Wenlong, exhibited a peculiar countenance. After a moment, he muttered, "What she said is accurate. I saw it too. Yet I only glanced briefly and didn't think much of it until you mentioned it, and indeed, it is as you say. At present, we must address 2 matters. First, to clarify the characteristics of each doll, requiring each of you to articulate your observations clearly. Second, to locate your corresponding doll," Xiao Muyu succinctly summarized. Ho Liang was momentarily taken aback, his earlier agitation dissipated, and a glimmer of hope returned to his eyes, only for Shen Qingqiu's words to shatter his dreams once more. "It sounds simple, but if that were the case, wouldn't this challenge be excessively easy for us? What would it mean for Jia Wenlong?" She slightly lowered her gaze and coldly remarked, "According to the principle of fairness, the information we can acquire is the most abundant, which implies that if someone is to be eliminated tonight, the likelihood falls upon the 2 of us. Even with hints, it would be impossible to deduce as plainly as Jia Wenlong did." This statement sent a shiver down Ho Liang's spine, causing his fingers to tremble. He struggled to swallow, his expression stiff, and after a long pause he stuttered, "What if we are eliminated without any direct hints?" Huang Junfeng scratched his head and mused, "I just feel it must be either yellow or brown. Where does this linen color even come from?" Upon hearing this, the ladies present fell into a mutual silence, for indeed, unless the hair color was particularly outrageous, these gentlemen seemed to perceive only 3 shades, yellow, brown, and black. "Very well, it must be brown. Can you discern if any of them resemble it?" In an effort not to disturb others' choices, Xiao Muyu refrained from describing the doll. There were 3 with brown hair, all donned in identical attire, their shoes matching in hue as well. Moreover, Each doll bore a porcelain complexion, delicate lips, large eyes, and long lashes, all remarkably alike. At the time, we were nearly terrified by the doll. How could we possibly recall its appearance? Zhang Yangfeng remained silent, his handsome brows furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, he hesitantly remarked, I actually saw it quite clearly. The doll's clothing was somewhat dirty, but its face was quite fair, with slightly disheveled hair that was tangled. Wasn't there a strand twisted near the left ear? Shen Qingqiu quickly interjected. Zhang Yangfeng gestured to indicate the direction, confidently correcting, no. It was on the right side. As their hearts collectively sank, Shen Qingqiu chuckled. Yes, indeed, there was a tangle of hair, and it was on the right. Are you trying to be amusing? Lu Pei couldn't help but complain. How did you end up discussing Xiao Jiao's doll again? Do you know who corresponds to Xiao Jiao? Huang Junfeng was now utterly bewildered. So we must identify those 8 dolls and match each to an individual, correct? Yang Rui's eyes sparkled with realization, her usually reticent nature giving way to a rapid and eager speech as she looked at Xiao Muyu with bright eyes. Chapter 52, The Orphan's Grievance, Part 12. Xiao Muyu nodded, while Shen Qingqiu tilted her head, internally lamenting that they were finally cleared of suspicion. One must admit that being with exceptionally intelligent people often makes one feel as though the surrounding individuals are lacking in intellect. I understand now. If Jia Wenlong is the first player, and his disadvantage is so apparent, then even if the game does not indicate whom he corresponds to, or which doll might be his, it will provide clear clues. However, even for Miss Shun and Ho Liang, the game would not offer such obvious hints. Huang Junfeng also caught on, furrowing his brow as he continued. Therefore, the players correspond to the 8 orphans, and the 8 orphans correspond to the dolls. This implies that, for the sake of fairness, Miss Shun and Ho Liang must have already identified their respective children. Thus, either their dolls are exceedingly difficult to find, or there simply isn't enough time to search. Am I correct? That is highly probable. Xiao Muyu cast a glance at Shen Qingqiu, sensing the imminent danger that awaited him this night. Yet, this individual appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of calmness. Time was of the essence. They needed to engage with the children swiftly to ascertain their true natures. However, the realization that the little girl, Xiao Jiao, was not human left Huang Junfeng feeling a chill run down his spine. Although he had previously sensed something amiss with her, the confirmation of her non-human identity, mingling among others, filled him with unease. In his mind, Xiao Muyu synthesized the statements made by the group. There were 8 dolls in total. 2 with golden hair, Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba. 3 had brown hair, Xiao Er, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Qi, while the remaining 3, with black hair, were Xiao Yi, Xiao San, and Xiao Si, all adorned in similar princess dresses. He hadn't paid much attention to their shoes, but they likely wore leather ones. To reiterate the more distinctive features, Xiao Er's hair was intricately styled into a ponytail, adorned with a handmade bracelet of uncertain material. Xiao Ba, the one who had pushed Jia Wenlong forward, stood out with a long braid tied with a bow. The doll that had truly stood behind Jia Wenlong last night was Xiao Lu, the other with golden hair. The rest were difficult to distinguish due to the tension of the moment and the angle from which they were viewed. Thus, the most prominent features belonged to Xiao Ba, as it had been the one to present Xiao Lu with a substitute, rendering it the most recognizable. Next was Xiao Er, identifiable by its unique bracelet, which was absent among the other dolls. Zhang Yangfeng regarded Xiao Muyu with profound admiration, impressed by his ability to extract key information succinctly. When Xiao Ba introduced its companions, the dolls were disorganized, each only recalling the characteristics of those they had seen, struggling to remember who was who. Yet, Xiao Muyu recounted each doll with remarkable clarity. After deliberating for over half an hour, Chu Muxi finally entered the hall. She surveyed the gathering, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Good morning, everyone. I see you are all up early. How did you rest last night? Did you sleep well? A frown creased Xiao Muyu's brow as he exchanged a glance with Shen Qingqiu. Both sensed something was amiss. Everyone is up. Did she miscount the number of attendees? Or did she truly believe there were only 7 present? Since we are all here, let us proceed to breakfast. The cafeteria has prepared porridge and eggs this morning. Our 2 injured friends need to replenish their strength. This statement effectively erased the existence of the missing individual from Chu Muxi's perspective. The others felt a wave of discomfort wash over them as they looked at her, acutely aware of their desire to avoid further engagement while she maintained an air of nonchalance. They held on to the hope that this elegant and gentle dean was, in fact, alive, merely trapped within the confines of the game's narrative. More meals? I'm beginning to doubt I will ever want to eat again in my lifetime. Huang Junfeng muttered despondently, his face etched with despair as he spoke under his breath. Lu Pei cast a fleeting glance at him, without uttering a word. A group followed Chu Mushi to the cafeteria, and as they walked, Xiao Muyu approached Chu Mushi and inquired, Director Chu, the Renai orphanage is quite sizable. I noticed there are numerous rooms. Why are there only 8 children? Chu Mushi's expression faltered momentarily, a hint of confusion surfacing in her usually smiling eyes. Though it vanished almost instantly, a detail Xiao Muyu noticed clearly. Oh, it is like this, she explained. The Renai orphanage is rather remote. And at the end of last year, the local government decided to merge it with the city welfare institution. Consequently, a number of children have already moved to the city welfare home. Xiao Jiao and her companions face some delays due to paperwork. But they too will be transferred by the end of this month.
Que Muxi répondait calmement, heure demi an heure composed.
Xiao Muyu nodded thoughtfully. What will happen to you, an old saying after the merger of the Renai orphanage? Chu Mushi smiled softly. I was never a formal director. I merely stepped in temporarily after the previous director, Zhang, departed. Once Xiao Jiao and the others leave, I too shall take my leave. Her tone was gentle. Yet when she spoke of their departure, a sigh escaped her lips, and despite the smile on her face, a trace of melancholy and nostalgia flickered in her eyes, revealing her attachment to the children. Xiao Muyu refrained from further inquiries, and with only a few hundred meters from the hall to the cafeteria, they soon arrived. Upon entering, they found several children queuing for breakfast. Xiao Muyu and her companions scanned the 8 children, with Xiao Jiao standing at the front, while the little girl, Xiao Mei, who had reminded her to eat well the previous day, stood just behind her. As Xiao Muyu surveyed the scene, her gaze landed on a small boy, Xiao Han, who stood at the end of the line struggling with a mobility issue. She noticed his footwear, a pair of cloth shoes, with the sole of his left shoe noticeably more worn than the right, while Ho Yang also bore an injury to his right leg. Ho Yang seemed to have taken note of him as well, his eyes fixated on the boy without concealment. Shen Qingqiu, however, remained unhurried, observing the aunt in charge of distributing breakfast, still the same woman from yesterday, now clad in different attire, her expression blank as she mechanically served porridge, eggs, and buns to the children. Xiao Muyu nudged Shen Qingqiu, signaling her to pay closer attention. Shen Qingqiu feigned ignorance and leaned in to whisper, What's the matter? Like a submissive figure, she smiled in response to Xiao Muyu's reprimand, tilting her head as she continued, Don't worry, I'm well aware. Among the 8 orphans, Xiao Mei was the most striking, with her rosy lips and white teeth, her beauty evident. She wore a faded white dress and red shoes, exuding a maturity that set her apart from the other children, making her particularly captivating. When entering the orphanage, I had asked Director Chu if any new children had arrived. She mentioned 3, one of whom was exceptionally beautiful, and Xiao Mei often spoke of her with admiration. Shen Qingqiu understood, glancing at Xiao Mei, who held a bowl in her left hand while her right hung casually at her side, casting a sidelong glance in her direction. Children are indeed fond of beautiful older siblings. It is typically a source of joy to be told by a child that one is lovely and adored. However, in the context of a horror game where a doll seeks a substitute, this becomes a matter of life and death. Undoubtedly, I am her substitute. Or perhaps the substitute for her doll. Yet, at this moment, there are no clues indicating which doll it might be. Shen Qingqiu displayed no signs of anxiety, as if this situation were entirely commonplace. Coincidentally, we had no other matters to attend to, and it was a perfect opportunity to spend time with the children. I joined them for breakfast to learn more about them. Would you approve? Chu Mushi smiled, her eyes curving with delight. That would be splendid. Currently, it's just me and Old Sang in the courtyard, and no one else to accompany them. Your willingness to play with the children is most welcome. Zhang Yangfeng's approach was quite astute. Drawing closer to them was indeed the best way to uncover more clues. Breakfast consisted of 8 treasure porridge, which Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu filled from the cafeteria lady. Observing the familiar trembling motion and noting that her own bowl of porridge was half empty, Xiao Muyu couldn't help but glance at her. When Shen Qingqiu met her gaze, she immediately smiled and approached, her demeanor sweet and obedient. Thank you, Auntie. I truly appreciate your effort in serving us porridge. You have worked hard. Last night's meal was exquisite. Your culinary skills are remarkable. I may trouble you for the next few days. May I ask how to address you, Auntie? We do not know your name.
Ding.
The system's voice resonated in the minds of the players, activating NPC Aunt Zhang's warm skill. Annie does not tremble. Consuming Aunt Zhang's heartfelt 8 treasure porridge will bring good fortune. Xiao Muyu glanced at her own bowl, then at Shen Qingqiu's, her lips twitching involuntarily. It was indeed a rather heartwarming skill. Simultaneously, 3 words appeared on their progress bar behind the cafeteria lady. Aunt Zhang. Shen Qingqiu noticed she had gained 0.5 points, and she felt a slight urge to complain, especially since there was another line of notes to follow. Chapter 53. The Orphan's Grievance 13. Upon hearing Xiao Muyu mention Chu Mushi, the children's expressions brightened. Even the more solitary children, who rarely spoke, lifted their heads slightly. Xiao Han gazed with admiration, earnestly stating, "Of course. Sister Chu is the best. She treats Xiao Han very well and is kind to everyone, always protecting us." We listened to her very attentively, as Xiao Han excitedly attempted to express his feelings. He took a small breath, and his voice unconsciously lowered towards the end. "Sister?" Ho Liang inquired, somewhat astonished. He turned to glance at Chu Mushi, who sat quietly eating. In truth, her mature and graceful demeanor caused them to overlook one detail. Chu Mushi was not particularly old. As a director, she was quite young, yet referring to her as sister seemed somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, if the children found her beautiful and sweet-tongued, it was understandable for them to address her as such. "Do you not call her director?" Huang Junfeng asked with curiosity. "There are regulations regarding breakfast time. Only 8 minutes remain. Please stop chatting and eat quickly." Huang Junfeng suddenly jolted. "Is there a time limit for breakfast?" He glanced at the clock. It was 7:42, which meant breakfast had to be finished before 7:50. Chu Mushi did not specifically remind anyone, yet no one knew if this time constraint applied to them, prompting everyone to momentarily set aside their inquiries and concentrate on their porridge. The freshly served porridge was still quite hot, making it a challenge to finish within 8 minutes. A few individuals who had previously envied Shen Qingqiu for her role in advancing the plot cast a furtive glance at her bowl of porridge, silently wishing her well. Lu Pei snickered, clearly reveling in her discomfort. Although he attempted to conceal his amusement, it was no match for Xiao Muyu's keen perception. Her calm stirring of the porridge belied a cold demeanor. She was reluctant to involve herself in the affairs of others. Any assistance she offered stemmed solely from her own needs, and she never harbored malicious intent, provided no one sought their own demise. If, like Su Jin and Zhou Tiantian, they were the type she could help, she would do so without hesitation. However, she would remain indifferent to those like Chen Dong and Chen Shi, even if they met their end. Xiao Muyu rose and approached the aunt preparing to clear the table. "Aunt Jiang, could I trouble you for another bowl?" The aunt, caught off guard by the sudden address, turned to glance at her breakfast. Didn't she already have one? What more would she need? Aunt Jiang's porridge is delicious, and I find it more enjoyable to savor it in larger quantities, though I fear it may burn my tongue. "I wish to let it cool a bit before I finish," Xiao Muyu replied, her expression one of innocent sincerity, even licking her lips. Lu Pei and Shen Qingqiu were momentarily taken aback. It was the first time they had witnessed Xiao Muyu exhibit such a soft and somewhat coquettish demeanor. Despite her appearance, which was inherently innocuous, her usual stoic visage concealed a gentle and serene beauty, a poetic essence transformed into a delicate ink wash painting, subtle yet profoundly evocative. In her current posture and expression, she seemed to awaken the painting, causing ripples and budding blossoms, revealing a warmth and brightness that was strikingly different from her usual self. On a typical day, Xiao Muyu would have cast him a disdainful glance, remaining aloof while tending to her own affairs. However, Shen Qingqiu's peculiar gaze had unsettled her. It was not the playful teasing she was accustomed to, but rather a profound recognition akin to a long-awaited reunion with someone she had tirelessly sought. Yet, as she approached, it felt as though Shen Qingqiu was looking through her. An expression of surprise and joy intermingled with a sense of wistfulness and bittersweet nostalgia. She scarcely recognized this version of Shen Qingqiu. After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow and asked, "What is troubling you?" Shen Qingqiu appeared to awaken from a dream. The haze in her eyes dissipated like mist before the morning breeze. Leaving her momentarily dazed as she replied, "You remind me of someone." Xiao Muyu had already begun to separate her large bowl of porridge when she heard this. Pausing her actions to set down her spoon and respond coolly, "This is not the time for reminiscing. There are only 6 minutes left. Hurry and eat, let it cool." With that, she lowered her head and swiftly scooped up the porridge, her focus unwavering. Shen Qingqiu, however, was not an ordinary person. Her emotions, intense as they were, faded just as swiftly. With renewed vigor, she expressed her gratitude to Xiao Muyu and divided the porridge into 2 portions, immersing herself in the meal. In truth, her earlier statement was misinformed. It was not that Xiao Muyu resembled anyone in particular, but rather that there was an air of familiarity about her. Those who had intended to engage her in conversation found themselves absorbed in their bowls, the men displaying their masculine essence as they hurriedly consumed their meals, disregarding the heat. Xiao Muyu cast a glance at the children, noting that they all had the same porridge in identical bowls. Although their portions were modest, they seemed impervious to the heat, eagerly shoveling the food into their mouths. Not one to dawdle, Xiao Muyu noticed Shen Qingqiu still had half a bowl remaining, so she extended her left hand to assist her with the chopsticks. Shen Qingqiu met her gaze with a hint of a smile. The gentlemen finished their meals first. followed by Xiao Muyu and Yang Rui. With just a minute to spare, everyone, including the children, completed their meals. Chu Mushi, citing an urgent matter, finished her food and stepped out. As time grew short, Yang Rui hastily consumed her egg, her cheeks stuffed, causing her to roll her eyes in distress. Attempting to maintain her composure, she turned her head to steady herself, leaving only Shen Qingqiu with unfinished food. After Aunt Jiang tidied up the breakfast dishes, she re-emerged. Her demeanor markedly changed, wielding a large cleaver reminiscent of those found at butcher stalls, its blade gleaming ominously. "Hurry up. I'm busy and need to clear the table." Her sudden intensity startled the other 5, who quickly stood and retreated. Just as she approached, Shen Qingqiu managed to gulp down the last of her porridge, handing her bowl to Aunt Jiang, who now seemed an entirely different person. Upon receiving the bowl, her expression still fierce, Shen Qingqiu calmly pointed at the clock. "I've finished, but it's not time yet." Aunt Jiang glanced at the clock, snorted in irritation, and swiftly gathered the dishes. Xiao Muyu sighed in relief, observing Shen Qingqiu, who appeared unfazed, and frowned slightly, inexplicably reluctant to engage her. The others were quite shaken, contemplating whether they would have faced dire consequences had they not finished their meals the previous night. The thought made Huang Junfeng gag momentarily. He shuddered at the notion of consuming human flesh, recalling a rumor that it was sour, which made his face pale. "We've finished. It's time for us to study." The children paid no mind to the adults' expressions, and the little girl named Xiao Mei spoke up, causing a group of children to rise without a care for Aunt Jiang's peculiar behavior, pairing off as they exited the cafeteria. Xiao Muyu and her companions quickly followed suit. Shen Qingqiu approached Xiao Muyu and whispered, "I know what I'm doing. Don't worry." Xiao Muyu glanced at her before turning her gaze forward. "You need not concern yourself with me. I am not worried. Let us focus on our tasks." Indeed, the 8 children had their studies to attend to, though there was no dedicated teacher. They gathered in a classroom, reading books independently. The older children, more literate, took it upon themselves to teach the younger ones to recognize characters, guiding them as they copied new words and phrases. This presents a splendid opportunity. Xiao Muyu and her companions conferred with Chu Mushi, deciding that they would instruct the children in reading and writing, to which Chu Mushi readily acquiesced. 7 individuals tended to 8 children, with Yang Rui, Huang Junfeng, and Ho Liang forming groups to teach the basics of arithmetic and literacy. Meanwhile, Xiao Muyu began to survey the classroom. The classroom featured blackboards at both the front and back, the latter encased in a glass partition displaying the children's handwritten reports and several photographs. The images depicted well-dressed gentlemen alongside the children, numbering perhaps a dozen. Some of the individuals were holding donation plaques and others wore sashes, indicating they were benefactors of the Renai orphanage. However, as she scrutinized the photos, Xiao Muyu sensed something amiss, unable to articulate her feelings even after several glances. Among the 8 children, the timid Xiaojiao was the one no one dared approach, leaving Shen Qingqiu to engage her in conversation alone. This child appeared blissfully unaware of her actions from the previous night, exhibiting a naive innocence, even displaying a hint of dullness. After some light banter, Shen Qingqiu suddenly inquired, "Do you like dolls, Xiaojiao?" Xiaojiao's round face beamed with an even brighter smile, nodding vigorously. "Yes, I love dolls very much." Shen Qingqiu continued, "If you love dolls so much, where's your doll? I saw you playing with it yesterday. Why haven't you brought it today?" At the mention, Xiaojiao's demeanor shifted to one of sorrow. "It's angry. The doll is angry and won't you play with me?" Tears began to well in her eyes as she lamented, "Doll. I want my doll, my beautiful doll." Shen Qingqiu felt a pang of concern at the sight of the distressed child, her head spinning with how to soothe her. Yet, before the tears could fully flow, Xiaojiao abruptly ceased her cries. Shen Qingqiu was taken aback. Her keen senses quickly detected a gaze fixed upon them. It was Xiaoya, who was working alongside Xiao Mei on problems with Yang Rui. This little girl, typically reticent, was now looking not at Shen Qingqiu, but at Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao bit her lip, casting a look of grievance towards Xiaoya. The latter's expression flickered with a hint of helplessness, indicating that Xiaojiao's cessation of tears was not due to fear, but rather the result of Xiaoya's comforting. The 2 children seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, prompting Shen Qingqiu to chuckle softly as she probed, "Do you have a good relationship with Xiaoya?" Xiaojiao nodded, her silly grin widening. "Apart from Sister Xiao Mei, only Xiaoya shares her toys with me."
Hee doll.
Shen Qingqiu contemplated her words deeply. Among the children, she saw parallels. Xiao Mei corresponded to Ho Liang, while Xiaojiao aligned with Xiao Muyu.
Yet,
the connections between Xiaojiao and Xiao Muyu appeared tenuous, leaving her perplexed. Xiaoya maintained a stoic silence, reminiscent of Lu Pei's icy demeanor, and she struggled to discern any further insights into the other children. As she continued her observations, her gaze fell upon Xiao Muyu, who was intently studying some materials, her expression inadvertently growing serious. Clearly, she had encountered a dilemma. Shen Qingqiu approached and glanced over, instinctively asking, "Do you feel that something is amiss?" Xiao Muyu did not meet her gaze, merely murmuring, "I can't shake the feeling that there is something off about this photograph." Shen Qingqiu scrutinized the image more closely, then with a slight frown, remarked, "The posture is incorrect, and the child depicted therein is also peculiar." Xiao Muyu fell silent, her eyes suddenly flickering as she whispered, "They are all girls, and all remarkably beautiful." Indeed, the men captured in the photograph varied in height and build. Some were dignified while others were portly, each distinct in their appearance. However, the girls standing beside them, with their arms draped over their shoulders, were uniformly striking, embodying a unique, innocent beauty characteristic of young girls on the cusp of maturity, reserved and demure. Among the images, Xiao Mei appeared 4 times, accompanied by 4 other girls of similar age. Shen Qingqiu pointed out several photographs and leaned in closer to scrutinize the men depicted. After a moment, she raised an eyebrow and flicked her finger against the glass, causing the photograph to tremble and slide down, revealing another image beneath. Having encountered a myriad of individuals, both Shen Qingqiu and Xiao Muyu possessed an adeptness for discerning the innermost sentiments through facial expressions. They both leaned in, examining a photograph hidden beneath the surface, depicting Xiao Mei shaking hands with a handsome, refined middle-aged man. Unlike the other formal portraits, the man's gaze conveyed an incongruity with his outward appearance. The unnameable implication in his look was not befitting of an adult addressing a child. Upon examining their clasped hands more closely, both women simultaneously conceived a daring hypothesis. The classroom was not only adorned with a glass display, but also contained a cabinet resembling a file drawer, which was locked, and they lacked the key. Shen Qingqiu glanced at Xiao Muyu, her eyes shimmering with a newfound light, while Xiao Muyu felt a stirring in her heart. She knew precisely where to find the key. Moreover, she had an instinct that this cabinet held vital information. However, a dilemma presented itself. How could they legitimately depart to the dormitory to retrieve old Sang's key? Shen Qingqiu exchanged a knowing look with Xiao Muyu, and in unison, they seamlessly blended into the group of children who were diligently engaged in writing and problem-solving. Yet, as they observed the innocent faces of these children, the implications they had uncovered weighed heavily upon Xiao Muyu, who prided herself on her indifference to others' misfortunes. She found herself engulfed in sorrow. She even harbored a faint hope that they were mistaken. Through their interactions, Xiao Muyu discovered that among the 8 children, the most talkative were Xiao Jiao, along with the boys Xiao Han and Xiao Yan. In stark contrast to the others, Xiao Mei emerged as the invisible leader among them, commanding respect and obedience from each child. The previous night, they had deduced that the doll corresponding to Jiao Wenlong was Xiao Lu, though the identity of his matching child remained unclear. Most individuals present were preoccupied with locating the dolls pertinent to themselves, particularly the determined Hou Liang. Yet, it was Jiao Wenlong, seemingly a relic of the past, who warranted the most analysis, for he alone knew which doll corresponded to him. Although Little Six may not fall within the realm of their conjectures if a game were to emerge later, discovering the child corresponding to Jiao Wenlong and meticulously observing the connections between that child and Little Six would significantly aid their subsequent analysis and reasoning. Before them stood the slender, dark-skinned boy, Xiao Qiu, who was presently engrossed in a storybook, his head bowed in quietude. Consequently, Xiao Muyu could not discern his eyes. It was only through the recesses of her memory that she realized she had scarcely made direct eye contact with this child. Nonetheless, despite the obscured view of Xiao Qiu's eyes, Xiao Muyu noted that his reading posture was somewhat askew, his head tilted. Just then, as he read, his companion on the left, Xiao Yan, extended a hand to pass him a pen. The chubby boy struggled a bit, finding it cumbersome to rise. He leaned forward, his belly protruding, until the pen reached Xiao Qiu, who momentarily paused before reaching out to accept it. Xiao Muyu approached and stood beside the two. "Have you found it?" Zhang Yangfeng, slightly taken aback, quickly regained his composure and replied, "What do you think?" "The left side has a blind spot. It must be him." Zhang Yangfeng nodded, and they concurred with this assessment. Just as Xiao Muyu prepared to turn away, she suddenly halted, her gaze fixating on Xiao Qiu's hand, her eyes narrowing in surprise. Earlier, when Xiao Qiu reached for the pen, his sleeve had slipped down, revealing what appeared to be a smudge of ink. Gathering her expression, she stepped closer to the child, her eyes falling upon the book he was reading, The Adventures of Pinocchio. "Not too far, yet not too close," Xiao Muyu softly inquired. "Do you enjoy the story?" Xiao Qiu's fingers, which had been moving across the pages, paused momentarily before he nodded. The book, from the wear and tear evident upon it, had clearly been perused numerous times. Xiao Qiu then spoke unexpectedly. "If you lie, Your nose will grow longer, and then everyone will know you are lying. They won't be able to deceive anyone. He pointed to the black and white illustration of the panicked Pinocchio, whose ill-fitting clothes had sleeves that were a bit too long, obscuring the latter half of his hands. At that moment, the dark mark became distinctly visible to Xiao Muyu, a straight line measuring about 3 to 4 centimeters, with shallow ends and a deeper center. However, in that moment, Xiao Muyu did not dwell on this detail. She was moved by the boy's words. Thus, she gently responded, "Indeed, it would be best if it were so. Yet, while those who lie in reality can easily deceive others, the deeper they conceal their falsehoods, the more lies they utter. Once exposed, the cost they incur will far exceed that of Pinocchio. No lie can remain forever hidden." Xiao Qiu, who had been gazing downward, paused before lifting his head. The slender boy's dark skin and peculiar left eye did not elicit any overt reaction from Xiao Muyu. She regarded him earnestly and gently, seemingly awaiting his response. Xiao Qiu once again lowered his head, though this time not as deeply. "Have you ever lied?" Xiao Muyu was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded. "Yes, I have." Xiao Qiu tilted his head, fixating on Xiao Muyu. "Did you pay a price for it?" His gaze was direct and piercing, utterly unlike that of a child. As soon as Xiao Mu finished speaking, he abruptly lifted his eyes to fixate on her, causing a tremor in Xiao Muyu's heart. Not far away, Shen Qingqiu observed her with an air of intent curiosity. At that moment, she sensed an abrupt shift in the atmosphere between Xiao Muyu and the young boy, her heart racing as she approached them with a stern expression. Xiao Muyu continued to regard him, nodding slightly. "A significant cost has been incurred. And what about you? Xiao Qiu? Have you ever told a lie?" Xiao Qiu's expression shifted from one of shock to confusion, and then to a hint of panic, embodying the demeanor typical of a 6 or 7-year-old child. He stammered, "I have lied. Will I also have to pay a great price?" Xiao Muyu shook her head. "You're still a child. Compared to adults, children possess certain privileges. Every child makes mistakes. Lying is among them. As long as it hasn't led to a grave error, recognizing one's fault and amending it can lead to forgiveness. Just like Pinocchio, he is fundamentally a good boy. Once he acknowledges his mistakes, he can regain his original nose, correct?" Xiao Qiu remained silent for a considerable time before nodding in agreement. He did not engage further with Xiao Muyu, merely casting her a glance as she rose to depart, a glimmer of fragmented light evident in his right eye. As Xiao Muyu approached, Shen Qingqiu diverted her gaze from Xiao Qiu's face and leaned in, asking, "That child corresponds to Zhao Wenlong, does he not? What did you say to him?" "Something felt amiss just now." Xiao Muyu nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Qiu, and replied softly, "We said nothing of consequence. He was merely watching the adventures of Pinocchio and we discussed the repercussions of lying." Upon finishing, she regarded Shen Qingqiu again, a subtle implication in her look that left Shen Qingqiu feeling somewhat uneasy. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and simply watched as Xiao Muyu walked past her. The content of the display board contained crucial information, and Xiao Muyu withheld nothing. Under her guidance, everyone beheld the illustrations within. Yet, upon a second glance, they discovered new insights, including a photograph they nearly overlooked. In the photograph, a group portrait featured a collection of men clad in suits, with one distinctly modestly dressed man standing at the center, exuding a demeanor of humility and respect as he shook hands with those beside him. The others shifted their focus to the girls alongside these men, and although the group of men were not particularly astute, their understanding of the expressions of those in the photograph was palpable, and they furrowed their brows in unison. "Damn it, it can't be what I'm thinking, can it? Is there something wrong? Are they beasts?" Huang Junfeng, despite his usual irreverence, cursed under his breath, his eyes betraying an unmistakable anger and disgust. Yang Rui gazed at the children, feeling a constriction in her chest, her face pale. She shook her head. "Perhaps it's not that I don't wish it to be so. That would be too." She could not finish her thought. Such matters were not only confined to fiction but had precedence in reality as well. The atmosphere thickened with gravity due to this line of inquiry. In the ensuing silence, everyone sequentially reviewed their control panels, and Xiao Muyu checked hers. Her score had reached 21 points, with the additional 7 points stemming from the discovery of the complete correspondence chain involving player Zhao Wenlong, Xiao Qiu, and the doll Xiao Lu, earning 1 point. And uncovering key evidence, the photograph hidden within the display board, which garnered 5 points. In the task progress report, all missing names have been filled in, and 2 pieces of information regarding her score have been added to the blank spaces. Notably, the name Zhao Wenlong appears after the personnel information of the Renai orphanage, and several individuals are displayed. However, despite establishing the corresponding relationships, aside from the confirmed Zhao Wenlong, no other names are shown. For instance, Xiaohan does not appear next to Ho Liang. It seems that the display will only activate when all 3 subjects are matched. Nonetheless, something seems amiss. The number of individuals in the information column remains a question mark, despite our prior acquaintance with the orphanage's residents. Shouldn't that number be 11? Ho Yang expressed his unease with a hint of confusion. This matter had already been deliberated by Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu, while Huang Junfeng, rarely serious, interjected, I suspect that either there are individuals here we have yet to discover, or the number to be filled is not 11, but rather refers to how many are alive. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gaze towards him. I am not mistaken, since it is an orphan's grievance. If our conjecture holds true, these children are likely all malevolent spirits. That aunt has said little, but the director Chu Mu she is quite peculiar. And Lao Sang appears almost ghost-like. I doubt any of them are human. Stop the wild speculation. We need to gather more evidence to uncover the truth. If our assumptions are correct, how could such a heinous act occur in an orphanage without the director's complicity? However, logically, if those events truly transpired, the children could not possibly exhibit such dependence. Xiao Muyu always adeptly identified the crux of the issue, articulating it clearly, leading to a moment of silence among the group. Yet, as she gazed at the photograph, a thought lingered in her mind. Currently, they found themselves at an impasse. Lacking direction, not only were they uncertain about matching the children with the dolls, but they were also unclear about which child corresponded to themselves. The priority now was to find a way to open the cabinet. The morning passed swiftly, and Chu Mu she pushed open the door with firm, steady steps. A radiant smile adorning her face as she entered the classroom, expressing her gratitude to the group. However, upon reaching Xiao Muyu, she instinctively wrinkled her nose. Shen Qingqiu, noticing this, took the opportunity to inquire while Chu Mu she spoke. Do you smell something? Xiao Muyu's expression sharpened. The scent of smoke. Shen Qingqiu was somewhat taken aback. Chu Mu she smoked?
She hardly seemed the type.
Yet, as she voiced this thought, the group glanced at the children quietly seated behind her. Apart from Xiao Jiao, none of the others displayed any semblance of joy. Not even the previously lively Xiao Yan and Xiao Han, who appeared strangely listless, as if transformed into different individuals. The stark contrast between the children's expressions and Chu Mu Shi's warm demeanor and words created an invisible barrier, making them feel as though they were observing from outside a frame. Yang Rui could not help but hug her arms, feeling an unsettling chill enveloping her. Yet, Chu Mu Shi seemed oblivious as she turned to the children, smiling, and asked, which older brother or sister do you like to teach you? Except for Xiao Qiu. The other 7 children simultaneously raised their hands, each pointing to someone, displaying standardized smiles and eager expressions, eyes devoid of the innocence one would expect from children. The expressions of Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu instantly shifted, and they were not alone. Others shared their astonishment. What they had laboriously sought to observe was suddenly presented before them. However, before the shock could subside, the system emitted a notification. The official storyline of Instance 003 has been activated. The official storyline of Instance 003 has been activated. What did this mean? The unexpected announcement caught everyone off guard. What was the official storyline? What had they been experiencing prior to this? Chapter 55, The Orphan's Grievance, 15. As tension enveloped the group, Chu Mu Shi merely squinted and smiled. Though our benevolent orphanage is warm and welcoming, we must express our gratitude to all of you. However, this place is rather remote, and our resources are limited. Just now, Aunt Jiang in the cafeteria accidentally fell, and her injuries are quite serious, so our lunch has yet to be arranged. Upon saying this, she gazed at several individuals and made a request. Is there anyone among you who can cook? Please assist us in preparing a meal. Her earnest eyes conveyed a peculiar sensation, and the unexpected request left them exchanging glances, filled with unease. In this moment, no one dared to step forward, and hesitation hung in the air. Seeing the silence, Chu Mu Shi's smile grew colder, her tone shifting from gentle to stern. If none of you can help, that truly is a pity. To survive, one must possess a skill. This was an overt threat. Xiao Muyu responded calmly, I can code. Will that ensure my survival? Shen Qingqiu and several others stared at her in unison. Even Chu Mu Shi paused, momentarily taken aback. Then she replied nonchalantly, Oh, I misspoke. I can cook. Chu Mu Shi's expression became complicated, her anger suppressed. Shen Qingqiu stifled a laugh, recognizing that Xiao Muyu was intentionally provoking Chu Mu Shi out of frustration. A rare occurrence indeed. She then produced a dagger, twirling it casually in her left hand. I excel in dispatching people and slaying demons, though cooking is not my forte. However, I can assist in butchering meat. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Chu Mu Shi, equally threatening, which made Chu Mu Shi's countenance grow increasingly grim. It was the first time she had been threatened. Zhang Yangfeng and his companions were thoroughly impressed. She was indeed formidable. Contemplating his words, He was about to speak when Yang Rui beside him tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain silent, adding, "I can cook as well." Xiao Mushi's expression finally softened. "Thank you, you three. I look forward to your culinary skills." The 7 individuals were clearly assigned their roles, while the remaining 4 watched in apprehension as Xiao Muyu, Shen Qingqiu, and Xiao Mushi departed, exchanging serious glances. The children sensed something was amiss. Once the 3 were led to the kitchen, Xiao Muyu glanced at the time. 11:35. The kitchen's layout indeed exceeded their expectations, forming a T-shape. Upon entering, they found a corridor. To the right was a cabinet filled with bowls and plates, while to the left were 2 sinks. Beyond the corridor,
There were rooms on either side.
to the left stood an old-fashioned gas stove, upon which rested a large iron pot, surrounded by an array of condiments. On the long countertop lay 3 iron basins, used by the aunt for holding vegetables. While not impeccably clean, they were passably acceptable. The room to the right served as a storage space for food. The 3 individuals surveyed the contents and found withered greens, sprouting potatoes, and an assortment of radishes and peppers. Unfortunately, the vegetables were not only scarce, but also lacking in freshness. Xiao Muyu recalled an important detail that remained unaddressed. Shen Qingqiu possessed more information than they did. Based on her hints, Xiao Muyu surmised that Shen Qingqiu knew what kind of meat they had consumed that day. If, as Shen Qingqiu suggested, it was human flesh, it hardly seemed plausible. Setting aside the notion that Shen Qingqiu could not have truly tasted human meat to identify it solely by flavor, even if she had, it was improbable that she could remain so composed after such a revelation. The very idea was chilling. Curious, she examined the preparation counter outside the storage room, where the cutting board and knife appeared to have been washed, though dark stains of varying shades still marred the wall, some already yellowed and darkened, while others retained a semblance of freshness. Leaning down, Xiao Muyu picked something up from the floor, holding it before her eyes, a black feather, stained with blood, indicating it belonged to some avian creature. At that moment, Yang Rui let out a brief cry, prompting Xiao Muyu to turn her gaze. There stood Shen Qingqiu, twisting the handle of the cold storage compartment in the food storage room. The upright freezer, when opened, released an overwhelming flood of contents, revealing a dark mass of bloodied corpses, entirely composed of crows. These crows were conspicuously larger than the ordinary, their lifeless eyes clouded and white, presenting a truly ghastly sight. Crows, with their notorious reputation, inherently suggest ill omens, symbolizing death and decay. Thus, the sight of the freezer brimming with their remains was both revolting and terrifying. Explaining Yang Rui's involuntary exclamation. Clutching the black feather, Xiao Muyu approached, pinching her nose, and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "The meat you consumed that day was crow meat?" Yet, she sensed a dissonance. Crows, as birds, possessed a distinctly different texture and flavor compared to livestock or humans. Why had she not heard them mention it? It was indeed crow meat, but not solely that, there were other types of flesh as well. Sensing her bewilderment, Shen Qingqiu offered an explanation. She then opened another door, and an unbearable stench assaulted them, prompting all 3 to instinctively cover their mouths and noses and retreat. Directly in front of them lay a large slab of pork, weighing approximately 50 to 60 pounds, its color altered, clearly indicating it was far from fresh. The intolerable odor overwhelmed Yang Rui, causing her to gag and retreat further, pressing her sleeve against her mouth and nose, exclaiming, "Why does it smell so terrible?" Xiao Muyu, possessing the keenest sense of smell, did not retreat but instead fixed her gaze on the open freezer, her expression grave. The moment the foul scent emerged, Shen Qingqiu furrowed her brow. This odor was not one that could emanate from merely a discolored piece of pork. Upon hearing Yang Rui's words, Shen Qingqiu spoke with a heavy tone, her utterance sending a chill down Yang Rui's spine. The odor that permeated the air was less akin to the stench of decaying flesh and more reminiscent of the foul reek of a corpse. With that, she tore a piece of fabric from her clothing, folded it several times, and pressed it against her mouth and nose before flinging open the remaining 2 doors. As they swung wide, a row of severed heads was revealed, their features grotesquely distorted from advanced decomposition, some even exposing bare skulls, a sight more harrowing than any specter. Yang Rui immediately let out a piercing scream, while Xiao Muyu felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Nonetheless, she decisively covered Yang Rui's mouth, stifling her terrified cries. The open cabinet was partitioned into 4 tiers. Within the 2 compartments on the far right, which Shen Qingqiu had just opened, lay 4 heaps of flesh haphazardly piled, with arms and legs atop them, unmistakably indicating that these were remnants of dismembered corpses. To the right, each tier was adorned with 2 neatly arranged heads, an arrangement both repulsive and uncanny. Despite her usual composure, Xiao Muyu could not help but avert her gaze. her pallor betraying her discomfort and revulsion. Shen Qingqiu cast a glance at her before closing the cabinet door, her expression somewhat grim. Yet her reaction was not as intense as the other two, as if such horrors held little sway over her. Xiao Muyu hastily glanced at Shen Qingqiu.
Urging Yang Rui to exit swiftly.
Yang Rui's legs felt weak, nearly collapsing against Xiao Muyu, for even though she had traversed 2 side quests, the sanguinary and nightmarish scene was beyond her endurance. Shen Qingqiu followed suit, effortlessly lifting Yang Rui aside with a cool demeanor, stating, "Gather yourself. Stand firm." Xiao Muyu discreetly shot a glance at Shen Qingqiu, yet remained silent. Her complexion was ashen, her lips devoid of color, although she appeared to regain her composure. Shen Qingqiu was acutely aware of the profound shock she had endured. Was it too abrupt? "Are you alright?" Shen Qingqiu reached out, gently squeezing Xiao Muyu's limp right hand, which felt cold and clammy to the touch, prompting her to instinctively offer warmth.
Xiao Muyu inhaled deeply.
Subtly withdrawing her hand, "I am fine. It is my own issue." In truth, Shen Qingqiu had anticipated the contents within. Yet she had underestimated the horrifying presentation within this dreadful quest. "You rest for now. I shall investigate further." Turning to Yang Rui, she added, "Those are vital items. Should we not examine them together?" Yang Rui looked at her weakly, her cheeks trembling as the foul odor seemed to waft closer, prompting her to double over in a fit of retching, expelling bile. This woman, though not her teammate, exhibited an egregious double standard, softly urging Xiao Muyu to rest while raising her brow in a taunting manner towards herself to delve into the grotesque findings. Xiao Muyu felt a tumult of emotions. Such blatant favoritism was undoubtedly a burden and an intrusion, yet in that fleeting moment, the urge to laugh was a blend of 7 parts amusement and 3 parts delight, an exhilaration that was difficult to suppress. "I am fine. Those are indeed crucial. I shall proceed at my own pace." Xiao Muyu gathered her spirits, for although she had just been startled, fear was the last sentiment that ought to manifest in such a place. In that moment, her pallor rendered her somewhat fragile. Yet Shen Qingqiu knew she had never been a weak individual. Nevertheless, a twinge of sympathy stirred within her heart as she gazed into Xiao Muyu's eyes and smiled gently, saying, "Do you not trust me?" Xiao Muyu was momentarily taken aback. Shen Qingqiu's rare tenderness was a refreshing sight. She continued, "If you trust me, you should believe that I can relay to you precisely what you need to hear. I am aware that your sense of smell is far more acute than that of the average person, and the proximity might prove unbearable. Moreover, those objects are hardly works of art. They are indeed quite unsettling. Leave it to me." Lowering her gaze momentarily, before raising it again, Xiao Muyu's expression was a blend of a smile and self-mockery as she replied softly, "Once I step into this realm, all the intricacies and severe issues must be confronted. Otherwise, I would not be standing here. I can endure the discomfort." Shen Qingqiu furrowed her brow and instinctively retorted, "But now that I am here, as long as I possess the ability, you can be particular and not have to endure. With me by your side, there is no need for you to always be strong or so rational. You may be discerning, and allow yourself to hesitate." Suddenly, a phrase echoed in Xiao Muyu's mind, striking her with a sense of bewilderment, rendering her momentarily speechless as she stared at Shen Qingqiu, unable to counter her words. It was not until Shen Qingqiu re-entered alone that Yang Rui gently nudged her arm, bringing her back to reality. "Are you alright?" the girl asked, her own face pale and disheveled, yet filled with concern for her friend. Xiao Muyu shook her head. "You two share a remarkable bond. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have imagined her to be such a person," Yang Rui remarked, rarely initiating conversation. Shen Qingqiu, despite her striking appearance and personality, possessed a subtlety that often made her less conspicuous than Xiao Muyu. However, when she did speak, her words cut through the air like a sharp blade. Regardless, they exuded an air that was formidable and unpredictable. Yet, to Xiao Muyu, Shen Qingqiu resembled a rose devoid of thorns, vibrant and radiant, with soft petals. Xiao Muyu continued to observe Shen Qingqiu's figure. Yet her rationality remained unnervingly steadfast as she reminded Yang Rui, "No matter what we discover, there is one task we must accomplish. Dinner is to be served at 12:30. Time is of the essence. We must prepare the meal." At that moment, Shen Qingqiu also recalled this necessity, retrieving the ingredients needed and closing the door behind her. Xiao Muyu pressed her lips together, watching Shen Qingqiu through the glass, before locating the tools and squatting down to deftly peel potatoes and radishes.
Yang Rui,
suppressing her discomfort, assisted by finding a bag of infested rice, washing the grains and vegetables. After more than 20 minutes had passed, Shen Qingqiu emerged, having removed her outer coat and washed her hands several times before entering, keeping a distance from Xiao Muyu. In a low voice, she stated, 8 individuals, though unrecognizable, are still discernibly men. 1 had a gold tooth, 6 wore watches, and 1 had a string of beads. The cause of death is difficult to ascertain for now, but the severance of the neck is uneven, with the muscles having been directly torn. Not only are the heads damaged, but the torsos are also largely mutilated, with evident signs of tearing. There are deep bite marks, approximately 6 to 7 centimeters in length, with teeth that are densely packed and sharp. To my knowledge, no creature possesses such dentition. These must have been inflicted while the creature was still alive. The fractures in the bones are jagged, and numerous fragments are missing. From the number of corpses, all 8 are present, and they appear to be adult males. She recounted this with an unflinching demeanor, leaving Yang Rui both in admiration and fear. What sort of person can observe those highly decomposed 8 bodies with such calm and meticulousness? It is truly terrifying. Yang Rui exclaimed, Ugh, those 2 women over there? Xiao Muyu responded with indifference, while Shen Qingqiu expressed impatience. What is it? Yang Rui replied, I merely wish to vomit in peace, but even as I retch, I find myself forced to avert my gaze due to you.
Su hindi marked.
This is merely the beginning. Xiao Shen added, step aside, have some dignity, don't sit on the ground next to my wife.
Yang Rui interjected, 1025, trinket head.
2 bowls of white rice, hua, earth-shattering peng chio chio 1. In chapter 56, titled Orphan's Grievance 16. Xiao Muyu naturally noticed Yang Rui's expression but chose not to dwell on it, instead focusing intently on Shen Qingqiu's account. Shen Qingqiu is indeed a reliable individual. From her description, Xiao Muyu could discern that she consistently avoided subjective statements, refraining from drawing conclusions, and merely described her objective observations. Upon finishing, Xiao Muyu displayed little reaction and instead picked up a radish, chopping it rhythmically. Yang Rui wore a blank expression, wondering if this was truly the conclusion. Shouldn't there be a thorough analysis? Shen Qingqiu smiled softly, proceeding to arrange the vegetables for Xiao Muyu. Glancing at the array of vegetables, she thoughtfully stroked her chin and remarked, should we add some meat? Otherwise, might they complain that our cuisine is unpalatable or nutritionally inadequate? Yang Rui felt a wave of nausea rising and quickly shook her head. Surely not. If we add meat, we'll have to finish it ourselves. What if we end up consuming meat before participating in the game? Shen Qingqiu cast her a disdainful glance, her feelings unmistakable. Blushing slightly, she admitted, I was foolish. We have no choice in eating or not. Moreover, if meat is consumed, some may avoid participating altogether. At this moment, Xiao Muyu spoke, 8 deceased males, adorned with watches and beads. Given the state of the orphanage, this setting is not particularly urbanized, indicating a low economic status. Those who wear such adornments are likely of a more refined nature, suggesting they are not typical staff members of the orphanage. The corpses remain unburied, displayed like exhibits, even brazenly placed in the cafeteria as refrigerator. What does this signify? Yang Rui paused, then immediately responded, people say that to rest in peace, one must be interred. Even in murder, ordinary individuals would typically seek to destroy the evidence. To display them so openly suggests either a twisted psyche or profound hatred, treating them as mere objects, denying them peace while simultaneously serving as a means of catharsis. Indeed, while we may not have paid much attention to the photographs at the time, it is quite apparent that several men in the classroom images were wearing watches. However, none appeared to be adorned with beads. Based on previous photographs, if my conjecture holds true, these individuals would be subjected to such treatment, which seems only reasonable. The gruesome and brutal act of murder and dismemberment recounted by Xiao Muyu came across as disturbingly light, and Yang Rui suddenly realized that, in some respects,
Xiao Muyu bore a striking resemblance to Shen Qingqiu.
The severed parts of the bodies were jagged, exhibiting signs of tearing. They had been vivisected. Didn't you consider this, Shen Qingqiu? After all, Xiao Muyu had not witnessed the events firsthand, prompting her to inquire of Shen Qingqiu. Indeed, anyone familiar with the animal kingdom would understand that large carnivores, such as crocodiles, do not merely bite but rather employ a rotational force to tear their prey apart, resulting in such jagged openings. To illustrate with precision, Shen Qingqiu provided an example that made Yang Rui involuntarily visualize the scene. The bones were fractured, the break lines irregular, with fragments missing, all indicative of violent tearing or forceful breaking. To put it simply, rather than being dismembered, it would be more accurate to say they were torn apart. Having finished slicing a carrot, Xiao Muyu nonchalantly accepted another one from Shen Qingqiu. Pausing momentarily before continuing, however, human strength alone cannot achieve this. There are no indications at the beast orphanage pointing to such manipulation. Hence, the perpetrators were not human.
Ding.
Xiao Muyu abruptly halted her chopping as the system announced once more. Players Xiao Muyu, Shen Qingqiu, and Yang Rui have activated the main quest. Who is the murderer? This task will be completed in a quiz format, with a time limit of 5 hours. Each player must complete it independently. Correct answers will yield 20 points, while incorrect answers will allow the true murderer to escape, leaving the wrongfully accused in indignation, subjecting you to a dual onslaught. Therefore, please judiciously utilize your authority, ensuring no innocent is wronged, nor any villain escapes justice. The expressions of Xiao Muyu, Shen Qingqiu, and Yang Rui all shifted dramatically. Yang Rui appeared somewhat flustered, while both Xiao Muyu and Shen Qingqiu furrowed their brows. However, on their end, they could only hear the task announcement, with no further developments. As the three grappled with the situation, a question materialized on each of their panels. Who is the murderer of these 8 individuals? The system continued its disingenuous mechanical tone. In keeping with the noble tradition of prioritizing friendship over competition, the difficulty of this task has been reduced for the 3 participants. Thus, this question has been crafted as a multiple-choice format. Even with uncertainty, one may take a guess, as even a fool could answer it. Consequently, the 3 were met with an array of options beneath this seemingly simple question, the length of which far exceeded that of the question itself. Upon closer inspection, there were 14 options labeled from A to N. Yang Rui, who prided herself on her upbringing, could not contain herself and exclaimed, "Damn it." Her face flushed with anger. This time the system remained silent, seemingly aware of its own shortcomings. Indeed, even a fool could attempt to answer. But what good would it do if one could only select without the assurance of correctness? Well, let us see how well one can guess. Yang Rui vented her grievances incessantly, yet she was acutely aware that this matter was beyond her control. The trio's responsibilities had expanded beyond mere culinary tasks. They were now also tasked with uncovering the identities of the 8 individuals who had met their demise. Xiao Muyu lowered her gaze to scrutinize the question before her, which presented 14 options. The first 10 were straightforward and unmistakable: Lao Sang, Chu Muxi, and the 8 children. The remaining 4 options were K. Chu Muxi and Xiao Mei, L. Chu Muxi and Lao Sang, M. Xiao Mei and Lao Sang, and the 8 children and Chu Muxi. During her studies, she had encountered a saying: when faced with a multiple-choice question where certainty eludes you, one must not only select from the 4 answers, but also ponder why these particular options were presented. An adept test-taker learns to decipher the examiner's intent. This notion struck Yang Rui, who fixed her gaze on the options before her, succumbing to contemplation. At that moment, Shen Qingqiu lifted her head and was startled to see a face peering through the window of the kitchen. It was the 3rd time she had encountered that visage. Her mood soured instantly, and in a swift motion, she brandished a dagger. With a resounding crash, the dagger pierced the glass, hurtling towards the face. Shards of glass cascaded to the floor, and the expression on the face transformed to one of terror, narrowly avoiding Shen Qingqiu's blade. By the time Xiao Muyu registered the scene, Shen Qingqiu had already leapt through the shattered window like the wind, pinning the individual beneath her knee. Xiao Muyu and Yang Rui rushed over to witness Shen Qingqiu's grave and peculiar countenance. Beneath her was a man, none other than Lao Sang, who had appeared among their options. Lao Sang, in a state of disarray, lay on the ground with his cheek pressed against the earth, his complexion pale. A blood mark extended from the left side of his face to behind his ear, signifying the perilous nature of the preceding moment. Upon realizing his identity, Shen Qingqiu quickly rose and released him. Xiao Muyu stepped forward, observing Lao Sang's rather unpleasant expression, and hastily spoke, "I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate your presence. My friend acted rashly. Are you unharmed?" Lao Sang, repeatedly pinching his fingers, replied in a tone both cold and hard. "What manner of people are you, who carries a knife and throws it at a mere sight? This is utterly outrageous."
Lao Shang, I'm truly sorry.
This was all a misunderstanding. We were startled yesterday when we saw a face peeking through the glass window, which was rather frightening. My friend reacted impulsively. Please forgive us. Despite her earnest apology and explanation, Xiao Muyu's tone remained neither obsequious nor overbearing, soothingly measured and pleasant to the ear. However, unexpectedly, Lao Sang fell silent upon hearing her words, his expression stiffening and the emotions in his eyes shifting dramatically. After a prolonged pause, he inquired, "Where did you see this?" Xiao Muyu glanced at Shen Qingqiu, whose eyes sparkled with interest, clearly sensing the gravity of his question. Xiao Muyu thus adopted a more serious demeanor, expressing her trepidation. Once, it was outside the room, through the glass window above the door. Only half a face was visible, making it unclear. The other instance occurred in the 3rd-floor washroom. At that time Xiao Muyu had not yet finished her words when the perpetually aloof Shen Qingqiu interjected, casually gesturing towards Yang Rui, stating, At that time, the young lady was bathing. Both I and Muyu witnessed it. Her face appeared rather masculine. Yang Rui retorted, "Is this woman suffering from memory distortion, or is she merely being hypocritical?" It was clearly she and Xiao Muyu who were bathing together. How does it transform into something else in Shen Qingqiu's narrative? Xiao Muyu discerned Shen Qingqiu's ulterior motives, momentarily torn between rolling her eyes and laughing. Meanwhile, Old Sang's lips began to tremble, his expression a volatile mix of fury, fear, and a hint of madness. Scum, scum, beast. His neck and forehead were veined with fury, evidently pushed to the brink of rage. Old Sang, there are only the few of you here. Where do these other men come from? Could it be? Shen Qingqiu's eyes glinted with disdain, her gaze fixed unabashedly on Old Sang, a look that made his thoughts painfully clear. His face was a tumultuous blend of anger and despair as he shouted, "Do not speak nonsense. I am nothing like those beasts. Whether I am a good person or not, those are mere children. How could I possibly do such things?" The specters of the past lingered, refusing to dissipate. Even in death, they sought to revile the living. He spat vehemently, his eyes searing towards the kitchen. Yet his expression stiffened, and he suddenly whirled around, glaring at them fiercely. "Who permitted your entry? Did I not instruct you not to wander about? Do you wish for your lives to be forfeit?" The three of them wore expressions of confusion, but Xiao Muyu quickly clarified. It was Dean Chu who said Aunt Jiang had fallen and injured herself, leaving no one to prepare the meal, thus requesting us to cook. Dean Chu? How could she allow you to cook? Cooking? You entered the pantry? Old Sang's face turned pale with terror, unable to contain himself, as if the very sky were about to collapse. Xiao Muyu's heart sank, tentatively stating, "Yes, we saw radishes. Potatoes and greens inside. Did you not find anything else?" He gulped, his voice trembling, his expression a blend of peculiarity and fright. This exchange left the three of them in turmoil, yet one thing was painfully clear. Old Sang did not wish for them to witness those horrors. And if they discovered the presence of corpses, the situation would spiral uncontrollably. Shen Qingqiu's eyes darted, her earlier domineering demeanor evaporating as she clutched Xiao Muyu's arm, hanging onto her in a panic, while forcing back a face of fear and disgust. "How can you even ask? This place is utterly bizarre. It must be a heartless orphanage. Who in their right mind would store crows as food in the refrigerator? We merely wanted to check for ingredients. And upon opening the first compartment, it was filled with crows. Ugh. Even I, a person of considerable fortitude, was frightened to tears." As she spoke, she feigned an inability to continue, nearly in tears. Xiao Muyu and Yang Rui exchanged glances. Xiao Muyu maintained a stoic demeanor, allowing the overly dramatic woman to lean against her, while sternly offering her protection, stating, indeed, she was quite terrified, otherwise, she would not have acted so impulsively. Referring to Shen Qingqiu's earlier outburst with the knife, Yang Rui was also compelled to act, yet her fear was genuine, far more sincere than Shen Qingqiu's. Why was there a crow inside? Could it be that the cafeteria served crow meat that day? Lao Sang's gaze swept across the faces of the three individuals before he finally felt reassured. Had he opened it and seen what was inside, his composure would have surely faltered. With a grave expression, he remarked, "The Renai orphanage is remote and currently lacks financial support. There is hardly any food left. Let alone meat. What's the fuss about crow meat? It's not inedible." Upon seeing him enter, Xiao Muyu cast a fleeting glance at Shen Qingqiu, stating, "He has gone in. There's no need for pretense now." Shen Qingqiu rubbed her eyes, straightened her posture, and distanced herself from her, sighing with furrowed brows. "I have never been so affected in my life. The sacrifice is immense." Yang Rui silently scoffed, recognizing that she was indeed acting with fervor. Nonetheless, she could not deny Shen Qingqiu's cleverness. Managing to navigate this precarious situation so adeptly was commendable, and being frightened by a crow was entirely understandable. Xiao Muyu expressed her concern. "What about the arrangements inside?" "Rest assured," he replied, "I had initially planned to remove the meat, but didn't he have the chance? I have not altered anything else, and that pile of crows remains untouched."
Lao Shang Shun Emge.
His demeanor serious and solemn. "Although I do not comprehend why the director assigned you the task of cooking, I must remind you that the dish must contain meat. I have procured pork for you. Crow meat is not poisonous and is favored by the children. It must not be lacking. Furthermore, do not touch the refrigerated cabinet. There is nothing behind it, and the consequences of tampering with it are beyond your capacity to bear."